A chilling darkness, a foreboding silence. Deep within a cavern, ancient torches cast long shadows, illuminating a path forward. A trail of crimson, a grim testament to a recent struggle. A monstrous claw lashes out, a blur of claws and malice. The beast is thrown back, a powerful blow sends it reeling. A flash of steel, a warrior's blade cuts through the darkness, slicing through the horde. He's sent flying, the impact throws him into a dizzying spin. A thunderous roar, the ground trembles as more emerge from the depths. And a lone figure stands defiant, a shining beacon against the encroaching darkness. From the inky blackness of a cavern, a horde of goblins emerges. Their crude weapons glint in the dim light, eyes hungry for blood. But they are met with unwavering defiance. A lone warrior stands ready, his blade singing a silent song of courage. The first strike is a blur of motion, a flash of steel cleaving through the air. Goblins scatter like leaves in a storm, their panicked cries echoing through the cavern as the warrior cuts a swathe through their ranks. His blade, dripping with the ichor of his foes, is a testament to his skill, a dance of death played out in the heart of darkness. With a final, earth-shattering blow, the warrior sends another goblin flying, leaving only a trail of carnage in his wake. The air hangs heavy with the stench of blood and the silence of the vanquished. A moment of respite, but the battle is far from over. Castle! The warrior's voice rings out, sharp and clear. Are you ready? His question hangs in the air, a challenge to both himself and the unseen forces that still threaten him. Don't rush me. The warrior stands defiant, a storm gathering in his eyes. His blade hums with barely contained power. A crimson energy explodes outward. The air crackles with raw force. A whirlwind of steel and fire. The warrior cuts through the goblin horde with brutal efficiency. Each swing is a blur of motion, leaving only scattered limbs and the stench of goblin blood in its wake. And that's a wrap. One last goblin, eyes wide with terror, stands before him. Its snarling face is a mask of pure, primal fear. A warrior's swift strike ends its life. The battle is over. A wrap. The warrior sheathes his blade, a satisfied sigh escaping his lips. Phew. The battlefield is littered with the corpses of goblins. Exhaustion weighs heavily on the warrior, but a grim determination remains in his eyes. He speaks, his voice low and weary. I didn't think it'd take us this long just to defeat some goblins, and all the goblins our lord tamed are dead. Is our master still in the rear? Let me go check. Is that really necessary? We're connected. I have a bad feeling. You worry too much, Kai. Ha? What's this vibration? A tremor runs through the earth. An orc? SFX, roar, the ground shakes as a monstrous orc emerges from the shadows. SFX, crack. The sheer power of the orc's presence is palpable. The orc unleashes a devastating attack. A desperate battle begins. Damn it! Let's retreat and reconvene with our lord. Poof. That's not necessary. A crimson beam erupts. Wait, Kessler, the desperate cry echoes across the desolate landscape. But the attack is relentless, a blur of motion as the warrior speeds towards the source of the danger. Something like an orc, Kai had warned. A terrifying creature unlike anything he'd faced before. Was nothing in my previous life, the warrior's inner voice screams, a testament to the sheer terror of this encounter. The orc swings its axe. Tang, the sound of steel on steel rings out as the warrior meets the blow head-on. A shower of sparks erupts, a testament to the ferocity of the clash. The warrior is thrown back. But his resolve remains unbroken. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. As he prepares for another brutal assault. KUGH, the orc staggers, a crimson wound blooming across its chest. A sign of the warrior's devastating power. The battle rages on. A flurry of blows exchanged in a whirlwind of steel and fury. A blinding flash of light. and the warrior's blade cuts through the orc's defenses. "You idiot! You're different than when you were alive," the orc roars in disbelief. A blinding flash of light erupts. The air crackles with raw energy. The source? A surge of power emanating from the warrior's weapon, a celestial glow illuminating the cavern. The speed is impossible to track. A blue streak of motion, a blur of power. And the orc is struck. A thunderous impact echoes through the chamber. The orc roars in pain and fury, his eyes burning with rage. He's wounded, but far from defeated. Kai, ever vigilant, sees the orc's desperate counterattack forming. "Kai! Castle! Back off," he shouts, a warning echoing in the cavern. But the warrior is not alone. A mysterious figure emerges, cloaked in shadow, a dark power swirling around them. "The two of us will take care of it," the figure declares, a chilling confidence in their voice. Kai's eyes glow with an unnatural light as he holds a mystical card, its symbols pulsing with arcane energy. A power he's ready to unleash. The air crackles with energy, a searing heat blossoms forth. A sphere of pure fire, a miniature sun, ignites in Kai's hands. A fireball of unimaginable power, ready to unleash its fury. With a battle cry, Kai hurls the incandescent sphere. The orc barely has time to react as the fireball explodes upon impact. Whoosh! The blast sends a shockwave across the desolate landscape, leaving behind only ash and the stunned silence of victory. "That was amazing." The warrior's companion marvels, "They're all palpable." The aftermath of battle hangs heavy in the air. A worried voice cuts through the silence. "Master! Are you okay?" Kai, exhausted but alive, groans. "I'm a mess, running out of mana from just that." His mentor offers a reassuring hand and a word of encouragement, "That's still a major improvement." Kai, though weary, reflects on his progress. Major improvement, huh? I guess that's something that would have been unimaginable in the past. A flashback reveals the stark contrast of his past. 3 months ago, he was a recluse, hiding under a blanket, avoiding the world. Until a cataclysmic event changed everything. His apartment door became connected to a dungeon. Trapped, alone, and facing unimaginable horrors. Kai's journey to becoming the powerful mage we see today began in that very moment. A young man's face, etched with wonder, his eyes reflecting a shimmering, ethereal glow. He steps into a dungeon, the air thick with anticipation, a golden light illuminating the path ahead. The dungeon's depths beckon, promising adventure, a fantasy come to life, he believes. But that dream shatters, as reality bites hard. Goblins. Vicious, snarling creatures, they attack. A brutal fight ensues, he's overwhelmed, battered, and bleeding. Their poison seeps into his wounds, death's cold embrace nears. Against all odds, he survives, clinging to life by a thread. A desperate plea for help echoes in the digital void. "Please save me." The chilling message reveals a horrifying truth: his house is now connected to a dungeon. Contacting the authorities yields nothing, but a glimmer of hope emerges. There's a silver lining. A website called Dungeon Web. A lifeline in this digital nightmare. He's not alone. The site offers walkthroughs, marketplaces, and tips, a whole community facing the same impossible situation. Dungeon 0795. That's the name of the dungeon connected to his home, a chilling detail. He's not alone in this fight, but the sheer terror of the situation is palpable. He's terrified. A chilling thought crosses his mind: maybe someone else will clear the dungeon for him. A desperate hope in the face of overwhelming fear. Survival dictates his next move. He must hunt, he must fight. The grim reality: defeating monsters earns him money. A brutal, desperate cycle of survival. With the money earned hunting monsters, Kai stocked up on supplies from Dungeon Web. But a chilling forum post revealed a terrifying truth: the deeper you venture, the stronger the monsters become. Fear gripped Kai as he realized the grim reality of his situation. He'd been playing it safe, hunting only goblins. 3 months of survival, reduced to a desperate struggle against the odds. Only 5 explorers remain. Panic sets in. When did so many die? What will happen to me if the others perish? Am I doomed to hunt goblins forever? But then, a glimmer of hope. A message appears on his screen, a desperate plea for unity. A chilling presence invades Kai's apartment, something is lurking just outside his door. A message of hope pierces through the darkness. A fellow survivor proposes a daring plan to unite and challenge the dungeon boss together. A desperate gamble. Will they succeed? The suspense is palpable. A maniacal laugh echoes in the digital void. The stage is set for a final showdown. I'm going to live. A triumphant yell echoes through the room, fists pumping the air. Hope, a fragile butterfly, takes flight in his heart. There is still hope. The next day dawns, but the euphoria is short-lived. His eyes widen in horror as the grim reality sinks in. The screen displays a stark number, remaining participants, 11/300. 274 days left. The weight of the world crushes him. A gaping maw in the earth, a cavern of shadows, a goblin peers into the darkness, his beady eyes gleaming with malice. More goblins emerge from the depths, their crude weapons held high, a tribe of subterranean horrors, ready to unleash their fury. A sudden flash of light. The earth trembles. As the goblins advance, their eyes fixated on something beyond the cave's mouth. A single eye, piercing through the darkness, a hunter's gaze, cold and calculating. A heavy club swings down with brutal force, crash, The goblins swarm, a tide of green skin and sharpened teeth, but their attack is met with swift, brutal efficiency. A goblin's roar of rage echoes through the cavern, his face contorted in a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. A blur of motion. A swift counterattack. Wham! A goblin, eyes blazing with fury, lunges forward. Its gnarled fist is a blur. A two-headed monstrosity joins the fray, wielding a crude club with savage intent. The air crackles with chaotic energy. Grab the last one. The desperate cry echoes through the cavern as one goblin clutches its head in pain. A shield, a blur of motion, intercepts the attack. The hero's counteroffensive begins. The impact. A shockwave erupts as the hero sends the goblin flying. A swift, precise strike follows, piercing the creature's defenses. The fight is far from over. Another goblin, its arm raised in a defiant gesture, stands ready. But the battle is won. The hero stands victorious, panting slightly, amidst the wreckage. Phew! A dark, swirling vortex engulfs the fleeing goblin, pulling it into the abyss, leaving only a lingering sense of unease. The hero examines a small, oddly shaped knife, a grim expression on his face. Ugh! A single drop of blood falls onto the earth, a desperate plea whispered on the wind. Succeed! The word echoes in the protagonist's mind, a silent battle cry. The goblin lies defeated, a strange symbol etched onto its chest, a testament to the protagonist's victory. A chilling presence lingers in the cavern, another goblin emerges from the shadows. It worked! Relief washes over the protagonist as his plan unfolds. But the victory is short-lived. A wave of ethereal energy engulfs the remaining goblin, leaving only dust in its wake. A disorienting wave of dizziness washes over him, a strange sensation he can't explain. The remaining goblins watch, fear etched on their faces, their escape is imminent. Alone, defeated, and utterly alone, the weight of the world crushes him. He's huddled under a blanket, the cold glow of his laptop screen reflecting in his hollow eyes. Sleep offers no escape, only a temporary reprieve from the harsh reality that awaits. Desperate pleas for help, met only with cruel laughter and mocking words. The internet, once a refuge, now a battlefield of scorn. The stinging words. Cowardly dog. Just die. they echo in his mind, a relentless barrage of hate. He has no choice. The dungeon awaits, a final, desperate gamble. A surge of grim determination, a cold fire ignites within his eyes. He will face this alone. But first, he must understand his own power. A silent resolve settles over him as he checks his skills. The Dungeon Explorer app glows on his phone screen, a digital window into his potential. His stats are revealed: Mana D, Control B, and a curious Fortuna. Does luck play a role in this world? With a surge of mana, he activates his new skill. 2 goblin figures materialize before him. The taming skill is a success. 1 goblin is now under his command, a small victory in the vast dungeon. But the strain is evident, his body trembles, his face contorted in pain. Mana exhaustion hits hard, a wave of weakness washes over him. Sweat beads on his brow, his breath comes in ragged gasps. His newly tamed goblin looks on, concerned, a silent understanding passes between them. The dungeon's depths loom before them, dark and foreboding, a retreat is necessary. He orders the goblin to return, the journey back is fraught with uncertainty. A desperate plea echoes through the cavern. Hurry! Come here and help me! Tick, tick. The ominous rhythm of a clock, a countdown to something unknown. The hallway stretches before him, bathed in an unsettling golden light. He collapses against the door, exhaustion etched on his face. Ha! I have to recover quickly. Determination steals his gaze. There's no time to delay. He pushes himself up, the goblin nestled against his back, a silent promise of companionship. His steps are heavy, but his purpose is clear. He must find answers. A revelation dawns on him, a discovery made amidst the dungeon's depths. There was something I found out through the dungeon site. The truth hits him like a physical blow: magic is incredibly rare in this world. A knight, a cleric, and a ranger stand ready, their faces grim. They were essential for the group dungeon raids. Suddenly, a goblin lunges. Thwump, the protagonist is caught off guard. Damn it! His eyes widen, a wave of regret washing over him. If only he'd joined the others sooner. A desperate plea echoes in his mind: the rest of US should combine our forces. The weight of his decision crushes him. Alone, in his home, the bitter taste of what could have been lingers. If only he had left his house and joined the others. 2 goblins peer into the room, their expressions a mix of concern and annoyance. He's sprawled on the floor, defeated. His hands clutch his head, the realization hitting him hard: I wouldn't be the only one left. The goblins gesture towards a wooden club, their silent judgment palpable: thunk. Damn it! Ding dong. The sound echoes, a jarring intrusion into the silence. Kim Hyabnak lies sprawled on the floor, fast asleep, a wooden club rests beside him. He stirs, a low groan escaping his lips, his hand instinctively reaching for the club. Eyes snapping open, confusion clouding his features, the sound of the doorbell rings again. He bolts upright, his grip tightening on the club, a primal instinct taking over. He charges towards the door, club raised high, ready to face whatever awaits him. He hesitates, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Did he just imagine the doorbell? Ding! The sound pierces through his uncertainty. His eyes widen in alarm, a wave of dread washing over him. A young man stands poised, a wooden club gripped tight in his hand, his eyes narrowed, focused on the door. A moment of uncertainty. A question mark hangs in the air. Did he just imagine it? Ding, the door unlocks. A shiver of unease runs down his spine. A sudden donk startles him. His eyes widen in alarm. The door swings open, a scream rips through the silence. 2 grotesque goblins emerge from a cardboard box, their beady eyes glinting with malice. He swings his club with a ferocious roar. He cautiously approaches a mysterious package, his club held ready, a strange symbol is visible on the box. A package? The label reads, Basic Mana Theory that even Robin can understand X1. A delivery notification pops up on a screen. Order received. The recipient's name, Kim Hyun-bak. The delivery location? A dungeon entrance. Intriguing. President. Did you send another one? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of concern and disbelief. Of course. I made an investment for the future. A confident declaration, a glint of shrewdness in the speaker's eyes. Most of them won't make it past a year. But they have the potential for growth. A calculated risk, a gamble on the future. They're not worth investing in simply because of the possibility for growth. A sharp retort, highlighting the absurdity of the situation. Don't worry, I only spent $3000 today. A dismissive wave of the hand, but the tension remains. But you've already spent a total of $900,000 because of that. The exasperated cry speaks volumes. Do you even know how many people you've bought stuff for? $900,000 isn't pocket change. The weight of the investment sinks in. Like you said, it's quite a bit of money, but people are worth investing in more than anything else in this world. A final, resolute statement. A cryptic message echoes in the air, a promise of enduring loyalty for those who lend a hand in times of need. The president, a shrewd investor, assesses the risk, a calculated gamble on a future payoff. He believes the investment, however unconventional, will ultimately be worthwhile. His subordinate, however, is less convinced. The financial burden weighs heavily on his mind. Despite his reservations, the subordinate understands the president's vision, a long-term strategy requiring patience and foresight. The president's words hang in the air, a reminder that leadership demands a broader perspective. A thoughtful pause, the weight of the decision settles upon the president's shoulders. Hyun-suk, meanwhile, examines the contents of a new package, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. A simple message, yet intriguing, the word magician catches his attention. The president's generosity is revealed, a gesture of support for those in need. A package arrives, bearing the president's mark, Mana Theory books, a gift from the enigmatic magician president himself. Hyun-suk's eyes widen as he reads a shocking online post. The books are expensive, and many are fakes. Could this be a scam? He flips through the pages, a skeptical frown etched on his face. The illustrations are crude, the text nonsensical. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupts from the book. The pages shimmer, revealing intricate magical symbols, WHOA. Online, a message confirms the authenticity of the books. This is no scam, the president's gift is real. Hyun-suk's gratitude is immense, though he remains cautious. He knows who sent this, but he won't forget the kindness. He carefully holds the book, its weight a symbol of the president's investment. A new chapter begins. Two goblins snore softly, exhausted, a visual metaphor for the difficulty of mana manipulation. Hyun-suk's fingers trace glowing lines of mana, a complex dance of energy unfolds before him. He visualizes the equations, a mental image taking shape. The path to mastery is long and arduous. Ugh, his head throbs. Hyun-suk clutches his temples, the weight of arcane knowledge pressing down. 30 minutes to cast a single first circle spell. The intricate diagrams and symbols swim before his eyes. Mana fusion? The possibilities ignite a spark of determination. But this is much faster than 4 days ago. Progress, however slow, is progress. A small, determined smile plays on his lips. He's sure he'll get faster with more practice. A mischievous goblin peers over his shoulder, a silent observer to his magical awakening. The digital timer glows ominously, 19 hours 47 minutes and 30 seconds. A dungeon penalty looms if he doesn't participate periodically. His level and stats will decrease. The pressure is on. Now, let's go. Hyun-suk rises, his resolve hardening. Two goblins, armed with crude clubs, charge from the shadows. A chaotic ambush in his own apartment. The dungeon awaits, and time is running out. He steps into the darkness. Kruraruk. The goblins leap, their battle cries echoing through the narrow passage. Hyansuk, undeterred, points towards the entrance. Go! A flurry of blows, a chaotic dance of clubs and desperate defense. Rocks crumble under the force of the impact. Ta-da! Amidst the dust and debris, Hyansuk stands triumphant. The goblins are stunned, their crude weapons useless against his newfound cunning. He has cleared the path. Hyansuk checks his mana reserves. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips, plenty of magical energy remains. Not bad at all. He considers his options, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Should he attempt another taming? Suddenly, a chilling sight. Skeletons, their eyes burning with an eerie red glow, emerge from the shadows. A flicker of interest crosses Hyansuk's face. Could he tame these bony warriors as well? But then, a moment of doubt. They're just bones. The taming process requires a mixture of blood, his own and the monster's? A problem arises, skeletons lack blood. Hyansuk observes a lone skeleton, its empty sockets seeming to stare into his soul. It's nothing but bones, he mutters. Despite the setback, killing them seems wasteful. Hyansuk checks the status of his newly acquired goblin companions. The skeleton's stats appear on his interface: Swordsman E, Accounting E, Magic C, Crafting C. Their potential is undeniable. A glint of determination shines in Hyansuk's eyes. He'll worry about the blood issue later. For now, it's time to recruit. With a decisive gesture, he commands his goblin army forward. Let's go, guys. A dark cave, the air thick with the scent of damp earth. He sits amidst rubble, a defeated goblin lies bound before him. Well then, how do I tame them now? He mutters, a mixture of frustration and determination in his voice. His eyes dart to a data screen, a flicker of hope igniting within him. The words magic is all about intuition and theory is not quite useless flash across the screen, a stark contrast to his previous struggles. He's not giving up. I guess I'm in no position to be picky. I'll just have to try feeling it out. A determined glint appears in his eyes as he focuses on the task ahead. With a deep breath, he reaches out. A surge of energy erupts from his hands, a brilliant blue light enveloping the goblin. Just like taming a goblin. The energy flows, tracing intricate patterns in the air. A mystical rune glows brighter and brighter, its power growing. The rune's light intensifies, bathing the scene in an ethereal glow. Slowly infuse some mana. A low hum fills the cave as the mana flows. The binding on the goblin begins to fray, the threads disintegrating. The binding continues to unravel. The process is slow, but undeniably effective. His eyes widen in surprise. It worked. The goblin lies still, the blue light fading. His breath hitches, a sheen of sweat on his brow, the exertion of taming the goblin taking its toll. A digital display flickers to life, revealing a mana meter. Skeletons, it seems, are mana-hungry beasts. He retreats, his gaze sweeping across the cavern. A trio of goblins scuttles away, their eyes wide with fear. A skeletal figure emerges from the shadows, its stats displayed in a vibrant blue box, a female skeleton, surprisingly. He strokes his chin, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. The goblin watches with wide, curious eyes. A decision made, he approaches the skeleton, a thoughtful expression on his face. A name is about to be given. The name Christina is chosen, a new chapter beginning for this undead warrior. A bond is formed in the depths of the dungeon. He stands tall, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Christina, his new companion, stands silently beside him. A surge of blue energy illuminates Christina's empty sockets, a power awakens within her. A shadowy figure looms over a sleeping young man, the air crackles with an otherworldly presence. Glowing blue eyes pierce the darkness, a silent promise of something extraordinary. Suddenly, a fierce battle erupts within a dark cavern. A knight clashes with a mysterious sorceress, a desperate struggle for survival unfolds. A blinding flash of crimson light. The ground trembles, a cataclysmic force unleashed. The warriors are thrown back, defeated, their bodies scattered across the ravaged landscape. The sorceress lies wounded, her breath ragged, despair etched onto her face. Death claims her, her lifeless form now rests among the fallen. Back in the bedroom, a skeletal hand reaches out, a chilling touch. A skeletal hand, clawed and chilling, emerges from the shadows. The sounds of bone-jarring knocks echo through the room. A young man stirs, startled from his sleep. What's going on? Why so noisy this early? A skeletal figure, draped in a robe, sits beside him, a chilling sight that elicits a gasp of surprise. The young man's eyes widen as he recalls the events of the previous night. Oh, right. I brought her home yesterday. A frantic knocking intensifies. Ha? Chris? Christina, what's wrong? A skeletal grin, sharp teeth glinting, fills the panel. It's a lovely morning. The skeleton bursts into laughter, a sound both unsettling and strangely jovial. Master. It's Spook. The skeleton attempts to calm the young man. Please don't be alarmed. I'm using mana to produce sounds. I can't do it for long. The young man's eyes snap open, heart pounding. He stares, bewildered, at the skull before him. A skeletal figure draped in a blanket, somehow, talking? Confusion etched on his face, a single word escapes his lips. A question hanging heavy in the air. He needs answers. The skeleton, Chris, reveals a shocking truth. He wasn't just a regular skeleton. A wave of blue energy crackles around him. Mana flows, highlighting his extraordinary abilities. He can use mana, talk, and even feel. The young man's jaw drops. Utter disbelief painted across his features. Chris's explanation is simple, it's because of the name. A name? Just that? The young man's incredulity is palpable, but Chris's tone turns serious. A name isn't just a name, it's identity itself. It's the crucial element that sets individuals apart, on both a personal and global scale. Chris apologizes for those whose names have been taken, it means a great deal to him. The young man's eyes widen, a mixture of confusion and dawning understanding. He stares at Chris, the skeleton before him, a silent question hanging in the air. Chris's bony finger taps lightly, a single, almost hesitant gesture. The weight of his words settles heavily. Yes, it is as it seems. A chilling revelation unfolds, a stark truth laid bare, those who have lost their egos and even their very souls. Becoming the bottom feeders of the dungeon. A desolate landscape of shadows and despair is shown, a single, cloaked figure huddled in the darkness. Until yesterday, that was the kind of existence I was. The young man's curiosity deepens. I see, then you don't know who took away your name? Chris's skull tilts slightly, a silent admission. No, I do not. A palpable sense of loss hangs in the air. A soft thud echoes as Chris shifts, a subtle movement hinting at the depth of his sorrow. Because not all of my memories have returned. But even in the midst of this uncertainty, a flicker of something else emerges. However, there's just one thing I do remember. A sense of anticipation builds. Chris, shrouded in his pale robe, sits with his arms crossed, a chilling stillness in his gaze. The mystery deepens. A chilling revelation hangs in the air, an incomparably terrifying existence. A wave of icy dread washes over him. Chris's feelings, raw and potent, transmitted directly into his very being. The young man recoils, his hand instinctively reaching out. A terrifying truth dawns upon him. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room. Two grotesque goblins flank a cloaked figure, Chris, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and morbid curiosity. A question hangs heavy in the air. His jaw clenches, a silent scream building within, rage and defiance ignite in his eyes. A furious outburst erupts. What the hell do you want from me? He roars, his voice laced with bitter resentment, the weight of his predicament crushing him. Despair washes over him, a crushing wave of hopelessness, the realization of his inescapable fate. His frustration boils over, a raw cry of injustice escapes his lips. A skeletal hand reaches out, a gesture of unexpected comfort, a silent promise. Chris's voice, though emanating from a decaying frame, carries a surprising warmth. I will do everything in my power for your survival, so don't be too afraid. Chris. The young man's voice is barely a whisper, a fragile thread in the echoing silence of this strange place. But he's not alone. Chris, the skeletal protector, stands tall, flanked by two mischievous goblin-like creatures. A wave of unexpected camaraderie washes over the scene. A grateful nod. Thank you, I'll be in your care, the young man murmurs, his eyes conveying a depth of relief that belies his words. A question hangs in the air. Chris, will you tell me the memories you've remembered? The young man's voice is laced with a mixture of hope and trepidation. Chris's response is immediate, anything is fine. It might help. But the uncertainty etched on the skeleton's face hints at a deeper, more complex truth. The young man's mind races. Yes, first of all, I was. The question mark hangs heavy, a symbol of the vast unknown that lies before him. A torrent of questions floods the panel, mirroring the turmoil within the young man's mind. Chris's expression shifts, a silent acknowledgement of the weight of the memories. Suddenly, a burst of energy. Chris's form shimmers, a ghostly glow emanating from his skeletal frame. Please don't be alarmed. I am speaking using mana. The young man's eyes widen in understanding. Ah! Could it be mana exhaustion? The realization dawns, a mixture of relief and concern. Chris nods, confirming the diagnosis. Can't be helped. We'll have to wait until you recover your mana. A sigh escapes the young man's lips. Chris, the skeleton, sits comfortably at her computer, a stark contrast to the young man's anxious wait. Her bony fingers fly across the keyboard. A screen displaying her stats appears, revealing a significant boost in abilities. Did Chris have a language ability? She's having tons of fun over there, the thought bubbles above the young man's head. Chris's stats show improvements across the board, with a notable increase in magic power. Language isn't there, but everything else became a lot better, she observes, a hint of surprise in her digital expression. The young man's mind races, his thoughts taking flight. If I learn magic, Chris and I could fire from the back, right? He muses, a tactical plan forming in his mind. A vivid image of a skeletal army appears in his mind's eye, ready for battle. Then should I tame some skeletons that can stand in the front, he wonders, strategizing further. Back to Chris, a sudden outburst of frustration. She exclaims, struggling with a complex linguistic concept. Alright, for now, we've got a plan, she declares, a determined glint in her eye. The young man's concern shifts to a new worry. I should buy her a decent computer, he thinks, a thoughtful expression on his face. It's hard, right? He adds, his voice laced with uncertainty. Chris's reaction is immediate and expressive. A burst of energy, a wide-eyed, almost manic grin spreads across her skull. Back, she exclaims, overwhelmed with excitement. A simple request, yet the weight of it hangs heavy in the air. Chris, the young man, looks to his skeletal mentor with a plea in his eyes. The skeletal figure, a former magician in a past life, calmly confirms Chris's past life as a magician, a past life that holds the key to unlocking Chris's potential. A beat, a moment of anticipation, then, the words burst forth, raw and full of hope. The plea is simple, direct, desperate, please teach me magic. The skeletal figure's response is immediate, a promise whispered on the wind, a promise of power. Chris's journey into the arcane arts begins, the sheer scale of his mentor's knowledge is breathtaking. The mentor's magic is not just theoretical, it's practical, efficient, and revolutionary, a machine that simplifies the complex, a tool that empowers the novice. A whirlwind of knowledge, a crash course in the arcane, the secrets of magic circles, the gathering of magical energy, the very essence of magical power are revealed, all within a week. But even with this newfound knowledge, the path is not without its obstacles, the frustration is palpable. I've learned a lot of stuff. Originally, I'd wanted to enter the dungeon after forming a circle, but I ended up having to leave my house prematurely due to the dungeon penalty. The god of this world is quite generous. $30 bounty transferred, again and again. To give you a way to survive even while sending you into hell. Ha ha. Coming to the dungeon was fine, but... they're fighting again? A chaotic brawl erupts amongst a pack of goblins. The sheer pandemonium is almost comical. During this exploration, please tame as many goblins as possible. To ask me to tame as many as possible. If you can't fight against them, I'm going to have you behind. Master, I think this will suffice. Deep within a cavern of shadows, the air hangs heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something ancient. Chris's mentor, a skeletal figure cloaked in darkness, addresses him. There's a few things I want to check. Check? Chris replies, a hint of apprehension in his voice. The mentor gestures, a faint blue orb materializing in his bony hand. A silent demonstration of power, a stark contrast to the goblin's crude presence nearby. The mentor continues, do you remember gathering mana together before we left? Chris's mana levels are displayed, a stark difference between his mentor's and his own. Though there was nothing wrong with my mana array, and I gathered plenty of mana, there was no change in my mana. A thoughtful pause hangs in the air. The mentor's gaze sharpens. Do you think the mana not gathering up has something to do with yourself? Chris's eyes widen. Yes. Suddenly, a goblin's enraged roar echoes through the cavern. A terrifying shriek pierces the silence. A goblin's eye, wide with primal fear, is the last thing visible before a shadowy tendril erupts, engulfing it in darkness. The darkness consumes the goblin, leaving behind only a faint wisp of smoke. A chilling silence follows. Chris. You. Chris stares, his eyes wide with a dawning realization. I see. An undead? Yes. I'm already a dead monster. A chilling declaration, accompanied by the ghastly sight of a horde of undead rising from the shadows. And because I'm already dead, I desire life more than anyone else. A desperate plea echoing in the cavernous space. The mentor explains, holding a grotesque goblin-like creature, it's because I'm a being that's already dead. And for an undead to become stronger. A bone-chilling snap as the mentor demonstrates a dark ritual. This isn't a method for humans, but for monsters. Even if it's natural to sacrifice another being to save oneself. A grim truth revealed, leaving Chris in stunned silence. The mentor's chilling words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the serene landscape behind him. Chris, his face etched with shock, stares at his mentor's skeletal hand, a cold grip tightening around his arm. A tense exchange, a question, a chillingly calm response. Survival at any cost. The mentor's order echoes, a stark command, kill to become stronger. The weight of those words crushes Chris. A bone-chilling sound, the mentor's presence looms, a specter of death. The mentor's chilling justification, become stronger, even if it means killing, and blame it all on him. The mentor's final, unsettling words, a twisted sense of responsibility. A beat of silence, then, an unexpected compliment. Chris's jaw drops. He stares, dumbfounded, at his mentor, and a small goblin beside him. The shock is palpable, sweat beads on Chris's brow as he grapples with the revelation. Chris's resolve hardens. He's made a choice, a grim pact with survival. And his mentor, ever watchful, pushes him further into the abyss. But still, you are. It's whatever. Now absorb the rest of them. The command echoes, a chilling decree in the cavernous space. Goblins scream as they're consumed. A shadowy, skeletal landscape unfolds before Chris. Twisted, gnarled forms rise from the darkness, a macabre testament to past horrors. Chris stares, a flicker of unease crossing his face. I'm just glad I'm not a zombie. His mentor's voice cuts through his doubt. Ha? What's the difference? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The mentor explains, pointing to diagrams of a skeleton and a zombie. Though zombies can become stronger faster since they are somewhat alive, they need to eat instead of absorb. A grotesque scene of absorption plays out. Chris's face is a mask of horror as he witnesses the gruesome act. The chilling sounds of munch punctuate the silence. I'm also really glad you're a skeleton. The mentor's words are laced with chilling amusement. The mentor's skeletal hand gestures, emphasizing the finality of Chris's transformation. The chapter ends on a note of unsettling finality. Deep within a cavern, Chris and his mentor survey the scene. Goblins scatter, their eyes wide with fear. Master, what happened to my stats? Chris asks, a hint of disbelief in his voice. The mentor, shrouded in shadow, replies, they've gone up a lot, though it didn't increase much around the end. Chris studies his stats, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. He mutters to himself, I don't think I'll be able to grow much by just absorbing goblins. His mentor's voice cuts through the silence. Really? I guess we'll have to find stronger guys then. A sudden hiss pierces the air. The mentor's eyes glow with an eerie light. The tension ratchets up. Another hiss, closer this time. A goblin points frantically, enemy over there, it screeches. Chris's eyes widen in alarm. A wave of green fury explodes from the darkness. Multiple goblins charge, a terrifying roar echoing through the cavern. Hiss. HSSSSSS. Chris is surrounded, overwhelmed by the sheer number of goblins. He braces himself for impact. But his mentor's hand shoots out, a dark energy engulfing the charging horde. The mentor's voice is calm, almost bored, will you be okay on your own? A skeletal hand, glowing with arcane energy, gestures. The air crackles with anticipation. A torrent of ethereal power erupts. Celestial glyphs blaze across the void as the spell takes shape. The spell coalesces into a single, shimmering arrow, crackling with raw magical energy. Magic arrow. The words hang in the air, heavy with power. A horde of goblins, crude clubs raised, charges into view, their guttural cries echoing through the cavern. Then, a flash of brilliant azure energy. A wave of concussive force explodes outward. One goblin stares, wide-eyed with terror, before the light consumes him. The impact sends a shockwave through the ranks of the charging horde. Goblins are tossed aside like ragdolls, their bodies dissolving into shimmering particles of light. The remaining goblins scramble, panic etched on their faces, their attacks becoming frantic and uncoordinated. A figure in dark robes stumbles back, clutching his side. Ugh, my mana. But help arrives. It's all right. Rest until you've recovered. He stands ready, shield raised, facing the remaining goblins. The rest of them. A wave of goblins, crude clubs raised, charges forward. Their guttural cries echo through the cavern. A tide of green skin and malice, intent on crushing anything in their path. The air crackles with anticipation. A club whistles through the air, a blur of motion. But it's met with a flash of steel. The robed figure's blade dances, a whirlwind of destruction. Goblins fall, their bodies crumpling under the force of the blow. The cavern floor is slick with blood. But more keep coming, relentless in their assault. The robed figure staggers, his movements slowing. A goblin leaps, club raised high, a desperate attempt to end the fight. But the protagonist intervenes. A blinding light erupts, a wave of pure energy washing over the horde. The impact sends a shockwave through the cavern. Crash, goblins are flung aside like ragdolls. A surge of raw power courses through him. His eyes blaze with righteous fury. The goblin lunges, its crude weapon a blur, but it's met with unstoppable force. More goblins flee into the darkness of the cave, but escape is impossible. Chase them! Catch them all, he roars, his voice echoing through the tunnels. Silence, a heavy silence broken only by the ragged breaths of the victor. Dozens of goblins lie scattered across the cavern floor, defeated. Their reign of terror is over. He stands amidst the carnage, his expression grim but resolute, a lone warrior against the encroaching darkness. A brutal impact. The ground trembles. Despair washes over him. I'm fucked, he whispers, the weight of the world on his shoulders. The chilling realization dawns, all the goblins he tamed, gone. He thought they fled in terror. But they were luring him into a trap. A horde of glowing eyes emerges from the darkness. Panic grips him. What can he do? How can he possibly increase his forces again? The crushing weight of failure bears down. Damn it, he cries out, his frustration a palpable force. A spectral figure appears, cloaked in shadow. Are you okay, master? A voice asks, laced with concern. His jaw clenched, a grim determination etched on his face. He grits his teeth. Please do not be too heartbroken, the spectral figure soothes, offering a glimmer of comfort. The skeletal figure speaks, a chillingly calm voice cutting through the despair. They're goblins. It was inevitable. The skeletal figure, cloaked in shadow, speaks, its voice a low rumble in the cavernous depths. For now, let us return. You are in need of healing. A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. Chris, his body battered and weary, nods slowly. She's right. His resolve hardens. I won't get anything done if I get shaken up by something like this. All right. Let's go back, Chris. Back in a familiar classroom, the skeletal figure tends to Chris's wounds. A silent, almost ritualistic process begins. A ghostly green energy flows from the skeletal hand, mending Chris's torn flesh. Fwash! Chris winces, surprised. What are you doing? This is the first circle recovery spell, rapid minor healing, thought. The skeletal figure's voice is calm, almost soothing. I thought I wouldn't be able to use it since I became an undead, but thankfully, I can. Chris stares at his healing wounds, disbelief etched on his face. It's real. All my injuries are gone. The skeletal figure's gaze sharpens. More importantly, master. The skeletal figure leans closer, its glowing eyes intense. What do you think about using this opportunity to procure protective equipment? It could get truly dangerous if we meet an enemy stronger than before. The protagonist, Kim Hyunbak, checks his dungeon savings account, a meager $1,641.66 stares back. A basic set of armor costs $1,500. Hyunbak's brow furrows in concern. The skeletal entity, Chris, sits nearby, observing. Chris assures Hyunbak not to worry about money, a plan is forming in the shadowy depths of its skull. Chris proposes posting dungeon walkthroughs and spell guides on a tip forum, a shrewd strategy to monetize their magical knowledge. Hyunbak questions the viability of this plan, given the spell's low level. Chris assures him that any knowledge from an actual magician is valuable. Hyunbak, though hesitant, agrees to try, determination hardening his gaze. Chris, with a mischievous grin, promises to do their best. The plan is set in motion. The account balance updates, a stunning $51,341.66 now sits in Hyunbak's account. Hyunbak is speechless. Chris explains that this sum is enough to move their stronghold. The possibility of moving their stronghold fills Hyunbak with excitement. A new chapter begins. $50,000? The sheer amount of the sum hangs heavy in the air, a silent question mark etched across the protagonist's face. Normally, this kind of money would take 5 months to acquire. But thanks to some clever negotiation, it's all here, right now. The skeletal figure, ever enigmatic, speaks. His words are a subtle push, a suggestion veiled in helpfulness. It would be wise to relocate to a highly visible area. A simple affirmation, a chillingly calm acceptance. Yes, I will take care of it. The mysterious entity's plan is in motion. Click. The sound of a key turning in a lock, a new beginning unfolds. A new home. 4 rooms, a separate living room and kitchen. A fresh start, paid for with a hefty deposit and a year-long lease. He surveys his new surroundings. A sense of accomplishment washes over him, tinged with a hint of unease. The house is decent enough, ignoring the rather unsettling presence lurking just outside. A bustling city street stretches out before him. The air hums with the energy of a million lives. But in the shadows, something watches. A new stronghold, right next to a dungeon entrance. The protagonist's new life, and his new challenges, have begun. How in the world did that move work? Is it related to the admins that Chris mentioned? A chill runs down his spine. Could it be possible that if I ask them, I can find out how to get out of here? A glimmer of hope, however faint. Master. A skeletal figure materializes in the kitchen, its presence radiating an unnerving aura. The protagonist's eyes widen in shock. Chris? Get a hold of yourself. The skeletal figure's voice booms, cutting through the protagonist's stunned silence. There is no other way to survive than by raiding the dungeon. Didn't you accept that already? The skeletal figure's chilling laughter echoes, its empty sockets glowing with an eerie light. Oh, did she read my emotions? But still. There might be a way to get out of here. Despite the chilling revelation, a spark of defiance flickers in the protagonist's eyes. Even if you could be lucky enough to escape, then what? What if it's even worse than this? Will you run away then too? The skeletal figure's words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the protagonist's desperate hope. A long shadow stretches across the floor as the protagonist stands resolute. The setting sun casts a dramatic light on his determined silhouette. It's time to stop hoping the situation will improve by running away. The protagonist's resolve hardens, his expression turning grim. A cacophony of noise. The sounds of struggle and desperate cries fill the air. A sickening crunch echoes as a fist connects with flesh. The impact reverberates. Crash. The force of the blow sends debris flying. The fight intensifies. He lunges forward, a blur of motion, fueled by adrenaline and sheer will. His eyes are locked on his target. It's right in front of me. Freedom is right in front of me. His resolve hardens. A bloody fist slams against a barrier, the impact sparking with raw energy. He's pushing his limits. A skeletal face, eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, watches from the shadows. A chilling smile plays on its lips. And survive. The words echo in his mind, a battle cry against the odds. No matter what it takes, I will clear this dungeon. A surge of power. His body crackles with energy, muscles bulging as he unleashes a devastating blow. A raw, untamed force erupts, a torrent of blue energy tearing through the air. A surge of energy, a breathtaking torrent of azure light. Unleashed from the depths of the protagonist's being. The power builds, a maelstrom of pure mana. Concentrating into a sphere of unimaginable might. Then, with a resounding whoosh, the attack is launched. The force of the blow is overwhelming, the very air crackles with energy. A shockwave rips through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering destruction. The mysterious entity watches, a flicker of surprise in its eyes. That is, it seems to wonder. A blur of motion. A powerful swing connects, sending a shockwave through the air. The impact is devastating. Two goblins lie defeated, smoke curling from their wounds. The battle is over. But the hero's triumph is short-lived. A strange sensation washes over him. A pain, a confusion. Is this? Just leave it as is, a voice whispers. Master, you overcame your anger and despair, and resolved yourself. A surge of energy emanates from within. Thanks to the mental maturity you gained from that, the mana inside your body started moving. Just from that. It's exactly, just that. The skeletal figure explains. Magic is a field of study focused on the development of the mind. It's only natural for mental maturity to be connected to one's growth in magic prowess. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and for our hero, that step was becoming a first-class magician. But strength isn't just about raw talent, it's about the tools you wield. The better the equipment, the greater the impact. And our hero is overgeared. A spiked mace and a dragon leather armor set? This is no mere adventurer, this is a walking arsenal. The dungeon's depths echo with the clash of steel, the final battle against the skeletal horde is upon us. The skeletons fall, their movements stilled, their purpose fulfilled. The objective is complete. A single skull lies amidst the carnage, a grim testament to the battle's intensity. Back home, a new ritual begins, a faint blue glow emanates from the hero's hands as he works his magic. With a final flourish, the spell is complete. The skeletons stir, but now, they obey. He has tamed them. His power grows, and a new name is whispered into existence. The skeletal face, its empty sockets glowing ominously, stares directly at the reader. A chilling command echoes from its silent lips, and you'll be Kaidat. 3 bound skeletons huddle together, their bony forms radiating in unsettling stillness. A cautious assessment, I think it'll be best to keep them restrained for now. Doubt clouds the protagonist's face, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. A grim realization dawns, there's no guarantee these guys will be calm like me. A close-up on a skull, its empty sockets glowing with an eerie light, a haunting whisper, the memories of one's death and the memories as an undead are truly awful things. The skeletons remain bound, their stillness hinting at a deeper unease, a resigned acceptance. I guess we'll wait for them to regain their memories then. 2 dull thunks echo as the protagonist approaches a door, a quiet determination, I'm going to open it now. A skeletal hand bursts forth, its glowing eyes wide with rage, a scream of terror rips through the air, oh-ish-ish-ish-ish. The protagonist is thrown back, a heavy thud marking his impact against the floor. The man wrestles with the bound skeletons, a frantic struggle against the unnatural restraints. The air crackles with anticipation. A sudden jolt. One skeleton breaks free, its bony fingers reaching out. The man's eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and dawning comprehension. He seems to understand the skeleton's silent plea. A skeletal mage, its glowing eyes burning with eerie light, speaks, they don't have vocal cords. I'm just a special case. Congratulations. You guys have been given a second chance. The mage's dramatic gesture. The skeleton's eyes glow with newfound power. A terrifying roar erupts as the skeletons lunge forward, their movements impossibly fast. The man's face is etched with fear, but a flicker of determination remains. The skeletal mage explains their past, their lost names, and their master's current crisis. A chilling revelation. A moment of shared understanding, then, a shocking twist. The skeleton's power surges, a blinding light engulfing the room. It worked? A chilling revelation unfolds, our world is under siege. The skeletal mage, eyes burning with arcane power, makes a desperate plea, a pact for survival. A solemn oath is sworn, a bond forged in the crucible of war. The mage's gaze shifts, a cold calculation in his empty sockets, his next target is revealed. A threat hangs heavy in the air, a stark ultimatum, comply, or face annihilation. With a surge of power, the skeletal mage begins his dark ritual, empowering his skeletal minions. 2 bound skeletons, their bony forms trembling slightly, await their fate. A moment of hesitation, then, a grim acceptance. The main character's face is etched with shock and dawning realization, the weight of his decision bears down. A bargain struck, a pact sealed with a desperate hope, for revenge. A surge of icy energy erupts. The skeleton's empty sockets glow with an eerie, otherworldly light. As they swear an oath of unwavering loyalty to a new master. The source? A young man, bathed in the same spectral blue, stands silhouetted against the swirling energy. His eyes widen, a mixture of shock and dawning understanding. A look of reluctant empowerment settling on his features. The skeletal mage's touch, a torrent of icy power, flows into the skeleton's brittle bones, reanimating them with terrifying speed. One skeleton cackles, "Damn it! I'm going to get you for this one day." Another begs for protection, "Please look after me, my lady and my lord." The pact is sealed. A strange calm settles over the scene. The young man and the skeletal mage converse, their voices somehow audible despite the lack of mana. A testament to their newly forged connection. That's convenient, the young man remarks. The skeletons, now under his command, await further instructions. Their goals? To be revealed. A gleaming sword, bathed in ethereal light, takes center stage. It's more than just a weapon, it's a symbol of legacy, a family treasure. But tragedy struck. A perilous dungeon claimed a life, and with it, the family's most prized possession. Darkness swallowed the light. Now, a knight's weathered armor stands before us, a silent guardian. Beside him, a skeletal figure emerges, his eyes burning with an eerie glow. Kai, the ex-knight, speaks, "My goal is to find and return it." Across the scene, a skeletal mage, Chris, reveals his past life as a powerful magician. His gaze is intense, his ambition clear, "My goal is to achieve a higher magical prowess than in my previous life." The focus shifts. A young man, Kim Hyunbak, nervously introduces himself. His goal? Survival. A simple, desperate wish. A stark reminder of his past brush with death. The weight of that experience hangs heavy in the air. He's been there, stared into the abyss. Suddenly, a chilling presence descends. Glowing red eyes pierce the darkness. Hyunbak is surrounded, terror gripping his heart. The fear of death, a chilling echo of his past trauma, threatens to consume him. His plea is desperate, "So please help me, so I can survive." A pact is forged. 3 skeletal figures, their eyes glowing with newfound power, stand before Hyunbak. A desperate bargain, sealed in the shadows. The skeletal mages grin, their glowing eyes fixated on the main character. "I like that you're honest," one of them declares, their voice echoing with an unnerving cheer. A tense moment hangs in the air, the weight of their pact settling upon the main character's shoulders. The skeletons pledge their loyalty. "Not wanting to die is natural. I shall follow you till the end, my lord." One speaks, his voice filled with unwavering devotion. Another skeleton adds, "I shall also do everything I can to help you, master." His words are a promise, etched in the very bone of his being. The main character smiles, a newfound confidence radiating from him. "All right. I look forward to working with you all." A skeletal figure, clad in an orange hoodie, lurks in the shadows, its glowing eyes fixated on something unseen. A blinding flash of energy erupts. 2 goblins are caught in the crosshairs and are sent flying by an unseen force. The air crackles with residual power. The skeletal figure unleashes a devastating blow. A whirlwind of bone and orange fabric sends another goblin hurtling through the air. The impact sends a shockwave through the scene. More goblins fall, their bodies crumpling to the ground. "Oi, Kai," a voice cries out. The skeletal figure, now wielding a glowing cyan blade, shouts, "Out of the way," as it cuts through the remaining goblins with terrifying speed. A final goblin is struck down, its body dissolving into nothingness. The skeletal figure stands victorious, a chilling grin spreading across its bony face. A blur of motion. The skeletal figure unleashes a devastating blow, a whirlwind of bone and ethereal energy. The goblin recoils, eyes wide with shock as the attack connects. "Castle. That was close." "It's fine since you dodged. It sure is nice to have a vanguard." "Thanks to that, you now have time to do some studying, master. Our dungeon exploration time should get much faster from now on. Cassie, don't go too far ahead. I'm gonna hunt all of those guys." That being said, I didn't think we would find the boss room this fast. "That's nothing. Let's hunt it right away. Carelessness is death, Cassie. There's a boss monster in there. It's different from a regular goblin fighter. Also, the post on the dungeon site was from a long time ago, so it could be unreliable. What do you think about preparing ourselves first before going inside? But I will follow you now if you want to go in. Let's go back for now. If I die, it's over, so let's be careful." a wise decision, given the stakes. Back at their base, a comfortable living room, Chris is greeted by his skeletal companions. "Are you checking the stats, sir?" one of the skeletons asks, pointing at Chris's phone. The screen displays a character sheet, detailing impressive stats and abilities. "Yeah, your stats have gone up a lot compared to before," Chris confirms, a hint of surprise in his voice. "To think one can check their strength in numbers, this world is truly fascinating," one skeleton exclaims, marveling at the technology. Another skeleton chimes in, "How convenient," highlighting the ease of access to this information. The scene shifts, revealing a new skeleton, and a sudden question: "When did you guys get here?" "I was planning on doing that anyway," Chris replies, clicking on his phone. The sound of clicks echoes as he accesses more data. The next panel shows detailed stats for Kessie and Kai, two of the skeletal figures. Their strength, agility, and other attributes have significantly increased. "You guys' stats have gone up a lot, too," Chris observes, noting the improvements in his companion's abilities. A final note appears, "And you have new talents. Check yours as well, master," a skeleton urges. Chris hesitates, then complies. "Huh? Oh, right." Chris checks his own stats, a look of mild surprise on his face as he processes the information. Kim Hyunbok's stats are displayed: level 9, a human male. His strength, agility, and constitution are decent, but his magic power and dexterity need improvement. The caption reads, "Still, it's not enough." Hyunbok's team, the skeletal figures Kessie and Kai, discuss their next steps. "If we don't want to lose everything because of a single mistake, we need more preparation. Being prudent is good, my lord. On that note, there's something we have to get." One skeleton expresses unease. What is it?" The skeletons reveal their target, mana crystal dust. "It is called mana crystal dust." "Mana crystal dust? Isn't that super expensive?" A screen shows the price, $1,000 per 10G, with a minimum purchase of 100G. Hyunbok declares his intention to buy 1 kilogram. Bam, the price, $100,000, appears dramatically. They currently have a 50% discount, so we can buy it for $50,000. Hyunbok groans, realizing he can't afford it with his current savings of $31,821.29. But then, the skeletal figure reveals a solution: installment payments. "I combed through the dungeon site and found out that paying in installments is all good." Hyunbok, relieved, agrees. "Yes. It's something we absolutely need? Buy it then." "Thank you." He bows in gratitude. A few hours later, the mana crystal dust arrives via Dungeon Express. The skeleton grins, clearly pleased. Hyunbok announces his next plan: "From now on, I intend to focus on making an item. Please hunt in the dungeon without me for the time being." The skeletons nod, seemingly used to this. A close-up on the delivery package. One skeleton comments, "Sometimes, she scares me," referencing the efficient delivery service. Bang, a door slams shut. Hyunbok and his team are left alone. "I have no idea what she's going to make, but I don't think she'll be coming out for a while." Chris lunges forward, his blade a silver streak. Quacha, the sound of shattering bone echoes as a skeleton explodes into fragments. Another fallen foe. That makes 287. Kessie observes, their voice devoid of emotion. Kai adds, "No one worth making an ally is showing up." Kessie sighs, "It's hard to tell whether I have no luck now or if my luck before was just good." "Luck, huh? That's the most important thing in life, seriously," Kai states, a hint of weariness in their tone. Chris, however, looks thoughtful. "Come to think of it, I do have a talent called Fortune Nut." A skeptical look crosses Kessie's face. "Fortune? Very lucky? What a deceitful talent." Kai comments, their voice laced with a warning. "Then you should be careful all the time, master." Chris's eyes widen in alarm. "Why?" A scale appears, perfectly balanced. Supposed to be in constant balance, or so it's rumored among the mercenaries, at least. If something good happens because of luck, then something bad will happen because of luck as well. Which means that if your luck is good in a desperate situation, then your luck will be bad at other times. The image shows a pile of skeletons sinking into the water. A chilling revelation unfolds before us. The skeletal figures, Cassie and Kai, suggest that Chris's incredible stroke of luck might be more than just chance. A subtle hint that his fortune is a double-edged sword. Chris, oblivious to the deeper implications, is simply happy with the outcome. His face lights up, a grin spreading across his features. That must be it. But the celebration is short-lived. Concern etches itself onto Cassie and Kai's bony faces. Their eyes widen, noticing something amiss. Chris's face is flushed, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. He insists he's fine, but his words ring hollow. It's nothing. I'm fine, he stammers, a clear sign of discomfort. Back at their home, a palpable sense of relief washes over the scene. We're back, but the tension remains. Life hangs heavy in the air. A warm welcome awaits them. Welcome back, says Kai, his voice a low, comforting rumble. But the question hangs in the air, are the preparations complete? A sudden, sharp intake of breath. Kai's skull seems to crackle with an eerie blue energy. The answer is a resounding no. Chris's eyes widen in understanding, a mixture of guilt and apology crossing his features. I see. Sorry, he mutters, his voice barely a whisper. The final panel reveals a surprising twist. Kai explains, normally, the item is easy to produce. The implication is clear, something has gone terribly wrong. 5. The skeletal figure raises its bony hands, a chilling aura emanating from its form. So anyway, I was lying down to cool my head. The skeletal figure explains, its voice a dry rasp. Oh geez. Unlucky. Chris mutters, a wry smile playing on his lips. Unlucky. It can't be because of my fortune, right? Could it be because of Master's fortune? Chris questions, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The skeletal figures exchange glances, a silent nod passing between them. I got exposed, one of them exclaims. I was wondering what you were talking about, but... Another skeletal figure speaks, its tone laced with a hint of exasperation. The failures are on me. I did it all with my own 2 hands, after all. The skeletal figure in the dark robe confesses, its posture slumping slightly. But if this can substitute for Master's misfortune, this failure means something at least, so it's not too bad. Chris chuckles, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Since I've calmed down, I will return to production. The skeletal figure announces, its form wobbling slightly as it turns to leave. By the way, Chris, you won't tell us what you're making? Another skeletal figure asks, a curious glint in its eye sockets. The door creaks open, revealing Chris, eyes wide with mischief. Behind him, Cassie and Kai, the skeletal figures, peek out, their glowing eyes full of curious anticipation. You must be oh so very free, Cassie hisses, a chilling suggestion hanging in the air. Why not go into the dungeon again instead of sneaking around? Kai adds, their voice echoing with a sinister glee. Chris, caught off guard, stammers an apology, his back to the camera, a clear sign of his sudden nervousness. Bam! The sound of a sudden impact echoes through the room. The tension snaps. Cassie and Kai's eyes widen in fear. Scary, Kai whispers, their voice trembling. The rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee fills the air, a dark liquid streams into a waiting cup. A skeletal hand, surprisingly delicate, reaches for the steaming beverage. 2 more skeletons, equally unsettling, carry a tray laden with more coffee, approaching a young man seated on a couch. Come to think of it, hasn't it been a really long time since Chris went in, one of the skeletons asks, concern lacing its voice. 3 days have passed since she last came out. The young man sighs, worry etched on his face. Is it not going well? I wonder if I can help at all. The skeletons exchange nervous glances. Don't you remember getting a death glare when we tried to sneak a peek? I'm sure that Lady Chris will be happier if you trust her and wait. A moment of quiet contemplation. Then, a reassuring smile plays on the young man's lips. True, Chris is smart, so she'll be fine. He takes a sip of his coffee. Suddenly, a chilling voice cuts through the quiet. Were you looking for me? Chris, hunched over, whispers, finished, you say. He lifts his head, revealing glowing eyes. Yes, it's finally done. A card, ornate and glowing, appears in his bony hand. That's the finished product? The card is shown in detail, intricate golden symbols shimmer on its dark surface. A spell card? What's that? The explanation unfolds. Simply put, it is a card engraved with a magic array. The golden symbols on the card begin to glow intensely, radiating light and energy. The power within is palpable. The narration continues. After you put mana into the card, visualize the spell, and chant the incantation. Anyone can use magic. A burst of icy energy erupts from the card, showcasing the card's power. In addition, it reduces casting time and allows you to use spells 2 circles above your own level. Chris hands the card to the main character, who examines it with curiosity. Let me take a look. The main character's impressed reaction is clear. Impressive. It's super elaborate. Must have been hard to make. A flashback shows a book, then Chris studying another book. Actually, in our world, spell books were the standard, since a card is too small. Also, spell cards are difficult to make, so I haven't used them much before. The young man's eyes widen, his jaw dropping slightly as he examines the intricately detailed spell card. Oh man, did you draw all of this by hand? The skeletal figure, Chris, explains his process, a hint of pride in his tone. He effortlessly manipulates the size of the printed designs, then sends them to the printer with a flourish. Asterisk whir. Clang, asterisk the printer works its magic, churning out multiple copies. Chris grins, revealing a terrifyingly toothy smile as he displays the finished spell cards. Snap, crackle, the air crackles with arcane energy. The young man presses for more information, his curiosity piqued. Then what was the thing you failed at before? Chris shrugs, a touch of self-deprecating humor in his bony frame. He explains the process of transforming the printed magic arrays into actual spell cards, a process that requires a delicate touch and precise mana control. The formula is revealed: printed magic array plus mana crystal dust equals spell card. The young man nods thoughtfully, understanding dawning on his face. Chris confirms that while the printer handles the bulk of the work, the final step requires manual precision. So it does take some manual labor. Yes, but the printer handled the hardest job, so I was able to produce them with ease. Chris reveals the final count: 20 spell cards. 14 first circle and 6 second circle cards, divided evenly between the young man and himself. The young man questions the lower circle count, but Chris explains that higher circles require significantly more mana. The scene shifts to a table where the spell cards are laid out, the skeleton's expressions reflecting the mana cost differences. It's because of mana consumption. The higher the circle, the more mana is expended. Chris sighs, a hint of weariness in his movements. He admits his limitations, his skills not yet refined enough to produce higher circle cards in greater numbers. But then, a sudden interruption. 2 other skeletons burst into the room, their eyes glowing menacingly. Hey! Magician lady! You don't have anything for us? Unfortunately, no. I barely had enough materials to make the spell cards. Chris explains, a hint of apology in his voice. Instead, I will make some proper equipment for you two later. Hope flares in the skeleton's eyes, they're ecstatic. Now we need to raise our levels to the highest they can go on floor 1. The main character's brow furrows, this is going to be tough. Oh right, my level must be the lowest. The skeletons eagerly volunteer their assistance. I can go right away, master. So can I, my lord, they chime in unison. A grand, imposing gate looms before them, emanating an aura of ancient power. The air crackles with arcane energy. The group approaches the gate, their shadows stretching long and ominous on the ground. 16 days have passed since their last encounter. Their levels are maxed out. Kim Hyunbok, Christina, Kai, and Kessler stand ready, their stats displayed prominently, all level 12. And finally, the spell cards, ready for use. The main character addresses his team, a determined glint in his eyes. We've done plenty of preparation. Do your best, everyone. His gaze falls on Kai, a weight of expectation in his words. Especially you, Kai. Your role is important. I trust you. Kai, the skeletal warrior, grips his massive sword. A silent vow. I shall repay your trust with the triumph of victory. Chris, ever the prepared one, appears before the party, bearing equipment on a tray. A metallic clink echoes as he presents his creations. And with a resounding thwack, Kai receives a powerful blow from behind. A shadowy figure looms, their presence menacing, only a glimpse of a dark cloak and a chilling aura. The party stands before a crumbling ancient ruin, the air thick with anticipation. The final confrontation begins. A horde of goblins, crammed onto crude rafts, navigates treacherous waters, their guttural cries echoing across the dark expanse. One particularly grotesque goblin grins, a chilling display of malice, his eyes gleaming with wicked intent. A blood-curdling roar shatters the silence, the goblin's transformation complete, a terrifying monstrosity emerges. The monstrous goblin unleashes a wave of furious attacks, its minions joining the fray, a chaotic maelstrom of green fury. The ground trembles under the weight of the goblin onslaught, a lone figure, silhouetted against the chaos, watches from below. He observes the sheer number of goblins, a grim realization dawning on him. There are way more goblins than we expected. We would have been screwed big time if we came with just us four. A sudden, chilling shriek pierces the air. Kai, betrayed, is revealed in a perilous situation. A large, ominous shadow looms over the scene, a weapon is drawn, ready for action. All troops. Charge! The command rings out, a desperate counterattack begins, blades clash against crude weapons, a whirlwind of steel and fury. The battle rages on, a brutal clash of might, the fate of the heroes hangs in the balance. A horde of grotesque goblins swarms from the shadows of a cavern, their guttural cries echoing through the darkness. Their crude weapons glinting menacingly under the dim light as they close in on their prey. Chris. Let's do it. A young man, Chris, draws a mystical card, a skeletal figure materializing beside him as he prepares for battle. A surge of fiery energy erupts as he unleashes a devastating firebolt. With a powerful flourish, he summons another card, doubling his fiery assault. The combined force of the firebolts explodes outwards, leaving behind a trail of scorched earth and fallen goblins. The remaining goblins, weakened and terrified, can only whimper as they watch their comrades perish. A skeletal warrior's chilling grin splits its face, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. Lady Chris and the Lord are giving us cover fire, the creature screeches, its voice a rasping death rattle. The horde charges. A whirlwind of green skin and crude weapons, they advance on their prey. But they are met with a storm of steel and magic. A blur of motion as Kai expertly deflects blows, his movements a deadly dance. Kai unleashes a magic arrow, a bolt of energy that pierces the air with deadly precision. Impressive. It was the right call to leave Kai in command, a voice booms from the sidelines. The skeletal warriors join the fray. Ha 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 ha. Kill him, one shrieks, its laughter echoing across the battlefield. A flurry of blows, a symphony of clashing steel and bone. As the undead and the living fight side by side against a common enemy. Kill them all, another skeletal warrior roars, its voice filled with cold fury. A swift, brutal strike. The goblin's lifeblood sprays across the ground as a skeletal warrior delivers a killing blow. Another goblin falls, its body sent flying through the air, a testament to the relentless onslaught. A skeletal warrior charges, its greatsword a blur of motion. The impact is deafening. A monstrous roar erupts as a particularly large goblin unleashes a furious attack. A hulking goblin warrior, muscles rippling with barely contained rage, stands defiant. His axe gleams menacingly. But a skeletal figure, surprisingly agile, darts forward, a wicked glint in its empty sockets. "I'll be the one to take you down," it declares, a chilling promise. The clash. A whirlwind of blows, a blur of motion. The goblin's axe meets the skeleton's blade in a shower of sparks. Clang, the force of the impact sends tremors through the ground. Another goblin lunges, its blade a streak of red. The skeleton parries with practiced ease, its movements precise and deadly. The skeleton stumbles, its armor failing to protect against a brutal blow. "Damn it! If only I had plate mail," it groans, its movements faltering. But the fight is far from over. With renewed determination, the skeleton charges again. "That's a promise," it vows, its eyes burning with fierce resolve. From the sidelines, a young man watches, his eyes narrowed in concentration. "Master, the finishing move," he urges, sensing the opportune moment. A flash of blue energy. The young man activates a powerful skill. "Got it," he shouts, his voice filled with confidence. Spark. The energy surges, crackling with raw power, forming a protective shield around the skeleton. A final, devastating blow. The skeleton, empowered by the young man's skill, unleashes a torrent of blue energy, obliterating its foe. The battle is won. A surge of blue energy crackles, the undead body laughs. "So my undead body is good for something after all." Ka ha 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 ha. The skeletal warrior is struck, thrown back. Where? He's barely conscious, but he fights on. Another goblin lunges, snarling, "Do you think you're going?" But the skeleton retaliates with a swift counterattack. Kek, kek. The skeleton unleashes a devastating blow. This is the end. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield. The goblin falls, defeated. The skeleton stands victorious, his glowing eyes burning bright, a chilling victory. A triumphant roar echoes across the battlefield. "Ha ha ha! We won!" The main character, battered but unbowed, encourages his allies. "Well done. Use this momentum to handle the rest. It's almost over. Just a bit more, everyone. Don't let your guard down until the very end." Chris provides cover fire, while Kai continues the charge. "I can't just stand around, can I?" The dust settles, a body lies still on the cold, hard ground. A triumphant grin spreads across his face, smeared with grime and blood. "We won," he exclaims, his voice echoing with exhilaration. A series of frantic beeps pierce the silence. A heavy object clunks to the floor. With a decisive thud, a worn bandage is ripped away, revealing the source of the beeping. The weary adventurers stumble into a dimly lit hallway. Muttering fills the air. "We're finally back." One of them, his face etched with exhaustion, whispers, My lord." His voice barely audible, he confesses, I'm exhausted." A surge of blue energy crackles around the skeletons. Their eyes glow with an eerie light. Exhausted from the dungeon crawl, the adventurer slumps against a wall, muttering about needing a rest. A moment of peace. Shattered by a sudden, guttural growl. A monstrous goblin, barely alive, stirs. The adventurer's attempt to relax is cut short. Thwack, he's sent sprawling by a surprise attack. Alarmed, his companions, the skeletons, rush to his side. "My lord! Did something happen?" The adventurer, bruised but defiant, assures them he's all right. A brave face. But the sheer number of slain goblins speaks volumes. He's clearly been through the ringer. With the immediate danger past, the adventurer suggests they return. "If we're all done here, let's go back." That took quite a while. But as he checks his phone, a new feature catches his eye: the rapid return service. The skeletons are equally surprised. It seems to be a new function. Could that be the reward for clearing the boss? The adventurer, ever the pragmatist, decides to test it out. Trying is the fastest way to find out. A shimmering portal, a swirling vortex of blue energy, rips open before us. The air crackles with arcane power. And from its depths, the adventurer emerges, landing hard on the cold, damp stone floor. 3 skeletons stare down at him, their bony faces etched with alarm. This is. The door appeared right in front of us, isn't this super convenient? The adventurer's voice is laced with disbelief, a mixture of exhaustion and wonder. His eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow. A wave of disorientation washes over him. A chilling uncertainty grips his heart. What just happened? One of the skeletons, bolder than the others, approaches cautiously, staff in hand. What a ridiculous thing, he exclaims, his glowing blue eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. Dimensional connection? Materialization? Or both? How can something like this be possible? The skeleton's voice is a low, rattling whisper, filled with awe and confusion. Another skeleton, seemingly the leader, speaks in a hushed tone. Chris. Just give up, master. Magicians go rabid for magic and magic-related stuff. It's better not to bother a magician when they're like that, my lord. Then when are we going home? The third skeleton's impatience is palpable. The portal flickers, a silent promise of escape. But the leader shakes his head. It's impossible for the time being. We have to wait here then? The final skeleton sighs, resigned. It's still better to wait when they're like that. The adventurer sighs, a clear weight on his shoulders. The skeletons watch, their bony faces a mask of amusement and concern. Yeah, the aftermath could get nasty. A skeletal figure, cloaked in dark robes, stands before a shimmering, ethereal door. A faint blue energy pulses from its surface. The adventurer sits up, disoriented. The heck, he asks, his eyes wide with confusion. The skeletons exchange knowing glances. One of them explains, Chris, did you buy something from the dungeon site? He shakes his head. No, sir. I haven't ordered anything recently. A large cardboard box arrives, emblazoned with the words Dungeon Express. It seems someone has sent the adventurer a package. A package arrives, bearing the Dungeon Express logo. The label reads, Recipient, Kim Hyun-bak. Sender, Magician President. A box cutter slices through the tape, revealing a surprised adventurer, surrounded by 3 grinning skeletons. Their eyes glow with an eerie light. Inside, a chainmail shirt shimmers, an emblem of a letter subtly woven into the fabric. A message unfolds, greetings from the Magician President. The adventurer reads a note, his expression shifting from surprise to thoughtful consideration. The president's words praise his dungeon-clearing progress, but also emphasizes the dangers of solo exploration. The president's gift, superior chainmail, self-repairing, and self-cleaning. The skeletons present the gift with a flourish, the adventurer's gratitude is palpable. He holds the chainmail, a soft smile playing on his lips. Thank you so much, he murmurs. One skeleton playfully teases, it would have been even better if you had gotten it before facing the boss. The adventurer sheepishly agrees. A conversation about returning the favor begins. The adventurer's loyalty is clear, he wants to repay the magician president's kindness. The dungeon web's bustling marketplace unfolds before us, a digital bazaar of magical wares. A listing catches the eye, chainmail, passives, automatic repair, and cleaning, all for 80k. A skeletal hand gestures, a spell card shimmering into existence. How about a spell card, the mischievous bone being suggests. The adventurer's eyebrows shoot up. A spell card? Is that okay? The skeleton explains, yes, I was planning on selling them later anyway. From his nickname, he appears to be a magician, so a spell card should be a meaningful gift. A thoughtful consideration. The skeleton adds, also, it'll be a good learning opportunity for you, master. A sly grin spreads across the adventurer's face. Learning? The skeletons explain, you should learn first circle magic and arrays now. You're a magician too, master. Also, it will have more meaning if you make it yourself and send it as a gift. The adventurer hesitates. Reasoning. I just got back from the dungeon. I should rest for at least one day. But the skeleton counters, for a magician, research and training are the same as resting. Defeated, the adventurer sighs. Alright then, let's get to it. Special training begins, the skeletons overseeing the process with mischievous glee. The sound of focused concentration fills the air. A sharp knock-knock echoes through the quiet home. President, I'm coming in, the adventurer calls out. From inside the office, a voice replies, You're already inside, aren't you, Mark? I told you to knock before you come in. A hushed apology hangs in the air, the weight of unspoken words heavy between the two figures. But the second man, unimpressed, cuts through the tension. HM? Did something good happen? The first man's response is immediate, of course, it's good. He reveals a surprising update, he's still alive and challenging the dungeon, so I sent him some chainmail. His colleague's jaw drops. What? How can you send something so expensive? Unfazed, the first man leans forward, a glint in his eye. Like I said last time, I don't regret it at all. Take a gander at this monitor, will you? The screen displays a forum post, Rapid Minor Healing. A valuable spell, but with a warning. A detail that catches the second man's attention. That's right. This is something written by that fellow. A chuckle escapes the first man. Who knew? Fate works in truly mysterious ways. His conviction deepens. With this, I simply can't stop supporting him. The dungeon looms before them, a dark maw promising untold challenges, but the adventurer, with his skeletal companions at his side, stands resolute. A lone figure treads through the dimly lit passage, each step echoing in the oppressive silence. The flickering torchlight dances on the rough-hewn walls, illuminating a path forward. A party of adventurers, led by a young man, cautiously explores the cavern. Two skeletal figures flank them, their glowing eyes piercing the gloom. Two goblin-like creatures scurry at their feet. The young man surveys his surroundings, a thoughtful expression on his face. Doesn't seem much different from the first floor, he muses. But his confidence wavers slightly as a skeletal mage warns him. Carelessness means death. The young man smiles, unconcerned. I'm not being careless. Suddenly, a horde of goblins materializes, summoned by the mage's incantation. Summoned with your words, the mage cackles. The young man's eyes widen in surprise. An orc? The young man shouts a command. Charge! A skeletal warrior lunges forward, a blur of motion. The skeletal warrior cuts a swathe through the goblin horde, a whirlwind of steel and bone. The battle rages. Goblins and an orc, a fearsome sight, charge towards the young man and his party. A whirlwind of blows. Sweat beads on the young man's brow. Ridiculous, he mutters, his expression a mixture of disbelief and grim determination. The goblins, vicious and relentless, swarm forward, their crude weapons flashing in the dim light. But the young man's party is pushing back. The goblins I leveled up are getting pushed back, one exclaims, surprised by their unexpected resilience. A bone-white hand, wielding a glowing blade, strikes with blinding speed. Clang, the impact sends a shockwave through the air. The skeletal warrior, a blur of motion, continues his relentless assault, leaving a trail of defeated goblins in his wake. And then, looming from the shadows of a cave, a hulking orc appears. As expected of an orc, it sure is strong, at least, the young man observes, his voice tight with anticipation. But this is not the end. From the darkness, more goblins emerge, a fresh wave of enemies, their numbers overwhelming. Panic threatens to overwhelm the young man. Oh no! Another group of mobs appeared, he cries out, his voice strained. But his skeletal companion reassures him, please do not worry. A grim determination settles on the young man's face as he prepares for the next onslaught. A skeletal figure, cloaked in shadows, reveals a strange card. Master of Dark Arts, he whispers a single word, mana. And with a surge of arcane energy, the life force flows from the young man, a torrent of blue light. I'm borrowing some mana, the skeleton explains, his voice a chilling rasp. His face contorts in pain, a wave of exhaustion washes over him as his mana is drained. A ton of mana is getting sucked out of me. The skeleton's eyes glow with an eerie blue light, a command echoes across the battlefield, Kessel, Kai, now. A blur of motion, a sword cleaves the water with terrifying speed. A fiery orb coalesces, crackling with raw power, a sphere of pure destruction. Fireball, roars the young man, channeling the stolen mana into a devastating attack. The skeleton raises his staff, adding his own dark magic to the mix. The blast rips through the air, a wave of searing heat engulfs the approaching horde. A cataclysmic explosion. Goblins and orcs are sent flying, incinerated by the inferno. The monstrous grin splits the creature's face, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its eyes, burning with malevolent energy, fix on the young man. But the skeletal mage cries out, a desperate plea echoing in the face of overwhelming power. A wave of incandescent energy erupts. The very air crackles with the force of the spell. A cataclysmic fireball engulfs the beast in a maelstrom of fire. The young man, breathless but triumphant, stares at the aftermath. Amazing! Third circle magic is really incredible. He grins, a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration etched on his face. That was really amazing, seriously. The skeletal mage, Kessel, lies broken, but alive. I'm alright, master. Kessel explains his condition, his voice a dry rasp. It's merely a little mana exhaustion. Falling apart because I'm a skeleton is truly fascinating. The young man, slightly unnerved, replies, you scared the shit out of me, too, you know? Kessel groans, my legs are completely destroyed. The skeletal mage, Chris, channels his remaining mana, a surge of icy blue energy erupts from his bones. Exhausted, the young man collapses to the floor. Chris is good for now. Now I'm the one with mana exhaustion, he groans, his voice barely a whisper. Chris, ever the pragmatist, shrugs off his injuries. He's fine. Skeletons regrow their bones after a while. A heated argument ensues about the young man's callous disregard for Chris's broken legs. Despite the bickering, a sense of relief washes over them. I suppose. I apologize, Kessel. I will be more careful in the future. The young man offers a sincere apology. The young man sighs, a weight lifted from his shoulders. Everyone's safe, at least. Though we did lose all the tamed goblins. Chris raises an eyebrow, intrigued. By the way, how did you manage a fireball? You didn't tell me you prepared something like that, did you? I prepared it just in case, the young man replies, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. Chris muses, just in case, you say? Sometimes, magicians move on impulse. The young man chuckles. Impulse, that word doesn't really suit you, Chris? Chris counters with a playful jab, referencing a past event. Why not? Just remember the door from last time, that was far removed from rational, no? The skeletal mage, ever the pragmatist, lays out his plan, then starting off with magic should make the battle easier. A discussion ensues. The young man suggests buying equipment, but the mage counters, revealing a hidden weakness, but you said you didn't want any back when I first offered. It couldn't be helped back then because I was still getting used to my body. It's fine now. The mage presses on, revealing more, there's another reason, my lord. Another reason? The secret is out. It's because of weight. Because we're skeletons, we don't have enough weight and can't bring out any destructive power. The solution? More weight. That's why we have to increase our weight with equipment. With some equipment, I'll only need one fist to pummel a porky. But there's another way, a more drastic measure. Other than equipment. We could make a nucleus. A nucleus? The young man is confused. The mage sighs, I taught you that last time. It seems you have been slacking on your reviewing. I will instruct you with greater intensity. Please no. Well, trying to cram so much information in a short period was. The skeletal mage explains, illustrating with images of powerful undead creatures. I will explain it again. A nucleus is something undead can have, something like a heart. No matter how strong an undead is, if their nucleus is destroyed, they will die. The young man contemplates the implications. Do we really have to make one then? Then, isn't it just a weakness? The mage lets out a weary sigh. Sigh. It seems you truly do not remember a thing. Undead monsters, their glowing red eyes pierce the darkness. A chilling presence hangs over the water. They are relentless, immune to pain and fatigue. A seemingly impossible foe. But even these horrors have a weakness. A glowing nucleus, the key to their destruction. The skeletal mage points to his chest, revealing the location of the nucleus. Recently created undead lack this vital core, a detail that could change everything. The discussion shifts to strategy. A plan is forming, a bold decision to increase their strength for future dungeon explorations. The risks are high, but the potential rewards are even greater. The acquisition of a nucleus grants access to powerful abilities. Circle and aura sphere, techniques crucial for both mages and swordsmen. A question hangs in the air. How has Chris been using magic all this time, without a circle? The answer is shocking. A clandestine meeting unfolds. Chris, the young man, sits across from a skeletal figure, an unsettling contrast in the ordinary setting of his home. The skeletal figure's request hangs heavy in the air, the creation of nuclei. Chris, after a moment of contemplation, agrees. A shrewd decision, or a dangerous gamble? The process begins, but a sudden snag. The skeletal figure rejects Chris's initial, overly enthusiastic approach. Revealing the stringent requirements for creating a nucleus, a mana-absorbing material, such as a special mineral, a monster's heart, or a gem of exceptional quality. Chris's eyes widen as the implications sink in. Gems, the solution seems clear, but the cost. A reality check arrives in the form of a financial assessment. 30,000 isn't chump change, but is it enough to buy a gem large enough for a nucleus? The skeletal figure provides a sobering comparison. A 1-carat diamond ring costs around 4,000. The sheer scale of the task becomes apparent. A nucleus requires a gem at least 5 centimeters in diameter. Chris's hopes seem to crumble. Is there another way? A glimmer of hope. The skeletal figure reveals a secret, a different path. A whirlwind of motion as the skeletal figure darts around Chris's room, a flurry of activity. Dungeon explorers earn rewards proportional to the danger they face. A fair system, indeed, but how will Chris and his skeletal familiar fund their ambitious nucleus creation project? The plan is set in motion. Chris hands over the signed documents, a crucial step in their fundraising strategy. The skeletal familiar, ever the strategist, reveals their next move, selling spell cards on Dungeon Site. A bold plan, but one with a solid foundation. The skeletal familiar's prior negotiations have already secured permission from Dungeon Site admins. Their hard work pays off, a smooth path to success. A slight snag appears. The second floor of the dungeon is currently too dangerous for exploration, a temporary setback. Chris acknowledges the risk, but remains resolute. They must be diligent in their battles to maintain their edge, a strategic decision. The plan is refined. 1 battle per dungeon run. A calculated approach to minimize risk, a testament to their adaptability. With the plan finalized, Chris begins the listing process. Fingers fly across the keyboard, the spell card sales are about to begin. The listing is complete. The spell cards are live on Dungeon Site, the fundraising campaign is officially underway. The spell card details are clear, 21st circle and 10-second circle spells available. Pricing is set, the sales begin. Chris collapses onto the floor, a defeated groan escaping his lips. H-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A. His eyes widen, a stark terror gripping him. I'm seriously gonna die. But a comforting presence appears. Chris's skeletal familiar offers a cup of hot honey water, a gesture of support and care. You've worked hard, my lord. Please have some hot honey water. The familiar sits, opening a cardboard box, a mischievous glint in its eye sockets. I sure was hella surprised. Chris takes a sip, his expression shifting from exhaustion to disbelief. Who knew they would sell out within 5 minutes? A wide grin spreads across his face as he sees the sales figures. Yeah. I was a bit scared seeing the biggest sum I'd ever laid eyes on in my life. Though half of that got used for production fees. Chris and his familiar discuss their next steps, a sense of accomplishment and anticipation filling the air. We'll have more than enough money to make the nuclei. We should start purchasing the materials soon. That's true, we need to start making them soon. But Chris pleads for a break, exhaustion evident in his posture. Can I do it after I rest for just 1 day? I'm dying here. The house needs tidying up, so just today. Having a nucleus is nice. The mana surges within, a powerful wave of energy. A feeling of rebirth washes over the skeleton. Reborn, indeed. 3 skeletons stand before a man, their glowing cores pulsing with newfound power. A transformation is complete. But the man looks unconvinced. It makes that much of a difference? But you don't appear any different. He questions the results. A chuckle escapes the skeleton's bony jaw. It did cost us $1.6 million, after all the money we'd spent. But there's a silver lining. Using artificial gems instead of natural ones brought the cost down significantly. They were even able to order the exact size they needed. The man remains skeptical. But you said that its mana capacity was only 70% of a natural gem, right? The skeleton explains, I made it so that it'll resonate with a central nucleus later. Once it's added, the central nucleus will become much more powerful. The man nods slowly, impressed. So you planned ahead, huh? Behold, Kessel. Level 15, Skeleton Warrior, his stats laid bare for all to see. Strength, agility, constitution, a formidable presence. And now, Kai. Level 13, another skeleton, but his stats, they've changed. A significant jump in magic power. The numbers speak for themselves. A dramatic shift in Kai's capabilities. The man's eyes widen, a silent gasp escaping his lips. Something's different, something significant. A trio of skeletons, their glowing eyes a testament to their newfound power, a group selfie captures the moment. There's something new in the magic power section, one of them declares. It seems their magic power is now calculated separately from their inherent talent. A significant upgrade. But the nucleus is still fresh, meaning further changes are possible. Daily stat checks are now mandatory. With their boosted magic, dungeon raiding will be a breeze. But wait. A sudden halt. We need to make sure the nucleus is properly attached, one skeleton warns. Training at home is safer for now. The man nods in agreement. Okay, let's go into the dungeon later. A skeletal warrior turns to his master, a question hanging in the air. Did you witness that, master? The skeletal warrior stands over a fallen foe, a glowing sword radiating power. The sword's aura pulses with energy, a weapon of immense power, only usable by a high-ranking mercenary. The master, impressed, utters a single word, amazing. But the skeleton's response is swift and dismissive, any skilled swordsman could achieve this much. A swift strike. The skeleton effortlessly deflects an attack from a hulking green brute, preparing to unleash something far more impressive. The sword explodes with raw power. A shockwave rips through the landscape, Keeg. The earth trembles under the force of the attack. The sheer force of the attack leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. The master watches in awe as the skeleton unleashes his new power. That's incredible, Kai. You fired off your sword aura. Kai, the skeleton, prepares for another strike, his eyes glowing with power. From the depths of a dark cavern, a skeletal figure emerges, sword in hand. His declaration echoes through the space, even I can do that. Above, a monstrous figure recoils, a guttural sound escaping its lips, clue. A blinding flash. A colossal explosion erupts from the water below, sending shockwaves across the surface. Kessel, awestruck, watches the aftermath. Kessel, your AMA? The skeletal warrior lies broken on the ground, groaning in pain. Ha! Kessel's expression shifts to concern. Kessel? I'm having déjà vu. Shit. He explains, I think I used too much mana. We gathered a lot of mana before we came here, yet you used it all already? Are you sure you're okay? The other skeletal figures chime in, explaining the mana consumption of Kessel's attack. Utilizing sword aura for ranged attacks typically consumes a lot of mana. Though it doesn't normally require much if you just use it for melee attacks. Kessel just went overboard. Kessel, holding a small, glowing orb, explains, that's because I'm still getting used to this body. It'll be fine once I'm used to it. An unexpected situation unfolds deep within the dungeon. The air is thick with tension as the man examines a strange, orb-like object. Kessel, his mana reserves depleted, mutters about low regeneration. The man, ever practical, reminds him that they're broke and need to sell more spell cards. Despite the dire financial straits, the man's concern shifts to Kessel's well-being. He urges Kessel to rest, before more monsters appear. But it's already too late. A chilling scene unfolds before them, two skeletal figures and a menacing presence. A low growl rumbles through the cavern. The ground trembles beneath their feet. And then, a terrifying roar erupts. The shadows writhe as monstrous forms emerge from the darkness. The monstrous forms reveal themselves, hulking gnolls, their eyes burning with savage intent. The man's face contorts in horror. Gnolls, he cries, realizing Kessel is completely outmatched. Kessel is surrounded, desperately fighting back against the relentless onslaught. The gnolls' claws tear through the air, a flurry of vicious attacks. The battle rages on, a brutal dance of survival against overwhelming odds. Panic grips the young man as Kessel, the skeletal mage, faces a terrifying question: what should we do? Kessel's response is immediate, a surge of raw power. Lightning bolt. The incantation crackles with energy, unleashing a furious barrage of bolts that strike the gnolls with brutal force. But the relentless assault continues. Kessel raises his staff again, his glowing eyes fixed on the threat. And unleashes another spell, Ice Breath. A chilling wave of frost sweeps across the battlefield, freezing the gnolls in their tracks. The young man watches, his fear giving way to awe. But the respite is short-lived. With a roar, the gnolls shatter the ice, their fury undiminished, and launch a desperate attack. Kessel, his movements a blur, dodges and weaves. A desperate struggle for survival. A gnoll's jaws snap shut, inches from Kessel's skull. But with a swift, brutal counterattack, Kessel sends the beast sprawling. The battle rages on. It's over. Just like that? The young man stares, dumbfounded, clutching a glowing skull. His disbelief is palpable. He sits on the shore, the skull resting beside him. Master. Why, yeah. A skeletal figure, his master, approaches, staff in hand. A chilling reminder: a magician has to always keep their cool. The skull's icy gaze pierces the young man's soul. If you're panicking, you won't be using your skills to the fullest. Worst case scenario, it will lead you to your death. The weight of his master's words sinks in. Yeah, you're right. I was lacking. He admits his shortcomings. He's right. You were just a normal person until a few months ago, my lord. The master's words offer a stark contrast to the young man's rapid growth. You're actually growing at an amazing rate, master. You do have your shortcomings from growing so rapidly, but you have us, so don't worry. Encouragement and reassurance from his spectral companions. You're right. I have you guys with me. A sigh of relief, a hint of gratitude, a sniffle. Kessel, Kai, Chris, thanks and. The young man's gratitude extends to his companions, their forms visible in the background. Please keep looking after me. A heartfelt plea, a silent promise. Good work as always, guys. See you tomorrow. The young man smiles, a sense of peace settling over him. Thanks for all your efforts, my lord. Get some good rest. The words, soft yet sincere, echo in the dimly lit room. A gentle farewell from his loyal companions. A warmth spreads through him, a comfort in their care. He makes his way to bed, the rhythmic swish of pajamas a quiet counterpoint to the racing thoughts of the day. Finally sinking into the soft embrace of sleep. I'm tired, but this isn't so bad. A sigh escapes his lips, a mixture of exhaustion and contentment. He awakens with a start. Disoriented, he looks around, a question forming on his lips: where is this place? A peaceful slumber, a gentle smile plays on his lips. He awakens, disoriented. Where is this place? A strange, endless corridor stretches before him. There's nothing here. I feel like I've already walked so much. Doubt clouds his mind. This is probably a dream, I guess. A sense of unease settles in. Why did I have to have a dream like this, of all things? He wonders when he'll wake up, deciding to wait. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts. Ha! What the? A surge of energy, a blinding blue light erupts from within him. His mana, it's overflowing. The blue light intensifies, swirling around the unnamed protagonist. He's caught in a maelstrom of power, completely overwhelmed. But he's also strangely exhilarated? A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he realizes the sheer power coursing through his veins. Isn't this pretty dangerous? He gasps, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. Panic sets in. He tries to control the surge, but the power is too immense. The light pulses, threatening to consume him. Just stop already, he cries out, his voice strained with desperation. The raw energy threatens to tear him apart. With a final, desperate surge, the unnamed protagonist focuses his will. The chaotic energy begins to coalesce. A wave of power washes over him. The light dims slightly, revealing a face contorted in grim determination. He's fighting back. If you're inside my body, obey me, he roars, his voice filled with newfound power and resolve. The blue light pulses once more, but now, it seems to respond to his command. He struggles to maintain control, his body trembling with the effort. The light continues to ebb and flow. Ba-thump. Two powerful beats echo in the silence, as if a new heart begins to pulse within him. A heart, glowing with an ethereal blue light, pulses at the center of a swirling vortex of energy. The sound of a powerful heartbeat reverberates outwards, ba-thump. The energy explodes outwards, a wave of pure power emanating from its core. The unnamed protagonist, jolted awake, clutches his chest, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. The same blue energy radiates from within him. A visible manifestation of the immense power surging through his veins. Voices call out, urgent and concerned, wake up! Snap, out of it! Master! Please wake up, Master! He snaps awake, eyes darting around wildly. The sudden jolt leaves him breathless. And he sees them, three skeletal figures, their glowing eyes fixated on him. Hey! He's finally awake. Confused, he asks, huh? Did something happen? Why are you all in my room? One of the skeletons responds, of course something happened. And something much worse almost did too. I sensed an unusual mana ripple from your room, Master. Could it be? A lingering question hangs in the air, a puzzle piece yet to fall into place. The skeletal figures, their glowing eyes piercing, listen intently. Chris, their leader, speaks, his words carrying the weight of a recent ordeal. His mana, once a raging storm, now flows with newfound stability, a subtle but significant change. A dawning realization, a slow, creeping understanding of what transpired during his sleep. His eyes widen, reflecting the shock of the truth, a truth that shakes him to his core. A burst of light, a raw display of power, a tangible manifestation of his newfound control. The word light echoes, a powerful affirmation of his mastery, a testament to his newfound strength. Understanding dawns, a breakthrough moment of clarity, the pieces of the puzzle finally click into place. The mana within him, a source of power he now commands, no longer a threat, but a tool. His control is absolute, his power undeniable, a new era of mastery begins. A skeletal figure, eyes blazing with ethereal blue energy, looms large. Its very presence crackles with power. A surge of magical energy washes over the unnamed protagonist as he sits in bed. Two skeletal figures flank him, their forms shimmering with the same otherworldly light. The energy intensifies, swirling around the protagonist, a breathtaking spectacle of arcane might. And then, it subsides. The protagonist stands, a newfound power radiating from within. "Congratulations on becoming a true magician, master," one of the skeletons proclaims. Surprise etched across his face, he exclaims, "I got to the third circle?" The skeletons erupt in celebratory applause. "This is a momentous occasion, my lord," one of them cries out. The protagonist, still reeling from the sudden advancement, mumbles a quiet yeah, thanks. A glowing, ethereal image of a heart, pulsating with magical energy, appears on his chest. He reflects, but you're right. How did that happen? How did I suddenly reach the third circle? One of the skeletons explains patiently, magic is a field of study that's greatly connected to your mind. It's not uncommon for explosive growth to occur. The protagonist ponders, so did I achieve some enlightenment? I don't think I did anything that special. The skeleton responds, enlightenment doesn't always have to be something incredible. In a way, it is simply about learning more about yourself and getting to a higher place. The scene shifts to a visual metaphor, a man climbing a ladder over a wall. The skeleton continues, of course, enlightenment comes differently to people. The enlightenment that allowed you to grow could be useless to someone else. A skeletal mage, eyes glowing with arcane energy, speaks of enlightenment, its value irrelevant to his own pursuit. Meanwhile, a young man, seemingly unfazed by the presence of death, requests tutelage. A rumbling stomach interrupts the solemn moment. The skeletal mage reveals a powerful secret: by combining control and blessing of mana, the student can manipulate mana itself, not just use it. This allows spellcasting without precise incantations. The revelation leaves the skeletal mage himself surprised. But there's a catch. This method drastically increases mana consumption, but it also grants a significant advantage against stronger opponents. The student, now brimming with newfound power, feels a surge of purpose. He's finally useful. His master, sensing his eagerness, declares that training begins immediately. All spells, all abilities, must be mastered. The student, overwhelmed but resolute, prepares for the challenge ahead. Any and all, he asks, a mix of awe and determination in his voice. The training begins, intense and immediate. There's no time to waste. The student is dragged away, his protests barely audible above the urgency of the situation. A fiery explosion erupts. The force of the firebolt spell rocks the very foundations. As a blinding streak of cyan energy follows, a magic arrow piercing the heart of the chaos. Ki-eek. The skeletons are thrown back, their bony bodies cracking under the assault. Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha. Spark. The master laughs, a triumphant sound echoing across the battlefield. Did the studying break his brain? He's really blowing some steam. Ha! Refreshed. His shoulders relax, a smile spreading across his face. The tension melts away. That did wonders for my stress. His skills have improved, master. The skeletons bow, their glowing eyes reflecting the light of his newfound power. Let's take our time heading back. Already? It's not good to go overboard, my lord. You still need to study at home. It would be troubling if you were to collapse out of exhaustion. A wave of concern washes over the skeletal companions. He groans, the weight of his exertion finally catching up. The steam has cleared, leaving behind a sense of accomplishment. Phew. Back in his room, he dries his hair, the quiet hum of the house a stark contrast to the recent battle. Done with your shower, my lord? Did something happen? The skeletons inquire, their empty sockets filled with concern. Take a look at our stats. His eyes widen, a sudden jolt of surprise. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room, where 3 skeletal figures sit around a table. 2 are clearly warriors, the other a mage. An air of anticipation hangs heavy in the air. A status screen appears, revealing a significant increase in the master's stats. His max level has risen. The master's voice cuts through the silence, laced with disbelief. Huh? You guys knew about this? One of the skeletons explains, our bodies changed, of course we would know. Plus, the change is visible on the outside. The skeleton gestures towards the master, a measuring line appearing between them. The master looks confused. The master's eyes widen in disbelief as he sees the drastic change in his own size. Get so big? Another skeleton speaks, it seems our bodies are still changing, but our bones seem to be larger and sturdier than before. Tears stream down the master's face as he realizes the extent of the transformation. Not you too, Chris? Chris, the skeleton mage, explains that his changes are internal, not outwardly visible. The master sighs in relief, then confusion. So you didn't grow any taller, but why did this happen? A young boy, finger pointing emphatically, delivers the news, you ascended to the 3rd circle recently. The master, now a young man, sits in thought, his jaw clenched, a subtle aura of power emanating from him. That power, a ripple effect of his ascension, has impacted his companions. A question arises, a spark of ambition in his eyes, then, if I get stronger, will you guys get stronger too? The answer is a resounding, simultaneous level up, as both the master and his skeletal companions are enveloped in a brilliant, ethereal glow. Chris, one of the skeletal figures, explains, we'll only know what kind of changes after the evolution is complete. But one thing is certain, what we know for sure is that you grew stronger, master, and so did we. The implications are clear, dungeon exploration will be significantly easier now. A strategic discussion unfolds around the table. Chris suggests, I think I've become a lot more proficient with magic, so maybe we should try to clear the dungeon little by little now? The master, a slight smirk playing on his lips, acknowledges his progress. I still have a ways to go, huh? But Chris's words confirm his significant advancement, is what I'd like to say, but you have become a great magician on par with anyone. The skeletal companions discuss the new equipment, which will be ready soon. One exclaims, oh. Our equipment will finally be ready. Another adds, that's very good news. The reason for the delay is revealed, I just needed to bestow magic on the equipment, so the production time was short. A plan is set in motion, so let us begin the exploration in a week. A final instruction is given, until then, it's back to magic training. Please prepare yourself. The master's response is a comical groan of resignation, no. A chilling chuckle echoes. You kept your promise. Full plate mail, complete. The skeletal warrior strikes a triumphant pose, gleaming with newly forged power. A maniacal giggle escapes the skeletal warrior's grin. The performance should be much better than regular plate mail. A mighty blow lands. Increased durability via strengthening magic. The skeletal warrior shrugs it off, unfazed. Didn't feel a thing. Acceleration magic activated with magic power. Weight control magic increases and decreases the weight. And automatic repair, to boot. The blade gleams, its edge maintained by magic like sharpness, strengthening magic, and automatic repair. Their new equipment shines, reflecting the skeletal warrior's delight. A silent understanding passes between them. Those two look so happy. A master observes his companion's joy, a warmth spreading through his chest. A surprise awaits. I made something for you as well, master. The master's eyes widen in pleasant surprise. Of course. Try putting it on. The master receives a new coat, not just any robe, but a coat imbued with potent magic. He examines the garment, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. This is no ordinary coat. It's enchanted with strengthening, automatic repair, and weight reduction magic. The skeletal companions explain further. The pockets possess spatial enlargement magic, allowing it to hold a surprising amount of gear without becoming heavy. Impressive. It must have been hard to bestow so much magic. But Chris, ever the pragmatist, points out a crucial detail. The pockets, while magically enhanced, are still fragile. Despite this limitation, they're still incredibly useful for short-term use. The skeletons eagerly begin to fill the coat's pockets, a flurry of activity. Even with this amazing new equipment, the master's companions know that it's not a permanent solution. The monsters they face are growing stronger, and even the best gear has its limits. The master and Kessel exchange a knowing glance. They understand the inherent risks, but the need to test the new equipment is undeniable. With a shared look of determination, the team prepares for action. The time for testing has arrived. Kessel's excitement is palpable. He's ready to put the new gear to the test. Kai echoes Kessel's enthusiasm. Their patience has run out, and they're eager to see what this new equipment can do. The master grins, a glint in his eye. Yeah, our equipment is ready to go, so let's continue the dungeon exploration. A wave of excitement washes over the group as they prepare for the dungeon delve. Woohoo! The air crackles with anticipation. But then, a plush toy catches the master's eye. Eh? Why is there a plushie here? Kessel's mischievous grin is quickly replaced by a look of mild panic as the master questions his packing choices. Just how much did you shove in here? Deep within the dungeon, the party presses onward, their determination unwavering. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and something ancient. As they encounter a pair of skeletal guardians, their glowing eyes burning with eerie light. The hunt is on. A horde of goblins, led by a hulking brute, emerges from the shadows, ready for a fight. A skeletal warrior, eyes glowing menacingly, emerges from the shadows. On! Fireball! The incantation echoes as a searing inferno erupts from the skull's mouth. A fiery explosion rocks the very ground. The force is immense. A blur of motion. A sword arcs through the air. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. The goblin lies defeated, groaning in pain. Kirk! The goblin coughs, his face contorted in agony. You off your rocker? Why are you getting so mad? He sputters, his voice strained. You destroyed my legs last time and nearly killed me again. The goblin's rage is palpable. That accident occurred because I could not predict the strength of the spell, but this time, I merely attacked first. It's completely different. The skeletal warrior's tone is defensive, yet his expression remains cold. Both times were freakin' dangerous though. The goblin's fear is evident, despite his anger. I disagree. It was a safe distance. What if your spell went haywire? Looking at the results, you're safe, no? The skeletal warrior's logic is chillingly calm. A weary sigh escapes the master's lips. I beg of you, don't fight in the dungeon, it's dangerous. More importantly, if the surviving monsters call reinforcements, it'll be a pain in the ass. The master's warning hangs heavy in the air, then, with a sudden poof, the goblin vanishes. They ran away. A skeletal figure grins, a mischievous glint in its empty sockets. Indeed. The tension breaks, replaced by a shared chuckle. A chilling presence, a skeletal figure emerges from the shadows, its glowing eyes burning with an eerie light. Deep within a cavern, a horde of goblins stirs, their bloodshot eyes fixated on something unseen. The pack grows larger, a snarling mass of green skin and vicious intent, their guttural cries echoing through the darkness. More goblins, their ragged forms barely concealing their savage hunger, they are ready to strike. A grim assessment. All the monsters that fled seem to have gathered here. Around 50 in total. A seasoned warrior, his face etched with grim determination. These punks, struggling so desperately to survive. A steely gaze, a plan forming. Alright then, we'll take them all down in one go this time, too. A sudden charge. The warriors burst forth from the shadows, into the heart of the goblin horde. A chaotic clash. The goblins' crude weapons meet steel, a flurry of blows and desperate screams. A fireball explodes. The sheer force of the blast sends shockwaves across the battlefield, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Goblin eyes gleam with primal fear as they stare into the heart of the inferno. A monstrous goblin lunges forward, its axe whistling through the air, a terrifying roar shakes the very ground. But the warrior is ready. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes psychokinesis. Blades of pure energy materialize, spinning and dancing to his command, a deadly ballet of destruction. He hurls the energy blades with pinpoint accuracy, piercing through the ranks of the enemy, a storm of steel and light. The skeletal mage observes, his glowing eyes tracking every movement. His turn is coming. With a chilling laugh, the skeletal mage charges into the fray. The battle reaches its peak. A ferocious beast lunges, claws extended. The air crackles with raw power. As the warrior, exhausted but resolute, prepares to meet the challenge. "Kai," he shouts, drawing his sword. The skeletal mage's eyes glow with an eerie, teal light, he's watching, calculating. A moment of tense anticipation before the clash. The warrior grips his blade, steel gleaming. A blinding flash. The beast charges, a red energy beam erupting from its maw. *BAM*, the impact reverberates. KIK, the beast stumbles. The warrior's counterattack is swift and brutal. 3 goblins flinch, their eyes wide with terror. Crunch, the earth trembles under the force of the blow. More goblins flee, their panicked cries echoing through the cavern. "Master," a voice calls out. "I know," the skeletal mage replies, his staff striking the ground. Earth spike. Jagged shards of ice erupt from the earth, a devastating display of power. The monstrous beast lunges, claws extended. A wave of green fury crashes against the warrior. But the skeletal mage is ready. "Ice bolt," he cries, unleashing a blizzard of icy shards. The goblins shriek as the ice pierces their flesh. "Kaik, kaik," the chilling blasts freeze their movements, leaving them vulnerable. "Our side's pretty much finished," the mage observes, "now we just have to help Kettle." But the warrior is already on top of it. Thud, a goblin head rolls, the battle already won. "Humph. No need for that, master." The skeletal mage, his work done, declares, "I'm all finished over here." He emerges from the fray, a grim smile on his bony face, a trophy clutched in his hand, a goblin head. Meanwhile, the warrior approaches, concern etched on his face. "Worked out well again, what a relief. How is your equipment, everyone?" The skeletal mage beams, giving a thumbs up. "Excellent. It's seriously the best. I especially like these horns on the armor." The warrior nods, a hint of grim satisfaction in his eyes. "Kowo, more than a few poor bastards have fallen prey to these suckers." The skeletal warriors stand together, their bony grins betraying a sense of accomplishment. "And with my strengthened body, it can't get any better," one declares, a hint of pride in its hollow voice. The skeletal mage adds, "I am also extremely pleased with my sword." "Thank you, my lady." A harmonious feeling settles amongst them. But that harmony is quickly shattered. But there's one problem, one of the skeletons states, its tone shifting to a more serious one. Indeed, there is, another agrees, the weight of their words hanging heavy in the air. The scene shifts. A young man, his expression a mixture of curiosity and concern, confronts the skeletal trio. "What problem?" he asks, his voice sharp with urgency. The skeletal mage responds, "Our count is too low." A close-up on the young man's confused face. "Count?" he questions, tilting his head. Another skeleton clarifies, "Our head count." The young man's face brightens with understanding. "Then we can just increase our numbers, right?" he says, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "With control," he adds, almost as an afterthought. The skeletal mage, however, seems less enthusiastic. "On that note, I have something to say. But for today, we should return." A sense of caution hangs in the air. The young man nods in agreement. "Got it, let's go back." Two skeletal figures, their glowing eyes piercing the gloom, point towards a hallway. "We'll be waiting in the living room," they say, their voices echoing with an unnerving calm. The scene shifts, revealing a young man, slightly apprehensive, facing the skeletal duo. One of them remarks, "This is between a disciple and his master, after all." The skeletal mage, his eyes burning with an eerie blue light, addresses the young man directly. "You and I have teacher-student relations, master. And what I'm about to say is very important." The young man's expression is one of quiet contemplation, a mixture of curiosity and slight unease. He sits down on the edge of a bed as the skeletal mage continues, "For now, please sit down." The soft thud of his body settling onto the bed punctuates the silence. The skeletal mage leans forward, his voice low and serious. "Master, up until now, I have taught you a wide range of magic. Were any of the spells particularly easy for you to use?" The young man hesitates, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. "Yeah, but why?" His exhaustion is palpable, his shoulders slump, his head falling forward. So tired. He collapses onto the floor, defeated. The skeletal mage observes him with a mixture of concern and something else, perhaps understanding. "Do I really have to learn this many spells?" After deciding on a school of magic, a magician must always walk. The skeletal mage's chilling gaze pierces the young man, his words echoing with ancient wisdom, "To choose wisely, you must master many paths." A sharp whap. The skeletal mage's staff connects with the young man, jolting him awake. He groans, rising with newfound resolve. The weight of his decision dawns on him. It's time to choose his magical school. Seated before the skeletal mage, the young man's exhaustion is palpable. The mage explains the unconventional nature of his training. But the mage's words hang in the air, a subtle hint of something already decided. A bead of sweat trickles down the young man's temple. He's made up his mind, a decision born from careful consideration. A grim smile spreading across his face. Necromancy. That's his path. His hand instinctively moves to his chest, a golden light flares in his eye. A solemn oath solidifies his choice. He will become a necromancer. Eyes pierce the darkness, countless eyes, burning with malevolent red light. The air crackles with an unnatural energy, a chilling presence descends. Ghouls, golems, and a terrifying chimera, this is the necromancer's domain. A school of magic that commands the very essence of death itself. A dark, swirling vortex of power, a testament to its terrifying might. Among countless schools of magic, it ranks among the top 5 in offensive capabilities. Yet, the magic's nature casts a shadow. Necromancers are feared, their power considered detestable and dangerous. A skeletal figure, eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, speaks with grave caution. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. It would be prudent to make the decision after learning a few spells first. Wise words, indeed. But the choice is his alone to make. But once you make a mana oath, your mana will grow to suit the school. A familiar lesson, revisited. The student nods, understanding dawning in his eyes. A simple truth, yet profound in its implications. The path is chosen, the consequences yet unknown. A spectral skull materializes in his hands, a surge of dark energy pulses. He's embracing the path of the Necromancer. May I ask why? The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge between student and spectral mentor. There are two reasons. First, my intuition. A compelling force, a gut feeling that pulls him towards the path of necromancy. Whenever I learn magic related to the school of necromancy, I can just feel that I can become strong if I choose this school. The words echo the student's inner conviction, a deep-seated belief in his chosen path. I see. And the second reason? The skeletal figure waits, its glowing eyes fixed on the young man. It's because of you guys, Chris, Kessler, Kai. A simple statement, yet it reveals a profound connection, a bond forged in shared experiences and a common destiny. I think it has to be fate that I ended up with you guys. A sense of inevitability, a feeling that their paths were always meant to cross. If I learn magic from the school of necromancy, it will help you, and your presence by my side will help me too. A pact is formed, a mutual agreement to face the challenges ahead together. Intuition and fate. Those reasons are not magician-like at all. A wry smile plays on the student's lips as he acknowledges the unconventional nature of his decision. Didn't you say that a magician sometimes moves on impulse? That's what I'm doing right now. A defiant declaration, a bold step into the unknown. It will be a difficult path to follow. A solemn warning, a reminder of the sacrifices and challenges that lie ahead. A fist clenches, knuckles white. Determination etched on his face, a silent vow forming in his mind. A plea for guidance, a desperate hope against the shadows of necromancy. If I regret it and struggle in the future, help me. If I go astray or do something unthinkable, stop me. A door slams shut with a whoosh. A sudden gust of wind, a hint of unseen power unleashed. Leaving him alone with his choice, a question mark hanging heavy in the air. What will this path bring? Two skeletal figures, eyes glowing ominously, offer their unwavering support. No help in it if you're asking like that, Master. Leave it to us. Their solemn words echo the weight of their commitment. It is the duty of a retainer to give honest advice and keep their lord on the straight and narrow, so have no worries. A moment of realization dawns. You guys were listening? Chris, the skeletal mage, offers a reassuring presence. A silent understanding passing between master and servant. I understand your intent, Master. I will not dissuade you any longer. A surge of power. A blue energy pulses in his hands, a tangible manifestation of his resolve. A solemn vow taking shape. In the name of mana, I, Kim Hyunbak, solemnly vow that I will walk the path. A surge of purple energy erupts, engulfing the young man, the very air crackles with arcane power. And from the depths of that energy, a skeletal face emerges, glowing with an eerie light. Oh! The energy intensifies, a brilliant purple light exploding from his chest, a transformation is complete. With a wave of Chris's hand, the ritual concludes. With this, you have become a proper necromancer. I sincerely hope for your great success as a magician. Thanks, Chris. But, how do I get a magic tome for the School of Necromancy? That's no cause for concern. They're sold on the dungeon site. 2 tomes appear, glowing softly. First circle, $500,000, second circle, $1 million, third circle, $2 million, the price tags are staggering. Holy, will we be able to buy them? I believe we can manage the first and second tomes. A nervous sweat beads on the young necromancer's brow. What about the state of his bank account afterwards? Master, there's a saying that goes like this: one is born empty-handed and dies empty-handed. Therefore, spend. A skeletal figure, draped in dark robes, is surrounded by a flurry of cash. Chris, it seems, needs to spend less time online. A young man, Chris, takes a deep breath, preparing for a challenge ahead. He's going solo this time, leaving the defense to his skeletal allies. With a confident smirk, Chris grips his staff, flanked by two imposing skeleton warriors, ready for battle. The staff strikes the ground. A sharp clatter echoes as Chris begins his incantation. Raise skeleton! Raise skeleton archer! Bones begin to stir from the earth, ghostly figures coalesce into terrifying forms. From the depths of a dark cavern, skeletons rise, their glowing eyes piercing the gloom. A horde of undead emerges from the shadows, an army of the dead, answering Chris's call. More skeletons rise, their glowing eyes fixated on their target. A terrifying spectacle unfolds before Chris's allies. Chris's companion is impressed by the sheer number of skeletons, but Chris isn't finished yet. He can summon 15 more. The true test, however, lies in the strength of these summoned skeletons, a crucial factor in the battle to come. Deep within the dungeon, a chilling question hangs in the air. Will the monsters here be as weak as those on the first floor? But there's no time for doubt. Skeletal warriors rise from the shadows, ready to answer the call. A command is given, and with a burst of dark energy, the undead army charges into battle. Arrows fly, swords clash. A whirlwind of bone and fury against their monstrous foes. The skeletons' attacks are relentless, each strike fueled by dark magic. A ferocious beast roars in pain, overwhelmed by the sheer number of its attackers. The battle is brutal. But the Necromancer's army prevails. A grim victory is won, leaving a trail of fallen foes in its wake. A satisfied smirk crosses the Necromancer's face as he assesses his skeletal army's performance. Easier than expected, he muses. A skeletal figure, eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, approaches a young man. The question hangs heavy in the air: do you feel tired or low on mana? The young man's grin speaks volumes. Not yet. So far so good. His necromantic prowess is clearly exceeding expectations. And the skeletal mage confirms it: you can summon a lot of undead, and the mana consumption appears to be low, so you can likely maintain the spell for a long time. It's amazing. But a note of caution follows. Though the mana consumption will likely be intense if you use offensive magic on top of this. The limits of this newfound power are yet to be tested. I believe we need to see just how far we can explore. The young man's excitement is palpable. Nice. We're going all the way to the end today. A fist slams down, the impact echoing with a resounding bang. Damn it. Another missed opportunity. What about your end? The grim reality sinks in: all guild members failed. Not a single one succeeded in acquiring the life-saving spell cards. Trade listings flash on a screen, highlighting the outrageous prices. I can't believe we have to buy them from those damn scalpers. What a shitty feeling. The weight of the situation crushes him. They have the shamelessness to scalp spell cards that can save a person's life, just for profit. A sigh escapes his lips, heavy with despair. A notification ding shatters the silence. His eyes widen, a flicker of hope igniting within. A surge of adrenaline. His gaze sharpens, focused on the screen. Bring me the package in front of the door connected to the dungeon immediately. A cardboard box, carefully packed, reveals its precious contents: 3 stacks of spell cards. Yes, sir. This is. A letter explains the unexpected generosity of the seller. I'm surprised. The person who helped was the seller of the spell cards. So, if even 1% of the people I help survive and grow, it's a profitable deal. A shrewd calculation, delivered with a chilling calmness. The Guild Master's office. A heavy, ornate box sits open, revealing a treasure trove of spell cards, each one pulsing with arcane energy. A satisfied smile spreads across the Guild Master's face as he accepts the delivery. I'll do my best, he assures, his voice filled with quiet determination. But the thrill of acquisition is short-lived. A new challenge emerges, a seed of ambition planted in his mind. Could I make these spell cards myself? A bustling restaurant. Two skeletal figures flank a young man, their glowing eyes fixed on his every move. A tense atmosphere hangs heavy in the air as they discuss the recent spell card sales. Already? The surprise is palpable. The market is moving faster than anticipated. A cunning grin spreads across the face of a mysterious figure, holding a spell card. For now, there are so many fakes that the value of the real deal has gone up. The skeletal figure ponders this development, a thoughtful expression on its bony face. The implications are clear: time is of the essence. A sinister chuckle echoes. A monopoly, they say, is a truly lovely thing. The guildmaster's boots hit the cobblestones, each step measured, purposeful. A cavern, lit by flickering torches, reveals a grim assembly: skeletal figures, their eyes burning with an eerie light, huddle around a young man. The young man, Kessel, receives a warning. Pay special heed to the slimes, they've got acid that can ruin your equipment. Be careful. Doubt clouds the skeletal figures' faces. But master, can that walkthrough really be trusted? Indeed, there were disparities on the first and second floors as well. The second floor boss was far stronger than anticipated, a chilling revelation. A clash of steel. The skeletal figures engage a horde of orcs, a whirlwind of blades and furious blows. The Orcish boss, a powerful magician, unleashes a dark spell, a surge of purple energy crackles in the air. The spell explodes, a shockwave rips through the cavern, leaving destruction in its wake. An orc lunges, a terrifying roar, Koagh, echoing through the desolate landscape. But it's met with swift, brutal force. The impact sends a shockwave, the orc's attack thoroughly crushed. A skeletal figure stands, staff raised, a chilling display of power. The young man observes, a smirk playing on his lips. Though I did think about recruiting it as a comrade if it was strong, but it was out of the question. Ha ha ha. One skeletal warrior speaks. Monsters should be starting to show up around now, but none have appeared. It would be best to figure out the situation first before forging ahead with the exploration. Another adds, indeed, I haven't sensed any signs of life since coming in. Did they run like the wind out of fear? The young man nods. For now, I believe it would be wise to do as Kai suggests. A skeletal figure agrees. All right, I'll send out ghosts to do some scouting. The young man raises his hand, a surge of dark energy erupting. Arise. The young man, a master of shadows, gestures towards a spectral assembly, his command, a silent symphony of darkness. Could it be? Are the monsters stronger than before, lying in wait to ambush them? The young man's skeletal guardians stand ready, their glowing eyes reflecting the growing unease. A chilling premonition settles over the party as they delve into the submerged depths of a forgotten crypt. Ancient pillars rise from the water, their surfaces slick with age and mystery. A colossal, imposing door stands before them, a gateway to the unknown, its heavy weight hinting at the secrets it guards. A sudden flash of light. The young man's eyes widen, a spark of revelation igniting within him. A discovery made, a truth unveiled, I think. I found something. The party approaches the imposing door, a palpable sense of anticipation hanging in the air. This is it, the final confrontation. Yep, it's a boss room. A skeletal figure confirms, its glowing eyes scanning the surroundings. No other monsters are sensed nearby. Flanked by his skeletal scouts, the young man surveys the scene. His brow furrows, a grim realization dawns. A colossal, ominous gateway looms before them, a chilling testament to past failures. This is no ordinary dungeon, this is a tomb. A skeletal scout's glowing eyes fix on something unseen, a chilling whisper of dread. The undead nature of the final boss is confirmed. A palpable tension grips the air. This isn't just dangerous, it's a death sentence. Despite the risk, the young man's resolve hardens. He's come too far to turn back now. Forward. A warning from the shadows, a cautionary whisper against the unseen horrors that lie ahead. A shadowy form coalesces, a malevolent presence, a terrifying specter emerges from the depths. A monstrous silhouette takes shape, its presence a chilling omen. The air crackles with anticipation. And then, a horrifying revelation. The true nature of the boss is unveiled, a creature of nightmare. A stumble, a sudden loss of footing. The young man hits the ground hard. His eyes widen in shock and disbelief. This can't be real, can it? The sheer terror etched on his face speaks volumes. A guttural cry of disbelief and fear escapes his lips. Why the F*** is something like that here? The answer materializes before him, a skeletal dragon, eyes glowing with malevolent red light, a terrifying presence that chills the very air. Two skeletons sit on a couch, a silent exchange passing between them, a single word, glance, hangs in the air. The scene shifts. A man lies on a couch, head in his hands, clearly distraught. A skeletal figure watches him with an unnerving calm. The skeleton speaks, a chilling tone in its voice. It's time to tell us. Just what in the world did you see in the boss room? The man groans, his voice barely a whisper. A dragon. The skeletons react with shock, their eyes widen, a mix of disbelief and dawning horror. The skeletal figure reveals a terrifying truth. Lurking in there was a dragon with pure white bones. A bone dragon. The image of the creature fills the panel, its skeletal form both majestic and terrifying. Pure white bones. The man's eyes widen in realization. Then that thing isn't a bone dragon. The skeleton replies, luckily. A chilling revelation unfolds. The attributes of dragons are reflected in their physical forms. A white dragon, for instance, would be found in snowy mountains. Their bones exuding such intense cold they can freeze their surroundings solid. A breathtaking sight, truly. But the man's brow furrows. He saw no ice, no frost in the boss room. Only one explanation remains, an undead monstrosity, a dragon formed from the bones of other creatures. The skeletons erupt in a chorus of whispers, the image of a terrifying skeleton dragon materializing before the man's eyes. A horrifying spectacle of bone and shadow. His mind reels, the term skeleton dragon echoing in his ears. But the skeletons explain, these creatures take time to fully form. The one he saw was incomplete. A new theory emerges, the law of dungeon capacity. The level and number of monsters in a dungeon cannot exceed its rank. This explains why there were no monsters on the third floor. The skeleton dragon consumed the entire dungeon's capacity. If this is true, the skeleton dragon will be as strong as all the theoretical third-floor monsters combined. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple. Doubt gnaws at him, a cold uncertainty creeping into his resolve. You really think so? But the skeleton's unwavering gaze offers a stark contrast. A chilling reassurance in its hollow sockets. Yes. Do not worry. I will ensure that we win and survive. The weight of responsibility settles upon his shoulders. A silent vow, a promise whispered in the face of overwhelming odds. For you, Master, and for us. His eyes, wide with a mixture of determination and trepidation. A glimmer of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. He's ready. A wry smile plays on his lips. A touch of self-deprecating humor in the face of danger. I guess it's for herself in the end. Help me clinch a win for sure, Chris. The skeletons exchange a knowing glance. A silent affirmation of their unwavering loyalty. She sure is reliable. Of course. A light-hearted scene unfolds, a moment of levity amidst the tension. Laughter echoes in the room, a brief respite from the looming threat. The camaraderie is palpable. Suddenly, a chilling interruption. A sharp, guttural sound cuts through the air. Gra! Oi! Aren't you forgetting something? We're here, too. My lord. A sheepish grin spreads across his face. Relief washes over him as he remembers his loyal companions. Ha ha! Oh, of course, I'm relying on you guys too. I didn't forget you. From that day onwards, the man and his skeleton allies embarked on a grueling training regimen. Each honed their skills individually. And 3 months flew by in a blur of sweat and determination. Now, a pivotal moment arrives. The final test looms. The man, despite his outward confidence, feels a tremor of nervousness. His loyal skeletons, however, offer unwavering support. We've prepared plenty, so be confident, my lord. The weight of the challenge is palpable. But they know this is it. This is the final floor. There are no second chances. The man stands tall, his skeleton allies forming a protective circle around him. Their unwavering loyalty is a beacon in the face of the unknown. A palpable tension hangs in the air as he prepares to face whatever lies ahead. A hand reaches out, testing the cold stone. A surge of power erupts. The man's eyes blaze with newfound strength. It's gotten stronger. A raw, untamed energy courses through his veins. He is ready. A colossal skeletal dragon, eyes burning with malevolent crimson fire, emerges from the depths. Its terrifying form dominates the scene, surrounded by a swirling vortex of skeletal remains. A chilling roar shakes the very foundations of the dungeon. The ground trembles as the beast unleashes its fury. Skeletal warriors rise from the watery depths, their bony hands clawing at the air, answering the dragon's call. "Master," cries one, its voice a rasping echo in the cavern. "I know," the man replies, his resolve unwavering. He raises his hand, a purple aura crackling around it, the power building. "Raise, skeleton warrior," he commands, and the scattered bones on the ground begin to glow, reforming into a terrifying army. A legion of newly raised skeletons rises, their glowing eyes fixed on their master, ready for battle. The skeletal dragon speaks, its voice booming through the chamber. "I'm leaving the command to you again, Kai." Kai, ever loyal, nods. "Please leave it to." The dragon takes flight, its massive wings beating the air with a thunderous whoosh. The final battle begins. His eyes blaze with fury, a storm brewing within. This little. He's trying to steal my command over the skeletons. A dark, skeletal dragon emerges from the shadows, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. "Not a chance in hell. They're mine. I'll never hand them over." With a roar of defiance, the man unleashes his power, a surge of purple energy enveloping him. A wave of magical energy explodes outward, pushing back the encroaching darkness. Kwa-ah-ah. The skeletal dragon lunges, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield as the skeletons are thrown back by the sheer force of the attack. "Castle. I'm ready." Two elite skeletons stand firm, their glowing eyes fixed on the approaching threat. From the chaos, a new skeletal monstrosity rises, adorned with glowing gems. A devastating explosion erupts, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. A skeletal warrior holds aloft a handful of glittering gems. "Ha ha! How does that taste, you shitty pile of bones?" The gems detonate in a blinding flash. A wave of concussive force rips through the battlefield. A skeletal dragon, caught in the blast, begins to crumble. Bones rain down from the sky. Another skeleton, its eye socket glowing red with fury, roars defiance. The man surveys the scene, his skeletal army battered but unbowed. He stands resolute, a grim determination etched on his face. His loyal lieutenants approach, their voices filled with grim urgency. "We need more skeletons, my lord." The man clenches his jaw, his gaze hardening. "Enemies appear every time the dragon gets injured. We can't drag this out for long." A weary sigh escapes his lips. "Ugh. Hold on a little longer." But the relentless assault continues. No way around it. "Let's go, Kai." A monstrous skeletal beast descends from the darkness, its claws dripping with an unnatural ichor. "Roger, Kessler." A warrior, his face etched with grim determination, cries out in frustration. "I know. Shit. My weapon." His weapon, shattered, lies useless at his feet. Meanwhile, a monstrous skeletal dragon unleashes a furious roar. "Why don't you just die already?" The words are a prelude to a devastating attack. The dragon's blow connects. A bone-jarring impact sends the warrior flying. The force of the attack is clearly visible in the motion lines and the warrior's pained expression. The dragon's crimson eye glows with malevolent power. A palpable sense of dread fills the air as the beast prepares its next attack. The swirling energy around it foreshadows a devastating assault. Another bone-shattering blow. The warrior is battered, but his resolve remains unbroken. He grits his teeth, refusing to yield. A pained grunt escapes his lips, "Urk." His body screams in protest, but his spirit endures. His eyes flash with fury. Castle. The name is a battle cry, a promise of vengeance. A surge of power erupts from his hand, a golden light pulsating with raw energy. As he summons his allies. Summon clay golem. The ground trembles as massive clay golems rise from the earth. The skeletal dragon unleashes a ferocious roar, qua, its attack a bone-jarring shockwave that sends tremors through the battlefield. The skeletal warriors, already depleted from the earlier fight, are thrown back, their brittle bones cracking under the force of the impact. The man, his face contorted in a grimace of fury, sweat beading on his brow, whispers a single name, Chris. He's reaching his limit, but desperation fuels his next move. A skeletal mage appears, raising a glowing staff. And with a guttural cry, "Here I go," he unleashes a torrent of dark energy, summoning reinforcements. From the earth, clay golems burst forth, their movements clumsy but powerful, ready to join the fray. The impact of the golem's arrival is immediate. A massive explosion rocks the battlefield. A blinding flash of light and a deafening roar engulf everything. The dust settles, revealing a scene of devastation. The skeletal dragon lies broken, defeated. But the cost of victory is heavy. The battlefield is littered with the remains of both sides. The skeletal warriors stand firm, a grim line against the encroaching darkness. Their master observes, a flicker of hope in his eyes as he assesses the damage. "Nice, the nucleus in its head must have been destroyed," he observes, a grim satisfaction in his tone. A tremor of exhaustion runs through him, but a triumphant grin spreads across his face. "We won," he whispers, the words barely audible above the din of battle. The ground trembles, a cataclysmic impact reverberates through the battlefield. Castle. The man's eyes widen, a sudden jolt of adrenaline coursing through his veins. "Damn it! The hell happened?" A skeletal warrior urges him on, his voice a rasping whisper. "Master! You have to snap out of it." His vision blurs, the world tilting precariously, a monstrous form collapses before him, its skeletal frame shattering into dust. A final, defeated groan echoes through the ravaged landscape. The dragon is no more. He stares at the aftermath, a single word escaping his lips. Ridiculous. A skeletal dragon, its bones gleaming ominously, an unexpected sight in an F-rank dungeon. But this isn't just any dragon, it's a gift from Lady Fate herself. The third floor's original boss? An orc necromancer. His weathered face, etched with the weight of countless battles, a chilling presence. But this mighty orc is weakened, scarred from previous encounters with dungeon explorers. Cornered, desperate. Driven to the brink, he unleashes a forbidden ritual. Bones twist and reform, coalescing into a terrifying monstrosity. A roar of pure, skeletal rage echoes through the dungeon, Kuruwar. Asterisk. A skeletal hand, impossibly large, clenches. The orc necromancer's desperate gamble, it's backfiring. His face contorts in a grimace of barely controlled terror. Too strong. He mutters, the words barely audible above the rising cacophony. The skeleton dragon, a creature of immense power, breaks free from its creator's grasp. A monstrous roar echoes through the dungeon, consuming everything in its path. The dungeon itself trembles, its very foundations groaning under the strain. Even the orc necromancer, its creator, is in danger. The beast, though powerful, is unstable. A gaping maw, devoid of a central core, hints at its inherent fragility. Its chilling words cut through the air. I will kill you. The threat is palpable, a chilling promise of imminent death. The skeleton dragon unleashes a terrifying roar, its eyes burning with malevolent crimson fire. The ground shakes violently. Its gaze locks onto a lone figure, a young man standing defiantly amidst the chaos. The dragon's next move is inevitable. Chris, a fellow explorer, shouts a desperate plan. Chris, ready your strongest spell. We'll buy you time. Chris nods grimly, understanding the gravity of the situation. The battle for survival has begun. Chris, sweat beading on his brow, struggles. His last attack drained him completely. He's desperate, his mana reserves depleted. Meanwhile, Kessel, the skeletal warrior, is trapped, his pleas for help echoing in the desolate cavern. He's stuck, his mana a precious resource he can't access. But Chris sees a solution. Hope flickers in his eyes as he raises his staff, a surge of blue energy crackling around it. He'll borrow Kessel's mana. The skeletal warrior agrees, his voice a rasping whisper as the energy flows. Even with Kessel's mana, it's not enough. Chris's face is etched with grim determination. The situation is dire. He's left with only one option, a dangerous, desperate gamble. His eyes are shadowed, his expression grim. That method. A single drop of crimson liquid falls, a prelude to a sacrifice. The hourglass of time, filled with a swirling crimson liquid, represents the ultimate cost. A terrifying price to pay? Chris is engulfed in a torrent of blue energy, a transformation underway. The power is immense, but at a terrible cost. He feels the loss, the sacrifice. His mana surges, but a profound emptiness settles in his heart. The price of power. Master. I'm alright, Chris. We have to survive today for there to be a tomorrow. Let's just think about getting out of here alive. The icy wasteland, a chilling wind whips around them as grotesque, earth elemental beings emerge from the frozen ground. Humph. I can still use my arms, you know. Take this. A blinding flash of light erupts from Chris's gauntlet, the earth trembles as a colossal skeletal dragon roars to life. Amidst the chaos, Chris and Kessel stand firm, their staffs glowing with power. Arg, look over here, damn it. Watch out, Master. As more earth elementals close in, a monstrous, horned creature rises from the depths. Kokwad a breath. Dodge. Chris, channeling his newfound power, raises his hands. A purple energy crackles around him, forming a protective barrier against the skeletal mages and their earth elemental minions. The earth elementals advance, their grotesque forms a horrifying testament to the dungeon's power. Their guttural cries echo across the desolate landscape. A bone-shattering clash. Chris unleashes a devastating blast of energy, the sheer force of it ripping through the elementals. The impact sends a shockwave that reverberates through the very ground itself. Purple energy explodes outward, obliterating the creatures in a flash of light. Chris lies defeated, gasping for breath amidst the debris of battle. His body is battered, his clothes torn, but his eyes burn with a fierce determination. I can't die here. The aftermath of the battle is grim. Broken swords, shattered bones, and tattered clothing litter the ground. Chris surveys the scene, his gaze heavy with the weight of his near-death experience. Chris gasps, eyes wide with exertion. The battle has taken its toll. A skeletal dragon, eyes burning red, looms before him, a terrifying testament to his desperate situation. It's a desperate situation, he thinks, his body screaming in protest. His allies are down, his strength waning, but surrender is not an option. Even so. I can't die, damn it. With a surge of defiance, a desperate gamble forms in his mind. Psychokinesis, he shouts, the word echoing his resolve. He knows the risk, the sheer recklessness of his plan, but failure isn't an option. There's a tiny chance, a sliver of hope, and he'll grasp it with everything he has left. Chris's face contorts in a grimace of intense concentration, his eyes blazing with determination. He's pushing his limits, defying death itself. The dragon roars, a challenge to Chris's audacious attempt. Surrender, and submit. Bow to my rule. Chris unleashes his power, a wave of psychic energy erupting from his hand, a desperate attempt to seize control. The earth trembles as shards of stone rain down, a testament to the raw power of his psychokinesis. But the dragon resists. Its defiant roar echoing through the shattered landscape. Human, do not attempt to control me. I am a mighty dragon. The skeletal dragon looms, its jaws agape, a terrifying maw of bone and shadow. But Chris, eyes blazing with defiance, isn't backing down. Bullshit. You're just a poor imitation of a dragon, a fake. His voice rings out, a defiant roar against the monstrous specter before him. But so what if you're a fake? There's no rule saying a fake can't surpass the real deal. Chris's resolve hardens. Surrender to me. I'll turn you into a fake even more outstanding than the real thing. A chilling chuckle echoes as the dragon's eyes glow with malevolent red light. A mere human dares to challenge its might? It's a fool's errand, the dragon seems to say. In reality, you must be aware of it already. That there's a limit to how much you can grow on your own. But Chris's eyes burn with an unwavering conviction. But if you join me, you can grow even further. The skeletal dragon's form shifts, revealing multiple skeletal figures, their eyes burning with an eerie glow. Come with me. Grow with me. If you don't surrender, we'll die together. Chris's eyes glow with a fierce golden light, his resolve unwavering. I am your ruler. He launches himself at the dragon, a desperate, defiant leap into the heart of the terrifying beast. Chris plummets, the skeletal remains of the dragon's lair raining down around him, a chaotic shower of bone and dust. But even as the monstrous claws close in, Chris's eyes blaze with defiance. A chilling grip, then, a triumphant laugh. Ha ha! I survived. The skeletal dragon's gaze locks onto Chris. Its glowing eyes pierce the darkness, blink. An unnerving silence. So what if you're a fake? The dragon's voice echoes, a challenge ringing through the cavern. There's no rule saying a fake can't surpass the real deal. The skeletal dragon's back is shown, its spine a terrifying testament to its power, a chilling image of raw, unnatural strength. I will become strong. I will grow and become the strongest dragon. Far stronger than a real dragon. So you need to keep your promise to me, without fail. A seemingly ordinary office building in Gangnam, but appearances can be deceiving. Inside, a man in a sharp suit delivers a report, a dungeon clearing of rank F0795. His superior raises an eyebrow. An F-rank dungeon? Why is this being reported to him? There's something unusual about this particular raid. The subordinate explains, many unique aspects were discovered during the raid. It's faster to read the report. And the pages are thick with details. The superior's eyes widen as he schemes the report, thwack, asterisk thwack asterisk, asterisk thwack asterisk. Utterly unbelievable. The sheer volume of information is overwhelming. It's rare for someone to clear a dungeon alone, but this case is far stranger. A skeleton dragon appeared in a low-ranked dungeon, and someone tamed it? The report reveals the tamer's identity, Kim Hyun-bak, a third-circle necromancer with impressive skills and a valuable rank talent. He's the maker of the spell cards. The dungeon raid was on the brink of failure, yet the employees were careless. Disciplinary action is imminent. Do it right. It's late, but this one is going to be properly managed from now on. Increase the support. The superior officer's words echo in the tense silence of his office. A sigh of exasperation escapes his lips. The weight of responsibility bears down on him. He runs a hand through his hair, his frustration palpable. He probably won't like that we ignored him in his time of need and are only giving him support now. The thought adds to his mounting headache. The aftermath of a brutal battle. Kim Hyun-bak, battered but alive, clings to the edge of a cliff. A skeletal dragon, its fiery breath extinguished, plummets into the abyss below. A narrow escape. Back in his room, Hyunbak lies in bed, his body aching, his mind replaying the near-death experience. Damn it! A spectral voice cuts through his self-reproach. I see you're reproaching yourself again. Hyunbak's skeletal dragon companion appears, its glowing eyes filled with an eerie understanding. The narrative unfolds, revealing the details of their harrowing escape. A close call, shielded by the timely intervention of Chris and Kai, two loyal skeletal warriors. Their sacrifice bought Hyunbak precious seconds. Hyunbak lies in his bed, recovering. A spectral figure, his summoned skeleton, watches over him, a soft blue glow emanating from its bony hand, a gentle magic mending his wounds. He cracks a weary smile. The raid was a success, after all. No one died, and he even tamed Nidhogg. But Nidhogg's voice booms, echoing in Hyunbak's mind, I did not let myself be tamed. Nidhogg's skull-like face fills the panel, a single crimson eye burning with power. Crackle. Zap. The air crackles with dark energy. The skeleton explains, you received a name, established your ego, and gained the chance to grow stronger. But remember, you are still under my control. The skeleton's chilling gaze pierces Hyunbak's soul, a stark reminder of his pact. Hyunbak's eyes flash with defiance. I'll keep my promise, to protect myself. Nidhogg's voice, a low growl, do not forget your promise. Betray me, and I will use you as a stepping stone. A chilling threat hangs in the air. That's fine. Hyunbak smirks, a glint of determination in his eyes. He's ready for whatever comes next. A quiet room, the only sound Hyunbak's shallow breaths. He stirs, a flicker of determination in his eyes. I want to go out soon. Nidhogg's skeletal hand glows with ethereal energy. The pact's terms are being subtly renegotiated. Thankfully, your free time starts when you leave the house. I have confirmed that you are safely recovering, so you should be able to go outside after approximately 15 days. Two skeletal figures, Kessel and Kai, appear, their glowing eyes reflecting amusement. Hyunbak's recovery is progressing faster than expected. Looks like you're fine, seeing as you're already thinking about going out. Kessel and Kai exchange a knowing glance. Their casual conversation masks a deeper purpose. Kessel, Kai. What's up? Hyunbak asks, still weak but curious. Nothing much, I just came along because Chris and Kai are rotating shifts. Hyunbak's gaze drifts back to the ceiling. His mind is already planning his next move. Then, I'll be going to the workroom to make spell cards and new equipment. A skull with mischievous eyes pops up, seemingly out of nowhere. Nidhogg's influence is ever present. Hurry! You look fine, so I'm going out too, master. I have plans with a lady. Kai approaches Hyunbak's bed with concern. A subtle tension hangs in the air. My liege, are you uncomfortable anywhere? Kai asks softly. Hyunbak reassures him, I'm all right. Just relax, Kai. Kai nods, a book in his hands. The pages rustle as he prepares to leave. Understood. The metallic kerchunk of a door unlocking echoes in the hallway. Hyunbak is leaving his confinement. The door hisses open, revealing Hyunbak, ready for anything. He steps out, a determined glint in his eyes. And into a world bathed in sunlight. The sounds of the city wash over him, a symphony of horns, chatter, and distant sirens. A stark contrast to his previous confinement. His face breaks into a wide, joyous grin. Ah! We finally get to sightsee. Nidhogg's voice echoes in his mind, a mix of curiosity and amusement. I also cannot wait, my liege. A different perspective. Nidhogg continues, is this a different world? I lack proper memories of the previous world, so this interests me. Since we are in Nidhogg's subspace and are connected to your senses, please experience a lot of things for us. Hyunbak's response is immediate and decisive. All right. Let's go. He walks, his steps light and purposeful, through the city streets, past a chain-link fence, a silent observer of urban life. Then pauses, captivated by the panoramic view from a rooftop. The city sprawls before him, a breathtaking vista of lights and shadows. A vibrant tapestry woven from countless lives. He takes it all in, a quiet smile playing on his lips. Before returning to the bustling night market. The air is thick with the aroma of street food, the sounds of laughter and conversation filling the air. How unexpected! A familiar voice cuts through the night, a chilling greeting for our returning hero. But even heroes need a place to rest their weary heads. A bustling city street, a brief respite from the shadows. A moment of quiet contemplation, a coffee in hand, before the storm breaks again. The city lights blur, reflecting the uncertainty in his eyes. A tense encounter unfolds in the dim light of a city street. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A conversation laced with concern, the weight of recent disappearances heavy in the air. The city's shadows whisper secrets. A chilling revelation. Monsters? Or something far more sinister? A seed of doubt planted, a question hanging in the silence. The hero's gaze drifts, lost in thought. Hyunbok sits alone, lost in thought. His words hang heavy in the air, a confession of limitations, a quiet acceptance of his ordinary life. A stark contrast to the urgency of the situation. Nidhogg's voice cuts through the silence, a warning delivered with cold precision. The city blurs past the car window, a silent witness to the unfolding danger, a reminder of the stakes. Hyunbok steps out into the falling snow, the cold mirroring the chill in his heart, a decision made, a path chosen. A young man, his expression unreadable, stands in a dimly lit hallway. A hidden door reveals a dark, ominous passage, hinting at secrets buried deep within. A sigh escapes his lips. My free time ended so quickly. He reflects, a hint of wistful longing in his eyes, as they say, time flies when you're having fun. But his leisure is interrupted. A skeletal figure, cloaked in shadow, appears beside him, its glowing eyes piercing the gloom. They walk through a modern, spacious house, the contrast between the skeletal mage and the luxurious setting striking. Still, I'm happy with the size of the new house. I should finally be able to release Nidhogg. Beneath the house, a vibrant blue energy pulses, a mana ley line, a source of immense magical power. It's the optimal location for a magician. It was truly a stroke of luck we were able to acquire such a place for so cheap. The skeletal mage's expression is one of grim satisfaction. A palpable sense of anticipation hangs in the air. More importantly, let's get ready to explore the new dungeon. After playing around for a week, my hands are all itchy. The skeletal mages surround the protagonist, their glowing eyes fixated on him. A new quest is afoot. F+ Dungeon 1139, the quest details appear, promising a hefty reward but warning of increased danger. This is no ordinary dungeon. The skeletal mages discuss the upcoming dungeon, their confidence bordering on arrogance. A dangerous overconfidence. Back in the new house, the protagonist observes the mage's relaxed demeanor, a subtle tension hangs in the air. He recalls the previous dungeon's unexpected dangers, a stark reminder of the unpredictable nature of these quests. A seed of doubt is planted. One of the skeletal mages warns against carelessness, a grave reminder of the potential consequences. The weight of their words settles. The protagonist's expression shifts, a moment of realization dawning on him. He acknowledges his own lapse in caution. He humbly accepts the correction, showing respect for the skeletal mage's wisdom. A sign of maturity and growth. The other skeletal mages also express regret for their carelessness. A collective acknowledgement of their mistake. The protagonist reassures them, urging them to proceed with caution. The team is ready, but not reckless. Nice. Let's do this with some spirit. A desperate plea echoes in the darkness. Save me. The scene is chaotic, a brutal struggle unfolds. How did things turn out like this? A sickening crunch. A monster. It all began when my house got inexplicably connected to a dungeon. At first, fear consumed him. But by joining forces with other dungeon explorers, he found a way to fight back. A hard-fought victory, but at a terrible cost. Several allies paid the ultimate price. After a well-deserved rest, a powerful bond forms. Camaraderie blossoms amidst shared trauma. And in that moment of unity, a decision is made. They will form a clan. A wave of pain washes over him, a searing agony that leaves him gasping for air. He staggers, his vision blurring, the monstrous form of his attacker looms before him. Is this the end? Despair threatens to consume him. But a flicker of defiance ignites within his eyes. Should I get revenge for you? A hushed warning cuts through the silence. Shoo, lower your voice. That guy is smart. A desperate bargain is struck, a chance for vengeance, but at a cost. If you want, I'll get revenge for you, but I need information about him. The weight of the situation settles upon him, a roaming boss monster, capable of rapid growth. The warning wasn't just for show. The skeletal remains of fallen foes litter the ground, a grim testament to the battle's intensity. A monstrous figure emerges from the depths, a terrifying beast, ready to unleash its fury. The final confrontation begins, a clash of power that will determine their fate. From the murky depths, skeletal horrors rise. Their glowing eyes pierce the gloom. A monstrous figure emerges, its horns silhouetted against the night. A guttural growl rumbles, moo. Morgue. The beast unleashes a furious assault. A whirlwind of blows, crash. Leaving only scattered bones and a sinking form. The creature's escape is swift. Heavy footsteps echo across the desolate landscape. A masked figure surveys the scene. Darn, guess he got away, he mutters, his voice laced with frustration. But wait. A grimace of pain contorts the protagonist's face. Blood streaks his cheeks. As he's suddenly ambushed from behind. Hey! You! A powerful hand slams down, the impact sending tremors through the ground. Crash, the ground explodes in a shower of debris. Beads of sweat trickle down his brow, a testament to the brutal battle just fought. What the hell is that? A monstrous skeletal limb emerges from the shadows, crackling with arcane energy. The dust settles, revealing the fallen minotaur, its massive form dwarfed by the looming skeletal appendage. A skull, glowing with malevolent red energy, comes into focus, crackle, the air itself seems to vibrate with power. The skeletal wing unfolds, vast and menacing, a shadow falls over the battlefield. Dragon! The full horror of the creature is revealed, a colossal skeletal dragon, its very presence radiating death. The masked figure observes the scene, a grim satisfaction playing on his lips, his plan is unfolding perfectly. This fellow isn't a bone dragon. He's a skeleton dragon. Something far weaker than a bone dragon. The protagonist groans, his body battered and bruised. But remember this guy is gonna surpass a real dragon one day. The masked figure's voice is low, a chilling promise. A guttural growl echoes through the cavern, the skeletal dragon stirs, its eyes burning with unholy light. The skeletal dragon's roar echoes, a chilling chew that shakes the very ground. Morgue. Crunch. The sounds of bone shattering and flesh tearing fill the air. The masked figure approaches the fallen protagonist, his voice calm despite the carnage. More importantly, you're in real bad shape. A glimmer of hope flickers in the protagonist's eyes. The masked figure offers a deal, how about it? If you make a deal with me, I'll restore your arm. Desperate, the protagonist asks, what can you give me? His voice is strained, but his determination is clear. Everything. I'll give you everything. So please. The masked figure's smile is chilling. Everything, you say? That's not so easily done. I'll just take your soul in exchange. Click. The cursor moves with practiced ease, navigating the digital landscape. And the sale begins. A banner flashes across the screen, selling legit spell cards. The promise of authentic power, finally within reach. A skeletal figure watches intently, a silent guardian overseeing the transaction. His presence speaks volumes. It sure took a while, the skeletal figure remarks, a hint of dry amusement in his tone. The arduous process of recreating the spell cards, finally complete. Their painstaking efforts, a testament to their dedication. A smug grin spreads across the young man's face. Those people have been learning magic for less than a year, after all, he boasts, a hint of arrogance in his voice. A dark alley, the air thick with the scent of rain and decay. A figure lies bleeding, his arm severed. A desperate plea, if you make a soul contract with me, I'll restore your arm. Hope flickers in the wounded man's eyes. A glimmer of possibility in the face of despair. Restore an arm? How could that be possible? The disbelief is palpable. It's possible, comes the calm reply, a stark contrast to the chaos of the situation. A new path, a chance for redemption. Wounded and desperate, the protagonist gasps, what are you? A surge of purple energy erupts as a mysterious figure begins a restorative spell, casting a mystical circle around the fallen hero. The air crackles with arcane power as the spell takes hold. A wave of relief washes over the protagonist as he feels his arm mending, the pain subsides, replaced by a tingling sensation. His eyes widen in disbelief as he looks at his restored limb. I had no idea something like that was possible. Who are you? The masked figure, Wanhyo, calmly replies, it's not ideal to tell them my real name, so I'm Wanhyo. The protagonist, still awestruck, whispers, Wanhyo. Wanhyo's offer is clear and direct, so, feel up to making a contract now? With newfound hope, the protagonist's response is immediate, I will make a contract with you. The deal is sealed. In exchange for restoring his arm, the protagonist hands over the spell card production method. A hefty price, but one he's willing to pay. And the payment arrives swiftly. A package containing mana crystals, sent by Wanhyo himself. The gears of their plan begin to turn. Their scheme is revealed, sell spell cards, rake in the profits, and take a commission. A shrewd move, confirmed by the admin team itself. The protagonist and his skeletal companions discuss their new venture, a gleeful grin spreading across their faces. Passive income, the dream. His skeletal companions tease him about his unexpected business dealings, highlighting the irony of his previous aversion to followers. But the protagonist's resolve is firm. Protecting himself is paramount, and followers, it turns out, are a valuable asset. The true nature of their contract is revealed, a soul contract, as binding as a mana vow. A powerful tool, now under his command. But the protagonist is caught off guard by a sudden question. A hint of unease crosses his face. The skeletons playfully tease the protagonist, their laughter echoing in the air. He tries to defend himself, but the playful ribbing continues. A notification buzzes on his phone. It's time. The moment of truth has arrived. A bead of sweat trickles down the protagonist's temple. Doubt gnaws at him. This time, will his plan succeed? The mission briefing unfolds, E-Rank Dungeon 1313. The rewards are tempting, $5 million and an E-Rank item of their choice, but the risks are clear. 500 days remain to complete the quest. The protagonist and his skeletal companions arrive at the dungeon entrance. The air crackles with anticipation. Kessel, impatient, wants to test his new equipment immediately. Gah! I want to hurry and test my new equipment, gosh darn it. A sudden flash of light. Something is approaching. The protagonist's command rings out, sharp and decisive, everyone, halt. A skeletal warrior emerges, its glowing eyes fixed on something unseen. What is it? Is it an orc? A lycanthrope? The chilling answer, no, it's people. Dungeon explorers. 19 figures appear in the distance, armed with crossbows. About 5 minutes away, and there are 19 of them. They've all got crossbows, and considering their other equipment, they look like frontline clearers. A skeletal companion asks, "What would you like to do, my lord?" A lone figure, cloaked in shadow, speaks. His voice, though unheard, echoes in the minds of those around him, and from now on, all conversations will be done via telepathy. The dungeon's damp air hangs heavy. A group of adventurers cautiously makes their way through a narrow passage. A chilling sight awaits them. Four figures stand before them, radiating power: a knight in crimson armor, a robed figure shrouded in darkness, and two more warriors clad in gleaming plate. Kim Jung-hyuk, the leader of this expedition, extends a hand in greeting. "Hello?" The masked figure responds, his voice a calm counterpoint to the tension. "Yes, hello." Wonhyo, the masked figure, introduces himself. A handshake seals the initial encounter, but Jung-hyuk's next question hints at something more. Wonhyo gestures towards the skeletal figures flanking him. "I tamed them in the first dungeon and have raised them since then." Jung-hyuk's eyes widen in surprise. "My goodness! How surprising! To have made it this far by raising skeletons." Jung-hyuk proposes an alliance, his words a calculated gamble. The risks are high, but the potential rewards are even greater. He presses his advantage, noting Wonhyo's magical staff. "In any case, since you're alone, would you like to join forces with us?" A keen gaze pierces the shadows, assessing a potential ally. Kim Jung-hyuk, ever the pragmatist, extends an olive branch. "So, how about doing things with us, if only for a little while?" Wonhyo, the enigmatic figure, considers the offer, a flicker of calculation in his masked eyes. "Then I shall be in your care, if only for a bit." A hearty laugh rings out. "Good choice. All right, let's go." The alliance is forged, a pact sealed with a clap on the back. And a promise of introductions. "I'll introduce you to the others." The scene shifts. A hush falls over a gathering of figures, cloaked in shadow. A clandestine army stands ready. Kim Jung-hyuk's grin widens, a predator surveying its prey. The alliance is complete. Rank Dungeon 1313. The rules are clear: 2 dungeons cleared, you're a proper dungeon explorer, but never let your guard down. 1 slip, and the dungeon devours you, stealing your life. The clock is ticking, 499 days left. The reward? 5 million and an E-rank item of your choice. 16 lives lost in a single day. The weight of that number settles heavily on Dawan's shoulders. His friend, unconcerned, shrugs. "Considering their skills," he says, "it's not all that strange." But Dawan isn't so sure. He saw the reports, the sheer incompetence of those who perished. Yeah, he admits, to be honest, the skills of the dungeon explorers were a bit disappointing. "I expected more from those who cleared 2 dungeons." The grim reality of their failure is laid bare. A brutal scene unfolds before Dawan's eyes. These weren't skilled adventurers, they were barely surviving. A sword lies discarded amidst the carnage, a testament to their struggle, a desperate, futile fight against overwhelming odds. They struggled with a battle of that level. "I don't think we really need to keep fighting alongside them," Dawan's friend states, his voice devoid of emotion. A chilling observation from a skeletal figure. "By the way," he says, leaning in, "the people who checked this quest window must have become quite anxious. Even more so if they were in the same party or clan as the people who died." He holds up a card, a grim smile playing on his bony face. "And there happens to be a good lifeline for them, someone people will flock to." A gloved hand extends, offering a card. The card displays the name JHK and the cryptic question, "What would you like to do?" The accompanying text reveals that Kim Jung-hyuk is highly active on the free forum. A tense moment unfolds. Someone's phone has gone missing. And accusations fly. The skeletal figure, Chris, is implicated. The discussion shifts to the strategic implications of Kim Jung-hyuk's growing influence. Concerns are voiced. But a deeper unease simmers beneath the surface. The skeletal figure, with a sudden, sharp movement, crumples a piece of paper. A clear sign of his displeasure. His animosity towards Kim Jung-hyuk is palpable, a chilling grin spreads across his skull-like face. The question hangs in the air, why the intense dislike? The discussion turns to the reasons behind this animosity. Chris's companion expresses his own aversion to Kim Jung-hyuk, citing his demeanor and attitude as reasons for his dislike. The skeletal figure reveals the true source of his hatred, Kim Jung-hyuk's party members. The aftermath of a dungeon raid, a grim scene unfolds. Survivors huddle together, their faces etched with a mixture of shock and grief. But something else lurks beneath the surface. A chilling observation. Daewon notices the subtle shift in their expressions as they speak of Kim Jung-hyuk. A forced smile, perhaps? Or something far more sinister. The truth dawns on them. Those smiles, they mask a deep-seated hatred. Kai's intuition, once dismissed, now takes center stage. The skeletal figure, ever the pragmatist, explains, intuition is not sufficient proof, but it's not something to ignore. A simple truth, yet profound in its implications. He uses the example of a stolen snack to illustrate the depth of human resentment. A seemingly trivial matter, yet capable of fueling intense hatred. The conversation shifts, focusing on Chris and his assessment of Kim Jung-hyuk. Chris doesn't mince words, it would be best to eliminate him before he grows any stronger. A bold statement, delivered with chilling calm. The skeletal figures agree, but with a crucial caveat. Definite proof is required. The stakes are high, and caution is paramount. The skeletal figure's gaze sharpens, and he reveals the reason behind their desire to eliminate Kim Jung-hyuk. The question hangs heavy in the air, what is this definite reason? The tension is palpable. Kai's apprehension is evident as he nervously awaits the answer. And Chris, with a sinister smile, is about to reveal the truth. The weight of this secret threatens to shatter the fragile peace. Daewon's hands clasp tightly, a silent prayer forming on his lips, a palpable tension hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken suspicion. Chris's voice cuts through the silence, sharp and decisive, we must eliminate Kim Jung-hyuk before it's too late. A skeletal figure's chilling words echo in the digital space, he happens to have prepared a good stage for us. The explorers huddle around the tablet, their faces grim as they read the chilling message, a new post on the dungeon site, a chilling invitation from Kim Jung-hyuk himself. Kim Jung-hyuk's message lays bare the grim reality of the E-rank dungeon number 1313. 16 victims in a single day, a stark reminder of the danger they face. 3 days, a countdown begins. Daewon's eyes narrow, a grim determination settling on his face. The skeletal figure's voice is cold, calculating. Until then, let us prepare everything we need to properly eliminate him. Daewon's gaze sharpens, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. As expected of Chris. A surge of energy, a vibrant blue glow erupts from Daewon's chest, an indomitable will, a refusal to accept weakness. The skeletal figures react with awe and fear. Goodness gracious, how terrifying. You're a magician, all right. There's a reason they say to never make an enemy of a magician. The dungeon's cold, damp walls loom, a labyrinth of shadows. 3 days later, a group of adventurers huddle together, their breath misting in the frigid air. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A large cavern opens before them, revealing a vast assembly of figures. A hush falls over the crowd. A young man with fiery red hair addresses the crowd. Ah, can you all hear me? Seems like you can. He clears his throat, preparing to speak. He stands before a council of powerful figures, a masked man, a hooded figure, and 2 armored guards. It looks like everyone's here, so let's begin. The young man continues, his voice carrying across the cavern. He thanks the assembled adventurers for their time and effort, acknowledging the difficulty of the task ahead. He explains the challenges of the E-rank dungeon raid, highlighting its unexpectedly high difficulty and the casualties suffered. 16 victims in a short time. But thankfully, thanks to teamwork, there were no casualties among those present. The dungeon is a dangerous place, he warns, the moment you let your guard down, you will be instantly killed. Despite the danger, he emphasizes that they can overcome this challenge. He points to numerous online posts detailing successful E-rank dungeon clears, proving it's possible. The red-haired adventurer, a grin splitting his face, declares, "We're the same as those people. So if they did it, why can't we?" He continues, thoughtfully, "Of course, there are differences in individual talent, but if we join forces, we'll be able to do this. I have something in mind regarding the difference in level due to talent, but I'll tell you about that in a bit." The scene shifts to a dungeon, where the adventurer battles a goblin. Clang, coins rain down as the goblin falls. But unfortunately, humans can't just live on dreams. There are practical issues, too. The biggest is probably money. The adventurer explains the financial challenges of splitting the spoils amongst a large group. The potential for conflict looms large. What do you think would happen if conflicts arose between people on top of that? A heated argument erupts amongst the adventurers. The tension is palpable. You are all strong, so the issue could become uncontrollably serious. The leadership system to mediate such things would also become a problem. The red-haired adventurer, eyes gleaming with ambition, presents his solution. "In order to resolve the various practical issues, in addition to that, I hereby propose the establishment of a guild." A holographic image of the word guild appears. The adventurers murmur amongst themselves, intrigued. He found out that there would be an update for a guild system soon on the dungeon site. The adventurer explains the benefits of joining a guild, increased profits and other advantages. A close-up on a thoughtful adventurer's face. He's starting to reveal his ambition. The red-haired adventurer passionately reiterates his proposal, his voice filled with conviction. "As such, I once again propose establishing a guild, and I will be the guildmaster." A hush falls over the group, as a bold proposal is made. The speaker's voice rings out, confident and commanding, a declaration of intent. Whispers ripple through the crowd, curiosity and skepticism clashing. But the guildmaster candidate remains unfazed, a steely glint in his eyes. He reveals the source of his newfound power, a surge of energy. Gasps erupt from the onlookers, disbelief and wonder painted on their faces. The guildmaster candidate explains his unique talent, subordinate control. A pyramid chart illustrates its limitations. He clarifies the scope of his power, a demonstration of its subtle yet effective nature. A sudden clash of steel, a desperate plea for peace. The guildmaster candidate stands, a confident gleam in his eyes. "However, I've worked hard every day to develop this ability. And thanks to those efforts, he reveals his hard-earned power." A surge of energy erupts as ethereal strings appear, extending from his hands. He's controlling something, or someone. The onlookers gasp, their faces a mixture of shock and awe. "What? Strengthening talents?" The candidate grins, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Exactly. It's a superpower that raises the talents of those under my rule by one level. I call it blessing under the shade." He proposes a contract, a chance to enhance their abilities. "And if you make a contract with me and come under my banner, I can strengthen your talent. I suppose it would be fastest to just demonstrate it." A volunteer steps forward, curious and apprehensive. All they have to do is say they'll make a contract. And with a firm handshake, a new subordinate is born. FWAP, the sound of a contract sealed. The candidate smiles, his plan unfolding perfectly. "All right, this person has now become my subordinate." The demonstration begins. A golden light engulfs the new subordinate. And their abilities surge. Hohua, the power is palpable, a visible increase in strength. It really does feel like I'm growing stronger. A finger presses a button labeled robbery, the guildmaster candidate's eyes widen in realization. His newfound power is undeniable. The onlookers gasp, they're all palpable, this is more than just a talent, it's a superpower. With arms outstretched, he stands before his potential subordinates, a radiant aura surrounding him, the weight of his ambition is clear. His smile speaks volumes, a genuine desire to protect and empower, to improve the lives of those under his command. A clenched fist, glowing with power, a symbol of his growing coercive abilities. He'll make a mana vow, a binding oath for mana users, unbreakable, a testament to his commitment. The consequences of breaking such a vow are dire. The surrounding mana will attack, leading to certain death. The blue energy crackles around his hand as he prepares to make his vow, a moment of profound commitment. His vow echoes through the chamber, never to give unreasonable orders, a promise etched in mana itself. The crowd roars its approval. A wave of excitement washes over them as their guildmaster candidate, Junghyuk, makes a mana vow, a binding oath to lead with fairness. A promise that resonates with power, a visible aura of energy swirling around him. His smile? Pure, unadulterated triumph. His eyes blaze with newfound confidence. It's over, he declares, the weight of victory settling upon his shoulders. A sharp clap echoes through the air, a sound that cuts through the celebratory atmosphere. And from the shadows, a figure emerges. Surrounding him, a retinue of powerful figures, a stark contrast to the jubilant crowd. Impressive, the newcomer observes, his voice laced with a hint of chilling amusement. Junghyuk's back is to us, his expression hidden. The tension is palpable. The masked figure continues, his words dripping with calculated praise. To think you possess a power that elevates talents, truly astonishing. Junghyuk's smile returns, broader now, a hint of mischief in his eyes. A skilled magician would indeed offer such praise, he replies, his tone suggesting he knows more than he lets on. The masked man's next words hang heavy in the air, I have one question. And Junghyuk, ever confident, answers simply, ask away. The mystery deepens. What could this question be? The guildmaster candidate, a smirk playing on his lips, answers the masked figure's question with a confident, almost playful tone. His words carry a subtle challenge. Yes, however, if they're stronger than me, a higher level or greater mental fortitude than me, it can easily be resisted. The masked figure's response is a low hum, a sound that speaks volumes. Can be resisted, you say? The masked figure's gaze sharpens, a chilling revelation delivered with icy precision. I see, so that's why you killed 16 people. The guildmaster candidate's newly formed guild stares in disbelief. A wave of shock washes over them as the accusation hangs heavy in the air. What? The guildmaster candidate's confident facade cracks. His eyes widen, a mixture of confusion and dawning horror replacing his earlier amusement. I killed 16 people? The masked figure reveals the grim truth. I'm talking about the ones you kept trying to control, but were killed because they kept resisting your commands, even until the end. The image shows the bodies of those who defied the guildmaster candidate's control. Doubt clouds the masked figure's expression. A new question arises, or are there perhaps more people I'm unaware of? The guildmaster candidate's face contorts in a grimace of pure rage. This fucker. The raw fury is palpable. The guildmaster candidate vehemently denies the accusation, his voice ringing with righteous indignation. One-hossi. Just what are you saying? I've never killed anyone in my life. He makes a powerful mana vow, a desperate attempt to prove his innocence. If you can't believe me, I will make another mana vow, right now. I have never killed other dungeon explorers. The guildmaster candidate stands accused, a silent figure amidst a sea of judging faces. A mana aura crackles around him, a silent vow taking shape. A tangible testament to his innocence, or so he believes. But doubt lingers in the eyes of the onlookers. A mana vow doesn't lie, one whispers, the words carrying a weight of suspicion. Rage boils within the armored figure. How frustrating. I'll go there myself and slit Kim Junghyuk's throat, he roars, his fury a palpable force. But a calmer voice cuts through the outburst, endure it, Kessel. You'll just botch things like that. A new voice cuts through the tension, a calm counterpoint to the rising fury. Allow me to correct myself. The words hanging heavy in the air as the masked figure steps forward. You didn't murder them. You merely commanded 16 people to kill each other. The masked figure's voice rings out, sharp and accusatory. His words are a revelation, a twist in the narrative. A confession of sorts, but not the one anyone expected. The guildmaster candidate's face crumples, his shoulders slumping under the weight of the unexpected accusation. My apologies, I misspoke again. I guess what you did was request something. The scene shifts, revealing a flashback. Kim Jung-hyuk, a seemingly ordinary dungeon explorer. Part of a group of 28 adventurers, facing a horde of monstrous creatures. He was unremarkable, blending into the background. Until a desperate gamble changed everything. Driven by ambition, he used a forbidden talent to gain an advantage, a choice that would have unforeseen consequences. The guildmaster candidate, seemingly a puppet master, his strings extending to several figures, each a pawn in his game. His smile, a chilling revelation of his true nature. The masked figure's words echo in the cavernous hall, a manhwa, a tool of manipulation, used to control dungeon explorers. A clash of steel, a brutal dance of death orchestrated by the candidate's twisted request. Arrows find their mark, the grim aftermath of the candidate's machinations. His denial, a desperate attempt to maintain his facade of innocence. The masked figure's retort, a cutting challenge to his deception. The tables turn, the hunter becomes the hunted. A chilling confidence, the masked figure holds the upper hand. The candidate's laughter, a hollow sound masking his growing fear. The guildmaster candidate, a puppet master of deceit, smirks. His icy gaze sweeps across the scene, strings of manipulation extending from his fingertips, entangling the surviving party members. Their faces twist in silent agony, trapped in his web of lies. One of them, defiant, shouts, "Stop slandering. It's because of Jung-hyuk SSI that we survived." But the masked figure remains unmoved. Pitiful, he scoffs, raising his staff. Truly pitiful. A surge of energy crackles from the staff, a blinding blue light erupting. Dead eye, dead ear, he whispers, the power growing. A mystical circle forming beneath his feet, radiating an ethereal glow. The power intensifies. The spell takes hold. The surviving party members are engulfed in a spectral blue light, their bodies dissolving into ethereal forms, trapped within the spell's grasp. The masked figure stands victorious, his power absolute. A weathered staff, topped with a curious orb, rests before a mysterious figure, his face obscured by a mask. And he speaks, his voice echoing with an ancient power, "My name is Wanhyo. I'm a magician who's learned magic from the school of necromancy." Gasps ripple through the crowd. "A necromancer," one exclaims. Wanhyo simply replies, like the person said just now, "I am a necromancer." Magic from the school of necromancy truly has many applications. He gestures, and spectral figures materialize before them, golems, undead, and more, a chilling display of power. Wanhyo continues, "Among them, what I've specialized in is the field of the undead. Because of that, it's become possible for me to see and hear things that normally cannot be seen or heard." The scene shifts. A man with fiery red hair confronts Wanhyo, his frustration evident. "To be honest, no matter what Kim Jong-hyuk SSI does, if it doesn't affect me negatively, it's not my problem." But his nonchalance shatters. "But the moment I saw them, they saw me, and they've been festering me all this time, so I ended up coming forward like this." The red-haired man explodes, "Shut the fuck up. How can there be something like ghosts?" Wanhyo remains calm, countering, "This is simply your sorcery. An immature prank." Kim Jong-hyuk, his face contorted in disbelief, shouts, "Stop." The raw fury in his eyes speaks volumes, he's not buying Wanhyo's act. Wanhyo's response is swift and chilling. A spectral hand, glowing an eerie cyan, emerges from his grasp. Releasing a ghostly figure, a young girl, with a desperate plea echoing from the panel, "Let my little sister be free." The spectral girl materializes, bathed in the same cyan light, amidst a group of onlookers, their expressions ranging from shock to fear. The scene is tense, the air thick with uncertainty. Among the crowd, a young woman with pink hair stares, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and dawning understanding, a silent witness to the unfolding supernatural events. Jong-hyuk's disbelief hardens into anger. "Don't be fooled. This is just that bastard's little trick. His voice is laced with bitterness, a desperate attempt to maintain control in the face of the impossible. He accuses Wanhyo of jealousy, claiming this display is a ploy to undermine his new position as guildmaster. A moment of unexpected support. Another guild member speaks up, defending Jonghyuk. That's right. Jonghyuk SSI hasn't done anything wrong. The pink-haired woman's face is etched with terror, tears streaming down her cheeks as she witnesses the escalating conflict. Her silent scream is palpable. 3 figures emerge from the shadows, their expressions mirroring the growing unease. The situation is spiraling out of control. Kim Jong-hyuk's face is a mask of fury, teeth bared in a snarl. The question hangs heavy in the air: is this truly the path of a leader? His voice rings out, sharp and accusatory, cutting through the tense silence. Come down from there. Speak the truth. The scene shifts, revealing a group of figures confronting Wanhyo. Their anger is palpable, their accusations sharp as knives. Were you intending on making us like that, too? Jong-hyuk's rage explodes. Free those people. Don't take away the freedom of your teammates, damn it. The accusations escalate, the weight of Jong-hyuk's words pressing down on Wanhyo. If you're doing things like this, you've got no right to be the guildmaster. Jong-hyuk's shoulders slump, his face etched with bitter disappointment. A deal, almost complete, shattered. Damn it, it was almost a done deal. His gaze hardens, a venomous glare directed at the unseen culprit. Because of that fucking bastard. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of energy. The masked figure leaps into action. A clash of steel, a flurry of blows. Ghosts rise to meet the onslaught, a spectral army unleashed. Jong-hyuk's fury reaches its peak, a scream of pure rage tearing from his throat. I'll kill you. A masked figure, eyes narrowed, stands ready. The air crackles with anticipation. A clash of steel. Kim Jong-hyuk's blade meets its counter, sparks erupting in a blinding flash. Jong-hyuk's attack is deflected, a powerful force sends him sprawling. The masked figure's counterattack is swift and brutal. A trail of energy slices through the air, leaving Jong-hyuk reeling from the impact. The ground trembles beneath the force of the blow. Jong-hyuk, battered and bruised, glares with furious intensity. His face is a mask of rage. You, fucking bastard. You're also someone who goes around with puppets. His voice drips with venom. Wanhyo and his ghostly knight stand defiant. So why are you messing? The challenge hangs heavy in the air. Another devastating blow. Jong-hyuk is sent hurtling into the depths, crashing into the rocky floor below. Kim Jong-hyuk, his face contorted in fury, unleashes a devastating attack. Block that, he roars, his intent unmistakable. His strike is swift, a blur of motion, but his allies watch, their faces etched with apprehension. The impact. A shockwave erupts as the force of the blow reverberates, a grunt of pain escapes Jong-hyuk's lips, ngh. A clash of steel. Sparks fly as Jong-hyuk's attack meets its counter, the sheer power of the collision sends tremors through the very ground. Jong-hyuk staggers back, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. You fucking tools. Attack, he bellows, his voice dripping with scorn. His underlings, fear etched on their faces, hesitate. A low groan escapes one of them, gh. The assault begins. A flurry of blades descends, a chaotic ballet of steel and desperation. You wag. Jong-hyuk's counterattack is brutal, precise, each strike calculated to inflict maximum damage. The speed is blinding. It can't be helped. I have no choice but to break their leg or arm. The weight of his decision hangs heavy in the air. But a voice cuts through the carnage. Hold on, Kessler. Those guys didn't do anything wrong. The command rings out, subdue them with minimal damage. A knight, clad in heavy armor, stands ready. But a swift counterattack explodes. Twin blades flash, a whirlwind of steel against bone and plate. The impact reverberates. Unwavering, the knight absorbs the blow, such impressive stability. The sheer force is incredible. A sneering face appears, a cruel smile twisting his lips. In your dreams. Mere skeletons cannot defeat my subordinates. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts, a blinding flash of blue light, sending the arrogant attacker sprawling. He tumbles through the air, a look of utter shock on his face. A dark figure emerges, a sinister aura swirling around them. A mystical symbol glows, pulsing with arcane energy. And the warrior crumples to the ground, defeated. A gasp escapes her lips, eek. The villain's laughter echoes. Don't get full of yourself. I'll show you the true strength of blessing under the shade. A crimson glow engulfs the scene, a terrifying power is unleashed. A grunt escapes her lips, a strange sound against the backdrop of the battle. The clash of steel echoes as she is thrown back, a whirlwind of motion and impact. The force of the blow sends tremors through her body. Kim Jong-hyuk, his face contorted in pain, activates a desperate measure. I call it Berserker mode. In exchange for your life force, your stats increase in an instant. His stats surge, a fiery aura enveloping him as he prepares for a counterattack. Alright, try facing them this time. You won't be able to hold back anymore, I bet. A furious clash of blades. The air crackles with energy as the battle intensifies. Both sides unleash devastating blows. A crimson flash, a blur of motion, and a deafening clang as swords meet. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield. The battle rages on, a brutal dance of steel and magic. Two figures clash, their movements a whirlwind of deadly intent. Ice arrow. A chilling projectile pierces the air, aimed with deadly precision. The icy blast strikes with brutal force, sending a shockwave through the air. Shattering ice shards explode outwards. A fierce clash of power erupts as the battle intensifies. Kim Jong-hyuk's eyes burn with a ferocious energy. His enhanced stats are undeniable, but a shadow of doubt crosses his face. He sprints forward, a blur of motion, his sword a deadly extension of his rage. My guys are better than your little toys, he shouts, his voice echoing with contempt. The masked opponent remains calm, a chilling smile playing on his lips. You can kiss sitting in the back like you're all that goodbye, he retorts, his words laced with icy finality. The clash of steel rings out. A brutal exchange of blows leaves Kim Jong-hyuk reeling. You've met your match, his opponent states, his voice dripping with cold confidence. A bone-jarring impact. Kim Jong-hyuk is sent flying, a pained grunt escaping his lips. Quack! He crashes to the ground, his face contorted in pain and disbelief. Arg, you piece of shit! What did you? He roars, his voice filled with furious frustration. His eyes widen in terror as he struggles to comprehend. A monstrous shadow looms over him, its skeletal form and glowing red eye a terrifying omen. The air crackles with dark energy. The Bone Dragon? Kim Jong-hyuk gasps, his voice barely a whisper as he stares up at the horrifying creature. Kim Jong-hyuk, a whirlwind of motion, cuts down skeletal foes with brutal efficiency. His blade sings a deadly song. But even his skill is no match for the Bone Dragon's terrifying claw. The impact throws him back. As the battle erupts into chaos, a Bone Dragon's shadow falls over the battlefield. And Jong-hyuk lies defeated, surrounded by the grim reapers of death. His eyes widen in terror. A dark figure emerges from the shadows, a staff held high. Indeed, you very nearly succeeded, he observes, his voice a chilling whisper. Or rather, the figure continues, if I hadn't been around, your plan would have succeeded without me knowing, and you would have grown much stronger. Jong-hyuk's eyes dart around wildly. Wait a moment. What are you trying to do? The dark figure raises his hands, a sinister energy crackling around him. Jong-hyuk's fear intensifies as he realizes the truth. I get it already. I'll stop. I was wrong. A cruel smile stretches across Jong-hyuk's face, sweat beading on his brow. He's cornered, but defiance still flickers in his eyes. The masked figure looms, his voice a low growl. The weight of Jung Hyuk's actions hangs heavy in the air. Did he truly spare those who begged for mercy? Jung Hyuk stammers, his voice cracking under the pressure. Terror and remorse war on his features. He pleads, I did. I swear. The masked figure's gaze is unwavering, piercing through Jung Hyuk's desperate facade. A chilling statement cuts through the tension, it's not good to lie. A blur of motion. A deadly strike is unleashed. The masked figure's blade cuts through the air with terrifying speed. Leaving Jung Hyuk reeling, his mask shattered, blood staining his face. The impact echoes through the desolate landscape. Jung Hyuk's eyes, wide with fear and defeat, meet the masked figure's gaze. The battle is over. A guttural sound echoes, a choked sob barely audible above the pounding of a heart. He collapses, his body racked with nausea, the grim reality of his actions catching up. A ragged breath escapes his lips, then another, each one a testament to the turmoil within. His eyes, wide with a horrifying clarity, reflect the unspeakable act he committed. I killed a person, the confession hangs heavy in the air, a stark admission of guilt. It's still vivid in my mind. The memory, raw and brutal, claws at his sanity, the image of a shattered skull, blood spraying like a grotesque fountain. The gruesome details sear themselves into his consciousness, the sickening feeling of warm blood, the sight of scattered brains. That feeling is engraved in my memory and can't be forgotten, a chilling statement, a testament to the trauma he carries. You did well to endure back there, Master. A voice cuts through the silence, offering a measure of comfort. More than anything, you're someone who goes around with puppets. So why are you messing with me? If I'd been put in the same position as him, I wouldn't have been able to defend myself. Kessel, Kai, and Chris. Don't you guys support my actions just because I'm your master? Did you forget, Master? Ever since we made the mana vow, all of this was something we decided on. More than anything, if Kim Jung-hyuk hadn't been eliminated, he would have created an enormous guild. There would have been more victims, and we wouldn't have been able to escape the danger either. You must overcome your sense of guilt, my lord. Stop. Please don't say anything else to me today. I just want to be alone right now. The master retreats, leaving his 3 skeletal servants behind. A heavy silence hangs in the air. As the skeletal figures watch him go, their glowing eyes reflecting the master's turmoil. The master lies on his bed, the weight of the world heavy on his shoulders. A chilling realization dawning on him, to spare Kim Jong-hyuk would have meant his own demise. His confession hangs in the air, a stark admission of guilt. This was necessary to survive, he thinks, but the words offer little solace. Because murder is murder, a sin he cannot erase. A solemn vow forms in his mind, from this moment on, I'll resolve myself, to never forget what I did, even if it was a crime committed in order to survive. He will shoulder the burden of his actions. The only atonement he can offer is to dedicate himself to whatever it takes to survive. A surge of ethereal blue energy erupts from his back. A wave of celebratory confetti rains down. Skeletal figures, grinning from ear to ear, hold aloft a sign, "Congrats, fourth circle." The master, still in bed, stares up at them, utterly bewildered. His eyes widen, a mix of shock and disbelief etched on his face. What? The skeletal figures cheer, their bony hands clapping in unison. Congrats on your ascension to the fourth circle. I knew you could do it, Master. You're truly amazing, my lord. The master, still dazed, questions the unbelievable news. Ascension to the fourth circle? What are you talking about? One of the skeletons, its glowing blue eyes intense, explains. Your pledge last night caused a shift in our mana. A surge of energy crackling around its bony hands. You've entered the fourth circle. The master's jaw drops. Me? Really? He checks his status, his eyes widening further as he confirms the unbelievable truth. The numbers don't lie. Did my resolve to accept and shoulder my crimes result in my mental growth? The question hangs heavy in the air. It doesn't feel that great, to be honest. A subtle frown touches his lips, a hint of self-doubt. But hey! Growth is something to be happy about. Two skeletal figures, vibrant with an almost manic energy, erupt into the scene. Their words are a stark contrast to the master's quiet contemplation. Getting stronger is a good thing, you know. Clack, a skeletal hand slaps the master's, a gesture of camaraderie and support. Master. There are hardly any cases of people becoming fourth circle magicians in as short a time as you. The skeletal figure, now more somber, speaks with a hint of awe. Certainly something to be proud of. The words hang in the air, a silent affirmation of the master's achievement. Everyone, thank you. A quiet gratitude, a sincere appreciation for the support he's received. Since I got to the fourth circle, I'm sure there'll be a mountain of things to do again. A new challenge awaits, a new path to forge. It's all right. A lot happened yesterday, so please take a break for the time being. The skeletal figures offer words of comfort and understanding. HM? That answer isn't very Chris-like. A hint of concern, a flicker of worry in his eyes. The remaining dungeon explorers gather, a tentative alliance forming in the wake of the master's departure. But the shadow of Kim Jung-hyuk's actions looms large, a chilling reminder of the dangers they face. Distrust festers amongst them, no clear leader emerges. Whispers spread through the online forum, the master's exploits are the talk of the town. A smirk plays on the master's lips. Flashy, he muses, a hint of self-awareness in his eyes. But the online chatter turns dark. A heated debate erupts, savior or murderer. The necromancer Wanhyo, tamer of a skeletal dragon, is at the center of the storm. The accusations fly. Who would believe such a tale, scoffs a skeptical voice. It's clearly a publicity stunt. A seasoned executive shares his doubts. I think the same. The sheer power of the skeletal dragon is undeniable. Its might is beyond comprehension, a creature that could only be summoned by a sixth circle necromancer. A chilling revelation that sends shivers down their spines. A sixth circle magician is incredibly rare, one whispers, his voice laced with awe and fear. But the discussion takes a sharp turn. No, there's a high chance a necromancer like that exists. The online forums are buzzing. Discussions about the master are reaching a fever pitch. With posts speculating about his true identity and the mysteries surrounding him. The sheer volume of posts is undeniable. A concerned expression crosses his face. The weight of the speculation is heavy. He chuckles, a sound that belies a deeper unease. Life is fun because unexpected things pop up one after the other, he remarks, a hint of amusement in his voice. His laughter rings out, a hearty sound that fills the room, a mask perhaps, hiding the true gravity of the situation. And with a reassuring nod, he delegates the investigation to his trusted associate. A simple all right, thanks, seals the deal. The weight of the world, for now, is lifted. SFX, whoosh, a skeletal figure bursts into action, a blur of motion. A gleaming blade slicing through the air with deadly precision. The attack is swift and brutal. The master's apprentice watches, concern etched on his face. Master. You'll never be able to beat down your enemy by always dodging like that. A piercing gaze, eyes narrowed in intense focus. The apprentice, surrounded by spectral warriors, moves with newfound speed. After reaching the fourth circle, his memory, reaction time, and calculating speed have improved dramatically. He can predict their basic movements. A clash of steel. The apprentice deflects a blow with practiced ease. A feeling of transformation washes over him, he feels like a completely different person. His movements are fluid, almost supernatural. A bone-jarring impact. The apprentice sends one of the skeletal warriors flying. The skeletal warrior crashes to the floor, its empty sockets staring blankly. The apprentice's training ground is revealed, a modern, well-appointed home. The apprentice's progress is astonishing. How surprising! How could you have improved so much in just 1 or 2 days? Chris said it was because my brain had received the blessing of mana. The apprentice explains his sudden power surge. Your brain? Not your muscles? There's a limit to how much you can overpower your opponent with strength alone. A wise observation from the skeletal warrior. The skeletal warrior, now on a laptop, is clearly amused. Hey now, Kai. You saying I've got no brains? A skeletal warrior sits at a computer, seemingly unimpressed. He sighs, muttering, "You don't, though. We're all bones, after all." Suddenly, the apprentice bursts in, challenging the warrior. You! Get over here! Let's settle who's stronger, right here, right now. The apprentice lunges, but the warrior easily deflects his attack. Another skeletal warrior appears, adding to the chaos. Kai! Don't tell me you're gonna act out too. The apprentice, slightly breathless, looks down at his hands, a moment of reflection before. A chilling report arrives. My lord! I think another 13 dungeon explorers have died. The scene shifts to a flashback, revealing the history of the Normals Guild. They were hastily formed, a band of ordinary people banding together against overwhelming odds. But their struggle continues. More importantly, they're still looking for you in order to have you join them. The apprentice, resolute, declares, still? I have no desire to work with them, though. His skeletal mentor agrees. That's the correct way to think, master. You're already at the 4th circle, so there's no reason to cooperate with them. Despite his resolve, a new challenge emerges. The apprentice contemplates the dungeon's difficulty. Still, considering the dungeon difficulty, I do want to start working on the raid soon. A skeletal horror looms, its eyes burning like hellfire. The apprentice recoils, a scream tearing from his throat. I've said this time and time again, but now is the time to strengthen your foundation, the skeletal warrior intones, its voice echoing with ancient wisdom. So even if you want to go into the dungeon, you must resist the urge. The apprentice sighs, his shoulders slumping. I know. I never really intended on going out there in the first place, he admits, a hint of frustration in his voice. But then, a new question arises, but what's going on? Production and training are already finished, so what brings you out here? The skeletal warrior's bony fingers rub together with a mischievous click-clack. About that. A triumphant announcement explodes across the panel. The blueprint for our new base is finally complete. The skeletal warrior strikes a celebratory pose, its glowing eyes sparkling with excitement. The wait is over. A young woman stirs in her sleep, a single word escaping her lips. NNNNG. A nightmare clinging to her, twisting her face in silent agony. N. No, she whispers, a desperate plea lost in the darkness. A command echoes in her mind, sharp and brutal. I said, kill those guys. The words are not hers, yet they ignite a terrifying power within her. Her eyes snap open, blazing with an unnatural light. A sword materializes in her hand, and in the next instant, she lunges forward. A brutal strike. Quan, blood splatters across the room, a horrifying display of raw power unleashed. A scream tears through the air, *AHHH. The nightmare continues, its grip tightening. She jolts awake, drenched in sweat, her heart pounding like a drum. Ha! She gasps, the echoes of the dream still ringing in her ears. She runs a hand through her hair, a chilling realization dawning on her. I had the same dream again. Hot tears stream down her face, a silent scream trapped in her throat. A chilling smile spreads across his face, a cruel mockery of grief. Even though Kim Jung-hyuk is already dead, the weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. A bone-chilling touch, a sudden, violent assault. Chaos erupts. Swords clash, bones shatter, a whirlwind of death and despair. She collapses, lifeless on the cold, unforgiving ground. A confession, a shocking revelation that cuts deeper than any blade. Her eyes widen, disbelief and horror etched onto her face. But don't worry, his hell is only beginning. A chilling promise, whispered on the wind. Kim Jung-hyuk's body convulses, a ghostly aura emanating from his form. A desperate cry escaping his lips, "Stop it!" The spectral energy intensifies. Surrounded by ethereal figures, Jung-hyuk is helpless against the masked assailant. The masked figure raises their staff, power crackling. A silent witness watches from the shadows, her face hidden, but her horror palpable. The masked figure delivers a final blow. "You can do what you want with him now." Jung-hyuk collapses, lifeless. A guttural sound echoes through the cavern. "Gak, the masked figure's triumph is short-lived. Kill him. Because of you, I." A new voice screams, filled with rage and despair. Another spectral figure emerges, its attack swift and brutal. "Naig, stop." The witness, eyes wide with shock, whispers, "What is this?" Her breath hitches. "Ha!" A spectral hand stirs, fingers flexing, a whisper escapes the lips of the deceased, "I can move freely?" The young woman, Hannah, sits amidst the grim aftermath, eyes wide with horror. A ghostly figure looms behind her, its presence both chilling and strangely comforting. The spectral figure speaks, its voice soft yet firm, "Hannah, you're free." Tears stream down Hannah's face as she processes the enormity of what's happened. "You Uni." The spectral figure's form flickers, its voice filled with sorrow, "Sorry. I'm so sorry." A wave of ethereal energy washes over Hannah as the spectral figure's form begins to dissipate. Because of me, you." The spectral figure offers a final word of comfort, its voice barely a whisper, "It's all right. It wasn't your fault." Hannah sobs, overwhelmed by grief and relief. The spectral figure's hand rests gently on her shoulder, offering a silent promise of support. "You'll be all right on your own from here on out, right? You must survive." As the spectral figure fades completely, a serene smile graces its lips, a final, lingering image of peace before it vanishes entirely. "Uni?" For us, the spectral figure's final words echo in Hannah's ears, a whisper of comfort in the face of unimaginable loss. Ethereal bubbles drift around her, remnants of its fading form. But the grief is palpable, a raw wound laid bare. "Wait a moment," she cries out, a desperate plea against the encroaching void. Tears well in Hannah's eyes, reflecting the dim, ethereal light. The weight of her sorrow is almost unbearable. But a flicker of resolve ignites within her. "I can't stay at home crying like this," she mutters, clenching her fist. A silent vow forms, a promise whispered to the empty air. The determination in her eyes burns brighter than ever before. "I have to become strong enough to prevent something like this from ever happening again." Until then, the scene shifts. A guttural roar shatters the silence. Shadows move, and the hunt begins. Hannah, armed with a sword and shield, leaps into the fray. A whirlwind of steel and fury, she faces down a pack of monstrous goblins. Her every strike precise and deadly. "I won't stop," she screams, her voice ringing with defiance. "Chris, I still don't quite understand why we have to have a base." A question hangs in the air, a hint of doubt in the speaker's voice. But a confident smile spreads across Chris's face as he explains the urgent need for a secure base of operations. The stakes are higher than ever. A briefing unfolds, slides showcasing the grim reality: new dungeons are appearing, and not all can be cleared. The consequences of failure are dire. If a raid fails, the monsters remain, and dungeon explorers might lose their names and become undead. The threat is palpable, the image is chilling. A terrifying image flashes, a monstrous figure bursts from a house, eyes glowing with malevolent energy. The horror is undeniable. And Chris's serious expression confirms the gravity of the situation. "Right, that was definitely. Sightseeing is good and all, but it's better to head in early. These are unsettling times. Many disappearances are happening, and the aftermath is always the same: fatal amounts of blood." The skeletal figure, Chris, addresses the urgent need for a secure base of operations. His words hang heavy in the air. And Chris's proposal is met with immediate, if slightly impatient, interest. Construction plans are already forming in someone's mind. But before the blueprints are finalized, Chris reveals a critical detail: a shift in strategy is needed. A new item is on the agenda. And the charts reveal a concerning trend. Profits from spell cards are plummeting. The reason? Counterfeit cards are flooding the market. The crisis deepens. Chris's business partner, visibly stressed, grapples with the implications. Double, even triple, production? The pressure mounts. And then, a solution is unveiled. A treasure chest overflows with gleaming, magically imbued weapons. The sale of magic-endowed items begins. Chris, radiating confidence, presents his bold new venture. The stakes are high, but the potential rewards are even higher. But a shadow of doubt creeps into Chris's partner's mind. The risk of leaked production methods looms large. What if it happens again? Chris's calm reassurance is a stark contrast to the rising tension. Magic items are different, he assures, his words carrying a weight of experience. Chris's confident smile in the final panel leaves the reader with a sense of anticipation and a hint of uncertainty. Will this new venture succeed? A skeletal figure, clad in a dark robe and sporting spectacles, unleashes a furious, spectral roar. Dark energy crackles around him, a terrifying display of power. Chris, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension, watches the spectacle unfold. Wow! What incredible confidence, he exclaims, his voice echoing the disbelief in the room. The skeletons surrounding him murmur in agreement. Magicians are indeed scary. A close-up on Chris's hand as he decisively stamps a document, the word master clearly visible. The action is swift, resolute. The grinning skull leans in conspiratorially. You and I will be busy for a while then, master. You can look forward to learning how to enchant. Chris's eyes widen, a mix of excitement and apprehension. Ha! As I thought. I have to do it too. The skeletal mage's voice booms, echoing with conviction, of course. The creation of magic items is the best way to build one's foundation. Chris's face is a mask of contemplation, then, a slow nod. Then I guess I have to. He begins to diligently take notes, sketching designs. The skeletal figure watches over him, a silent guardian. The text clarifies: as always, Chris watched over me, explaining my mistakes one by one and helping me understand. A flashback shows a younger Chris, proudly presenting a crude magical symbol. The narration continues: thanks to her, I was able to progress quickly, but if I ever repeated a mistake, she punished me without mercy. The scene shifts back to the present. Chris grimaces as the skeletal figure hands him a cup of a strange, dark liquid. The text reads, with an unnamed tonic that was supposed to be good for my body, that is. The narration emphasizes the unpleasantness. The tonic was so disgusting I could hardly stomach it. It was bitter, spicy, nasty, and fishy, all at once. The recipe for culinary disaster is revealed: surströmming, hot sauce, stinky tofu, and rotten Italian cheese, a flavor combination best left to the imagination. 3 months have passed, and Chris is at his wits' end. His face is etched with exhaustion, the weight of his training pressing down on him. But just as he's about to break, a skeletal hand appears, offering a steaming cup. Master, you forgot something. A cryptic message delivered with unsettling calm. Chris recoils in horror. Get that away from me. Just kill me instead, he screams, tears streaming down his face, the contents of the cup clearly something he dreads. His desperation is palpable. My lord, he gasps, his voice strained, the pressure building to a breaking point. The skull's eyes glow with an eerie light. It's finally time. The words hang heavy in the air, a chilling declaration. The location of the E-Rank Dungeon's boss room has been discovered, a new challenge awaits. Chris's expression hardens. He stares ahead, a newfound resolve in his eyes. The skeletal figure watches silently, a cup of something ominous still in hand. Elsewhere, two figures discuss Chris's potential arrival. One is skeptical, "I don't think he's coming." The other, however, is hopeful, "It would be a big help if he came." A subtle tension hangs in the air. A hushed conversation unfolds amidst crumbling stone. Doubt hangs heavy in the air. But determination remains. Before them stands the entrance to the E-rank dungeon, an imposing gateway of gold and gray stone. The team assembles, a palpable tension building with each passing moment. Yoon-hana, guildmaster of the normals, stands tall, her purple hair a stark contrast to the grim surroundings. Her command rings out, "Get ready, everyone. We're going in soon." A surge of motion. The team charges into the dungeon, a wave of bodies rushing forward. A flurry of motion, a chaotic ballet of determined steps and focused intent. Deep within the dungeon, two figures cautiously advance, their eyes darting around. A sudden gasp. "Over there! Someone's coming!" The sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the cavern. From the shadows, a horde emerges, a terrifying legion of shadowy figures, their eyes glowing menacingly. And at their head, a figure cloaked in darkness, their face hidden by a mask. The air crackles with anticipation. A chilling vista unfolds, a graveyard of bones, stretching into the shadowed depths of the dungeon. And before this macabre monument, a guild stands ready. Yoon-hana, her gaze steely, leads the Normals Guild into the unknown. A deep, echoing voice cuts through the silence. "Hello. It's been a while, everyone." The camera sweeps across a vast chamber, revealing a crowd gathered before a formidable group. Skeletal figures line the walls, silent sentinels guarding this mysterious place. Whispers ripple through the crowd. "He really summoned all of those alone?" A guild leader steps forward, her voice carrying a note of gratitude. "We are happy to see you again. Thank you so much for coming." She continues, her words tinged with a hint of regret, "I wasn't in the right state of mind to thank you properly back then. I am the current guildmaster of normals, Yoon-hana." With a deep bow, she expresses her heartfelt thanks. "Thank you so much for avenging my older sister." A promise hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable. "I will definitely repay your kindness one day." The masked figure remains stoic, his voice calm yet resolute. "It was nothing. I simply did that because I decided Kim Jung-hyuk would become my enemy." A sly smile spreads across Yoon-hana's face. The seeds of a new conflict have been sown. The guildmaster's proposition hangs in the air, a collaboration to subdue the monstrous threat. But is it truly a collaboration, or something more sinister? The question hangs heavy in the air. Won Hyo-nim, ever the pragmatist, assesses the situation. She knows her strength, but even she acknowledges the guildmaster's power and the challenge ahead. A moment of doubt flickers in Won Hyo-nim's eyes, a rare sight indeed. But the offer of collaboration-style remuneration is too tempting to ignore. The word remuneration hangs in the air, a question mark in Won Hyo-nim's mind. Then, the briefcase is opened, revealing a tempting offer, $100,000 in cash and 5 low-grade mana crystals. The deal is sweetened further, a bonus awaits if the subjugation is successful. The guildmaster's confidence is palpable. Even the guildmaster's subordinate acknowledges the generous nature of the offer. But the guildmaster's eyes remain fixed on the bigger picture, the true price of success still unclear. The masked figure, Kim Jung-hyuk, makes his offer, "We will give you the item that appears after the boss monster is defeated, no matter what it is." Yoon-hana, unwavering, declares her terms, "The 5 deputies of the normals, including me, will make a mana vow to honor any one request of yours." Her hand clenches over her heart, a silent affirmation of her solemn oath, a vow sealed with magical power. Jung-hyuk's eyes, sharp and calculating, betray nothing of his true intentions, but a flicker of something akin to amusement crosses his face. His response is swift and decisive, "Very well. Let us collaborate." He holds his staff, a symbol of authority and power, a promise of future cooperation, but also a subtle threat. The weight of the decision settles on Hannah's shoulders as she turns away, her expression unreadable. A subtle smile plays on her lips, a sign of confidence, perhaps even cunning, as she anticipates the next steps. She extends her hand, a gesture of agreement, and the deal is sealed. Then, allow me to tell you the plan we formulated for the subjugation. With the deal finalized, the focus shifts to the plan itself. After receiving her reward, Yoon-hana begins to explain the subjugation plan. A dungeon raid team assembles, their strategy clear, a shield wall of close-range fighters, spear-like support from long-range attackers. A practical plan, born of necessity. But uncertainty hangs heavy in the air. They don't know what awaits them, only that the boss monster is a formidable threat. Their initial plan, a carefully constructed defense, is instantly obsolete. The ground trembles. A monstrous roar erupts. A terrifying werewolf, eyes blazing with crimson fury, bursts forth from the shadows. The beast's presence is overwhelming, its sheer power is palpable. A primal terror grips the team. As the chilling truth dawns, this is no ordinary fight. The werewolf is not alone, at least 100 more monsters swarm around it. Fear flickers in Yoon-hana's eyes, but it's quickly replaced by grim determination. If it's a werewolf, she whispers, a plan already forming in her mind. Kim Jung-hyuk, ever the strategist, remains calm. Don't worry, he assures her, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He has a solution. He reveals his plan, a bold counter-strategy to the unexpected threat. The fate of the team hangs in the balance. The heavy oak door creaks open, revealing a chilling sight. The air crackles with anticipation as the team enters the boss room. A legion of skeletal warriors stands guard, their empty sockets seeming to pierce through the very souls of the intruders. A palpable sense of dread hangs in the air. But our heroes stand firm, a wall of steel and determination against the looming threat. Their shields gleam under the dim light, a testament to their unwavering resolve. A grim realization dawns on their faces. This will be harder than we thought. The werewolf, a monstrous figure with eyes like burning coals, sits amidst a pack of equally terrifying beasts. A massive axe lies discarded nearby, a testament to the carnage already unleashed. Minotaurs with glowing red eyes and a horde of vicious rat-like creatures. The stench of decay and blood fills the air. The rats, surprisingly well armed, advance with a chilling, synchronized screech, Triple-A. The werewolf's terrifying roar echoes through the chamber as the battle begins. A maelstrom of claws, teeth, and steel erupts. The rat-like creatures swarm our heroes, their tiny swords flashing in a blur of motion. The battle rages. Yoon-hana, a whirlwind of purple hair and steely determination, bellows her command, "Shield Squad, forward!" A wave of fear washes over the support team, their faces etched with terror as the monstrous horde closes in. But from the chaos, order emerges. A coordinated defense springs into action, a wall of shields rising to meet the onslaught. Kim Jung-hyuk's voice cuts through the din. Group 1. Group 2. Throw. The first volley of projectiles hurtles towards the enemy. A hail of sharpened stakes meets the monstrous horde. The rats shriek, squeak. The impact. Shields splinter, the ground trembles, a gruesome rain of blood and broken wood. But the counterattack continues. Group 3. Group 4. Fireballs. A wave of searing flames erupts, engulfing the remaining rat-like creatures in a fiery inferno. The air crackles with heat. A deafening explosion. The ground shakes violently, the sheer force of the blast sends a shockwave through the battlefield. Amidst the smoke and debris, Yoon-hana stands, her sword gleaming, a silent testament to her unwavering resolve. The battle is far from over, but for now, the tide has turned. A monstrous roar shakes the very ground. The warbulls charge, a terrifying wave of muscle and fury. A fiery explosion erupts as they unleash their devastating attack. The warbulls, a relentless tide of destruction, advance. Yoon-hana's eyes blaze with determination. One Hyo-nim. Please handle the warbulls. Kim Jung-hyuk, a grim smile playing on his lips, responds, leave it to me. With a burst of dark energy, skeletal warriors rise at his command. Bone spears launch, piercing through the charging beasts. Shink! The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield. The warbulls are thrown back, momentarily stunned. And with a battle cry, the counterattack begins. Advance! A phalanx of soldiers stands firm, shields locked, awaiting the enemy's advance. The command rings out, fire! Arrows rain down upon the monstrous horde. A fiery rain of projectiles finds its mark. The ground is littered with fallen beasts, their pained cries echoing across the battlefield. But even in death, their ferocity remains. A monstrous bull bellows, defying the onslaught. Amidst the chaos, a soldier smirks, "Ain't this easy? We could do this much on our own." Suddenly, a blur of motion. Twin axes, whirling with deadly precision. A devastating blow. The axes carve through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield. Soldiers are thrown back, tumbling to the ground. With a single strike, the tide turns. Yoon Hana watches in stunned silence. Yoon Hana's eyes widen in shock as the monstrous warbulls charge, their hooves pounding the earth. A thunderous roar shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The air crackles with anticipation. Kim Jong-hyuk bellows a command, his voice cutting through the chaos, "Hold the line. We can't lose our ground." Arrows of fire rain down from above, a fiery storm unleashed upon the charging beasts. One warbull bellows in surprise, a fiery arrow piercing its hide. Moo! A swift, brutal strike. A monstrous hand crushes a fleeing rat. A dark vortex of energy erupts from the ground, swallowing the remaining rat's whole. The impact of the explosion sends a shockwave through the battlefield. A warbull uses a corpse as a shield, a desperate, ridiculous act. The line buckles under the relentless assault, the monsters push forward, breaking through the defenses. The command rings out across the battlefield, all units, engage in melee combat. A wave of warbulls charges, their roars shaking the very ground. And the defenders meet the onslaught head-on. Kim Jong-hyuk's voice cuts through the chaos, "Move in groups of 2. Do your best to survive." The battle rages, a brutal dance of steel and fury. But even Jong-hyuk's grim determination falters. "We can't keep going in a war of attrition like this." A chilling doubt creeping into his mind. His eyes dart around, assessing the impossible odds. Should they retreat, or? The decision is made. Everyone, retreat to the back. The command echoes, a desperate gamble against the tide of war. Skeletons rise from the earth, a macabre reinforcement. But even this desperate measure seems insufficient. Jong-hyuk's face is etched with grim resignation. It's too much for skeletons to handle. They'll be destroyed in no time. But even as despair threatens to consume them, a defiant roar shatters the silence. This isn't the end. Kim Jong-hyuk's eyes burn with a newfound resolve. Dark, swirling energy crackles in his hands, a power yet untapped. A desperate counterattack begins. The warbulls are relentless, but the tide of battle begins to shift. The skeletons fall, but the fight continues. A chaotic maelstrom of violence engulfs the battlefield. The clash of steel, the thunder of hooves, the screams of the dying all blend into a symphony of destruction. Yoon Hana's eyes widen, disbelief etched across her face. He summoned that many skeletons instantly? A surge of dark energy erupts, crackling with purple lightning. A colossal skeletal beast rises from the shadows, its single red eye burning with malevolent power. Kim Jong-hyuk stands firm, staff raised, while Hana prepares for battle, sword drawn. The beast unleashes a wave of necrotic energy, a chilling necro breath. Kim Jong-hyuk's face contorts in a grimace of exertion as he prepares to counter the devastating attack. The necro breath slams into Kim Jong-hyuk's defenses, *cum*. A violent shockwave rips through the air, sending debris flying. The impact of the attack is catastrophic. A monstrous roar echoes as the battle intensifies. Yoon Hana's eyes widen, a silent scream trapped in her throat as she witnesses the raw power unleashed before her. The necro breath, a torrent of dark energy, is obliterated. Vaporized into oblivion. The air crackles with residual power. Kim Jung-hyuk, battered but unbowed, raises his shield, a testament to his resilience, a desperate defense against unimaginable force. The air crackles with energy, a monstrous roar shakes the very ground. A skeletal dragon, eyes burning like hellfire, lunges forward. Its jaws snapping shut with terrifying speed. A wave of dark energy explodes outward, Kwang. The earth trembles, a crater forms where the beast once stood, leaving behind only dust and the lingering scent of ozone. They were vaporized into oblivion. A staff slams into the ground, the impact reverberates through the desolate landscape. Wonyonim, are you alright? I'm alright, in any case. The skeletal dragon's final, desperate roar echoes across the battlefield, a terrifying sound, filled with the agony of defeat. But even as dust settles, a chilling voice cuts through the silence, it's not over yet. A shockwave of dark energy erupts from the fallen beast, a prelude to something far more sinister. Wonyo and her companion stand back to back, facing an ominous horizon. A legion of shadowy figures emerges from the dust clouds. A monstrous wolf, eyes burning with malevolent red light, snarls, its guttural growl shaking the very ground. The hunt is far from over. From the depths of the earth, monstrous boar-like creatures rise, their eyes glowing ominously, a relentless tide of darkness. The wolf lunges, jaws snapping shut with terrifying speed. A desperate struggle for survival begins. A brutal impact, the earth trembles, the wolf is thrown back, momentarily stunned. From the depths of the earth, a minotaur emerges, its massive axe cleaving through the ground. The battle intensifies. The skeletal dragon's defeat was short-lived, a guttural roar echoes through the cavern as a monstrous horde emerges from the shadows. Wonyo's voice cuts through the chaos, all units, assume your positions again. Prepare to attack. Her command is met with immediate action, a volley of arrows pierces the air, finding their marks with deadly accuracy. The first wave of monstrous rats falls, but more are coming. A terrifying minotaur charges into the fray, its massive horns glinting menacingly. The ground trembles under its weight, the battle intensifies. A desperate defense, shields clash against the minotaur's brutal strength. A soldier cries out in pain as the beast's power shatters his defenses. The minotaur's eyes burn with primal fury, its monstrous strength is overwhelming. The clash of steel echoes across the battlefield, shattered bones litter the ground, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. A monstrous warbull charges, its bellow shaking the earth. Wonyo's blade meets the beast's furious onslaught. A masked figure, a powerful mage, raises his staff. I'll block the warbulls, so please take care of the greater mice first. Wonyo's eyes widen in alarm. But you'll fall into mana exhaustion at this rate, Wonyonim. A terrifying snarl rips through the air, Klua. A monstrous wolf-like creature emerges from the shadows, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. The mage's concentration shatters as razor-sharp claws tear through his defenses, a single, chilling detail, a crimson stain blooms across his eye. A spray of blood explodes across the battlefield, the brutal reality of the situation sinks in. The monstrous wolf stands triumphant, its fangs dripping with blood. Two fallen soldiers lie at its feet, a testament to its power. The mage, wounded but defiant, stands amidst the chaos, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat. A surge of blue energy crackles in his hand, a desperate attempt to turn the tide. The masked mage, battered but unbowed, unleashes a furious spell. Lightning bolt. A bolt of pure energy explodes from his staff. A searing blue torrent that tears through the air. Direct impact. The monstrous wolf-like creature is engulfed in the blast, the earth trembling from the force. But even this devastating attack only slows the beast. Grr. Its eyes burn with ferocious intensity. A deafening roar echoes as the creature lunges forward, claws extended. Its wounds already beginning to heal with unnatural speed. What truly astounding vitality! But even this monstrous regeneration can't stop the determined heroes. But that doesn't mean there's no way to take you down. The masked mage, supported by his allies, prepares for the next assault. The battle rages on. The monstrous wolf-like creature, wounded but far from defeated, prepares its counterattack. Grrr! The masked mage's breath hitches, a grim determination etched on his face. The necro breath from before used Nidhogg's mana, not mine. His words, a testament to his dwindling strength, yet his resolve remains unshaken. A calculated gamble, a desperate play for time. Thanks to that, I was able to lure the werewolf alone to my side by acting as if I were running out of mana. His hand clenches into a fist, a silent prayer for success. A dark tunnel, the air thick with the stench of decay and anticipation. Wonio and the masked mage, their figures silhouetted against the gloom, advance cautiously. Let's end this now, Kai, Kessel. The masked mage's voice rings out, a battle cry echoing through the claustrophobic space. A monstrous werewolf lunges. Its eyes, burning embers of rage, fix on its prey. Kua-a-a-a-a-a, a guttural roar shakes the very ground, a prelude to the impending carnage. A beast's fury unleashed. Claws extended, teeth bared, it tears through the air, a whirlwind of muscle and malice. The impact of its attack sends a shockwave through the tunnel. Wonio meets the onslaught head-on. A blur of motion, a clash of steel, as her blade meets the werewolf's claws. KKKK, the sound of metal screeching against bone echoes through the tunnel. A desperate struggle for survival. Wonio's movements are precise, each strike calculated to exploit a weakness. Blood splatters across the ground as she fights with the ferocity of a cornered lioness. A werewolf's eyes narrow, its attention momentarily diverted. You shouldn't look away. A warning, sharp as a blade, cuts through the chaos. Kai Kessel seizes the opportunity. A swift, brutal strike, a flash of steel, and the werewolf's lifeblood erupts. Con, the sound of the final blow echoes in the confined space. The beast falls, its reign of terror finally over. The silence that follows is heavy, a stark contrast to the recent maelstrom. Victory is hard-won, but victory it is. The werewolf lunges, a terrifying roar, grrr, echoing through the battlefield. Its claws rake across the earth. But Wonio meets its attack head-on. A clash of steel against monstrous claws. The sound of the impact, KLAA, reverberates through the air. Wonio's blade bites deep, but the wound heals instantly. It healed before I could cut through. The masked mage's warning echoes in Wonio's mind. A vital piece of information. You should aim for the throat. The masked mage's voice cuts through the chaos. A new strategy is born. As the masked mage creates a distraction. While I keep it occupied, end it in one strike. A whirlwind of motion, a blur of strikes. And with a final, desperate lunge, Wonio's blade finds its mark. The werewolf's lifeblood spills forth in a crimson torrent. The beast's final, desperate struggle, a thunderous impact as it crashes to the ground. The earth trembles beneath its weight. But the fight isn't over yet. The werewolf's eyes glow with a malevolent light, its body convulsing with unnatural energy. Wonio shouts a warning, out of the way, Kai. Don't get caught up in this. A desperate attempt to save Kai from the werewolf's final, furious attack. As a final, blinding flash of green energy erupts from the dying beast. The impact sends a shockwave through the ground. The werewolf lunges, claws extended, a terrifying predator unleashed. A green energy wave erupts as Wonio counters with a desperate, powerful strike. The impact sends tremors through the very ground. Wonio stumbles back, but the beast is momentarily stunned. The werewolf, enraged, roars, its eyes burning with crimson fury. It's ready to unleash its full power. The masked mage, battered but not broken, gasps, I've got it. A deafening cry echoes as the werewolf's attack connects. But it's not Wonio who takes the hit. The masked mage cries out, hold. A golden circle flares, a magical trap springing to life. From the depths of the cavern, the masked mage rises, his power surging, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. Golden chains erupt from the circle, ensnaring the werewolf's leg with blinding speed. The werewolf struggles, its monstrous claws scraping against the magical bonds, but the chains hold firm. With a final, desperate lunge, the werewolf is trapped. Its eyes blaze with furious rage, but its movements are restricted. Golden chains, crackling with energy, bind the werewolf's arm, restricting its savage power. A ferocious roar erupts as the beast struggles against the magical restraints. The chains tighten, searing the werewolf's flesh, its eyes blaze with furious rage. Wonio, seizing the opportunity, unleashes a devastating blow. "Shut your yapping mouth, you big mutt." The chains constrict further, the werewolf's movements becoming increasingly erratic, a desperate struggle against its binding. With a final, earth-shattering impact, the masked mage's spell culminates. Decapitation. A crimson spray explodes across the battlefield, the werewolf's reign of terror is over. Only its lifeless eyes remain, staring blankly, the lingering echoes of its monstrous power fading into silence. The werewolf's body collapses, its final struggle ending in a lifeless heap, a bloody end to a brutal fight. Wonio stands amidst the carnage, her breath ragged, but a triumphant glint in her eyes, victory hard-earned. A bloody blade, glistening under the dim light, the grim testament to a battle fought with ferocious intensity. Dust and debris explode outwards, a shockwave rips through the air. The monstrous beast is shattered, its form dissolving into nothingness. A chilling silence descends, only the faintest whisper of the wind remains. From the heart of the destruction, a radiant blue orb ascends. A moonstone, a mana crystal of immense power. A gloved hand reaches out, gently cradling the precious gem. That stone is a mana crystal with the power of the moon, a moonstone. It's extremely valuable. It will be a big help to us. A piercing scream cuts through the air. Ah! The monstrous warbull charges, a furious beast intent on destruction. With a mighty roar, the beast lunges. But the hero's blade finds its mark. A flash of steel, a burst of energy, and the warbull crumples. Victory! A triumphant grin spreads across the hero's face, the battle's intensity still etched in their eyes. The battlefield is a maelstrom of chaos. "Attack the warbulls first," a commander shouts. "Keep firing." Arrows fly, spells ignite, and the clash of steel echoes across the ravaged landscape. A desperate struggle for survival unfolds. As skeletal warbulls, their bones cracking under the onslaught, fall one by one. The monsters are running away. We can't let them get away. The pursuit begins. With a squeak and a thunderous dawn, the monstrous rats scatter, their red eyes gleaming. A hooded figure, radiating an ominous golden light, observes the chaos from afar. A silent, watchful presence. The final battle has ended, a crimson stain spreads across the stone floor. A warrior woman, eyes wide with disbelief, stares at the carnage. "That undead is." A commanding figure approaches, offering a curt nod. "Good work." The dungeon's subjugation is over. A young man smiles, a sense of accomplishment radiating from him. Celebrations erupt. "Congratulations on clearing the dungeon," shouts a voice, as the team gathers. Whispers ripple through the group. "Was the boss monster killed?" one soldier asks, uncertain. Another soldier replies, a hint of doubt in his voice, "It seems so." The tension breaks. "We won. We survived. We successfully cleared the boss room." A chaotic scene of jubilation unfolds, bodies collapse in exhaustion and relief. But even in victory, a sense of unease lingers, the escape of unseen enemies. Tears of joy stream down her face, a radiant smile breaking through. The weight of victory is palpable. Their voices, filled with gratitude, echo in the cavernous space. A chorus of thanks directed at Wanhyonim, the hero of the hour. Wanhyonim accepts their praise with quiet humility, a subtle nod acknowledging their heartfelt appreciation. A question hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with meaning, the future of their collaboration. Won Hyo-nim's response is firm, yet laced with a hint of ambiguity, a promise of assistance, but on his own terms. With a final exchange of words, the party disperses, each member heading their separate ways. But the adventure is far from over. A new mission looms, the second floor beckons in 3 days' time. An invitation is extended, a subtle request for Won Hyo-nim's continued support, a silent plea for his presence. He considers their plea, a thoughtful pause before his reply, a promise of potential involvement. He's far stronger than we ever imagined. The sheer power he displayed, it's breathtaking. Even beyond the skeleton dragon, the 3 undead who dealt with the werewolf, they were incredibly strong too. Won Hyo beams, relief washing over her face. I'm so glad we teamed up with him. Her comrade agrees, seriously, I think the same. A chill runs down a soldier's spine. If Kim Jung-hyuk were still alive, we'd be Won Hyo SSI's enemies. The thought alone sends shivers down his spine. The warrior woman, Won Hyo, stands defiant, sword drawn. Normals, she shouts, a fierce glint in her eyes. The team advances, a tide of determined soldiers surging forward, towards the next challenge. Won Hyo smiles, a victorious grin spreading across her face. Let's head back home. A glowing blue orb, pulsating with inner light, rests in a skeletal hand. Chris, the unnamed protagonist, stares, awestruck, at the unearthly artifact. His companion's voice cuts through his amazement. Chris, is that thing really so amazing? The skeletal figure, cloaked in darkness, explains, so amazing you wanted us to grab this first, out of all the spoils. Chris's eyes widen. God's eyes illuminating the darkness? A flashback unfolds, revealing a crimson moon casting an ominous glow over a landscape teeming with monstrous creatures, their ferocity amplified by the celestial light. Then, a shift. The moon turns a serene blue, and the monsters instantly become docile, their aggression replaced by a calming stillness. The narrator explains, because of that, moonstones, which hold strong moon power, were used in many ways. Chris's curiosity is piqued. For example? The skeletal mage points a bony finger, illustrating a point. Take the werewolf, for example. It had powerful vitality that exceeded that of a troll, did it not? The skeletal figure grins, the mystery solved. So that's why its vitality was better than expected. The skeletal mage boasts, that's why I, Kettle, chopped its head off so it couldn't even think of reviving. Another skeleton playfully complains, hey, master. Aren't you being a bit too blasé? Praise me more. The skeletal mage declares, I think, that one of us using it as their central nucleus would be the best move. The protagonist ponders, one of the 3 of you, huh? The skeletal mage points out, if that's the case, we've already got our answer. 2 skeletons simultaneously suggest, Chris should use it. One skeleton hesitates, is that really okay? Another skeleton angrily retorts, for some reason, that thing doesn't suit me. I could tell as soon as I saw it. You dare cut me off? It was the same for me. I got a feeling like that's not mine. The skeletal mage concludes, so it's a matter of intuition. It's decided, then. The skeletal mage assures the protagonist, there's definitely no one better to use it than you, Chris. A skull, eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light, speaks with quiet determination. I will definitely live up to everyone's regard for me. The unnamed protagonist smiles, a hint of mischief in his eyes, as 2 skeletal figures flank him, grinning mischievously. A sense of camaraderie fills the air. The skeletal mage, his bony fingers twitching with arcane energy, declares, then, I will begin processing right away, so don't look for me for a while. With a whoosh, they vanish. A door slams shut with a resounding bang, leaving only the echo of their departure. The protagonist chuckles, a sound of pure delight. Guess we won't be seeing Chris for a while. 3 days have passed since Hyunbok's group obtained the Moonstone. The air hangs heavy with anticipation. As planned, the Normals Guild prepares to descend into the dungeon's 2nd floor. A descent into darkness, the steps leading down into the dungeon's depths seem to stretch into infinity. The warrior woman stands before the dungeon entrance, her back to us, a shield at her side. She is alone, but her posture speaks of quiet readiness. Meanwhile, other members of the Normals Guild wait patiently, their faces hidden from view, a palpable tension hanging in the air. The seemingly endless staircase stretches before them, a daunting challenge. And the warrior woman's warning echoes in the air, the second floor is far more treacherous than the first. Her voice, sharp and urgent, cuts through the tension. So don't get careless and protect each other, she commands. A fierce determination burns in her eyes, a reminder of their shared goal, to return home, alive. With a battle cry, they advance. Swords raised, shields held high, they descend into the depths. The rhythmic thud of their boots echoing in the cavernous space. A stumble. One of the soldiers almost falls. A near miss, but the descent continues, each step bringing them closer to the unknown. A faint light flickers in the distance, beckoning the unnamed protagonist deeper into the dungeon's shadowy depths. I can see the exit, she shouts, determination etched on her face. Just a little longer. But her companions look worried. Something's not right. Suddenly, the ground trembles. A deafening whoosh echoes through the cavern as they plunge into an abyss. And emerge into a breathtaking sight. A forest canopy stretches overhead, sunlight dappling through the leaves. Is this a sky? Inside a dungeon? The warrior woman gasps, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is this real life? One of her companions stares, speechless, at the impossible scene. Just how the **** was this world created, he wonders aloud. The sheer impossibility of it all hangs heavy in the air, a sky within a dungeon? It's a mystery that deepens the intrigue. Does this make any sense? The question hangs in the air, a silent scream of disbelief. As she grips her sword, defiance etched onto her face. The weight of the impossible rests on her shoulders. There's a sky inside the dungeon. The revelation explodes, defying all logic. A hidden forest bathed in ethereal light. An army waits, poised to strike. A thoughtful pause, a brow furrowed in concentration. Master, is this really true? There's really a forest? The question, laced with disbelief, hangs heavy in the air. They're not people who would lie. A chilling reassurance, a grim acceptance of the unbelievable. Two skeletal figures flank the protagonist, their glowing eyes fixed on him. A sense of unease hangs heavy in the air. A simple door, bathed in soft light, stands as a gateway to the unknown. The protagonist, surrounded by his spectral companions, turns to them, a question forming on his lips. We've got to ask Chris, right? His gaze drops to his phone, the screen displaying a message, Floor 2 entry success. A flicker of concern crosses his face. What does it mean? Chris, one of the skeletal figures, speaks, his voice calm yet ominous. It's nothing much. There were countless dungeons like this on the Idea continent as well. The protagonist presses further, seeking clarification. It's no biggie, huh? Then that means it's no different from a regular dungeon, right? Chris's response is chilling. No, there is certainly a distinct difference. Monsters around twice as strong as monsters from regular dungeons will appear. A slight pause, a moment of reflection. Even so, they won't be so strong that you won't be able to handle them, Master. But a new worry emerges. However, it does worry me a little that it's a field-type dungeon. The scene shifts to a vast, open landscape, unlike the typical dungeon structure. Unlike normal dungeons, which are vertically structured, it is a one-floor dungeon with an environment. So, this dungeon, it's not what you'd expect. One floor, but all the levels are connected. It's a single, massive space. Just like Kessel said. And there's no separate boss room. Multiple bosses roam freely, making this a far more dangerous challenge than anticipated. The protagonist's apprehension is palpable. The sheer scale of the threat is revealed: an unfamiliar environment and powerful roaming bosses. A monstrous figure looms large, a terrifying presence. Despite the danger, a flicker of determination shines in the protagonist's eyes. He's not backing down. Nothing much to him? The skeletal guide's words echo the challenge: hunt the boss monsters and clear the dungeon. There's no room for complacency. The protagonist, though outwardly calm, shows a hint of doubt in his eyes. Nothing much. Is he truly prepared? The skeletal guide prepares to leave, his task complete. The final challenge awaits. The protagonist stands before the dungeon's entrance, flanked by two skeletal figures. The weight of the challenge settles upon his shoulders. A skeletal figure looms, its single glowing eye fixed on the young man. "What will you do, master?" it asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. The young man smiles, a glint in his eye. "Because it's business as usual, just like Chris said." He stands tall, fists clenched. "I'm gonna go train again. It's the most important time." Two more skeletons watch, their glowing eyes reflecting the young man's unwavering resolve. "Master's growth is always reassuring to see," they murmur, their voices a low hum. Their forms blur as they depart, leaving the young man alone with his purpose. "We can't lose, can we?" A skeletal figure strides confidently through a grand hallway. "All right, I shall finish watching Phantom House." Days melt into each other. A new plan is forged, a proposal presented to the Normals Guild. A campfire crackles, casting dancing shadows on two figures huddled in the night. The warmth of the flames contrasts sharply with the chill of the forest air. A notification flashes on a smartphone screen. Wanhyo. Is it from that person? What did he say? He didn't say he would work with us. It's just a warning message about the new dungeon. There's another one? He offered a proposal with different conditions. Different conditions? A young man's face registers concern. The weight of the situation settles upon him. "You over there, get a move on. Put some weight into your shovel. You think you're the only one that'll croak if that falls over, eh? We'll all die." A skeletal servant, wielding a shovel, works alongside others, constructing a makeshift barrier. "A bit higher. To think I have to shovel things, even in the dungeon. If you don't want to become like me, do it right." He said he'd lend a hand to bolster internal stability and all, but isn't this just menial labor? A sturdy log, hoisted by two strong arms, a simple act, yet it speaks volumes of the plan taking shape. The skeletal servants, spurred by a sharp command, hustle to complete their task. Their movements, though mechanical, are surprisingly efficient. Wanhyo, ever watchful, approaches one of his tireless workers. A question hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable. The masked protagonist, a figure of quiet determination, reveals his intentions, a strategic move to accelerate his progress. A brief exchange, hinting at a larger plan. The arrival of Kai, a key player, is imminent. With a wave of his hand, Wanhyo delegates responsibility, leaving the construction to his loyal underlings. The details of the agreement are revealed: a stronghold in exchange for training, a mutually beneficial arrangement. The field dungeon, a bustling hub of activity, tents, supplies, and workers scattered across the landscape. The construction progresses smoothly, thanks to the efficient organization, a testament to the team's dedication. Kessel and Kai, seasoned veterans, take the lead, their experience proving invaluable in overseeing the project. "I apologize. I'll do my best." The frantic pleas echo as two figures struggle under the weight of a colossal task. A monumental undertaking, overseen by a powerful presence cloaked in shadow. Kessel focuses on the interior construction of the stronghold, while Kai, a former knight, leverages his experience to train the Normals into a formidable scouting force. Strategic division of labor, maximizing efficiency. A bustling scene unfolds before us. The stronghold takes shape, a testament to coordinated effort. A masked figure, commanding presence, surveys the progress. Good work, he observes, you've covered a lot of ground today as well. A sharp question cuts through the air, so, did you learn anything new this time? The answer arrives, chillingly detailed. In addition to the big monkeys we found before, there are monsters called red monkeys and axe beetles as well. The description of the axe beetles is terrifying. Axe beetles are the size of a grown man's head, capable of flight. In addition to being carnivorous, they have an axe-like horn on their heads, so they're quite frightening little things. A horned, carnivorous bug. The image lingers in the masked figure's mind, a stark contrast to his usually calm demeanor. Yes. I believe these are all the monster types in the vicinity of the stronghold. The report is delivered, yet a sense of unease remains. Just in the vicinity of the stronghold, huh? We're still lacking information. The masked figure's response is measured, yet firm. All right, keep at it. The more information we have, the better. But don't overdo it. With a final nod, the order is given. Yes. Please leave it to me, my lord. The determination echoes as the figure departs, ready to face whatever dangers lie ahead. The unnamed male protagonist grips his sword, a low growl rumbling in his chest. The weight of responsibility settles upon him, heavy as the blade itself. A sudden clash. Steel meets steel, sparks flying as two figures engage in a fierce duel. One falls, defeated. A masked figure observes, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Solidifying the basics is a lifelong task, he muses, his voice calm and confident. The masked man addresses his troops, his words sharp and clear. Skills that have been built up nice and strong will never betray you. A powerful statement, a testament to rigorous training. The unnamed male protagonist stands amidst his soldiers, his back to the camera, a silent sentinel. He surveys his forces, a mixture of determination and apprehension in his eyes. The masked man continues his lesson, explaining his philosophy. A magician must give as much as they receive, he says, illustrating his point with intricate diagrams. His words resonate with his students, who listen intently. The weight of his wisdom settles upon them, shaping their understanding of magic. As the stronghold settles into a routine, a new challenge emerges. People are drawn to the dungeon's abundant mana, seeking to live within its depths. A monstrous shadow cuts across the moonlit sky. A terrifying shriek echoes through the night. Fear grips the two scouts as they witness the colossal creature. Did you see that just now? You think we can get away with our lives if something like that attacks, one whispers, his voice laced with terror. A hushed conversation unfolds in the dark. Worries about an ambush ripple through the group. Then, a blood-curdling scream pierces the night. A sudden, violent attack. Panic erupts as the soldiers scramble for safety. We're not strong enough to be here, one cries out in terror. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a lone figure sits in quiet contemplation. A rumor of a monster stalks the land, driving people away. But he remains, his resolve unwavering. He continues his relentless training, drawing power from the very mana around him. His eyes snap open, a newfound intensity blazing within them. Suddenly, a skeletal warrior bursts from the shadows, bellowing a chilling command, retreat. Run as far as you can. A massive rock hurtles through the air, a devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the forest. As the soldiers desperately fight for their lives. Kai, one shouts, a desperate plea for help. The ground trembles, a deep, guttural roar echoes across the battlefield. A massive boulder hurtles towards the unsuspecting soldiers. A desperate cry pierces the air. The unnamed male protagonist's face is etched with grim determination. The boulder explodes on impact, sending a shockwave through the ranks. A desperate struggle for survival begins. The soldiers fight back with fierce determination, but they are hopelessly outnumbered. A monstrous figure emerges from the dust and shadows, its eyes burning with primal rage. A terrifying roar shakes the very earth. Ukya! Bukya, it bellows, a sound that speaks of pure, untamed savagery. From the darkness, more of these monstrous creatures emerge, a horde of red-eyed beasts. The battle is joined. The ground trembles. A monstrous horde of creatures, their eyes burning with savage intent, descends upon our heroes. Arrows fly, swords clash. A desperate battle for survival begins. The air is thick with the stench of blood and the roar of battle. Each swing of a blade, each loosed arrow, is a testament to their unwavering courage. A guttural roar echoes through the dungeon, primal and terrifying. Eyes of burning crimson glare from the shadows, a pack of monstrous, snarling beasts emerges. Two figures stumble backward, fear etched on their faces, their escape route is cut off. A knight in shining armor stands between them and the horde. You two should at least make it out of here and inform my master. The knight charges, a blur of steel in motion, a desperate attempt to buy time. The impact sends a shockwave, the ground trembles beneath the onslaught. A flurry of claws and teeth, the knight is overwhelmed by the sheer savagery of the beasts. A final, desperate swing, a desperate attempt to fend off the inevitable. The beast's roar of triumph fills the air, the battle is over. A whirlwind of motion. Knight Kai, a blur of steel and determination, cuts through the monstrous horde. Each swing of his blade a desperate prayer against overwhelming odds. The ground trembles with the force of his attacks. But the monsters are relentless, their numbers a tide that threatens to drown him. A brutal blow connects. The impact sends a shockwave through the earth. A flicker of pain in the knight's visor, a testament to the ferocity of the assault. A monstrous roar echoes across the battlefield. Ooga! The beast lunges, its eyes burning with primal fury. Its massive claws aim to end the knight's valiant stand. The clash of steel against bone. A deafening crash as the knight meets the beast's onslaught head-on. And in a flash of blinding light, the knight is thrown back, defeated. The monstrous form rises, victorious, its shadow stretching long over the fallen knight. The ground trembles, a monstrous roar echoes across the battlefield. A skull-faced warrior, eyes burning with malevolent glee, observes the chaos. As one of the beasts is sent flying by an unseen force. Knight Kai, already battered and bruised, is crushed beneath a monstrous foot. A crimson explosion erupts where he stood. Another beast, eyes blazing with primal fury, advances. Its massive form looming over a young woman with purple hair, who bravely raises her blade to meet the onslaught. She grits her teeth, pain etched across her face, the monster's grip tightens. A desperate cry rings out from the sidelines, out of the way. A swift strike cuts through the air, the beast falls, defeated. The monstrous ape roars, a guttural sound that shakes the very ground, a bolt of pure energy finds its mark, piercing its hide. The beast collapses, its eyes dimming, a voice, weak but grateful, breaks the silence. "Thank you, you saved me." The purple-haired woman, battered but resolute, raises her sword. "We should be able to escape together if we combine our strength." The guildmaster, ever pragmatic, chimes in. "The guildmaster's right, we've worked hard all this time to avoid becoming a burden." Another arrow finds its mark, crimson staining the fur, the ape's eyes blaze with furious red. A primal scream tears through the air as the enraged beast charges, its massive form a blur of motion. The horde descends, a tide of rage and muscle, the air crackles with anticipation. The guildmaster and the purple-haired woman stand ready, blades drawn, a monstrous beast lunges from the shadows. The guildmaster fires his crossbow, a bolt whistling through the air. "Come!" The ape leaps, a terrifying display of power, its descent is swift and brutal. The monstrous ape charges, a terrifying roar shaking the very ground. Its pack follows close behind, a tide of fury unleashed. But the guildmaster is ready. His crossbow fires, a bolt whistling towards its target with deadly accuracy. The purple-haired woman, eyes blazing with determination, leaps into action. Her sword sings as she meets the oncoming onslaught. A whirlwind of steel and fury. The clash of metal against monstrous hide echoes through the battlefield. A brutal impact. The force of the collision sends the ape sprawling. But more beasts surge from the shadows, their eyes burning with savage intent. The battle rages on. The guildmaster and the purple-haired woman fight back to back, a desperate defense against the relentless horde, a coordinated dance of death. A fiery explosion erupts as another bomb is thrown, shaking the very earth beneath their feet. The skull-faced warrior unleashes another devastating attack, a fiery wave of destruction sweeping across the battlefield. Another massive explosion rocks the ground. The sheer force of the blast sends shockwaves through the air. A blinding flash. The earth trembles as an unseen force rips through the battlefield. The Guildmaster's grim expression speaks volumes. It's a different attack from before, he warns, his voice tight with urgency. They've obscured our vision and divided us. Oh, Gah! A monstrous ape erupts from the dust, its eyes blazing with primal fury. The Guildmaster is caught completely off guard. You pesky brat, it roars, lunging with terrifying speed. A desperate clash of bone and brute force. The Guildmaster's blade becomes a golden blur, a whirlwind of motion slicing through the air, swoosh, asterisk clang, asterisk, asterisk crack, asterisk. 3 monstrous apes fall before his relentless assault. The Guildmaster continues his furious dance of death, a blur of motion against the relentless onslaught, wham, asterisk thud, asterisk, asterisk crunch, asterisk. Another monstrous ape screams in agony as it's thrown back, its body riddled with wounds. The Guildmaster is relentless. With a final, earth-shattering roar, the largest ape collapses, defeated. Blood stains the sand. The Guildmaster, battered but unbowed, takes a knee, his breath ragged. Is everyone all right? He asks, his voice strained but relieved. He surveys the scene, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. I've taken down the red monkey, he states, so it should get a bit easier now. A chilling glare pierces the very air. Those burning eyes, they speak of power untold. The white monkey king, a titan of fury, its gaze locked on its prey. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of steel. The monstrous ape unleashes its might. A devastating blow sends the Guildmaster flying. But the Guildmaster rises, his skeletal form radiating an eerie calm. A clash of titans. Steel meets fur in a maelstrom of violence. Clang. The Guildmaster's resolve is unshaken, even as the young adventurer lies wounded on the ground. A grim determination etched on his face. He will not yield. The final blow lands with earth-shattering force. The ground trembles. The White Monkey King, a terrifying behemoth of fur and fury, unleashes a roar that shakes the very ground beneath their feet. The Guildmaster stands defiant, his sword held high, a lone warrior against a monstrous tide. His skeletal companion, eyes burning with an eerie light, watches with grim determination. The Guildmaster's blade sings, a flash of steel against the monstrous form. I'm sorry, my lord, that I cannot keep going with you anymore. The skeletal warrior's voice is strained, but the Guildmaster's response is immediate and sharp: stop spouting nonsense and get down. A bone-jarring impact. The ground trembles as the king's fist connects, sending the Guildmaster sprawling. The king's enraged snarl is a terrifying prelude to the next attack. A devastating blow. The earth itself seems to crack under the force of the king's attack. And the Guildmaster is sent flying, a blur of motion against the rocky landscape. A blinding flash of light, a furious clash of power, and then, silence. The Guildmaster reels from the White Monkey King's devastating blow. A blinding flash. The king's eyes blaze with furious intent. He's not finished. With a guttural roar, the White Monkey King unleashes a dark ritual. Summoning a colossal stone golem, a creature of immense power. The Guildmaster lies broken on the ground, vulnerable. As the golem rises, a mountain of stone and shadow. The golem lunges, its fist a blur of motion, crash. A thunderous impact shakes the very earth. The White Monkey King watches, a cruel smile twisting his lips. His plan is working perfectly. But even as the dust settles, a flicker of defiance remains in the Guildmaster's eyes. Did you forget? Don't give up before we can all achieve our goals. Your brother is here. You can rest easy now. My lord. A moment of stunned silence, then, a sinister chuckle. The guildmaster lies injured, his allies gathered around him. That's quite a tough fellow. The White Monkey King's eyes glow with malevolent energy. Be careful, master. We don't know what it'll do. A sudden movement, the knight prepares for battle. Who? A powerful roar shakes the very ground. The stone golem rises, a mountain of stone and fury. A devastating blow. The ground trembles as the golem attacks. Arg! The guildmaster is sent flying. The ground trembles, a monstrous foot, clawed and red, descends from the unseen. The forest itself seems to shudder, a wave of destruction is about to break. Prepare yourself, master. The warning comes too late, a devastating blow. From the shadows, he rises, the White Monkey King. 3 monstrous wolves at his side, eyes burning like hellfire. A guttural roar, the earth cracks under the might of the beast. The guildmaster is thrown back, a scream cut short, the impact sends a shockwave through the forest. A monstrous maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, snaps shut, the twin-headed blood wolf, a roaming boss monster, has arrived. Another blood wolf, a single-headed terror, emerges from the depths, a large number of boss monsters are coming. A skeletal hand glows with an eerie green light, healing, the ancient magic flows. A wave of relief washes over Guildmaster Yoon, her eyes fluttering open. The pain, it's fading. A gasp escapes her lips, a figure in a dark robe kneels beside her, its glowing eyes watching intently. Yoon's body jolts as she falls back, bam, she hits the ground hard. Are you alright, Guildmaster Yoon? A concerned voice asks. Chris. How? Yoon stammers, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The mysterious figure speaks, it seems I've overdone it with the patrolling. I apologize. The group prepares for the next challenge. Let's take down those bosses and make a safe return. A monstrous gorilla, flanked by 2 hellish hounds, emerges from the shadows, growling. Kuawa'a! A terrifying roar echoes through the forest, the sound of raw power unleashed. A monstrous, crimson-furred wolf, its eyes burning like embers, charges forward. The ground trembles with each pounding step. A blur of motion, a predator unleashed. Suddenly, a colossal stone golem appears, its eyes glowing ominously. It intercepts the beast with a mighty blow. Crash! The impact sends a shockwave through the forest. A spray of crimson explodes as the golem's fist connects with the wolf's flank. The wolf howls in pain, its body momentarily stunned. But the battle is far from over. A pack of crimson-furred wolves, eyes blazing, corners alone, smaller wolf against a rocky outcrop. And from the shadows, 4 more emerge, their dark fur slick with blood, a chilling counterpoint to their red-eyed fury. A knight, clad in silver armor and a crimson cloak, stands defiant amidst the circling wolves. Idiotic fool. Because you've gotten smaller, it's easier to slice you up. The knight's blade flashes a blur of motion, slicing through the air. The impact sends a shockwave, a green energy rippling outwards as a wolf is cleaved in 2. More slashes, more howls of pain, the knight dances through the maelstrom of fangs and claws, a whirlwind of steel and fury. A final, desperate lunge from a wolf, jaws snapping. TCH, like a fucking slime. A massive fist, stone-like in its hardness, crushes a wolf's skull with brutal efficiency. The wolf's lifeless body collapses, a final, pained whimper escaping its broken form. A flurry of motion. The knight, a whirlwind of steel, cuts through the pack of wolves, sending them scattering with a brutal display of skill. Rocks fly as the ground trembles under the force of his strikes. A desperate cry pierces the air. Come back, Kessler. But the knight's focus is unwavering. Crimson energy explodes from his blade. A devastating wave of power obliterating the remaining beasts. KWA, 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 KWA. The impact sends a shockwave through the earth, a monstrous paw slams down, barely missing the knight. A colossal beast rises from the crater, its eyes burning with fury. Oh! It's a yeti, enraged and terrifying. Its roar shakes the very ground. Oh! The Yeti lunges, its massive claws extended. A terrifying display of raw power. KWA. The knight, surrounded by his allies amidst a graveyard of colossal bones, focuses his energy, a crimson glow emanating from his hand. And from that energy, a colossal earth golem rises. Its monstrous form dwarfs the surrounding landscape. The golem's foot comes down with earth-shattering force, crushing the Yeti beneath its weight. With a sickening crunch, the Yeti is defeated. Silence. Impressive, one of the knight's allies remarks, marveling at the sheer scale of the summoned golem. But such power comes at a cost, the mana consumed is considerable. The knight and his team prepare for the next wave of enemies, their resolve unwavering, a grim determination etched on their faces. Suddenly, a sharp cry rings out, one high on him. Look down at the legs. Something is emerging from beneath the golem's feet, long, sharp claws pierce the earth. From the fissures in the earth, a viscous, crimson substance oozes, forming grotesque shapes. And then, with a guttural roar, monstrous, crimson wolves burst forth. Amidst the chaos of the recent battle, a masked figure assesses the situation. They must have been mixed in with the bombing debris, he observes, his voice low and calculating. A plan forms in his mind. A counterattack is needed. With a surge of dark energy, he declares, allow me to show you the power of my upgraded central nucleus. The ground trembles. From the depths, skeletal figures rise, answering his call, raise skeleton mage. With a guttural groan, the newly raised mages emerge from the earth, their movements jerky and unnatural, their eyes burning with malevolent purple energy. A violent impact as the mages struggle to fully manifest. The power is immense, but unstable. A triumphant grin spreads across the masked figure's face. So this is the power of the Moonstone, he exclaims, his voice filled with a chilling delight. He issues his commands, delegating control. Right, I'll leave the command of the skeletons to you this time, Kai. His subordinate, a towering skeleton warrior, responds with unwavering loyalty, you can trust me, my lord. The command echoes once more, raise skeleton mage. This time, a powerful armored skeleton rises, its glowing eye fixed on the battlefield ahead. The skeletal army is ready. A chilling battle cry rings out, men. Charge. The knight, battered but unbowed, faces a fresh wave of crimson wolves. Their eyes burn with unholy fire, their fangs dripping with malice. A relentless tide of teeth and claws. The ground trembles under their assault. Their jaws snap shut, missing the knight by a hair's breadth. A deafening roar erupts as the pack closes in. But the knight is ready. His blade sings, a deadly dance of steel and fury. Each strike a precise, brutal symphony of death. A skeleton warrior falls, its dark magic extinguished. The knight's allies fight alongside him, a whirlwind of steel and spells against the crimson horde. But the wolves are relentless, their numbers seemingly endless. Krayosh, another wolf falls, its body impacting the ground with a sickening thud. The battle rages on, a maelstrom of claws, fangs, and steel, a desperate struggle for survival. A primal rage burns in its eyes, the beast rises. Oh aha! The ground trembles beneath its might. As it unleashes a devastating display of raw power. The very air crackles with energy. A colossal boulder is lifted with effortless ease. OOAH! It hurls the massive rock with terrifying force. The impact sends a shockwave through the earth. The earth splits open, a cataclysmic explosion. Dust and debris rain down, leaving behind a crater of unimaginable scale. The earth trembles. A monstrous impact shakes the very foundations of the world. Has the ape been defeated? The question hangs heavy in the air, etched on the faces of the onlookers. But even as hope flickers, a chilling roar echoes through the ravaged landscape. A primal scream that chills them to the bone. Surely not, one of them cries out, fear gripping their hearts. From the depths of the crater, a terrifying sight emerges. A two-headed monstrosity, its jaws dripping with venom, rises to meet them. Panic sets in. The beast lunges, its claws extended, a terrifying display of raw power. But even as it attacks, a wave of searing heat washes over the scene. A fiery breath. The ground cracks, and a prison of bone erupts from the earth, trapping the group in its deadly embrace. Bone prison, the monstrous voice booms, echoing the finality of their situation. The masked figure, staff held high, unleashes a torrent of energy. A swirling vortex of power erupts. The ground trembles as a colossal crater explodes into existence. The sheer force is breathtaking. Dust and debris fly as the impact reverberates across the landscape, a testament to raw, untamed power. Above, two figures plummet from the sky, the wind knocked out of them. Yuwa! The bone prison's hold has been broken. Chris, his face a mask of grim determination, shouts a command, "Chris, Kessel! Take care of the rest." From the wreckage, a voice echoes, unwavering, "Yes, Master." Rocks rain down from above. As two figures are caught in the deadly hail. One is thrown clear, but the other is struck. A brutal impact sending them hurtling downwards. The fall is long and unforgiving. Another figure, cloaked and ominous, descends from the heavens. Nidhogg. The name rings out, a chilling omen. From the heart of the chaos, a colossal skeletal dragon rises, its crimson eyes burning with malevolent energy. A terrifying roar shakes the very foundations of the earth. The ground trembles. As the two-headed monstrosity unleashes a furious blast of energy, a searing inferno aimed at its foe. Quarg! The impact of the attack is deafening, a shockwave that threatens to obliterate everything in its path. But from the heart of the explosion, a figure emerges, undeterred, a whirlwind of motion. A counterattack, swift and precise, strikes with the force of a collapsing star. "Just who do you think you're imitating, you filthy mutt?" The words cut through the air like shards of ice, a chilling challenge. As the skeletal dragon is thrown back, its power momentarily broken. Nidhogg, wait! It's not an ordinary monster. Don't use your breath as you please. A surge of dark energy erupts, a terrifying power unleashed, as the true form of the beast begins to manifest. The earth trembles. A cataclysmic impact shakes the very foundations of reality. As Ape unleashes a devastating blow. The force of the strike is so immense that it creates a massive crater, the ground cracking like a shattered mirror. The shockwave rips through the air, a crimson maelstrom of destruction. The two-headed monster's bone prison shatters under the sheer power of the attack. From the depths of the crater, a monstrous claw emerges from the dust and debris, a chilling prelude to something far more terrifying. The humans, battered but not broken, watch in horror as the true form of the beast begins to rise. We're getting pushed back. If you use more mana, you'll be depleted. One of them urges retreat, desperate to conserve their dwindling strength. We've got to dodge for now. But Nidhogg, the mighty dragon, refuses to yield. Shut up. I am a dragon. I never lose. A surge of power courses through his veins, a raw, untamed energy that threatens to consume him. He feels it, the raw power of Nidhogg. His eyes blaze with determination, a fierce resolve hardening his features. He can feel Nidhogg's emotions, a desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. The others try to warn him, but it's too late. Nidhogg is locked in a battle of wills, unable to acknowledge that he's being pushed back. There's no helping it. A young man, perched atop a monstrous, skeletal beast, channels his power. His eyes burn with determination, a fierce blue energy swirling around his hands. He grips his staff, a silent vow etched on his face. "I'll entrust all my mana to you," he cries, his voice a raw echo of his unwavering resolve. With a surge of power, he commands the beast, his words a catalyst for an unimaginable transformation. "Show me what a real dragon looks like." The skeletal frame shudders, bones cracking and reforming. A chilling whisper cuts through the air, necro breath. A wave of purple energy erupts, a torrent of death unleashed upon the world. The beast transcends its skeletal form. A terrifying transformation unfolds before their eyes, a maelstrom of dark energy and bone. The sheer power of the necro breath rips through the very fabric of reality, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. From the heart of the chaos, a monstrous, shadowy form emerges, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. A terrifying howl echoes. A creature of nightmare, a terrifying beast unleashed upon an unsuspecting world. A shadowy corridor, the air thick with an ancient, unsettling energy. A surge of purple power erupts, tendrils of dark energy lashing out. The very fabric of reality seems to tear as the attack unfolds, a maelstrom of chaotic energy. A figure lies defeated, dust settling on their mask, a grim silence hangs heavy in the air. The ground trembles, a low rumble shakes the very foundations. He collapses, dust swirling around him, a brutal impact leaves him breathless. An eye opens, a cold, calculating gaze pierces the dust cloud and unleashes a devastating wave of energy. Whoosh! His face is hidden, but the subtle twitch of his lips speaks volumes. Defeat. The earth splits apart, a chasm opening before him, a catastrophic landscape unfolds. He's thrown back, his body a ragdoll, the force of the attack is overwhelming. A faint whisper echoes in the darkness. Master! Can you hear me? A groan, a stirring, then, a voice, strained but determined. Ugh! Waking up a bit? Do you recognize us? Three skeletal figures surround a figure lying on a bed, their expressions a mixture of relief and concern. My lord, are you all right? Master! I was so worried. The young man on the bed slowly opens his eyes, confusion clouding his features. One of the skeletons speaks, their voice carrying a note of authority. You're in a state of mana exhaustion right now. You need as much rest as possible. That's right, Master. Let's go home as soon as you can get up. His eyes sharpen, concern etched on his face. That is Guildmaster Yoon and the other executives safe? Another skeleton steps forward, a reassuring smile on its bony face. Yes, everyone's safe, thanks to you, my lord. They've all gone home. A sigh of relief escapes his lips. Phew, that's a relief. He explains, I sent them out to patrol in order to spare the mana it takes to send ghosts, but something terrible almost happened. The final skeleton speaks, its voice low and serious. That being said, thanks to that, we were able to clear the main bosses. If you hadn't saved that much mana, it would have been difficult to fight them. Two skeletal figures, cloaked in shadow, exchange a grim assessment. One speaks, I agree with Kessler. If they were monsters we were going to encounter anyway, it was better to take them out quickly. A young man, his face etched with concern, offers a quiet agreement. Yeah, that's true. Suddenly, the young man's expression hardens. Shut up, he snaps, a surge of defiance in his voice. I am a dragon. I never lose. The skeletal figure, now addressing the young man directly, speaks with a measured tone. Nidhogg's pride nearly put everyone in grave danger. My lord, I wasn't able to tell you before because of how everything was, but I think you should be informed now. The skeletal figure continues, a hint of worry in its glowing eyes. HM? Is there something else going on? The young man's companion explains, yes, while Guildmaster Yoon and I were patrolling, we discovered a new humanoid monster. A giant. The young man's jaw drops. What? A giant? The skeletal figure clarifies, yes, I think it was slightly larger than the white monkey and is the lowest class of giant, a wicked giant. If it's the lowest class, then it shouldn't be all that strong. But the other skeletal figure interjects, his voice laced with caution, it's not a monster you can view so lightly. Though it may be the weakest among the giants. It's far stronger than an ogre or troll. In particular, it has a high resistance to magic, so it's a huge pain for magicians like my Lord Chris. The monstrous form crackles with raw power, a terrifying display of might. Its very presence sends shivers down spines. Skeletal figure 1's voice is grim, laced with a chilling certainty. This might be our toughest opponent yet. The skeletal figures confer, their movements sharp and urgent. A palpable sense of dread hangs in the air. The unnamed character stares up at the looming threat, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. How fun, the giant monster sneers. A giant, you say? The giant's gaze pierces through the unnamed character, revealing a chilling ability. He can see them from behind, without interfering with time itself. The unnamed character's face is etched with disbelief. Interfering? The giant monster's voice booms, echoing with cold authority. Then don't waste time. I'll take care of it. The unnamed character lies injured on a hospital bed, surrounded by the concerned skeletal figures. The weight of the situation is heavy. Skeletal figure 2's expression is one of grim resolve. A chilling smile spreads across its bony face. The skeletal figures exchange a look of grim determination. They know they can't let Nidhogg continue unchecked. The skeletal figure's glowing eyes pierce the young man, a silent challenge hanging in the air. Yes, but... The youth replies, his voice barely a whisper, apprehension etched onto his face. A rugged mountain path, a rickety wooden structure clinging precariously to its side, a dark tunnel yawns at its base, promising secrets and danger. A makeshift camp, tents scattered across the barren landscape, the silence is heavy, broken only by the whisper of the wind. A flash of crimson, a swift, brutal strike, the twin-headed blood wolf falls, its lifeblood staining the earth. A shadowy figure observes on a screen, a cruel smirk playing on their lips. How disappointing. That it went down so quickly. No fun. The words are laced with contempt. More screens flash before the figure, each displaying a defeated foe. It seems there are quite a few tasty guys in the small country called South Korea. The hunt continues. The figure's voice echoes, cold and calculating. My creations were hunted down so quickly that the stipulated 20 have already been decided. The game is far from over. A sinister hand gestures, a cruel game about to begin. Well then, shall we begin? Time for the roulette. Spin. The wheel of fate turns. A shadowy figure observes the aftermath of a fierce battle, the air crackles with residual energy. A chilling grin spreads across a monstrous face. Ah, I wanted to save him for last. The words drip with cruel amusement. Who would have thought I'd be getting a taste of the most appetizing looking one first? The words echo the predator's delight, a cruel twist of fate for the unnamed character. Time passed, approaching a day when danger could strike from anywhere, anytime. Hyunbok's group began to fully prepare for the giant's subjugation. The weight of the impending threat hangs heavy in the air. With meticulous care, a crucial component is being assembled. Each turn of the wrench, each tightening of a bolt, brings them closer to their goal. The rhythmic clang of a hammer echoes through the workshop, a steady beat that speaks of focused determination. A brilliant crimson gem is carefully extracted, its facets shimmer with an inner light, promising power. The gem is presented, its power palpable. A masked figure gazes upon it, his eyes reflecting the gem's fiery glow. A masked figure examines a crimson gem, its facets catching the light. That must be the golem heart you developed yourself. The words hang in the air, a statement of fact. He turns, revealing the gem to a young woman with vibrant purple hair. It's very useful for summoning a golem and maintaining it by absorbing the surrounding mana. The woman's expression is one of thoughtful consideration as she takes the gem. Though the duration varies depending on each golem. The exchange continues, the masked figure explaining the creation process. It took a lot of tries to get a usable product like I have now, but in the end, it was completed. Tap. The gem is passed over. The woman holds the gem, her eyes fixated on its pulsing light, a silent acknowledgement of its power. A sudden widening of the masked figure's eyes. A sharp intake of breath. Something is wrong. The scene shifts back to the laboratory. The masked figure's voice is sharp, laced with suspicion. Do you perhaps have something else to say to me? The woman's response is immediate, her voice calm but firm. First of all, please allow me to apologize. A gentle clink as she places the gem on the table. We of the Normals Guild discussed the cooperation with Wan Hyonim on our own. Her explanation unfolds, revealing a strategic alliance. What we talked about was simple. With your help, the raid will become far easier, but one day, we will become a guild incapable of doing anything without you. The woman's gaze drifts off, lost in thought. I felt that clearly after seeing the field boss subjugation this time. Even with his life on the line, the masked figure reflects on his past training, admitting that he couldn't have faced such powerful opponents alone. A stark realization that underscores the insurmountable challenge he faced. The purple-haired woman's words echo in his mind, only someone truly strong could have survived such encounters. The masked man's face, partially obscured by shadow, hints at his inner turmoil. He had to make a decision. The weight of responsibility presses down on him. The purple-haired woman's confident smile reveals her strategic thinking. The current raid is unsustainable, the normals will eventually give up. A sudden realization dawns on the masked man's face. His eyes widen, reflecting a flash of insight. The woman's words hit home, continuing the raids will only lead to more casualties. A grim determination sets in on the masked man's face. He's made his choice. His decision is clear. Individual growth is paramount to prevent further losses. The weight of his choice is palpable. A sincere apology. The purple-haired woman bows deeply, her expression filled with remorse. She apologizes for ending their cooperation prematurely. The masked man watches, his expression unreadable. The tension hangs heavy in the air as the masked figure stands before the bowed woman. A subtle smirk playing on his lips. His eyes, though hidden, seem to gleam with a cold calculation. I understand. Please raise your head. The masked man's voice is calm, yet firm, a stark contrast to the gravity of his words. From today onwards, we will bring our collaboration to an end. The words hang in the silence, heavy with unspoken consequences. Her eyes widen, a mixture of shock and sorrow washing over her face. Is this truly the end? Ah, but you can still use the stronghold as much as you would like. The masked man's words offer a sliver of comfort, a parting gift. He extends a hand, a gesture of finality. The weight of their broken partnership settles between them. Best of luck moving forward. The masked man's farewell is short, but sincere. A faint smile graces her lips. Despite the sadness, a sense of resolve shines through her eyes. Thank you so very much for everything so far, Wan Hyonim. Her voice is filled with gratitude, a heartfelt farewell. Though brief, a chapter closes. The partnership with the Normals Guild is over. A lone watchtower stands against the fading light, a silent sentinel overlooking the harsh landscape. Different paths, different intentions, yet the shared goal remains: survival. Escape from this dungeon. 273 days until failure. 227 days since the raid began. A fissure in the cliff face, shrouded in shadow, a path to the unknown. The adventurers stand before it, their faces a mixture of awe and apprehension. To think there was a dungeon within a dungeon. How very fantasy-like. But caution is urged. Shoo! You'll wake it. A monstrous figure slumbers, surrounded by its grotesque minions, a palpable sense of danger hangs heavy in the air. The group kneels, their backs to us, a silent prayer before the beast, a moment of tense anticipation. Then, a sudden shift. Determination hardens the masked man's eyes. Let's start, right this instant. A surge of dark energy erupts from within him, a prelude to something powerful. His companions question his reckless plan. You really intend on facing it alone? His response is arrogant, dismissive. It's just a giant of the lowest class. I don't need help from small fry. The masked man, staff in hand, prepares for battle. Got it. Then prepare to attack, he mutters, a grim determination etched on his masked face. From the earth, a surge of dark energy erupts, a terrifying power unleashed. The ground trembles as a colossal skeletal dragon bursts forth, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. Kluaah, it roars, a sound that shakes the very foundations of the world. Two hulking orcs stare in stunned horror at the monstrous creature, their fear palpable. The skeletal dragon rises, its massive form casting a chilling shadow over the terrified orcs. They are hopelessly outmatched. One orc, knocked off his feet, looks up in disbelief, his eyes wide with terror. Another earth-shattering roar echoes through the cavern. The dragon's power is overwhelming. The orcs, their eyes glowing with primal rage, charge the dragon, but their attack is futile against such overwhelming might. A green orc attempts a desperate strike, but the dragon's power is too great. The impact sends a shockwave through the earth. The green orc is thrown back, defeated. The dragon's power is absolute. The masked man unleashes a torrent of dark energy. A wave of bone-chilling power that rips through the battlefield. The very ground trembles. From the swirling vortex of shadows, a skeletal dragon emerges. Its bony wings beating with an unholy might. The Orcish horde charges, weapons raised. But the dragon's wrath is swift and absolute. Krrr, a bone-crushing blow sends one flying. The skeletal beast unleashes a devastating roar, sending the remaining orcs scattering in terror. Scram, bellows the masked man, his voice echoing with dark triumph. The battle is over, but the air crackles with an ominous energy. A chilling testament to the masked man's power. His allies watch, a mixture of awe and fear in their eyes. Is he crazy? That's so dangerous, one whispers. Small fry should be left to small fry to handle. I'm going to fight head to head with that guy. The masked man's voice booms, echoing with confidence. With a flick of his wrist, a skeletal dragon materializes, its glowing red eyes fixing on the Orcish horde. The orcs, momentarily stunned by the sudden apparition, begin their attack. But it's a futile effort. The orc chieftain, his eyes wide with dawning terror, stares at the approaching skeletal beast. Who do you think you're being so relaxed in front of? The masked man's silent challenge hangs heavy in the air. The skeletal dragon unleashes a devastating blow. Crack! The orc is sent flying, bones shattering on impact, a brutal display of power. Another orc charges, only to meet a similar fate. The ground trembles with each impact. The skeletal dragon's final strike sends the last orc sprawling, defeated. The battle is over. From the depths of the earth, a skeletal dragon rises, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. The beast stirs, its bones crackling with dark energy, a surge of purple power courses through its skeletal frame. With a roar that shakes the very ground, the dragon unleashes its fury. Die! A wave of dark energy explodes outwards, engulfing the Orcish horde in a purple maelstrom. One by one, the orcs are consumed, their screams swallowed by the dragon's power. The ground trembles as the skeletal dragon's power intensifies, a vortex of destruction. Even the mightiest orc, a hulking brute with a single horn, is caught in the maelstrom, his defiance shattered. The dragon's jaws snap shut, the final orc vanishes in a burst of purple energy, a terrifying display of power. The dust settles, silence descends upon the battlefield, broken only by the dragon's heavy breathing. A lone orc attempts a desperate attack, but his blow is met with the dragon's crushing might. A crimson light pulses within the skeletal dragon's eye socket. As the masked man commands his terrifying creation, Nidhogg. The orcs, a snarling mass of muscle and rage, advance, but their assault is about to meet its end. The masked man stands amidst his enemies, a figure of chilling power. He is unfazed by the impending clash. One orc, bolder than the rest, lunges forward, sword flashing. That's right. Let that ugly brute solve its own problems, the masked man seems to sneer. Crash! The skeletal dragon's jaws snap shut, pulverizing the orc in a burst of bone and gore. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield. Another orc is sent flying, a broken mess of limbs and shattered armor. There's no way I'd be pushed back by these low-ranked monsters. The skeletal dragon unleashes a devastating blow, its power overwhelming. The orc's body explodes in a spray of blood and bone fragments. The battle is over. A guttural laugh echoes through the cavern, the orc's mocking jeer rings out, a chilling prelude to the carnage to come. But from the shadows, a terrifying visage emerges. Nidhogg's skull, eyes blazing with crimson fury. The orc, mid-taunt, is suddenly silenced, his smug expression replaced by stark terror. A skeletal claw, tipped with razor-sharp bone, descends, the orc's fate is sealed. A voice, ancient and powerful, booms through the chamber. I am, a dragon, the strongest race. The orc, eyes wide with disbelief, can only stammer. This can't be. The masked man's voice cuts through the chaos. You understand the reality now, Nidhogg. A defiant retort. Shut up. I am a dragon. I am not a fake. The orc lunges, a desperate, futile attack. Weakling. A bone-crushing blow, the orc is sent flying, his body a blur of motion, crash. The earth trembles. A cataclysmic explosion rocks the battlefield. As Nidhogg unleashes his fury upon the orcish horde. One by one, they fall before his might, their boasts silenced by bone-shattering blows. A guttural roar echoes across the ravaged landscape, the sound of a beast reveling in carnage. Another orc, defiant to the end, meets a swift and brutal end. His screams are cut short by a bone-crushing impact. The ground shakes with each devastating strike, the orcish army is crumbling before the dragon's wrath. One last orc dares to defy Nidhogg, his taunts echoing through the dust and debris. You can never become the real deal just by boosting your ego. But his arrogance is swiftly punished. I said shut up. Nidhogg roars, silencing the orc with a final, earth-shattering blow. The battle is over. The orcish army lies in ruins, scattered remains testament to Nidhogg's overwhelming power. He stands amidst the carnage, a terrifying yet triumphant figure. The last fragments of the orcish leader crumble to dust. The earth trembles, a monstrous roar echoes across the desolate landscape. Dust and debris fly as something immense crashes to the ground. A bone-jarring cuckoo reverberates through the air. A massive skeletal frame lies broken, a testament to a brutal battle, a foot crushes a fragment of bone. A hulking figure looms over the carnage, a cruel smile twisting his lips. Weakling. His voice, laced with bitter disappointment, cuts through the silence. Hyunbok, you bastard, you promised me. He continues, his rage barely contained. You promised to make me stronger than the real deal, but look at this farce. You failed. The ground shakes with his fury. You weren't able to keep your promise to me. You lied to me. A chilling response. Yes, I promised you. But you didn't do anything. The skeletal remains glow ominously. Like a stubborn child, you refuse to acknowledge your teammates and continue to be arrogant. At one point, Hyunbok, outnumbered but unyielding, faces a monstrous horde. Stone golems and grotesque orcs surround him, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. The clash of steel echoes. A whirlwind of blows exchanged in a desperate struggle for survival. His blade sings a deadly song, but the enemies are relentless. A shadowy figure, cloaked in blue, unleashes a torrent of arcane energy. Bolts of pure power crackle and lash out, striking the monsters with brutal force. The air crackles with raw magical energy. And the orcs are shattered, their bodies dissolving into shimmering dust. Hyunbok stumbles, his armor battered, his breath ragged. He's pushed to the brink, but he refuses to yield. As the antagonist's chilling gaze pierces through the chaos. I see, while they were growing, I was. A desperate plea echoes across the battlefield. Then teach me. A skeletal dragon, shattered and broken, lies on the ground. Its once powerful form is now reduced to mere fragments. A warrior, his back turned, clutches his shoulder in pain. The weight of defeat is heavy upon him. A chilling wind whips past Hyunbok's face, carrying the scent of decay. His eyes, burning with a desperate hunger for power, gleam with newfound resolve. I was waiting for those words, he whispers, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The air crackles with anticipation as a monstrous shadow erupts from the swirling vortex of dark energy. Its skeletal form, a nightmarish dragon, unleashes a terrifying roar. Hesitation flickers across Hyunbok's face, but only for a fleeting moment. The thirst for power drowns out any doubt. The skeletal dragon, Nidhogg, descends, its crimson eyes fixated on its prey. A clash of titans is about to begin. Go, Nidhogg, eliminate our enemy, commands the unnamed antagonist, his voice echoing with chilling authority. The battle commences with a bone-jarring impact. A flurry of blows. Hyunbok, agile and desperate, dodges Nidhogg's attacks, using the monstrous dragon's own power against it. As the battle rages on, a maelstrom of bone and shadow. Enchant ghost armor. The command echoes, a surge of power crackling in the air. A spectral armor materializes, swirling with ethereal energy. Enchant necro force. The incantation continues, imbuing the armor with dark might. And finally, enchant undead weapon. A bone-white weapon takes shape, radiating an unholy glow. The rider, perched atop a skeletal dragon, is ready. The skeletal dragon, Nidhogg, roars, its eyes burning with malevolent red fire. Its power amplified by the dark enchantments. A chilling wind whips around the rider, a testament to the raw power unleashed. If you want to get stronger, learn them all. They will elevate your worth. The words of the dragon resonate within him. A solemn vow forming on his lips. I will take your teachings to heart. Determination hardens his gaze. A sinister smile spreads across the face of the unseen master. Go, Nidhogg. Eliminate our enemy. Rider, atop his skeletal dragon, surveys the battlefield. Necromantic energy crackles around them, a chilling aura of power. A hulking figure charges, a monstrous claw outstretched. But the dragon reacts instantly. The ground trembles. A fissure opens beneath the charging beast. A chasm of shadow swallowing the earth. A roar of pain echoes as the creature is thrown into the abyss. Qua! The impact sends tremors through the air. Rider and his dragon watch from above. With a powerful kick, the dragon sends its foe flying. The battle is far from over. The necrotic dragon's wings beat, a blur of motion against the sky. Shards of rock and ice spray outward as the beast unleashes its fury. A charging enemy, armored and menacing, dares to challenge the rider's might. But the rider's response is swift and brutal. The ground trembles. With a bone-jarring crash, the foe is sent sprawling. A guttural gwag echoing across the battlefield as the impact reverberates. Another foe lunges, claws extended, a desperate attack. But meets a fiery end, consumed by an inferno of necrotic energy. Kra. The earth itself seems to crack and writhe under the sheer power unleashed. You're finally somewhat worthy of being called a dragon. The rider stands atop his skeletal dragon, a grim smile playing on his lips. He surveys the battlefield, his necrotic mount radiating an aura of chilling power. The dragon's skull, a terrifying visage of bone and shadow, looms over the ravaged landscape. Its single, glowing red eye burns with malevolent intensity. A knight, clad in heavy armor, emerges from the shadows. His helmet bears a striking T symbol. Him? The knight's voice is filled with disbelief and a hint of fear. Master! Dodge, he shouts, a desperate plea echoing across the battlefield. The rider, perched high above, calmly observes the approaching threat. He raises his staff, a glint of dark energy sparking at its tip. With a swift movement, he leaps from his dragon's back, a blur of motion against the bright sky. Kohak, the sound of impact reverberates through the air as the rider's staff connects with his foe. A shockwave erupts, sending tremors through the earth. A blinding flash. The earth trembles, a shockwave rips through the landscape. The very air crackles with raw power. Master! The knights, they're retreating, in disarray. From the heart of the explosion, a monstrous figure rises, a creature of pure, pulsating energy. The ground groans under its immense weight, it slams into the earth with earth-shattering force. What the? It shouldn't have survived that attack. But, it's even stronger now. Everyone, be careful. The surrounding energy feels off. Master. You're okay. What kind of energy are you referring to? There's definitely something nearby, it feels like whatever has been watching us all this time. A chilling presence descends, the ground trembles once more. The rider stands defiant, a lone figure against a trio of formidable foes. Their dark eyes gleam with power, staffs held aloft, ready to unleash their might. But the battle is already won. One of the figures concedes defeat, their words echoing the rider's undeniable victory. Very well. I'll acknowledge it. It's your win. A sinister figure emerges from the shadows, a chilling smile playing on her lips. It was worth watching, though it was a bit disappointing at the beginning, she purrs, her words laced with menace. The rider and his companions turn, sensing a shift in the air. A new threat, far more dangerous than the last, has arrived. Her eyes burn with malevolent intent. Well then, where should we start, she asks, her voice dripping with cruel anticipation. A shiver runs down the rider's spine. He senses an overwhelming power, a presence that chills him to the bone. A stark warning from his companion cuts through the tension, nobody move. We can't afford to offend that person. The demon woman's gaze locks onto the rider, her sharp teeth bared in a predatory grin. Her eyes, burning like embers, convey a chilling message. A question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken yet palpable. Not gonna do anything? Normally, you'd ask a question or come charging in. The demon woman approaches, her steps deliberate and menacing. The rider and his allies watch, frozen in place, as the weight of her power settles upon them. The rider's victory is short-lived. A chilling question hangs in the air. A sneering response echoes through the battlefield. Nope. The demon woman's sharp teeth glint, a predator sizing up its prey. The demon woman's philosophy is laid bare, only the strong deserve what they want. Her words hang heavy as she surveys the scene. And her gaze locks onto the rider. You know your place, don't you, she hisses, a clear threat in her voice. The demon woman's words ring true in this brutal world. Only the strong survive, only the strong claim what they desire. And with a decisive strike, the rider accepts the challenge. Very well. The demon woman's power surges, a crimson wave engulfing the rider, but instead of death, a shocking twist unfolds. She spares him. The rider is stunned. She specifically mentioned Nidhogg. Could that person be connected to this unexpected mercy? The demon woman's chilling smile returns. Anyhow, what to do, she muses, her eyes glinting with dark intent. A sinister plan is forming. With a flick of her clawed finger, a new threat emerges. A colossal skeletal dragon, Nidhogg, materializes, its emerald energy crackling menacingly. The rider stands defiant, two powerful allies at his side. The demon woman descends, a malevolent aura surrounding her. Her eyes fix on the rider, a cruel smile playing on her lips. Let's fight, she purrs, her voice laced with dark amusement. The rider's response is a mixture of defiance and apprehension. With you? The demon woman's laughter echoes. Don't worry, she says, her words dripping with false reassurance. I intend on using my full strength, and I'll go easy on you. Do your best to survive. Right, try holding out for just 5 minutes. The rider's gaze hardens. His companion whispers, it's very strange. Their words don't add up. It seems like they want to test us. It can't be helped. We have no choice but to do what they want now. A plan forms. We'll draw out as much mana as possible and hang everything on one blow from Nidhogg. The rider and his mage prepare for the ultimate gamble. Kessel and Kai, take care of defending us. Yes, understood. The two knights nod, their faces grim, ready to face whatever comes next. Nidhogg roars, a deafening sound that shakes the very earth. The battle for survival begins. The demon woman's smirk is chilling, her words dripping with condescension. Stop wasting time. Hurry and come at me. I'll concede the first move to you. Ryder's response is immediate, a battle cry echoing across the desolate landscape, Nidhogg. From the shadows, a monstrous form emerges, skeletal wings unfurling, eyes burning with malevolent energy. The very air crackles with power. Chris, ever vigilant, focuses his mana, channeling it into Nidhogg. Chris. Bless Nidhogg with all your mana. Yes, Master. Nidhogg unleashes its power, a wave of necrotic energy erupting from its maw. Necro breath. The blast is devastating, a torrent of dark energy engulfing the demon woman. But she emerges unscathed, a cruel smile twisting her lips. You call this an attack? The demon woman's counterattack is swift and brutal. A massive claw, tipped with razor-sharp talons, descends from above. A dark vortex opening beneath Ryder as he narrowly avoids the deadly blow. The clash of power continues, a maelstrom of dark energy and raw power. The battle is far from over. Nidhogg, skeletal and imposing, unleashes a torrent of necrotic energy. A wave of chilling purple energy erupts from its maw. The necro breath tears through the air, a devastating blast of corrupted power. The impact. A deafening crack echoes as the earth trembles. Chris grits his teeth, the strain of channeling such immense mana evident on his face. They merely extended their hand once, and the strength in Nidhogg was. The sheer power of the enhanced necro breath is shown as it pulverizes the landscape, leaving behind a trail of destruction in its wake. Even Nidhogg seems to be struggling under the strain. Ryder watches, his expression grim. The battle is far from over. The demon woman's chilling laughter rings out. Was I wrong? Should I just kill you after all? Ryder winces, a sharp pain shooting through him. Arg. He stares at the destruction, his voice laced with disbelief. Ridiculous, they're just on a completely different level. Why are they here? How in the world are we supposed to fight them? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the demon woman's chilling amusement. On a completely different level, right? They definitely are. One more time, Nidhogg. The command echoes, a desperate plea against impossible odds. The earth trembles. Nidhogg unleashes a devastating blast of necro breath. The sheer power of the attack sends shockwaves through the land, shattering the very ground beneath the hero's feet. Take down the wicked giant. A desperate cry rings out as the heroes brace themselves against the onslaught. But even their combined strength seems insufficient against Nidhogg's might. Chris, exhausted but resolute, watches from afar, his face a mask of grim determination. Chris. We're going for corpse explosion. The order is given, a last-ditch effort to turn the tide of battle. Yes, understood. With a nod, Chris prepares for the ultimate sacrifice, a desperate gamble to unleash a devastating counterattack. A surge of raw power erupts, the very air crackles with energy as Chris channels his mana, fueling the impending explosion. The demon woman watches, a predatory gleam in her eyes, anticipating the chaos that is about to unfold. The necro breath explodes. A maelstrom of dark energy engulfs everything. A blinding flash of light, and then, silence. Dust settles on a ravaged landscape. The air crackles with residual energy. A fiery sunset blazes through the bars of a cage, the scene is set for a showdown. Boom! The earth trembles as a devastating blast rocks the landscape. A shockwave of pure energy rips through the air. Dust and debris fly as figures are thrown back. He lunges forward, staff raised, aiming a blow at the cloaked figure, a desperate attack against overwhelming odds. His masked face is grim, determination etched into every line, the weight of the battle pressing down. From the chaos, a monstrous figure rises, pink energy crackling around its body, a terrifying display of power. The creature is launched into the air, pink shards exploding from its form, a brutal blow delivered with precision. The barrier is reforming. A palpable sense of dread washes over him as the threat reasserts itself. Kai and Kessler are in a desperate fight. The barrier is about to reform, and they need to finish this now. The masked figure unleashes a devastating blow. The ground trembles under the force of the impact. But even this mighty strike isn't enough to end the battle. A chilling laugh echoes across the battlefield. A colossal rock plummets from the sky. The sheer size of it is terrifying, trapping the masked figure in a pink energy sphere. Is this the end? But wait. With a mighty roar, the masked figure shatters the containment. The fight is far from over. A blinding flash of light and energy erupts as the masked figure counters with a furious attack. The clash is earth-shattering. The air crackles with raw power. A blinding flash of light erupts as the masked figure unleashes a devastating counterattack. The very ground trembles under the force of the blow. A shockwave rips through the battlefield, sending his opponent reeling. The impact is deafening. Kai, his face grim, shouts a command, "Take care of the rest." A warrior in shining armor, his eyes blazing with righteous fury, rises to meet the challenge. Drawing his sword with a resounding whoosh, the blade hums with energy. He lunges forward, a blur of motion. Die! A spear of pure energy explodes from his hand, aimed true. The energy spear streaks across the battlefield, leaving a trail of incandescent light. The masked figure unleashes a devastating blow. A crimson shockwave erupts, the very air crackling with raw power. A concentrated blast of energy, a spear of pure light, hurtles towards its target. The impact. The wicked giant is sent flying, pulverized by the force of the attack. Pink shards of energy scatter across the sky. Kai and his allies watch from below, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The battle is far from over. Kai's eyes are wide, his breath catching in his throat. Please let my guess be correct," he whispers, a silent prayer hanging in the air. A chilling laugh echoes across the battlefield. Kuboo-boo-boo-boo, a sinister voice sneers, the sound sending shivers down the spines of those who hear it. The masked figure advances, his movements swift and deadly. "Just what led you to concentrate your attack on the wicked giant?" he demands, his voice laced with suspicion. A terrifying visage appears, a face twisted in a cruel smile. "How do you intend on fighting me?" she hisses, her eyes burning with malevolent intent. Kai's face is grim, his mind racing. "Is that not the reason why you protected the dying wicked giant with a barrier?" he counters, his voice firm despite the overwhelming odds. A serpentine form emerges from the dissipating energy, a terrifying creature of immense power. The final confrontation begins. A crimson eye, blazing with malevolent intensity, pierces the darkness. Observing the aftermath of a battle, a chilling voice echoes, "You're certainly different from the rest." The monstrous remains of the wicked giant crumble into dust. As the armored warrior stands vigilant, his greatsword dripping with the ichor of victory. A triumphant declaration rings out, "You guys get to live." But from the shadows, a sinister smile emerges. A promise whispered like a venomous curse, "So I'll give you a reward." The masked figure, Kai, is the target. A chilling declaration hangs in the air, "I'll claim you." Kai's defiance is unwavering. "May I ask what you mean by claiming me?" Time's up. A shadowy figure emerges from the cracked earth, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. As a reward for passing her test, the mysterious figure grants them the honor of knowing her name. The antagonist's true form is revealed, a single, crimson eye, radiating power and malice. It shatters into fragments, leaving behind only dust. The catastrophe demon dragon, a being of immense power, has granted a name that is also a blessing. The masked figure, now revealed as Gloria, addresses her defeated foes. "See you again sometime, my prey or subordinate." A chilling farewell. Kai's face is etched with apprehension, his eyes narrowed in thought. The weight of Gloria's power settles upon him. The ground cracks and crumbles further, a testament to Gloria's overwhelming might. The heroes stand in awe, surveying the devastation. Kai gasps, the air rushing from his lungs in a ragged breath, a stark reminder of the power he just witnessed. He sits amongst his skeletal companions, the weight of Gloria's words heavy in the room. She definitely said she claimed me as her prey or subordinate. The gravity of the situation is palpable. One of the skeletons, its glowing eyes wide, adds, if she truly meant that, then the situation is severe. The chilling truth sinks in, because we will have to face her again as an enemy or become her subordinate. Kai's brow furrows in deep thought. An enemy or subordinate? The choice is terrifying, but the implications are even more so. Anyone who can invade this world so casually is no ordinary being. A terrifying image flashes across his mind, a demonic face, eyes burning with malevolent power. The chilling realization dawns, it's possible there are powers other than Gloria out there. The panel shifts to a sinister figure, a demoness with crimson horns and a predatory grin, a shadowy entity lurking behind her. A chilling whisper echoes, I don't know if they're trying to invade Earth after finishing their invasion of the world Chris lived in, Idea. But what's certain is that each power is selecting talented people in advance and turning them into their subordinates or thinking about eliminating them in order to increase their influence. One of the skeletons, arms crossed, looks at Kai with a smirk. Master, what are you gonna do now? Kai's face is a mask of uncertainty. The weight of the world, or perhaps several worlds, rests on his shoulders. His quiet question hangs in the air, what do you guys think I should do? A skeletal warrior's glowing eyes pierce the gloom, his voice echoing with a chilling resolve, I think you should fight, of course. They're the foes that killed me. My enemies. But Kai's face is etched with doubt, the weight of his words heavy with despair. But fighting guys like them is no different from suicide. Two more skeletal figures emerge from the shadows, their words a stark contrast to Kai's grim assessment. We were lucky and regained our memories when meeting you, but it doesn't change the fact we're already dead. One of the skeletons, clutching a teddy bear, speaks with unexpected gentleness. However, you're alive, Master, and you've only got one life. Even if I want to fight them, I can't put you in danger. Kai's resolve hardens, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. The skeleton continues, if you're gonna side with them, let's work together only until I can exist on my own. One skeleton pledges unwavering loyalty. I will follow you to the end, my lord. It is my obligation as a vassal and knight to aid you on the right path, and no matter the result, being by my lord's side until the end is indeed my job. Kai's jaw tightens, his gaze unwavering. The weight of his decision is palpable. As another skeleton speaks, their voice echoing Kai's newfound determination. I will also follow you, Master. A chilling question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the unwavering loyalty just pledged. Chris, even if I were to join hands with your enemy? The final skeleton, shrouded in shadow, reveals a chilling pragmatism. Revenge is just an auxiliary wish of mine. If it cannot be achieved, I'd like to rise to a higher level by your side. A wry smile plays on Kai's lips. He's weighing his options, a calculating glint in his eyes. And the skeletal figures, Nidhogg and his companions, await his decision. The air crackles with anticipation, a dark energy swirling from a fissure in the floor. Nidhogg's gaze is unwavering, his words echoing the chilling pragmatism of the undead, my goal is to have greater worth than the real deal. One of the skeletal companions, seething with barely contained frustration, shouts, damn it! I'm the only one left out. Another skeletal companion, however, turns to Kai, his glowing eyes intense, then, and this is the most important, what are your thoughts, Master? Kai's expression darkens. He admits, honestly, I'm not sure. I barely managed to survive, but my choices are limited. His voice hardens. More than anything, I'm sure that even if I become the subordinate of the one who almost killed me, it won't be a cushy life. The skeletal companion presses, then will you keep fighting them? Kai's resolve is evident. He states simply, for now, that's what I'm thinking. The skeletal companion's response is a low, ominous whisper. For now? Kai clenches his fists, a fire burning in his eyes. But my heart wants to get stronger, no matter what it takes, and eliminate Gloria. His resolve is absolute. One of the skeletal companions speaks, impressed. Oh. As expected, you're a man as well, Master. I'm impressed you can think about getting rid of a person like that, even after facing them once. The skeletal companion's glowing green eyes intensify. If those are your thoughts, then I will help as needed. But another skeletal companion interjects, a note of caution in its voice. But Master, Gloria is on a completely different level. The smaller skeleton adds, as expected of Master, while the larger one holds a teddy bear. The larger skeleton continues, its voice grave. She's unbeatable. To defeat her and your life threatened, it's possible she will betray you. Kai's expression hardens. That means if I fight Gloria without a chance of winning, Chris could become my enemy. If such a day comes, I will be forced to make her obey me with control. He sits, his jaw clenched. Not as a comrade, but as a tool. Kai reflects, his gaze distant. Our current relationship of mutual trust is what brought me this far. His face is etched with worry. I have to do my best to prepare so that something like that doesn't happen. The battle with Gloria. Suddenly, the skeletal companions appear behind Kai, one with glowing red eyes, the other with green. Don, the sound of their arrival echoes. Ding dong. The doorbell rings, a sharp contrast to the quiet hum of anticipation within the house. Kai, ever vigilant, eyes his skeletal companion. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with meaning. His brow furrows as he considers the implications, if the house was connected to the outside in recognition of the dungeon clear. Really? We're already connected to the outside. The issue is, who could be at the door? There are 0 reasons for anyone to come to this house. Let's go check. The decision is swift, the apprehension palpable. A security monitor flickers to life, revealing an unexpected visitor. A woman with fiery orange hair, her confident smile belying a hidden purpose. Hello? Mr. Kim Heilbach. I am Manager Kang Hyami from the agency that operates the dungeon site, the administration. Her words carry the weight of authority. A request, polite yet firm, may I have some of your time? The tension ratchets up. Did she just say that the dungeon was an actual company? The implications of that statement hang heavy in the air. And suddenly, Kai's skeletal companions are on high alert. Their glowing eyes pierce the darkness, a silent warning. Kai's jaw drops, his own eyes wide with disbelief and a dawning sense of unease. The sheer audacity of it all leaves him speechless. What does this mysterious dungeon site want from him? The words hang heavy in the air, a frustrated groan escapes his lips. His hand slams on the desk, the impact reverberates through the room. 16 explorers, all perished in the dungeon house. A grim statistic delivered with chilling calm. But hope remains, a single survivor, blessed with the fortune talent. Kim Hyunbach's file, a name etched in destiny. Personnel dispatched to verify the information, but their mission failed. A decision is made, a crucial order given. Recruit Kim Hyunbach, immediately. A fist clenches, the decision is final. A humble bow, a quiet thank you, the weight of his recent ordeal still heavy on his shoulders. Manager Kang Hyami, of the administration, extends a hand, introducing herself with quiet authority. Kim Hyunbach, the dungeon house survivor, introduces himself, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. The administration's true nature is revealed, managing the flow of goods via technology from higher beings. A chilling detail emerges: the administration handles deposits and withdrawals from Dungeon Explorer bank accounts, overseen by skeletal figures. A gasp escapes Manager Kang's lips, a talking skeleton, a sight that defies belief. The question hangs in the air: can the administration contact such beings when necessary? The answer is implied. A knowing smile plays on Manager Kang's lips. Gods and devils, the administration operates under that assumption. Kim Hyun-bak's silent contemplation, a new world of possibilities and dangers, opens before him. A shadowy figure, cloaked and skeletal, observes Kim Hyun-bak with unnerving intensity. The air crackles with unspoken tension as Hyun-bak prepares to address the administration. "Let's get to the topic at hand," he begins, his voice firm. "For what reason did you suddenly come to see me?" Hyami, the administration representative, responds with professional efficiency. "You're very direct, I see. I'll jump right into it, then. Our administration is able to see the information of explorers through the Dungeon app. As such, we keep special tabs on people who have talents of a rank or higher." Her expression shifts, a grim shadow falling over her features. However, a terrible incident has occurred where an entire 16 prospects died in an E-rank dungeon in one fell swoop. The gravity of the situation hits hard, files stamped "deceased" rain down, mirroring the weight of the tragedy. Hayami's eyes burn with a fierce determination. Hyun-bak pieces together the puzzle. "So that's why you came to me? To get information?" Hayami nods, confirming his deduction. "Yes. It's true that we need information about what happened in an E-rank dungeon. The stakes are raised. I'm here today to recruit you, Mr. Kim." Hyun-bak's eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and calculation flickering within. He counters with a shrewd question, "In that case, what can your side give me?" Hayami's response is immediate and to the point. "Pardon? In order to get what you want, you have to offer an appropriate compensation." Hayami's eyes, sharp and unwavering, bore into Hyun-bak. The weight of her gaze speaks volumes. As she lays out the terms, information in exchange for mana crystals. A deal is proposed, but the air crackles with unspoken tension. Mana crystals. The very mention of them ignites a spark of interest in Hyun-bak's eyes. These aren't just any crystals. They're rare, powerful, and off the market. Hayami reveals the administration's exclusive access to these potent resources. Hyun-bak and his spectral companion exchange a look. A silent question hangs in the air. What should they do? The spectral figure speaks of hidden treasures, hinting at even more valuable items within the dungeon. The stakes are raised. And Hyun-bak, ever the pragmatist, decides to push for a better deal. He's not easily satisfied. Hayami's expression shifts. A subtle change in her demeanor hints at a growing unease. Is Hyun-bak's request too bold? Hyun-bak's response is blunt, unwavering. His life is the price of this information. The tension thickens, leaving Hayami to contemplate the audacity of his claim. The silence hangs heavy, pregnant with unspoken consequences. A woman in a business suit, clutching a teddy bear, pauses mid-stride. "Excuse me for a moment," she says, her voice tight with barely concealed urgency. A skeletal figure emerges from the shadows, its presence chilling. "It's me. I'm calling you because a small variable has occurred," it rasps, its voice a dry whisper. The woman's eyes widen in alarm as the skeletal figure and a man appear in her apartment. The air crackles with tension. The woman, startled, quickly retreats, her footsteps echoing in the quiet apartment. Whispering urgently into her phone. The weight of the situation is palpable. Her expression hardens, a steely resolve replacing her initial fear. She's ready to act. The news is delivered, it's the CEO. He wants to talk to you personally. Her eyes flash, this is serious. A call is answered. "Hello?" The voice on the other end is smooth, confident. "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Kim. I am the administration director." A negotiation begins. The offer is generous, priority purchasing rights on rare materials at heavily discounted prices. We will give you priority purchasing rights on magic catalyst herbs and metals at retail prices. Of course, that includes mana crystals as well. The negotiation begins. Kim Hyun-bak, a shrewd player, calmly counters the initial offer, forcing his opponent to raise the stakes. The pressure is on. Hyun-bak remains unfazed, his expression unwavering as he pushes for a better deal. A 3-year contract is agreed upon, but at a cost. The other party balks at the length of the contract, the tension ratchets up. A chilling realization dawns, the financial implications are staggering. But Hyunbak has a counteroffer that will leave his opponent reeling. The unexpected condition: Hyunbak won't leave the country for 3 years. His opponent is stunned. And then, a skeletal figure appears, revealing a hidden agenda. The truth is revealed. The administration's true intentions are laid bare. They're collecting information on dungeon explorers. Hyunbak's eyes gleam with a hidden fire. A dark energy crackles around him, a stark contrast to the mundane office setting. The administration director, on the other end of the line, is clearly agitated. His brow furrows, a knot of suspicion tightening in his gut. The director's voice, though strained, agrees to a 3-year contract. A deal is struck, but the terms are far from clear. Hyunbak's hand clenches around his phone, a subtle shift in his posture hinting at his true intentions. The director's sharp rejection echoes in the silence. His suspicion is palpable. Hyunbak's smile widens, a predatory glint in his eyes. He's playing a dangerous game. And the director's concerns are laid bare. The implications of working with the government are far-reaching. Hyunbak listens intently, his expression unreadable. He's carefully weighing his options. A compromise is reached. 2 years, 70% of the retail price, and Hyunbak will act as an external employee. The director confirms the terms, a subtle tension remaining in the air. Hyunbak's victory is far from complete. Hyunbak's voice is firm, unwavering. He's drawing a line in the sand. The phone vibrates, a silent pulse of tension. His expression shifts, a flicker of calculation in his eyes. Agreement. The deal is sealed, but the undercurrents of power remain. A skeletal figure, a silent observer, offers a chillingly enthusiastic appraisal. The tables have turned. And Hyunbak accepts the praise with a modest, almost shy, smile. The power shift is complete. The contract materializes, a swirling vortex of dark energy. A new era begins. But even victory carries a price. A test awaits. The imposing structure looms, a symbol of governmental authority. The stakes are higher than ever. The administration director's voice is laced with apprehension. He knows the risks. Shadows conceal the opposition, their faces obscured. The threat is palpable. The stakes are laid bare. Hyunbak's newfound success has drawn unwanted attention. A powerful faction, threatened by his rise, plans to use other dungeon explorers to curtail his influence. Hyunbak, however, remains unfazed. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he considers the challenge. Glory is already a handful, but more worries are brewing. And the call comes. A new mission, a dangerous task, a dungeon raid. The details are grim. This isn't just any dungeon. The administration director explains the dire situation. Failed raids have created breaches, connecting dangerous dungeons to our world. And monsters are pouring through. A desperate measure: seal the rifts before it's too late. The scene is tense, a stark warning against the encroaching threat. Hyunbak absorbs the information, his expression hardening. The scale of the threat is clear: materialized monsters are already escaping. And that's why they're so desperate to recruit powerful dungeon explorers like him. The pressure mounts. The mission is revealed, an F-rank dungeon, but far more dangerous than usual. The weight of responsibility settles on Hyunbak's shoulders. The question hangs in the air, a challenge he can't ignore. Will he accept this perilous test? The final decision. Hyunbak's gaze hardens, a grim determination etched on his face. He's facing a horde of skeletal figures, a clear sign of the danger ahead, but he's ready. The contract is sealed, the challenge accepted. The battle begins. Shadows stretch long in a dimly lit chamber, the air thick with unspoken tension. A skeletal figure speaks, its glowing eyes burning with an eerie light. I worry that it might become tiresome if we get involved in their faction fight for no reason. The skeletal figure continues, its tone shifting. That's true. There are situations where even a mercenary has to pay heed to the kingdom. Hyunbok listens intently, his expression grim. However, we must become stronger than we are now, and it's possible that this is our greatest crisis yet. Hyunbok's eyes narrow, a steely determination hardening his gaze. A chilling close-up of Gloria, her wicked grin revealing sharp teeth. The word Gloria explodes across the panel. A hand grips a device, the metallic click echoing the impending action. And Hyunbok accepts the challenge, very well. I'll take the test. A monstrous shadow looms, a terrifying dragon's head emerging from the darkness, flanked by two skeletal figures, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. Hyunbok's eyes, sharp and focused, betray a steely determination. He's on the phone, a grin set to his jaw. His request clear and concise, please guide me to the dungeon. The weight of his mission hangs heavy in the air. The air crackles with anticipation, a palpable tension hangs heavy in the night. A helicopter descends, its rotors a blur against the darkening sky, soldiers stand ready, their faces grim. From the shadows, a figure emerges, his eyes, cold and calculating. A commanding presence, radiating power, he is the leader, the one in charge. The ground trembles, a silent promise of impending action. A flash of green energy erupts, a powerful force unleashed. Kan Hyami and her allies advance, a determined group, their mission, clear. Their boots crunch on the gravel, each step echoing the weight of their purpose. A question hangs in the air, heavy with uncertainty. Kan Hyami, is he the one? Colonel Kim Junyi makes the introductions. This is Kim Hyami's team, and their mission is clear, to conquer the dungeon. The commander eyes Wonhyo, the dungeon explorer, with a mixture of skepticism and apprehension. His doubts hanging heavy in the air. Can this seemingly ordinary man truly handle the horrors within? But Hyami counters with unwavering confidence. Wonhyo's reputation precedes him, he's a seasoned veteran of countless dungeon runs. His capabilities are already known to the higher-ups. The weight of expectation settles on his shoulders. The commander shrugs it off, his expression unreadable. This is above his pay grade, the higher-ups have already made their decision. Hyami stands firm, her resolve unshaken. She's defying orders, a clear violation of military law. The commander's warning is stark, if anything goes wrong, there will be severe consequences. The tension ratchets up. The commander and his troops stand ready, their eyes fixed on Hyami and her team. The final confrontation looms. The moment of truth arrives. Hyami and her team stand before the might of the military, their fate hanging in the balance. So freaking insulting. Big words for someone simply standing guard over the dungeon entrance. The tension crackles between the soldiers and the dungeon raid team. A challenge has been issued, and the air is thick with unspoken threats. A soldier scoffs, should we just say screw it and forget the test or whatever? His comrade laughs, let's just think of it as their brand of hazing. The soldier's casual disregard for the potential danger adds to the mounting tension. Damn, you sure are good-natured. The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the looming threat. The camera focuses on a menacing array of weaponry, heavy machine guns, mounted on military vehicles, gleaming under the harsh light. The sheer firepower is intimidating. A soldier stands guard in a dimly lit armory, the air thick with the smell of oil and metal. Rows of military vehicles stand ready, a silent testament to the military's preparedness. Two soldiers stand at attention, their rifles held firmly, their expressions grim. The weight of their responsibility is palpable. Step, step. The dungeon raid team approaches, their figures silhouetted against the backdrop of heavily armed soldiers. The contrast is stark. Look! Are they cosplaying or something? One soldier whispers, his voice laced with disbelief. Another soldier chuckles, wearing a mask and playing superhero? He. The soldier's amusement underscores the tension. A hush falls over the assembled team. The air crackles with anticipation, a palpable tension hangs heavy as they prepare for the dungeon raid. The team leader, a figure of quiet determination, gives a curt nod. "We've arrived. Please wait here for a moment," he instructs, his voice low and firm. Before the dungeon's ominous entrance, a standoff. Military personnel stand guard, their rifles held at the ready, a silent challenge to the approaching adventurers. The military commander's face is etched with concern. He exchanges a worried glance with his subordinate, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. A tense moment, the soldiers receive their orders. "Yes, understood," one replies, his voice barely a whisper. The team, led by Kong Hyami, moves with purpose. They approach the dungeon entrance, their shadows stretching long and ominous on the ground. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. The dungeon entrance, a crumbling brick structure, scarred by time and neglect, a dark and foreboding gateway to untold dangers. The heavy, imposing door stands as a final barrier, a silent testament to the mysteries held within. A final moment of hesitation. Wan Hyo, ever calm, exchanges a look with the military commander before stepping forward. A swirling vortex of energy reveals a hidden dungeon entrance. The military commander eyes the entrance with apprehension, a palpable tension hangs in the air. Wan Hyo and his team approach cautiously, their shadows stretching long in the dim light. The dungeon's depths beckon, a chilling presence stirs within. Goblin eyes gleam with malice, their numbers are far greater than expected. A guttural roar erupts, the goblins charge. The first clash is brutal, a whirlwind of steel and fury. A goblin is sent flying, the impact echoes through the dungeon. The military commander barks orders. "Block the entrance. Set the explosives." A desperate struggle ensues, the rattle of explosives adds to the chaos. A soldier's grim discovery, the dungeon entrance lies breached. The military commander barks orders, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Strike force, to the front," he yells, the urgency palpable. The situation is dire, nothing is going according to plan. The soldiers advance, a wall of disciplined fury against the encroaching darkness. "Don't let a single one slip past," the commander's voice rings out, a battle cry echoing through the corridor. The order is immediate: fire. A hail of bullets rips through the air. The soldiers unleash a storm of gunfire, each shot finding its mark with brutal efficiency. Goblins scream as they fall, their crude weapons useless against the soldiers' precise volleys. The dungeon's echoing chambers are filled with the sounds of battle, the thwack of bullets, the crack of bone, and the guttural cries of the dying. But the goblins fight back with savage ferocity. Their desperate attacks are met with a relentless barrage of gunfire. K-I-A-K, *, the sounds of death fill the air. Suddenly, a terrifying presence emerges from the depths of the dungeon. A swirling vortex of dark energy, a skull-top staff materializes, unleashing a wave of fiery destruction. Whoosh! The inferno engulfs the soldiers, the searing heat pushing them back. But they hold their ground, returning fire amidst the flames. The battle rages on, a desperate struggle for survival against overwhelming odds. It's a fiery inferno. A wall of searing flames erupts, a terrifying spectacle of destruction. Soldiers scream as they're engulfed, the heat intense enough to melt steel. The ground trembles with the force of the blast. One soldier, caught in the heart of the explosion, cries out in agony. The military commander bellows orders amidst the chaos: "Medic! Take care of the wounded." He fights on, undeterred. Another soldier is consumed by the flames, a horrifying testament to the enemy's power. But even as the inferno rages, a figure emerges from the smoke and fire. A masked warrior, wielding a staff that crackles with arcane energy. He stands defiant, a beacon of hope amidst the devastation. Beside him, a concerned soldier watches. The masked warrior's gaze is unwavering, his power palpable. The staff glows brighter, the flames swirling around him like a protective shield. A single word escapes his lips, a name whispered on the wind: Nidhogg. Crackle! A monstrous claw, wreathed in dark energy, bursts from the ground, a terrifying sign of the approaching threat. A monstrous shadow looms overhead, its tendrils of dark energy crackling with malevolent power. The military commander stares up, his face a mask of grim determination. His grip tightens on his weapon, a silent prayer for survival. The order is given, wipe them out. From the depths of the earth, skeletal claws tear through the ground, a horrifying army of goblins emerges, their crude weapons glinting menacingly. The goblins charge, their guttural cries echoing across the battlefield, *keek. The clash of steel against bone begins. A soldier falls, crushed beneath a monstrous blow, the battle is brutal and relentless. But from the chaos, a surge of power erupts. Wanhyo's staff blazes with an inferno of energy. A wave of fire engulfs the goblins, their screams cut short by the searing heat. The earth trembles, the battle rages on. The military commander's face is etched with grim determination. His eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and resolve, speak volumes about the battle's intensity. Well then, he mutters, a steely glint in his eyes. The weight of command rests heavily on his shoulders as he faces the unknown. A gasp escapes his lips, "Ha?" The sheer scale of the enemy's power is almost overwhelming. The test is over. 30 grueling hours have passed. The aftermath is palpable. The clash of steel. "Keek," screams a goblin, the sound swallowed by the chaos of battle. A whirlwind of blades and spells. A deafening roar, "Kwa," as the tide of battle turns. The sheer force of the attack is brutal. A colossal skeletal dragon looms over the battlefield, its presence a chilling testament to the enemy's might. Two figures stand defiant before it. Despite the overwhelming odds, a quiet confidence emanates from Wanhyo. Considering how much I struggled in an F-rank dungeon in the past, you could say I made some seriously outstanding progress, he reflects, a hint of grim satisfaction in his tone. The Dungeon Administration Management Center looms large, a testament to the world's organized response to the escalating threat. After completing a grueling test, a contract is signed, solidifying a new alliance against the encroaching darkness. A chilling grin splits the face of Gloria, her eyes burning with malevolent intent. The information has been passed on, a dangerous gamble in the face of overwhelming power. Within the sterile confines of the administration building, a high-ranking official stares at the screen, a grim realization dawning on his face. This is beyond their capabilities, a global effort is required. His voice is sharp, decisive, cutting through the tension. The entire world must unite, its strength pooled against the encroaching threat. Orders are given, a clandestine operation set in motion. The information is to be shared discreetly, a delicate dance of secrecy and urgency. Meanwhile, those involved are to be watched, their actions scrutinized for any hint of betrayal. A silent agreement passes between two figures shrouded in shadow, a solemn promise whispered in the darkness. Mana crystals, shimmering with arcane energy, are displayed. A lucrative opportunity, a potential windfall in the face of impending doom. Chris and his skeletal companion discuss the unexpected bounty. The scale of the resources available far surpasses their initial expectations. Even with a 30% discount, the lowest-ranked mana crystal costs over $25,000? A hefty price, indeed. According to manager Kong Hyami, these prices were set by higher beings, a detail that adds a layer of mystery to this already unusual transaction. Chris's skeletal companion beams, radiating excitement. "I'd like to purchase everything we can. In fact, I'd love to use up all the assets we've saved so far." But a sudden realization dawns on Chris's face. "We can't. We're already strapped for cash with the recent moving costs." A low rumble, growing louder. The floor cracks under an immense pressure, a violent tremor shaking the very foundations of the building. And with a deafening crack, the ground gives way. Chris leaps back, narrowly avoiding the chasm that opens beneath his feet. His companion remains unfazed, a chilling smile playing on its bony face. What could be causing this sudden, catastrophic collapse? From the depths of the newly formed chasm, a figure emerges, shrouded in shadow. The skeletal figure, upside down, grins. Just a little mishap, he chuckles, while engraving the magic array. Chris stares, speechless, at the nonchalant explanation for the sudden hole in the floor. Ha, could you be careful? He smirks. The administration's test wasn't the only thing we did in our free time. We moved to our new base, our new home. A sleek, modern building stands tall against the backdrop of lush greenery. Inside, a spacious lobby, Chris's lab on the second floor. And my lab on the third. Space for Nidhogg, Kai, and Kessel to train. A new era begins. A blinding flash of light erupts from the skeletal figure's sword. Kaa, the sound of energy tearing through the air. The entrance to a dungeon explorer's base is now connected to their house. Chris wanted to engrave magic arrays to better understand this phenomenon. Using sword aura, you can engrave magic arrays. The skeletal figure demonstrates, a spectral blade glowing with arcane energy. Those magic arrays would collect information, giving a definitive answer on how the connection with the dungeon occurs. A surge of purple energy pulses from a mysterious symbol. We'll find out in due time. Another magic array is engraved, a different design, glowing with ethereal light. Chris steps into their new home, a look of quiet awe on their face. Wow, what a truly lovely home! The skeletal companion observes, a hint of pride in its glowing blue eyes. You must have put quite a bit of energy into moving. Inside, a scene of controlled chaos unfolds. Chris meticulously works on a magic array, a hammer in one hand, a chisel in the other. Meanwhile, a stern-looking administrator observes from a distance. Chris's brow furrows in concentration. Didn't I already inform you? He explains his plans, a determined glint in his eyes. That even if I didn't use up all my free time clearing your test dungeon, I'll be using the last day for myself, without the administration's interference. The administrator's expression hardens. That's why I am here, before your house is connected to the dungeon again when your free time ends. Her words carry a chilling undertone. Our administration is not the one connecting dungeon explorers to dungeons, but we can at least predict what kind of dungeon you'll be connected to in advance. The administrator reveals a shocking truth. In the dungeon you will be connected to this time, Mr. Kim, you will be joined by all 35 members of a Dungeon Explorer Guild brought in by the administration. Chris's eyes widen in surprise, a mixture of apprehension and excitement swirling within them. His skeletal companion stands silently behind him, a silent guardian. The administrator's words hang heavy in the air. You'll be working with 35 others to clear the D-rank dungeon, Paranoia. Chris stares down, a knot of apprehension tightening in their stomach, the weight of that announcement settling in. A proposition is made, a request for cooperation, to ensure the safety of 35 dungeon explorers. His expression, a mixture of contemplation and quiet resolve. A refusal, blunt and unwavering. I apologize, I cannot accept your request. The response hangs in the air, a challenge issued. The weight of responsibility, he's not strong enough to guarantee the safety of so many in an unfamiliar dungeon. Doubt clouds his mind. More than strength, it's about trust. A lack of faith from the administration would only breed chaos. He needs to avoid that at all costs. A flicker of a smile, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. A compromise is reached. Sounds good. I can manage that much. A confident declaration. A flash drive is produced, containing crucial information. The words restructured, hang in the air, anticipation builds. A terse exchange. He holds a small, unassuming device, a key, perhaps? A subtle tension hangs in the air as she explains the reason for this unexpected meeting. A farewell, in person? Her words are a mix of concern and encouragement. A D-rank dungeon, a dangerous undertaking. He leaves, the weight of her words settling upon him, a silent promise hangs between them. The ground shimmers beneath his feet, a hidden portal, activated. His eyes widen, a mixture of apprehension and determination. The challenge has been accepted. The entrance to the den of Paranoia. A chilling name for a chilling place. A digital display reveals the grim details: 300 participants, a dwindling timer, and substantial rewards for the survivors. A gamble of life and death. Two figures stand guard, silhouetted against the ominous glow. The dungeon awaits. The expedition begins. Our hero, accompanied by two heavily armored figures, ventures into the ominous depths. Den of Paranoia. The very name whispers of treachery and mistrust. A premonition of chaos hangs heavy in the air. Suddenly, a clash. A blinding flash of steel, a warrior falls. Panic. My lord! Are you all right? Cries one of the guards, fear etched on his face. Despite the chaos, our hero remains calm. We're undead, so seeing in the dark is no problem for us, he states, his voice steady. A suggestion: how about doing some night vision training while we're here? The hero's mind races, seizing this unexpected opportunity. The darkness is overwhelming. It really is too dark, he admits, a flicker of concern crossing his face. But this challenge only fuels his resolve. Guidance arrives. It's not all that hard. First of all, you should walk with a lower stance than usual. The hero adjusts his posture, following instructions. He bends low, staff in hand. Like this, he asks, testing the new stance. And then, a final piece of advice: then, hone your senses and try to feel the flow of the air. The humidity will make it difficult, but you'll be able to do it once you get used to it. A helmeted figure, radiating authority, offers cryptic advice: even better if you also spread out your mana to act as your senses at the same time. Chris, eyes narrowed in concentration, whispers a plan: spread out my mana and have it act as a replacement for my impaired senses. A surge of blue energy erupts from Chris, crackling with raw power. As his mana flows outwards, painting the scene in electric blue. I can feel it. I can feel the surfaces touched by my spread out mana. A thought strikes Chris, his expression turning thoughtful. If I increase the density of my mana even more and focus on all my senses, then. Suddenly, a skull-faced figure appears, eyes glowing menacingly. A chilling premonition grips Chris. I'll see an enraged Chris? His rage explodes. Administration, you scammers. A skeletal figure wielding a staff, crackling with blue energy, confronts Chris. The clash begins. Crash. Chris is thrown back, his face etched with concern. What's wrong, Chris? The answer is revealed, a shocking truth: look. It was possible to buy 24-hour free time with contribution points. The screen glows, displaying a stark message: sold out. A limited time offer, snatched away. Leaving Chris's skeletal mentor seething with barely contained rage. If the administration had just given me the sales listing, he fumes, I would have preempted it. His fury is palpable, a chilling aura emanating from his glowing skull. The opportunity cost is gone, he cries, his voice echoing the despair of a missed chance. Chris, however, tries to remain calm, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. We should be able to preempt them next time if we start collecting points now, he suggests, a plan forming in his mind. The skeletal mentor, Nidhogg, reveals a crucial piece of information: Nidhogg will also need a central nucleus one day, so we need to prepare in advance. A strategic necessity, veiled in ominous foresight. Nidhogg's analysis of his own unique physiology is unveiled. I analyzed Nidhogg's body before. Unlike us, all of the bones making up his body store mana for him instead of a central nucleus. A revelation that hints at a power beyond the norm. The implications are profound, which means he has no organ that stores and centrally regulates mana along with his circles. A unique mana system, unlike anything Chris has encountered before. The scene shifts to a dark cavern, where a pulsating red orb dominates the center. If you put it in terms of a dragon, it's like not having a dragon heart. A chilling comparison that underscores the gravity of the situation. To surpass the level of a real dragon, one must be capable of more outstanding magic than a dragon's. A monstrous dragon's maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The sheer power is palpable, a terrifying display of raw might. Nidhogg's spectral form looms, a chilling reminder of the power Chris seeks to command. The risks are laid bare. A decentralized mana system offers resilience, but a central nucleus, that's a different beast entirely. The potential for devastating loss is stark. A destroyed central nucleus means instant death. The stakes are higher than ever before. But Chris remains undeterred. Deep within a shadowy chasm, a pulsating red orb glows, a potential new core for his power. This isn't just imitation, it's forging something new. A calculated gamble. If his central nucleus is a fake, its enhancement will only amplify his strength, surpassing even the real thing. The battle with Gloria left its mark. Nidhogg's demeanor has shifted, his loyalty to Chris is absolute, his focus singular, transcendence. Chris's gaze hardens. He understands the risks, but the potential reward is too great to ignore. He's all in. Nidhogg's response is immediate, a single word echoing the weight of the decision: what? The explanation is simple, yet profound. A dragon heart? Just a high-quality mana crystal. Its value lies not in its inherent properties, but in the being that wields it. The power of a dragon is not merely in the heart, but in the dragon itself. A truth that underscores the immense potential Chris is about to unlock. The process begins. A dark energy surges, coalescing around the central nucleus. Chris's resolve is unwavering. He accepts the risk, embracing the potential for unimaginable power. A skeletal figure, cloaked in shadows, leads Chris through a desolate, rocky landscape. The air is heavy with unspoken tension. Their journey continues, each step echoing in the oppressive silence. A knight's voice cuts through the quiet. He's finally starting to shape up as a real teammate, don't you think, Kai? But Kai's expression is one of sudden alarm. What has he seen? Suddenly, a flurry of motion. The knights are attacked. Swords clash, a metallic shriek pierces the air. And Chris's guide, the skeletal mage, reveals a chilling grin. Looking for me? Kai is startled, his voice filled with fear. You scared me. Where were you? The knight explains, the conversation was going to drag on, so I took a look around. Chris, ever vigilant, presses for answers. Find anything? The skeletal mage reveals a grim discovery. I found traces of dungeon explorers ambushed by something. A chilling gaze pierces the darkness, the skull's eyes glow with an eerie light, a silent promise of calculated malice. The grim discovery unfolds, evidence of a brutal, coordinated assault, a chilling display of monstrous guerrilla warfare. Chris's eyes widen, a sudden jolt of realization, the pieces of the puzzle begin to fall into place. Crimson stains mar the cave walls, a grim testament to the recent violence. The air itself seems heavy with the stench of blood. A hidden passage, bathed in an ethereal glow, a path to answers, or to further peril. A fortified outpost, nestled within the desolate landscape, a beacon of civilization, or a trap waiting to spring? From a high vantage point, the full extent of the settlement is revealed, a seemingly peaceful haven, concealing a dark secret. A sudden, deafening clang shatters the illusion of peace, the clash of steel heralds the eruption of violence. Kai's desperate cry echoes through the ravaged landscape. Why are you guys doing this? Chaos erupts. A flurry of steel clashes as blades meet flesh, the screams of the fallen echoing through the narrow alleyway. Kim Daehan, guildmaster of the Daehan Guild, roars in defiance. Shut up! That's all you can say after attacking us first? Kim Jinho, guildmaster of the Strong Jin Guild, counters with a furious retort. What are you talking about? Your guild members are the ones who led us here. Amidst the brutal clash, a desperate plea cuts through the din. Stop it. We shouldn't fight amongst ourselves. Something's making us confused. Park Gookin, his face etched with worry, demands an explanation. What do you mean? Seo Jinvon, eyes narrowed, reveals a chilling truth. I can't say what exactly, but this is the doing of a monster with considerably high intelligence. Smart enough to incite disorder among us. A sudden, deadly attack from above. Found you, you fucking troll. Twin blades flash, aiming for the unsuspecting group below. The ground trembles, a monstrous shadow looms. Kai cries out, a desperate shriek piercing the air. Asterisk keek. Asterisk a brutal blow connects, sending her sprawling. Kim Dehen's eyes widen in disbelief. What the hell? This guy's a monster we've tamed. The monstrous creature crashes to the ground. Choi Myun's voice cuts through the chaos. He wouldn't kill an ant without my order. How can that be? We chased the monster that attacked our guild. Park Gukken's face is etched with grim realization. This is really something a monster plotted? This is really bad. A chilling revelation unfolds. A bunch of guilds are gathered in one place, perfect for a massacre. The scene shifts to a wide shot, revealing the horrifying scale of the ambush. Panic erupts. A desperate struggle for survival. The weight of betrayal hangs heavy in the air. Park Gukken stands defiant, his sword drawn, facing a tide of enemies. The ground trembles violently. A tremor unlike any other. Lee Seori's name echoes in the chaos. His eyes widen, a primal scream tearing from his throat. The sheer force of the quake is palpable. He leaps into action, a single, determined thought driving him forward. I'll go take a look. The impact. A thunderous crash as he hits the ground, hard. Lee Seori, vice guildmaster of the Daehan Guild, lands hard, her expression grim. The weight of responsibility settles upon her. And she surveys the scene before her, a hidden outpost revealed by the earthquake's fury. A gasp escapes her lips. The sheer scale of what she sees, it's overwhelming. Terror grips her, a cold dread that chills her to the bone. Her eyes dart around, searching for answers. She shouts a battle cry, her voice ringing out across the ravaged landscape, prepare for battle. Form ranks, everyone. From a distance, the others look on in stunned silence. What is happening? The ground trembles, a chilling green light erupts from the earth. Skeletal horrors claw their way out of the grave, their eyes burning with an unholy glow. Their ghastly forms writhe and twist, a nightmare made real. More emerge from the depths, a relentless tide of undead. A hidden outpost, revealed in the chaos, a desperate battle is about to begin. Die. The command echoes as a skull-faced slime explodes towards our hero. A wave of acidic green engulfing him. The impact sends a shockwave. And the slime's corrosive touch melts his sword. The searing pain is evident on his face. His weapon gone, he stumbles back, his arm burning. My sword melted? My arm. Healer, he cries out in agony. Surrounded, outnumbered, and wounded, the hero's situation is dire. But even in this desperate moment, his mind races. A flash of insight. Slime blood is acidic. Don't touch them. Burn them to death instead. A plan forms, and a familiar face appears, carrying a large tank. If it's something like that, that's our Hamosa Guild's specialty. With a grin, he prepares the bomb. Guys. Time to bomb. The countdown begins. It's a chaotic scene. Our dungeon house protagonist shouts a warning, it's dangerous, so everyone stay back, as a wave of slime creatures surges towards them. The slime creatures close in, a ticking time bomb hurtles towards the group. With a loud clunk, the bomb lands, a countdown begins. A fiery explosion erupts. The force of the blast is immense, sending a shockwave that rips through the surrounding buildings. Debris rains down as the inferno consumes everything in its path. A scene of utter devastation unfolds before our eyes. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerges from the wreckage. It's the dungeon house protagonist, battered but defiant. The building groans, timbers cracking under the strain, a desperate cry rings out, the building's coming down. Avoid! A wave of glacial energy erupts, freezing the attackers solid. They're frozen and can't move. A young woman, eyes blazing with determination, shouts, "Don't think about what comes after. Just keep bombing them. Burn them all." Amidst the chaos, a man's voice cuts through. That's what we were planning. We've got to survive this first, after all. A frantic scene unfolds as men rush to gather large canisters. Gather the monsters in one place for us, will you? A desperate push. Push the enemies to one place. A monstrous roar, a slime bomb explodes in a green geyser of destruction. The dungeon house protagonist cries out in pain. A thunderous crash echoes as a massive orc brings his weapon down. The ground trembles beneath the force of the blow, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Slime bombs explode around the combatants. A white wolf, a loyal companion, whimpers, sensing the danger. Woof woof! Another orc lunges at the protagonist, its eyes filled with savage intent. The battle rages on. The tide turns. They're running away, shouts one of the supporting characters, as the enemies begin a chaotic retreat. But the escape is short-lived. A swift sword cuts through the air, striking down a fleeing enemy. Bombs incoming. Dodge on your own. A warning rings out as the protagonist prepares for a devastating counterattack. A fiery explosion erupts, engulfing the battlefield in a maelstrom of flames. The impact is immense. Amidst the chaos, the protagonist clings precariously to a rooftop, wounded but alive. The battle is far from over. The aftermath of the explosion, a lone figure, perched precariously on a rooftop, surveys the devastation. She is the archer, assessing the situation with a cool, calculating gaze. The enemy has retreated, but the air crackles with unspoken threats. A sharp intake of breath, her eyes widen in surprise. Something unexpected has caught her attention. From the shadows, a monstrous form emerges. Reptilian creatures, riding serpentine mounts, slither into view. The ground trembles with their approach. Qua! A brutal clash, the warriors engage in a fierce melee, spears clashing against scales. The battle is swift and brutal. Another species of weapon, a terrifying predator, its tongue lashing out, adds to the chaos. The battle intensifies. The protagonist, wounded but defiant, grips his blade. His face is grim, determined. "This is crazy," he growls, "we have to fight again." A scream pierces the air, a woman, her face contorted in agony, is engulfed in flames. The heat radiates from the page. But from the ashes, a radiant being rises. Wings of light unfurl, a celestial presence descends. The air crackles with divine energy. Ice spear. The cry echoes as a colossal spear of ice erupts, shattering the earth and piercing through the enemy ranks. The ice spear's impact, a wave of destruction washes over the battlefield, leaving a trail of frozen corpses in its wake. The tide has turned. A ferocious battle rages. The dungeon house protagonist, wounded but unbowed, faces a monstrous lizard-like creature. Energy blasts erupt as he fights back with desperate ferocity. The creature's scales shimmer as it lashes out with its powerful tail, narrowly missing our hero. Defiance blazes in their eyes. Think we'll die here? No fucking way. We survived so much to get here. The dungeon house protagonist, fueled by adrenaline and sheer will, rises to meet the challenge. His fists clench, ready to strike. A blur of motion. He throws a powerful punch, connecting with the creature's jaw with a bone-jarring crack. The fight continues with brutal intensity. The dungeon house protagonist is relentless, dodging and weaving through the creature's attacks. A desperate struggle for survival. He's battered, bruised, but his spirit remains unbroken. With a final, desperate lunge, the creature is thrown back, its body slamming against the cavern wall with a deafening thud. A guttural roar, quaff, echoes through the cavern as the creature collapses, defeated. But even as victory is claimed, danger lurks. Supporting character 1, Tashik, is suddenly ambushed. Arrows pierce his body. Qua! The monstrous lizard-like creatures, their guttural roars echoing through the battlefield, surround the wounded heroes. There are too many. A desperate cry rings out, "We can't fight them without weapons. We'll die at this rate." Suddenly, a blinding purple energy erupts from the sky. What is that? A wave of dark power washes over the battlefield, obliterating the lizard-like creatures in its path. Kaya. A powerful ally has arrived. Handle the injured first. Leave the rest to us. With a mighty roar, a skeletal dragon descends from the heavens, its wings eclipsing the sun. Its dark energy obliterates the remaining enemies. The ground trembles with the force of its power. Charge! A legion of armored warriors, led by a knight in shining armor, charges into battle. A skeleton legion and then that dragon? That person must be. A figure emerges from the shadows, staff in hand, the necromancer Manhwa, whispered about in hushed tones. His presence alone commands attention, a chilling aura hangs heavy in the air. A skeletal beast, eyes burning with hellfire, growls from behind him. A wave of dark energy erupts. It slams into the monstrous lizard riders, sending them sprawling. Their fear is palpable, a primal terror etched on their faces. The command rings out, retreat. The creatures flee in panic. A cacophony of roars and panicked cries fills the air as they scatter. The ground trembles with the force of their retreat. The tide has turned. The monsters are routed. A collective sigh of relief sweeps through the survivors. Cheers erupt as the people celebrate their unexpected salvation. Manhwa, the necromancer, has saved the day. The aftermath of battle. A desperate call rings out across the ravaged town square, take down the houses. Let's build up a barricade. Amidst the chaos, survivors scramble for safety. A cry for help pierces the air, I need a recovery potion here. A digital screen displays a stark warning, there are many monsters in your surroundings. Please try again after eliminating them. The return service is down. A grateful citizen approaches, offering their thanks, we'll definitely repay you for what you did. The grim discovery, it's bad. Our guild member was killed by someone. Even more unsettling, there were no monster traces. A serious discussion unfolds. The question hangs heavy in the air, do we have to increase our security? We can't just keep letting people get killed like this. A chilling realization dawns, there could be monsters hiding amongst us, mimicking people. The pieces begin to fall into place. The mystery deepens. A masked individual speaks, I see. It's because mimic monsters are among us that the return service wasn't working. The challenge is laid bare, if we had the body of a mimic monster, we could run an analysis, but as of right now, there's no method. A glimmer of hope emerges, well, at least we know the reason, so it should be possible to return. But the question remains, how? A chilling realization dawns. If the return service fails, a mimic monster and several dungeon explorers will be stranded, leaving them vulnerable. The dungeon house protagonist's eyes narrow, concern etched on his face. Who will be left behind? A plan forms. Taking turns, a set number of people will return to the village, allowing for rest and recovery. A strategic move to make this village their base of operations. The group assembles, a mix of adventurers and mages, their faces a blend of determination and apprehension. The dungeon house protagonist addresses them, outlining the next steps. A simple solution proposed, rock, paper, scissors. A light-hearted suggestion to determine who goes first and who stays behind. The adventurers readily agree, the tension momentarily broken by the playful competition. Best of 3, or just one round? The excitement builds. But a sinister chuckle echoes. A masked figure, their eyes glowing ominously, suggests a different approach, tournament style, or all at once. The air crackles with anticipation. A mysterious woman watches from afar, her expression unreadable. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air as the adventurers prepare to leave. The adventurers set off, their steps filled with a mix of hope and trepidation. The path ahead remains uncertain. As one of them pauses, a flicker of unease crossing his face. What will they encounter next? The dungeon house protagonist turns to Manhwa, a seasoned veteran, seeking his input on their current predicament. But before Wanhyo can speak, a booming voice cuts through the air. A figure in imposing armor, the Master, addresses the group. The Master's warning is stark: continue raiding the dungeon recklessly, and you will all perish. His words hang heavy in the air. Immediate defiance. The dungeon house protagonist and his companions bristle at the implication of weakness. We got this far with no skills? The Master remains unmoved, his gaze unwavering. He explains that their recent gains mask a critical flaw, a lack of essential skills. The Master's words hit home. He points out their deficiencies in concentration, observation, intensity, and ferocity. The weight of his assessment settles upon them. A stark reminder of their near-death experience. The Master's final words are a chilling truth: without his guidance, they would have been annihilated. Frustration boils over. The dungeon house protagonist demands answers. Are they simply doomed to die here? The Master's response is blunt: or lock yourselves in your houses while sucking your thumbs? A beat of silence, then, a sharp intake of breath. The dungeon house protagonist stares, speechless, at the Master's cold assessment. The Master's decree hangs heavy in the air: don't do anything and return home. And wait. But the dungeon house protagonist, his jaw tight with defiance, will not be deterred. We will clear this dungeon. His voice rings with a newfound resolve, a challenge echoing in the cavernous space. Master, if you believe in us, can you just stand back and watch? A glimmer of doubt crosses the Master's face, but another voice speaks, a quiet confidence cutting through the tension. Kessel isn't one to do something like this in vain. The dungeon house protagonist and his companions stand firm, their resolve unwavering. We can clear this dungeon without any sacrifices. Even if there was a sacrifice, it would end with just one person, our Master. Don't you think it's a pretty decent proposal? Their bold declaration hangs in the air, a silent challenge. Of course, we need no compensation. With a shared glance, the group turns their backs on the Master, their steps echoing their newfound confidence. The path ahead is uncertain, but their determination is clear. A quiet question hangs in the air as Wanhyo is left to ponder his own capabilities. Will it really be possible on your own, Wanhyo? He walks away, his back to the viewer, leaving the question unanswered for now, a subtle hint of doubt in his posture. A single, almost imperceptible chuckle escapes the dungeon house protagonist's lips, a sound of quiet confidence and perhaps a touch of arrogance. It's not about the possibility of success, it's about the certainty of death if he fails. The weight of that reality settles on his shoulders. His jaw clenches, a grim determination hardening his gaze. He will face this challenge alone. There is no other choice. The aftermath of battle, a desolate landscape of shattered buildings and broken dreams. The air hangs heavy with the scent of smoke and despair. Even amidst the ruins, a sense of grim determination persists, a testament to the resilience of those who remain. Inside a dimly lit hall, a tense confrontation unfolds. Acting on my own, Master. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken consequences. A skeletal figure, cloaked in red, hangs upside down, its glowing green eyes fixed on the speaker. How come you did that without consulting me? The masked figure stands tall, his voice firm. Only seek the best method, Master, but sometimes, things don't go as planned. A pragmatic assessment. If we had gone on with the raid and received compensation again, it would have just been a waste of time, and several guilds would have begun to bear a grudge against you. A debate ensues. But it's still better than working for free. The more money we have, the more options we have. Yeah, but like I said. A skeletal warrior speaks, his voice laced with a hint of exasperation. Ever since you became a mage, you think too much and plan excessively. The tension ratchets up. Remember this: even if you do something with good intentions, being too calculating can bring about misunderstandings. The masked figure bows his head, his voice a low murmur of apology. His actions, though bold, were born of necessity, a fact underscored by the grim expressions of his skeletal companions. A quiet understanding passes between the masked figure and his superior. The weight of responsibility, the burden of leadership, hangs heavy in the air. The superior's words are firm, yet laced with a hint of forgiveness. A stern warning follows, a clear line drawn in the sand. The skeletal warrior's gaze is unwavering, his resolve unshaken. His loyalty is absolute, but his conviction burns bright, a fierce determination etched onto his bony face. A chilling declaration. The survival of the group, the very strength of their leader, depends on his willingness to take risks, to push the boundaries of what is possible. A beat of silence. Then, a single word, heavy with meaning, a grim acceptance of the path ahead. The masked figure stands tall, his resolve hardened. The dungeon raid is imminent, the preparations begin. Deep within the earth, a cavern stretches before us, its jagged, rocky surface hinting at the dangers to come. The masked figure and his skeletal warrior stand poised, their eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. As long as we can catch that one man, the rest of the humans will become our prey, the warrior growls, his voice echoing in the vast space. Their plan is set. A beat of silence, then, a sudden eruption of fire. Kra boom, a devastating explosion rocks the cavern. The air crackles with energy. The force of the blast is immense. The masked figure, seemingly unfazed, carries a large container. To be honest, me too, he says, a hint of grim determination in his tone. Another colossal explosion. This time, it's far more powerful, shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. Dust and debris rain down, revealing a scene of utter devastation. A once fortified base is now in ruins. Is this really all right? If the base is completely destroyed, a voice trembles, filled with disbelief. But the masked figure remains calm. This is the only way we can scatter the mana of a D-rank dungeon boss monster, he explains, his voice steady and unwavering. Two figures approach, their faces hidden by shadows. The process of restoring the dungeon will consume a ton of mana. Why don't you jump in and enjoy yourselves? One of them chuckles, a chilling sound that echoes through the ravaged landscape. The ground trembles. A colossal thud echoes as the battle begins. What's this? Waff! A monstrous roar splits the air, the earth itself seems to writhe in agony. A golem? Wanhyo-nim, did you summon it? No, I didn't. It must be a monster mimicking the king's houses. A monster mimicking a building? The creature rises, a terrifying parody of stone and mortar. Dodge! The earth shakes as the golem attacks, a desperate struggle for survival begins. The ground explodes outwards in a cataclysmic eruption. The golem is smashed, its stony form shattering. Kessel, look at that. It's an enormous golem. That one looks more fun. But I don't think we'll be that bored over here, though. Enemies are coming in a swarm. From the depths, a wave of foes emerges. A relentless tide of green-skinned warriors, their weapons raised high. Hurry and activate the traps, Kai. Got it. With a resounding clang, the traps are sprung. Across the ravaged landscape, lizard-mounted warriors charge. Their spears poised, they are a whirlwind of motion. But their advance is cut short. A wave of magical energy erupts from beneath their feet, throwing them from their mounts. Boom, the earth trembles as a colossal explosion rocks the battlefield. Explosion is art, a voice booms across the chaos. The inferno consumes everything, leaving only scorched earth in its wake. Amidst the fiery aftermath, two figures emerge. Look! The traps must have gone off properly, one shouts, his voice filled with grim satisfaction. A stone golem, enraged, attacks. Is that important right now? Focus on the monsters in front of you, the other figure yells, dodging a devastating blow. The lizard riders lie scattered, defeated. Their once proud forms now broken and vulnerable. One groans, "Urg, ah. How dare, mere prey." The skeletal warrior's mask lies shattered on the ground, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. From the shadows, a figure watches. A sinister purple energy emanates from a monstrous skull, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Necro breath. A wave of purple energy explodes from the masked figure, a chilling blast that rips through the air. The force of the attack is immense, a violent, purple maelstrom. But even this devastating assault is not enough to finish the job. You think I would disappear from a blow as weak as that? The masked figure, battered but unbowed, draws power from the very ground beneath him. Gather my vestiges. The corpses of the fallen enemies begin to melt, a gruesome, crimson tide spreading across the battlefield. The corpses are melting? Gross. The skeletal warrior watches in horror as the crimson liquid flows. That's not it, Kessel. They're getting sucked somewhere. The viscous crimson continues its relentless advance, draining the life essence from the fallen, feeding the masked figure's dark power. The skeletal warrior is caught in the vortex of dark energy. As the masked figure's power surges to terrifying new heights, the doppelganger explodes in a crimson eruption. A wave of viscous, skull-filled slime washes across the ground. Kai, eyes wide with disbelief, witnesses the horrifying spectacle. I thought there weren't many monsters that could take human form, and it's just as I expected. He confirms his suspicions, it was a slime-type doppelganger. The monstrous slime lunges, a grotesque maw opening wide. You! I will swallow you here. Become my food. But Kai, unfazed, grips his staff. Don't underestimate it because of its appearance, Nidhogg. The skeletal dragon, Nidhogg, roars, its glowing red eyes burning with intensity. A doppelganger isn't a monster that should appear in a D-rank dungeon. Yes, I understand. The slime screams, die, as it unleashes a final, desperate attack. A purple energy circle flares beneath the masked figure as he prepares a counterattack. The power is immense. With a guttural roar, burn it down. Necro breath. The masked figure unleashes a devastating blast of necrotic energy. Necro breath unleashed. A wave of purple energy erupts, engulfing the doppelganger in a maelstrom of dark power. The monster's arm contorts, its shape shifting in a horrifying display of unnatural transformation. A brutal impact. The doppelganger is sent flying, its body shattering against the ground in a spray of crimson. The masked figure stands triumphant, a chilling smile playing on their lips. A punch of this level, compared to her, is nothing. A final, devastating blow. A crimson streak cuts through the air, leaving behind only a trail of gore and the defeated doppelganger's remains. The masked figure descends, wings of shadow unfurling. Kai approaches cautiously, examining the remnants. The doppelganger's vestiges, your bones are being fused. The skeletal warrior cries out, we're going down. The ground trembles. A massive, pink, amorphous blob emerges from the earth. Kai's ally shouts, Kai! Kessel! Your turn! Two figures, clad in shining armor, charge into the fray. Don't worry. Just as you ordered, we were. Ready to go, the battle cry echoes as Kessel charges, a blur of motion. A crimson wave erupts as Kessel's attack connects, the ground cracking under the force. A monstrous crimson form is torn apart, splattering across the battlefield. But from the crimson remains, skeletal fragments coalesce, forming something new. A chilling silence descends as the newly formed entity is pierced by arrows, its movements stilled. Ha! No response? The warriors exchange a look of confusion. At a time like this, the best thing to do is assess the situation. What were you trying to do with such a reckless attack? The masked figure demands an explanation. A fiery explosion rocks the earth, the aftermath a scene of devastation. Why did it explode so late? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. A surge of arcane energy crackles around the masked figure, their form almost ethereal in the blinding light. This is our chance. Take down the golem. The warrior's battle cry echoes across the battlefield, a desperate gamble against the towering monstrosity. The ground trembles, a deafening crash as the golem is brought down. Dust and debris fill the air. But the victory is short-lived. Kai stares, wide-eyed, as a wave of confusion washes over him. And now what? A crimson explosion erupts from the fallen golem's remains. Hey, look! Something exploded. The shockwave throws Kai and Kessel off balance. The vestiges are coming this way? What? Crimson, pulsating blobs rain down from the sky, splattering across the ground. Splat, 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 what the hell are these things? One of the blobs attacks Kessel. Ugh. The blobs writhe and shift, their forms constantly changing. The blobs are changing shape. The masked figure raises their staff, a new surge of power coursing through them. Everyone! We have to combine all our strength to destroy those things. What are they? The ground trembles. From the epicenter of the explosion, grotesque, fleshy horrors erupt, doppelgangers' clones, multiplying before their very eyes. Charge! The battle cry echoes through the dungeon, a desperate, final stand against overwhelming odds. A warrior lunges forward, sword flashing, a blur of steel and fury. Chaos erupts. A monstrous beast, its form shifting and writhing, attacks with savage ferocity. The impact sends a shockwave through the very stone of the dungeon. Qua! The ground trembles. The beast roars, a terrifying sound that chills the very soul. Phh, a wave of crimson energy explodes outward. Another warrior, riding a spectral wolf, charges into the fray, Kuah. Piercing the heart of the crimson chaos. The beast bellows, "Foolish humans, I shall turn you into my food." The warrior fights back, shield raised high, deflecting the creature's viscous attacks, a desperate defense against impossible odds. A scream of agony rips through the air, aghhh, as the beast's crimson ichor consumes another victim. Warrior 1 unleashes a devastating attack. Bone Spear. The crimson earth is stained with the beast's blood. A brutal counterattack sends Warrior 2 flying. The force of the blow is immense, a shockwave rippling outwards. Seeing his comrade fall, Warrior 1 makes a critical decision. Take the wounded and get out of here. I'll handle the rest. But the crimson beast is relentless, its rage palpable. I won't let you survive all merrily on your own. The beast lunges, a terrifying roar echoing through the battlefield. Kill. Violate. Surrounded, Warrior 1 stands defiant. Trample. With a desperate cry, he channels his power. For yourself. For victory. Raise Skeleton Knight. From the earth, a skeletal warrior rises, its eyes burning with unholy light. The Skeleton Knight roars, its voice a chilling echo of death. Annihilate the enemies. The crimson beast lunges, its viscous form a horrifying wave of crimson. A brutal, splashing impact as it slams into the warriors. Warrior 1's grip tightens on his sword. A skeleton knight charges alongside him, roaring, "For our lord!" The beast recoils from a blow, crimson ichor splattering. A chilling scream echoes as the beast roars, "Scram!" It lashes out wildly, a terrifying display of raw power. Warrior 1 shouts, "Kai! Tear it apart!" Kai, the skeleton knight, obeys, his blade a silver streak cleaving through the beast, shink. As final, desperate words of the crimson beast echo, "That's as far as you'll get. Die, you puppets." The skeleton knight unleashes a devastating blast of energy. Crimson ichor explodes outwards, engulfing the crimson beast in a maelstrom of destruction. Kai! Chris, the desperate cries of the beast echo through the battlefield. But the crimson beast laughs, defiant. "You cannot stop me with these gnats." The ground trembles as the final blow connects. The crimson beast's form disintegrates, a gruesome, crimson rain falls upon the battlefield. Warrior 1, his face grim, reflects on the battle's aftermath. We destroyed the dungeon to disperse Pelganger's mana, but Its fragments are stronger than my skeletons, but this is my win. The skeleton knight, battered but unbowed, stands beside Warrior 1, a silent testament to their shared victory. The final remnants of the Crimson Beast are obliterated in a flurry of motion. The battle is over. The last vestiges of the Crimson Beast vanish, leaving only silence and the lingering scent of decay. The dust settles, revealing the full extent of the carnage. The warriors stand amidst the ruins, weary but triumphant. The skeleton knight descends, sword gleaming, a whirlwind of steel against the Crimson Beast's grotesque fragments. A crimson spray erupts as the blade bites deep, each swing a symphony of destruction. The remnants of the beast are scattered, their horrifying forms dissolving into crimson puddles. Silence. A chilling stillness settles over the battlefield, only the crimson stains remain. The Crimson Beast's final, desperate words echo in the air. How? How? You are. Warrior 1 approaches cautiously, a mixture of triumph and unease etched on their face. What did you do? A flashback reveals Warrior 1's secret weapon, a mana storage cube, a device capable of holding vast amounts of magical energy. Humans have a limit to how much mana they can hold at once. But this cube bypassed that limitation, allowing for a prolonged, devastating assault. A war of attrition. The cube glows faintly in Warrior 1's hand, a testament to their cunning strategy, but the victory is far from assured. From afar, a voice booms, filled with barely contained rage. Don't think you have the upper hand because of a mere toy like that. The Crimson Beast lunges. Claws extended, it's a terrifying display of raw power. A monstrous roar echoes as it tears through the air. But its attack is met with a blinding flash of energy. The beast recoils, its form momentarily distorted. A searing strike cuts through the Crimson Beast's flesh. The impact sends a shockwave rippling outwards. Warrior 1 stands defiant, mana cube held aloft, the skeleton knight at his side, both victorious but wary. The beast is weakened, but not yet defeated. I'm sure you devised a plan to kill and absorb me to become a complete doppelganger. A surefire plan, devised with great caution. The Crimson Beast's voice is laced with chilling confidence. But a hint of uncertainty flickers in its eyes. However, sometimes acting without being too calculating can still yield the best results. And the result? The one who has seized the opportunity isn't you, but I. Don't delude yourself. The one who's at the end of the line is you, shouts Warrior 1, his voice filled with righteous fury. A final, desperate attack. The Crimson Beast unleashes a wave of crimson energy, a last, desperate attempt to overwhelm its foes. But it's no use. The warriors stand firm, their resolve unshaken. The beast's power fades, its form dissolving into nothingness. You may have destroyed the dungeon, but my mana is overflowing, it hisses, a final, defiant whisper. A chilling grin spreads across the dissipating crimson mass. Grin. Is that really the case? The Crimson Beast roars, a guttural sound that shakes the very ground beneath their feet. Its crimson form writhes, a grotesque parody of life itself. A wave of crimson energy explodes outward, the beast's final, desperate attack. But even in its death throes, its power is terrifying. Warrior 1, eyes narrowed in grim determination, raises the mana storage cube. The air crackles with raw magical energy. The skeleton knight and Warrior 2 fight with a ferocity born of desperation, their blades a blur against the monstrous Crimson Beast's relentless assault. Each strike a testament to their unwavering resolve. The ground trembles under the force of their combined might. Warrior 1 unleashes a torrent of energy, channeled through the cube, a blinding flash of light engulfs the beast. The spears that were embedded into you were imbued with a portion of my mana. That was to analyze your body. The Crimson Beast's voice echoes, even in defeat, revealing its cunning plan. The beast's form shatters, revealing a skeletal frame beneath, but its essence, its mana, lingers ominously. That's when I realized, your true body is elsewhere, and that you fragmented your soul and divided it amongst your clones. Warrior 1 gasps, the revelation hitting him hard. Return it, a desperate plea echoes through the battlefield. the weight of the revelation settling upon the warriors. The Crimson Beast's defeat is far from over. Its crimson essence rides, a grotesque parody of life itself. And from the viscous remains, two monstrous doppelgangers emerge. The cloning technique is horrifyingly efficient. Warrior 1 and the Skeleton Knight are on the defensive, facing a relentless onslaught. "Give it back! My soul," screams the Crimson Beast's clone, its rage palpable. Warrior 1's face contorts in fury. "Nidhogg," he roars, the name of battle cry echoing through the ravaged battlefield. A desperate plea for aid. Destroy the doppelganger's true body. A majestic silver dragon, wings beating powerfully, descends from the heavens, a beacon of hope in this bloody conflict. The battle intensifies. Clones of the Crimson Beast swarm the heroes, their crimson bodies a tide of horror, but the Skeleton Knight and Warrior 1 stand firm, their blades flashing. The dragon unleashes its power. Necro breath. A wave of chilling energy washes over the battlefield, annihilating the remaining clones in a purple explosion of energy. The final blow. A devastating strike of pure power ends the Crimson Beast's reign of terror. The Crimson Beast's clones, once a terrifying force, are now nothing more than purple energy, dissolving into nothingness, leaving behind only wisps of fading power in their wake. The air crackles with residual energy. A final, devastating blast. The ground trembles as the combined might of Warrior 1, Warrior 2, and the Skeleton Knight obliterates another clone. The impact sends shockwaves through the very fabric of reality. Another clone falls, and another, each disintegration revealing a terrifying truth: the Crimson Beast's true form is far more powerful than its clones. High above, Nidhogg watches, a silent guardian amidst the chaos. From the shattered remains of the clones, a dark, ominous energy coalesces. A pulsating orb of pure malevolence. "A little more, and I could have become complete," a voice echoes, filled with barely contained rage. With a surge of dark energy, the true form of the Crimson Beast begins to manifest, a terrifying dragon-like creature emerging from the void. The battle is far from over. The ground shudders as the beast unleashes its power, a wave of dark energy washing over the battlefield. The heroes brace themselves for the final confrontation. But even as the darkness threatens to consume them, a glimmer of hope remains. "If it weren't for you," Nidhogg's voice cuts through the chaos, a hint of gratitude in its tone. A blinding flash. The earth trembles. A shockwave rips through the battlefield. Crimson energy explodes outward. Warrior 2 stares, aghast. What's that explosion? His eyes widen in alarm, as a monstrous Crimson Beast clone erupts from the debris. "Watch out," shouts Warrior 1, already engaging the grotesque monstrosity. More clones emerge from the initial blast, a horrifying wave of crimson flesh. A cacophony of roars and screams fills the air as the warriors are forced to fight back against the relentless tide. "What the?" The clones writhe and thrash, their crimson forms pulsating with dark energy, then, with a sickening KUUGH, they begin to melt. All the vestiges are melting. The warriors stand amidst the dissolving remains of the Crimson Beast's clones, exhausted but victorious. Warrior 2 lets out a relieved sigh, phew. The Skeleton Knight, Kessel, stands tall, a silent guardian beside the masked warrior. His imposing figure speaks volumes, the battle's toll is evident, yet his resolve remains unshaken. Exhaustion etched on his face, the warrior slumps to the ground, his breath ragged. "That was one hell of a war of attrition. I almost ran out of mana. The cost of victory weighs heavily. But the fight isn't over. A new threat emerges from the shadows. We must destroy the gunk that remains." The warning rings out, sharp and urgent. The battle is far from finished. A sinister chuckle echoes. "Right, we have something to do." A chilling laugh, a prelude to a new challenge. The tension ratchets up. A hand reaches out, offering a gesture of support. "Good work." A moment of respite, a brief acknowledgement of the warrior's incredible feat. Praise follows swiftly. Nicely done once again, master. The warrior's skill is undeniable, his accomplishments celebrated. A grateful smile plays on the warrior's lips. Thanks, Kessel. A simple expression of gratitude, a bond forged in the heat of battle. Determination hardens his gaze. Let's keep it up and finish things properly, too. The final push begins. The end is near. 3 days have passed since the D-rank dungeon raid, a time of supposed rest and recovery. But for our protagonist, it's been anything but restful. He tosses and turns, unable to find peace. The weight of his recent experience is heavy on his soul. Sleep evades him. Hunger is absent. Even his usual solace novels and manhwa fail to captivate, a stark change from his former passions. He ponders the reason for this apathy, a chilling realization dawns. The near-death experiences, the intense emotions, they've left an indelible mark, altering his perception of reality. A fleeting thought of a walk outside, a simple distraction. But no! Precious free time can't be wasted on such trivialities, or so he thinks. Suddenly, a spectral figure bursts through the door. Kessel. A bone-chilling request. A demand that throws our protagonist's carefully constructed plans into disarray. Allow me to go out. I've agreed to meet my gaming friends. The skeletal figure, Kessel, explains the connection between his body and the protagonist's mind. That's 'cause it's connected to your mind through mana. But there's a limit. But it only reaches my face and shoulders, can't you make it my whole body? The protagonist's concern is palpable. He's clearly uncomfortable with the situation, his expression a mix of apprehension and disbelief. Kessel's response is immediate: dude, be reasonable. It's already amazing that I've managed this much. Suddenly, a sharp crack. Kessel cries out in pain, sorry, master. My ear's getting ripped off. The protagonist watches, stunned. Kessel's pain is real, a testament to the imperfect nature of the connection. I never thought you'd be making stuff like this. Kessel, despite the pain, is surprisingly upbeat. You're really amazing, master. A moment of levity. Kessel explains the process, a touch of mischievousness in his tone. Hey. Well, I can't quite say I made it. I only remodeled the doppelganger's fragment, after all. The protagonist laughs, impressed despite the earlier mishap. Kessel continues, yeah? I'll gratefully receive your praise. A shift in tone. The protagonist remembers their prior agreement, but you know, master. We agreed to eat dinner at the meeting, but that's probably no good, right? Kessel has a solution, a touch of dark humor in his voice. No worries. The doppelganger's fragment will go ahead and take care of the food you eat. Kessel, the skeletal familiar, his eyes burning with an eerie red glow, addresses his master with unsettling enthusiasm. Master. If possible, I think it would be best to mass-produce this. The protagonist, Chris, looks on, a mixture of awe and apprehension etched on his face. His response is immediate, unwavering: I will assist you with all my might. Chris's eyes widen, a calculating glint appearing as he asks, did you already see the money in this, Chris? The scene shifts outside. Chris's familiars, Kessel and Kai, wave goodbye, their bony hands a stark contrast to Chris's casual attire. One of them jokes, I'm jealous. I'd also like to try going out. The tension is palpable as Chris's parting words echo, come safely back and don't get into any fights. Back inside, a sudden realization dawns on Chris's face. His expression shifts from casual to shocked. That was when we realized something shocking. A timer on Chris's phone displays 168:00:00. The implications are clear: it was as long as I didn't leave the base. In other words, if familiars like Kessel or Kai left the house, it didn't consume free time. A cunning smile spreads across Chris's face. He's found a loophole. I soon came up with a certain trick. If my free time didn't end, I wouldn't be allotted a new dungeon. That meant I could take advantage of this to not go into the dungeon, and for outside matters, I could use the doppelganger's fragments. The scene shifts to a bustling city street. Chris's familiars, now acting as his proxies, move with purpose. Their mission is clear: to have my familiars handle them in my stead. Chris sits before his computer. A new page on the dungeon site catches his eye. The words "mercenary system" appear, hinting at a new opportunity. His expression is one of quiet contemplation. The mercenary system. A chilling revelation unfolds before us. The skeletal figures, the protagonist's familiars, analyze the newly implemented mercenary system. Their glowing eyes reflecting the implications of this game-changing update. The word mercenary hangs heavy in the air, a term long forgotten but now undeniably relevant. A strategic discussion ensues. The familiars propose a bold plan: direct dungeon raids, bypassing the mercenary system entirely. A decision echoed by the protagonist himself, who observes the scene from afar. The screen displays the mercenary system's rules. Dungeon explorers with less than 2/3 of their raid time remaining can request mercenary assistance. The system's mechanics are laid bare. Mercenaries receive rewards from both the requester and the dungeon itself. A lucrative opportunity, but one with potential drawbacks. As familiars note that this system favors guilds and skilled explorers. The protagonist, however, is already formulating his counter-strategy. A global map appears, pulsating with an eerie blue glow. The skeletal familiar explains the reason behind the mercenary system's implementation: the increasing mana density outside dungeons. The mana density difference between dungeons and the outside world is still significant, but the gap is closing rapidly. A stark warning delivered by the familiar: within a year, perhaps sooner, the mana density will equalize. The implications are earth-shattering. A skeletal figure, eyes glowing an eerie green, reveals a chilling truth: I see. In preparation for that, they're trying to clear as many dungeons as possible and push the growth of the existing skilled explorers even more. The protagonist, witnessing this revelation on his computer screen, reacts with a mixture of surprise and concern. His two skeletal companions mirror his expression, their glowing eyes wide with understanding. That's so? His worry deepens. The weight of the potential consequences presses down on him. But I can't help but worry about the changes that will occur in real life. If dungeon monsters were to appear in the real world, I and the other dungeon explorers would have to reveal ourselves. A sudden shift in setting. We see a desolate urban landscape, ravaged by conflict. A lone figure, bandaged and battle-worn, strides through the debris-strewn streets, leaving a trail of fallen goblinoids in his wake. The scene is brutal, the air thick with the stench of violence. If that happens, this world will change entirely. And the stakes are raised even higher. A terrifying visage fills the screen: Gloria, the catastrophe demon dragon. Her menacing grin and fiery background speak volumes. And more than anything, the catastrophe demon dragon, Gloria. The protagonist's face is etched with grim determination. Even the monstrous Gloria might not be the ultimate threat. The sheer scale of the potential disaster is almost unbearable. It's not even guaranteed she's the final boss. If such a being truly ended up invading the world, his fear is palpable. The sweat on his brow speaks of the immense pressure he's under. Countless lives hang in the balance. Countless people would die. One of the skeletal figures places a comforting hand on his shoulder. The gravity of the situation is undeniable. They must act decisively. Master, that's why we have to use everything at our disposal, so that we can develop the strength to resist them before they invade this world. The final skeletal figure, its eyes blazing with fierce determination, stares directly at the viewer. The weight of their mission is clear. The fight for survival has begun. A bead of sweat trickles down his brow, the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders. He sits at his desk, three skeletal figures looming behind him, a stark reminder of the power he wields. A warning, sharp and urgent, cuts through the air, the memory of Kim Jong-hyuk's fate, a chilling omen. The name, Kim Jong-hyuk, hangs heavy in the silence, a ghost of the past, a harbinger of future threats. A chilling laugh echoes, a cold calculation in his eyes. His lips curl into a grim smile, a decision made, unwavering and resolute. The words hang in the air, sharp as shards of ice, a chilling declaration of intent. His skeletal lieutenants erupt in fervent agreement, their bony hands raised in a macabre salute. The screen blows, the dungeon mercenary system interface beckoning, a new mission awaits. A vast map unfolds, pinpointing countless locations, each a potential battlefield, a new challenge. A global map of mercenary requests fills the screen, each pin a potential mission, a chance for profit. The protagonist, surrounded by 3 skeletal figures, looks troubled. What do we do if there's no request that fits our criteria in Korea? I don't know any foreign languages. One skeleton, sporting spectacles, grins. Don't worry. There's translation magic that can smash the language barrier. The protagonist's eyebrows shoot up. Translation magic? The skeletal mage explains, simply put, communication through telepathy. It's hard to learn, but once you learn it, it's very convenient magic. The protagonist and his skeletal companions are enthralled, eager to learn this new skill. Ding! A bright flash of light erupts from the skeleton's glasses, a surge of magical energy. The skeleton continues, while I'm at it, I'll try designing an item bestowed with translation magic. The skeletal mage diligently scribes in a notebook, his bony fingers moving with surprising speed. He then turns to the protagonist. I'll leave it to you. One of the skeletons addresses the protagonist, Master. Since things have turned out like this, let's take a request that'll let us rake it in. The protagonist ponders, money's good and all, but... The skeletal figure, Kessel, taps away at his tablet, a mischievous glint in his glowing blue eyes. We happen to need slime cores, so I'd like to receive an F-rank dungeon request, Master. The protagonist leans back, a thoughtful expression on his face. He considers the request, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Somehow, you and Kessel are on the same page. Since we've got plenty of money for now. It's a decision quickly made. Guess it'd be best to take the request that Kai picked out. Kessel beams, his enthusiasm infectious. Trying to do something good 'cause it's our first request? I'm totally on board, Master. Another skeletal figure bows deeply. Thank you, my lord. The protagonist, however, remains pensive. Understood, Master. The scene shifts, showing 2 more skeletal figures, their posture respectful. A thoughtful frown creases his brow. Something good? A beat of silence. Then, a revelation. There's a different reason why I picked that request. The camera focuses on the protagonist's intense gaze, a flicker of determination in his eyes. The other skeletal figures lean in, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. A different reason? The sound effect echoes the sudden appearance of a desperate plea, a Class B dungeon request for a hefty sum. I will do anything and everything if I can live. Please save me. A cunning smile spreads across the protagonist's face. It's about time I increased my contract tease. The rumors swirl, whispers of a necromancer named Manhwa, a being of such immense power he's cleared a dungeon all on his own, a dungeon so formidable it's said to rival entire guilds. Could this power be the result of a pact with the devil? Or is there another explanation? The question hangs heavy in the air. The protagonist, eyes narrowed in thought, considers the implications. This Manhwa, he's a force to be reckoned with, regardless of his methods. He's a wild card, a potential ally or a dangerous enemy. But one thing is certain, the protagonist must meet him before things escalate beyond control. In his office, a sense of urgency fills the air. The executive officer is summoned. A subtle tension building as the door creaks open. The sound of a heavy thud echoes through the room. And there he stands, silhouetted in the doorway. Manhwa. So we finally meet. A figure bursts through the ceiling, shattering the calm of the office. The executive's eyes widen in shock. He's here to deliver a warning, a dire message that cuts through the tension, but what could it possibly mean? The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. The time has come. His face, etched with worry and dread, reflects the gravity of the situation. A storm is brewing. A guttural roar shatters the silence. Qua. Red eyes blaze, fangs bared in a terrifying snarl. The monster attacks. A desperate plea echoes through the chaos. Save me! The battle erupts. Swords clash, bodies fall, a whirlwind of violence. A warrior is thrown back, his body hitting the ground hard. Waff. A woman watches in horror, tears streaming down her face, her anguish is palpable. A fallen foe lies at the edge of the shadows, a grotesque monster, its lifeblood staining the cold stone. The woman, eyes wide with a horrifying mix of fear and adrenaline, clutches her shield, bracing for the next attack. The horde charges. A wave of green skin and sharpened teeth, a terrifying onslaught against the barricades. The impact. KUA, the ground trembles under the force of the collision, a desperate defense against overwhelming odds. From the darkness, a monstrous silhouette emerges, horns, teeth, and eyes burning with malevolent glee. A chilling grin splits the creature's face, a predator reveling in the chaos it has unleashed. He sits amidst the ruins, a powerful artifact resting beside him, a glimmer of hope in the face of unimaginable terror. A lone figure, cloaked and staff in hand, strides purposefully across a desolate, rocky landscape. A small, orb-like object rests gently in his palm. Despite the obvious danger, his resolve is clear, but I'm going to go out anyway. A chilling whisper echoes in the darkness. I don't want to die. The weight of that fear is palpable, a suffocating dread clinging to the air. The room is in shambles, chaos reigns. Terror grips her, a desperate plea trapped beneath the covers. I don't want to die. Everything went as planned, until it didn't. A brutal clash. The scene explodes with violence. At least half of my comrades were slaughtered by the goblin commander. And the rest cower in terror, trapped in their homes. The crimson tide stains the ground. Her eyes, wide with terror, reflect the stark reality. There are still so many things I want to do. A desperate whisper escapes her lips. I don't want to die. A single eye, wide with terror, peers from beneath a dark blue blanket. The room is dim, lit only by the faint glow of a tablet. A notification arrives, a sharp electronic ping cutting through the silence. The message is stark: dungeon cleared through the mercenary system. Fast return service. Her eyes widen further, disbelief etched on her face. This has to be a lie, right? A frantic finger taps the screen, kerchink, the sound of a lock disengaging. A hesitant hand reaches for the doorknob, a gulp of air, a breath held tight with fear. The door creaks open, crack, revealing a sight that chills her to the bone. A single tear escapes her eye, as she sees what awaits her. A monstrous figure looms, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, a terrifying presence that fills the hallway. And before it, a lone figure stands defiant, a staff crackling with dark energy. A hand reaches for a door handle, the metal cold beneath trembling fingers. The door creaks open, revealing a figure shrouded in shadow. A chilling whisper echoes, a skeleton dragon master, the first necromancer. Gasps ripple through the crowd. Are you that one, Hyo? That person was the great one, Hyo? The tension is palpable. Has the dungeon been cleared? A young woman stares, wide-eyed, her face a mask of disbelief and dawning horror. She bows deeply, murmuring, "Thank you. Thank you so much." The masked figure remains impassive. There's nothing to thank me for. I didn't work for free. It was clearly stated in the request. The masked figure stands before the assembled adventurers, his presence commanding respect and fear in equal measure. You would do anything and everything as long as you could live. The young woman's eyes gleam with understanding. Yes, of course. No act of good is done without reason. The unnamed female character, her expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, poses a simple question: what can I do for you? A crumpled contract, its contents illegible, is revealed. The suspense builds. As Wanhyo, his face obscured by a mask, emerges from the shadows, the contract clutched in his hand. Dust motes dance in the dim light. With a curt gesture, he presents the contract. "Sign this contract," he demands. The woman hesitates for only a moment before taking the contract. And with a decisive stroke, she signs her name, Kim Mi-jin. The contract is sealed. Wanhyo's eyes, visible for a fleeting moment, reveal a hint of surprise. "You're quite daring," he observes, "you signed it without even checking the terms." Her response is immediate and unwavering, "I did check them." The scene shifts to reveal a crowd of onlookers, their faces etched with concern. Wanhyo explains the terms: "It cannot be disclosed by any means, including text or spoken word. 5% of my monthly profits will be sent to you. The contract is unilaterally disadvantageous for me." Despite the obvious disadvantage, Wanhyo's expression is one of cold calculation. "And yet, you signed it." A determined glint in her eyes, she declares, "In the end, it doesn't change my decision. And I don't really have the right to refuse, anyway." Wanhyo smirks, a calculating gleam in his eyes. "You're quick on the uptake." The scene shifts to a cavernous space. Desperate, she pleads, "In exchange, please give me strength." Tears stream down her face as she cries out, "Please make me strong. I'll do anything. For you, and for my survival." Wanhyo's eyes, a chilling intensity, a predator sizing up its prey. "This is a turning point." She whispers, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the kind that comes only once in a person's life, and the kind of opportunity to literally change one's life." Wanhyo, flanked by imposing figures, speaks calmly, "It just so happens that you also have a talent for magic, so I will give you the chance to become strong." The masked figures stand guard, their presence heavy with unspoken power. Wanhyo adds, "I'm the kind of person who deeply cherishes what's mine." She accepts the deal. Very well. A document lies on a desk, its contents obscured. A glimpse of a triangular chart, hinting at hidden data. A man sits, his arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. He speaks, his voice low and measured. "There wasn't anyone with much talent other than her, but I was lucky." The chart is revealed, detailing Kim Mi-jin's stats: Magic C, Photographic Memory C, Calculation C, and a high aptitude for necromancy-related curse magic. A strategic assessment: she'll lead the others, so they'll make a good addition to my forces. "Master! We're back from training the newbies," shout two skeletal figures, their glowing eyes alight with eerie energy. A scene shifts to a dungeon training ground. Close combat explorers, clad in armor, practice their skills with deadly precision. "Satisfactory. Everyone is following our instructions to it." The man smiles, a glint in his eye. "After all, dungeons don't disappear even after they're cleared as long as at least one person remains in them, leaving us with a perfect training hall." A skeletal figure points to a picture. "What's that?" The man looks at the picture of Kim Mi-jin. He muses, shall I call it an investment?" "Thank you, Sir Wanhyo." Kim Mi-jin's gratitude rings out, her voice brimming with genuine relief. A wide, beaming smile spreads across her face, a smile that speaks volumes of her newfound confidence. The skeletal figure's report unfolds. On her last day of training, Kim Mi-jin received a necromancy tome and spell card production methods. A chillingly efficient investment. Deep within a dungeon, Kim Mi-jin declares, "I will definitely survive." Her voice is firm, unwavering. The shadows swirl around her, a testament to the power she now wields. A parting glance, a whispered hope for future encounters. Wanhyo's gaze hardens. His plan is taking shape. "They will become my hands and feet," he thinks, a cold calculation in his eyes, or in other words, my supporters. The camera pans to reveal a legion of shadowy figures, their faces obscured, standing silently behind Kim Mi-jin. A formidable army, ready to obey. Master Chris and his skeletal companion discuss their next move. "Master, I propose we start gearing up to clear a real dungeon, not just play around in low-level places. The words hang in the air, a challenge issued. Chris considers this, a thoughtful expression on his face. I'll keep that in mind. The skeleton produces a document, a list of dungeon requests. I have already compiled a list. Personally, I recommend the request on the last page. The details are revealed: a high-ranking dungeon, requiring skilled magic users. E+ rank, requesting magic users of at least the 3rd circle. Recruiting 5 people. The skeleton continues, highlighting the lucrative rewards. The compensation is generous. In addition to the basic rewards, they will unconditionally give 5 mana crystals of the lowest grade and 5% of all crystals dropped by monsters within the dungeon. They also claim they will add compensations depending on the degree of our contribution during the raid. Chris's eyes narrow, suspicion dawning. Isn't it too generous? The skeleton leans in, whispering his suspicions. I have the suspicion that the request was written to come in contact with skilled mages. Chris's smirk reveals his understanding. Right. Probably to bring them into their own group. The decision is made. Alright, let's go with this one, but we'll fully prepare for the dungeon. The dungeon's entrance looms, a miasma of green slime oozing from the walls. Chris and his skeletal companion charge in, swords flashing. A flurry of blows. Chris's masked face is a whirlwind of motion as he fights alongside his armored allies. A searing blast of energy erupts, incinerating a monstrous foe. The power is raw, untamed. Chris commands, "Alright, Tia, absorb." A crimson torrent flows into his gauntlet. A viscous, pulsating mass coalesces into a terrifying power within his grasp, and explodes outward in a wave of crimson destruction. The wave of crimson energy washes over the battlefield, leaving only silence in its wake. Skeletal companion observes, "Master, be honest. Doesn't that feel unpleasant? Never thought you would make a doppelganger's fragment into an ally." A smirk plays on Chris's lips, a glint in his eyes as he reveals a crucial detail: it's not that, but Tia. The skeletal companion urges haste. Chris, flanked by his loyal guardians, grips his staff. Their journey continues. And with a simple "alright, let's go," they delve deeper into the shadowy depths. The trio advances through a cavernous passage, the rough-hewn stone walls closing in around them. The air is thick with anticipation. Then, a blinding flash. Chris's eyes widen, a shockwave of energy erupting from within him. Sparkle. A wave of disorientation washes over them. What could this mean? The scene shifts to reveal a vast, open space, bathed in an ethereal light. Rows of armored figures stand silently, their forms almost translucent. A mysterious figure emerges from the light, identifying himself as Wanhyo, the mercenary who accepted the request. He asks for the lights to be dimmed. But his request is met with a curt refusal. "Sorry, this is our standard strategy, you see." The command rings out, "Stand down." A large group of armed men and archers stand ready, their presence a stark contrast to the ethereal glow of the previous scene. A legion of archers stands ready, their bows drawn, a silent army poised to strike. The air crackles with anticipation. As a figure in a sharp suit walks confidently towards a group of powerful warriors. The tension is palpable. The guildmaster of the Golden Black Hole, Richard Leon Hart, reveals himself. His words carry the weight of authority. "Welcome, soldier, Wanhyo." Wanhyo's eyes widen, a mask of shock briefly covering his features. He's clearly surprised by this unexpected encounter. The revelation of his employer's true identity sends a shockwave through him. The magician president? The Golden Black Hole Guildmaster, a figure of imposing presence, addresses a group of adventurers. His words carry weight, each syllable echoing in the cavernous hall. A masked face, eyes narrowed in intensity, stares directly at the viewer. A palpable tension fills the air. The masked figure's thoughts are revealed, a memory of a crucial encounter with the magician president, a lifeline in a desperate situation. A package arrives, containing a book on basic mana theory and a heartfelt letter. Hope flickers in the darkness. The sender's face is shown, the magician president himself, extending a hand of support from afar. His words offer comfort and encouragement. The recipient reads the letter, a mixture of gratitude and awe washing over him. The weight of the magician president's kindness sinks in. A new piece of equipment is presented, a chainmail shirt, a symbol of protection and resilience. It's a gift, a testament to the enduring bond between the two. The recipient reflects on the past, acknowledging the magician president's pivotal role in his survival. A new chapter begins. The scene shifts to a meeting with the magician president's deputy, Mark Hemington. A partnership is forged. A masked figure, his Korean surprisingly fluent, reveals a calculated move, a mask concealing more than just his face. The scene shifts to a cavernous dungeon, echoing with the sounds of hushed conversations. An automatic translation system bridges the language gap between the assembled figures. An older man, his face etched with years of experience, observes the scene with a knowing smile. Communication, once a hurdle, now flows smoothly. The masked figure, his gaze sharp and determined, stands tall, a long sword rests at his side, a silent promise of strength. A grand hall, filled with armed personnel and high-ranking officials, awaits. A briefing will follow, a moment of rest before the coming storm. The masked figure sits calmly amidst a group of powerful individuals. A cup of coffee and a plate of pastries offer a brief respite. He removes his mask, revealing a hint of weariness beneath the surface, a moment of quiet reflection before the next challenge. An older man, his eyes twinkling with amusement, makes an astute observation: the magic mask serves a purpose beyond mere disguise. The briefing begins. A serious tone hangs in the air, punctuated only by the clinking of teacups. And Richard Leon Hart, their new employer, introduces himself. His gaze sweeps across the assembled team, assessing each member. Leonhardt's words are firm, leaving no room for misinterpretation. For the duration of your employment, you are all my subordinates. A murmur of agreement ripples through the group. One member, however, seems less than thrilled, but ultimately accepts the terms with a curt fine. Another member smiles, a subtle hint of amusement in his eyes. His confidence is unshaken. As Leonhardt lays out the mission, the golden black hole lodges in the dungeon while clearing long-term dungeons. The implications of long-term are immediately questioned. How much time do you mean? One of them asks, a note of apprehension in his voice. Leonhardt's response is blunt: 1 month, 3 weeks if it ends quickly. The gravity of the situation sinks in. He continues, outlining the conditions: those unable to fight or return home will remain in the dungeon for the duration. The weight of this decision hangs heavy in the air. The skeleton dragon master stands tall, his helmet gleaming. Richard Leonhardt's words echo in the silence: yes. Very properly. A hushed discussion unfolds amongst the mages. One nervously asks, what's the point in asking after you've already spoken up? The skeleton dragon master's voice is firm, unwavering: normally, going to and from your house to the dungeon is ridiculous. You won't be able to keep doing that. A mage's voice cracks with disbelief: how can that be? The tension is palpable. One mage whispers, is that true? Another stammers, that's. A seasoned figure speaks, his voice calm yet firm: how was it? The narrative shifts. A fierce clash erupts. The skeleton dragon master, a whirlwind of bone and steel, faces a monstrous foe. Swish, clang, the battle is brutal, but the master holds his own. The briefing continues. For now, let's continue the briefing. The scene shifts to a dark, foreboding dungeon. A skeletal army rises, answering the call of their master. The air crackles with dark energy. Meanwhile, Richard Leon Hart and his team watch, their expressions a mix of apprehension and grim determination. It's truly comfortable to have a skilled necromancer around. One of them agrees, I agree, sir. A masked figure, his eyes burning with an inner fire, ponders a significant gap, a chasm that separates him from the ordinary. In a dimly lit office, a discussion unfolds. The topic? recruiting this enigmatic powerhouse, a move that could drastically improve their survival rate. But doubts linger. He's a loner, a force unto himself, seemingly uninterested in joining any group. A seasoned leader weighs the risks. Bringing him in would be a boon, but forcing the issue could backfire, creating more problems than it solves. A question hangs in the air, a subtle shift in the conversation. Is the rumor true? The rumor? The skeleton dragon. The very thought sends shivers down their spines, a creature of immense power. A glimpse of the legendary beast itself, a terrifying spectacle of bone and shadow, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. The masked figure stands defiant before it. A quiet agreement. It's best to proceed cautiously, to avoid unnecessary conflict. The texture of the sand, unusually fine, almost like powder. A detail that hints at something extraordinary. Who? A tense silence hangs in the air as the skeleton dragon master assesses the situation. His masked face gives little away, but his eyes betray a hint of unease. His loyal knights stand firm, their words echoing his own apprehension. I don't like this. I really don't like it. But their unwavering loyalty shines through. It's no different from last time. No matter what, I'll protect you, my lord. The master shares their concern. This is a situation beyond common sense, a perilous gamble where the dangers are unknown. But he knows decisive action is needed. I believe it's best to share everything we know, he declares, a steely glint in his eye. His knight's agreement is immediate. Of course we have to tell them, master. The stakes are terrifyingly high. Failure means certain death if the devil dragon returns. The urgency is palpable. We must join forces to survive, my lord, cries one of the knights, his voice filled with desperate hope. The master nods, understanding the gravity of the situation. Cooperation is key. To implement their plan, they must reveal everything. A sudden, violent gust of wind whips past, kicking up dust and debris. Revealing a formidable force approaching, a heavily armed guild, their leader a stern older man. The guild leader approaches, his tone sharp and demanding. Well then, have you finished your discussion? I'm sure you know something about this situation. You'll teach us, right? Of course. The skeleton dragon master's voice is flat, his masked face betraying little emotion, but a keen observer would note the subtle tremor in his hand. He reveals the truth. This dungeon is one of many scattered across the land, each a dangerous field teeming with powerful monsters. The guild leader and his troops stand before a vast, desolate landscape, the scale of the threat becoming horrifyingly clear. And those monsters? They are not mere minions, they are powerful boss monsters, roaming freely across the battlefield. The guild leader's face tightens. That's bad. That's very bad. The environment itself is a challenge, but the added threat of wandering boss monsters elevates the danger to a critical level. It's a relentless struggle. They can't afford to leave a trace, and every battle must be swift and decisive. The pressure is immense, every move carries a deadly risk. But there's one final piece of devastating news. A wave of energy washes over the scene, a powerful barrier forming around the group. The sound of their conversation is contained, their secret safe, for now. The impact reverberates, a silent testament to the power unleashed. The masked figure speaks again, his voice low and grave. Within the soundproof chamber, the skeleton dragon master drops his final bombshell. He encountered a mysterious being during his exploration of the dungeon. The catastrophe demon dragon. Her very name echoes with dread. A terrifying entity, far from an E-rank being. To exist, she demanded sacrifices, powerful boss monsters. The guild leader, Richard, and their companions stand before the remnants of this horrific ritual. At least 3 boss monsters were offered. The guild leader's apprehension is palpable. She used 3 boss monsters as sacrifices so she could simply appear? Richard, his face partially obscured by a mask, speaks calmly, I was lucky. She appeared not to kill me, but to test me. The scene shifts to a vast, ethereal chamber. A battle, a test of survival against the catastrophe demon dragon. While plunged into despair, a glimmer of hope. She proposed a fight, a challenge with rules. The guild leader questions the terms. Is that not the same as telling you to die? But there were conditions. 5 minutes of survival, 3 chances to attack, and a guarantee of no retaliation within that time frame. And Richard endured. The guild leader presses further. You must have attacked the boss monsters that were sacrifices. Am I correct? A grim recollection hangs in the air. Back then, we couldn't have lasted 5 minutes against a single attack. The weight of past battles settles on the scene. The catastrophe demon dragon's chilling visage fills the panel. Her words echo, we passed, but the victory is short-lived. A sinister smile twists her lips as she declares, I claim you. The guild leader's eyes widen in realization. The devil dragon of calamity is one of the beings that invaded Earth and created this situation. The gravity of the revelation sinks in. A strategic decision unfolds before Richard Leonhardt. In consideration of the worst-case scenario, I'll let you act separately. How many people would you like? The weight of command rests on his shoulders. Richard's response is firm and resolute. It's all right. I'm more comfortable on my own. His confidence is unwavering. The guild leader hands over a crucial item. Got it. Then take this. It's a communication magic item developed by the guild. We've only got 8 of them, so be sure to return it later. Richard examines the communication device. A communication magic item, huh? Intrigue flickers in his eyes. A parting scene unfolds? Contact you periodically. See you again, alive. The words hang in the air, a promise and a threat. Richard and his skeleton dragon master prepare for action. Master. Let's take that out then. The anticipation is palpable. Richard nods, his resolve unwavering. All right, let's do it. The final preparations are complete. The desert wind whips around them as Richard and the skeleton dragon master arrive in a sleek, black vehicle, a luxury car amidst the dunes. Kessie, at the wheel, grins. Leave it to me, he exclaims, his confidence echoing in the vast emptiness. A shadowy figure looms overhead, a chandelier, its ornate design barely visible in the dim light. A skull-faced man materializes, his eyes glowing an eerie green. A chilling grin stretches across his bony visage. A mount, he declares. The scene shifts to a modern conference room. Kessel, surrounded by skeletal figures, sits at a table. What are you going on about all of a sudden, Kessel? One of them asks, concern etched on its face. Too much time is wasted getting around in the dungeon. A skeletal figure, cloaked in darkness, agrees with the statement. The discussion turns to the practicality of riding Nidhogg. It consumes too much mana to keep riding Nidhogg around, one of the skeletons explains, his glowing eyes fixed on Kessel. Suddenly, a car screeches around a corner, a bone-chilling impact follows. A skeletal figure is thrown from the vehicle, rage boiling in its eyes. You bastard, have you neither chivalry nor sense? It roars. Back in the conference room, Kessel explains his choice of transportation. It's the thing I'm most used to, and it was the easiest to figure out, principle-wise, he states calmly. Engines roar. Kessel's team speeds across the desert in a high-speed chase, a cloud of dust billowing in their wake. Meanwhile, Kai watches, eager to learn from Kessel's driving prowess. All right. Kai, watch and learn from my driving skill. 2 figures, stunned, watch the car disappear into the distance. Their expressions are a mixture of disbelief and awe. Mark, did you see that? Wasn't that a car? It was. Who would have thought we would see a car inside the dungeon? The disbelief deepens. What he pulled out looked like a golem. I see. So, even a car can move inside the dungeon with an engine? The implications are staggering. In any case, let's start by setting up a temporary camp. The scene shifts to a bustling desert camp, workers diligently constructing fortifications. Two figures observe the scene from a trench, their faces etched with weariness. A yawn escapes one of them. A young girl, clutching a teddy bear, appears in a dark, ominous setting. The text reveals a chilling update: they've finally reached the second floor. A young girl, clutching a teddy bear, is bathed in an ominous red glow. Her eyes, though unseen, seem to burn with a dark intensity. A chilling voice echoes, "Parley claimed by that damn bat bitch acting separately?" The scene shifts, revealing only the hem of a flowing, dark garment. A car speeds across a desolate, sandy landscape. The wheels churn, kicking up dust, a surreal sight in this dungeon-like environment. The driver's face is partially visible, a look of amused bewilderment etched on his features. "Weird," he mutters. Skeletal figures watch in stunned silence from afar. "Weird indeed." "Too weird," they whisper, a palpable sense of unease hanging in the air. The car continues its relentless journey across the dunes. The rhythmic thump of the tires against the sand is almost hypnotic. A passenger speaks, breaking the silence. "We've been driving for about 30 minutes, right?" Another passenger, cloaked in shadow, responds, "We haven't been attacked by a single monster." BZZZT. Kessel's wristwatch crackles with arcane energy, a surge of power, then silence. The device malfunctions. The device isn't working properly. That settles it. "Kessel, we're heading back." Kai's voice is firm, decisive. A skeletal figure observes them, a single, glowing green eye piercing the gloom. "Got it." Across the desolate sands, Kessel's car leaves a trail of dust, a desperate escape from the dungeon's depths. The car speeds across the dunes, a blur of motion. "There's no doubt we're going in the right direction, right?" "Yes, we're going in the correct direction. I even checked it with magic, just in case." A sense of unease hangs in the air despite Kai's reassurance. Mark's face is grim. "That means something's here. Something I have a feeling we don't want to know about." His words carry a chilling weight. Kai's response is measured, pragmatic. "What's certain is that right now, we don't know the cause or the method to resolve it." A masked figure, flanked by a cloaked mage, stands amidst a breathtaking vista of blue skies and fluffy clouds. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A stark choice presented: good news or bad? The masked man chooses wisely, opting for the bad news first. His expression is grim, determined. He's the type who tackles problems head-on, no time for pleasantries. The scene shifts to a desolate desert landscape. A car sits incongruously amidst the sand dunes, a stark contrast to the magical figures surrounding it. The mage explains their predicament. Trapped by magic. The masked man's eyes narrow, his mind already racing to solve this mystery. A surge of blue energy streaks across the sand, a visual representation of the magic that binds them. The mage explains the nature of the magical trap. A mana thread, cast by their captor, dissipated at a certain point, teleporting them here. The pieces of the puzzle begin to fall into place. The mana thread acted as a teleportation device, leading to their current location. The mage deduces the power level of their captor. A simple diagram illustrates the escalating power required for teleportation magic: 5th circle for one person, 7th for multiple, and a staggering 8th circle for area-wide effects. The implications are chilling. Their captor is at least an 8th circle mage. The sheer power of their adversary is terrifying. What's the good news? Trapped, that's the good news? A question hangs in the air. "Master, what do you mean by that?" If such a strong being has gone out of their way to do something troublesome instead of fighting us, it means there's a reason they're sparring us. In any case, we should seek a way to escape. A plan forms. Right. We can't miss this chance. The moment of action arrives. These goddamn sand dolls. The battle begins. Insignificant small fries. A whirlwind of blows. There's too many of them. The tide turns. Ha! A desperate struggle. Ha! Victory is hard won. The dust settles on a battlefield littered with defeated foes. That was really sudden. The words hang in the air, a testament to the unexpected turn of events. The aftermath. A sigh of relief escapes the older man's lips. Phew. For starters, figure out who's injured and resume camp construction. His gaze hardens, a steely determination replacing the momentary relief. We have to do it immediately. It's necessary. The scene shifts. A desert landscape stretches before us, vast and unforgiving. In the center, a young girl, radiating an ethereal glow, holds a small, dark creature. A voice, smooth as silk but laced with menace, cuts through the silence. Oh, as expected of someone chosen by me. Your noggin ticks quite nicely. The girl, her expression unreadable, responds with chilling calm. Baldy, I suggest you do as he says. Because my test isn't over yet. The older man's eyes widen in alarm. A sharp crack echoes, the sound of a blow landing with brutal force. A swift, brutal strike. The bald man clutches his face, his body reeling from the unexpected attack. A line of soldiers stands silently in the background, observing the unfolding scene. The girl smiles, a mischievous glint in her eyes. You're indeed quick on the uptake, Baldy. Watch your mouth. Your head almost went splat just now. The bald man, sweat beading on his brow, stares in stunned silence. The desert wind whispers secrets across the barren landscape. A lone figure stands amidst a small army, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling calm. Her voice, though soft, carries an undeniable authority. A chilling game of cat and mouse begins. The older man's face is etched with worry, a single question hangs heavy in the air. Her eyes widen, a predatory gleam intensifying, the weight of her words sinks in. A soft squeeze, a silent promise, the game is far from over. With a playful wink, she sets the stage for the next act. The stakes are doubled. The ground trembles, a devastating blow rocks the camp. The older man's face is grim, the true nature of their adversary is revealed. Time is short, every second counts as they race against the clock. A chilling declaration hangs in the air. And that's not the only variable. The stakes are higher than ever. A vast, desolate landscape stretches before us. Under the harsh sun, a group of soldiers rests, their faces etched with exhaustion and apprehension. The older man addresses them, his voice low but firm. We'll rest for the remaining time. Everyone. He continues, his words painting a grim picture. I speculate that the being we just saw is a member of the group that invaded Earth and is behind the dungeons. His gaze sharpens, revealing a chilling detail. I know this because Necromancer Wanhyo, who has met them before, told me. He says the one he met was a dragon. The gravity of the situation sinks in. So that being just now is at least dragon level, or worst case scenario, above that. But a glimmer of hope pierces the darkness. But there's also one piece of good news. The older man explains, a hint of calculation in his eyes. The enemy wants to test us. While she's testing us, she won't personally make a move. So for the time being, we won't have to fight her. The older man's face is etched with grim determination. His voice, though low, carries the weight of 1,000 unspoken losses. No matter who dies, don't forget. He continues, each word a hammer blow against the silence. Don't forget your comrades' deaths. Survive. Survive to one day tell the one that created the events of today this. The older man's eyes blaze with righteous fury. His voice rises, sharp and cold. The reason why you're dying today is revenge. That's what I, of course, will do. Baldy's voice cracks with a mixture of fear and resolve. A single word, barely a whisper, escapes his lips. Yes, sir. From the horizon, they emerge, colossal figures of sand and fury, their monstrous forms blotting out the sun. An army of sand golems advances relentlessly, their heavy footfalls shaking the very ground. The battle rages. Blades clash against stone, fire erupts as the soldiers fight for survival. Do everything in your power to survive. Victory! The soldiers cheer, their high fives echoing the thrill of their hard-fought triumph. The second battle is won. No casualties. Their meticulous preparation paid off, a testament to their skill and strategy. But as the dust settles, a mysterious girl reappears, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. Her question hangs heavy in the air: quantity, quality, or emotion? Which of the three do you want doubled? Richard, ever the pragmatist, chooses wisely. Equipment, he declares. 2 hours pass, and the third battle begins. A whirlwind of steel and fury erupts across the sandy expanse. But thanks to strategic planning and a well-deserved rest, Richard's troops emerge unscathed. Victory is theirs once more. Amidst the chaos of battle, a new rule is revealed. The mysterious girl watches from afar. A subtle shift in the battlefield's dynamics. Richard notices the change, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. Is she adjusting the difficulty, he wonders. But even his tactical brilliance has its limits. After 18 battles, his strategic options are exhausted. The relentless onslaught continues. 20 battles later, the dust settles. Exhaustion hangs heavy in the air. The cost of victory is etched onto every weary face. Groans of pain punctuate the silence. The soldiers collapse, spent from the grueling fight. Ha! Guy! Richard's lieutenants exchange worried glances. Damn it, their equipment, their movements, they're getting stronger and stronger, one mutters, his voice strained with concern. Their regeneration is improving, their emotions becoming more vicious. A sharp clap cuts through the tension. The mysterious girl appears, a playful smile dancing on her lips. It's the 20th time, so wanna maintain the break time again, she asks, her tone light but her eyes gleaming with an unreadable intensity. A desolate landscape stretches before them, the sun beating down on the weary soldiers. The air crackles with tension. As a chilling proposition is made, have their numbers before the next battle. The weight of the decision hangs heavy. The mysterious girl, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling light, considers their plight, a cruel game is afoot. And with a chilling smile, she delivers her verdict: half will be spared, but they must choose who lives and who dies. A blinding flash. The ground erupts as the survivors are sent back, leaving only the chosen few to face the coming storm. The guild master, resolute, makes his decision. He will stay, sacrificing himself for the greater good. His deputy protests, but the guildmaster's resolve is unshakable. His words ring with a solemn gravity: this is for the golden black hole, our homeland, the United States, and the world. A heavy hand on the shoulder, a silent farewell. The weight of the world rests on the deputy's shoulders now. Understood, sir. As for everyone else, I'm sorry, but we'll have to settle it by drawing lots. Guildmaster, I'll stay behind. I'm the oldest one. Then I'll stay behind, too. No, you gotta get out of here, man. Wasn't your kiddo born recently? Thanks. You guys worked hard as well. Go on and head back. Go on, already. I'll make it out alive too. Flayash. The guildmaster's sacrifice creates a blinding flash of light, followed by a devastating wave of ASH. Take care of the rest for me, Mark. President. It's not like our chances of survival are zero. That was the last conversation they had before Mark exited the dungeon, leaving half of their original personnel, 62 people, behind. The guildmaster's voice booms, a beacon of defiance in the face of overwhelming odds. We secured healing supplies and medical aid while the gate was open, he declares, his words sharp and urgent. Now, we rest and regroup. Base construction will come later. Across the desolate expanse, a lone figure treads carefully, step, step. The guildmaster, a silhouette against the endless sand, walks towards an unknown destination. His soldiers, their faces etched with worry, voice their concern. Guildmaster, why are you going alone? It's dangerous. But the guildmaster, his eyes fixed on the horizon, replies with quiet confidence, hardly. There aren't any monsters, anyway. Mark's doubt hangs heavy in the air. Guildmaster, is there really hope? He asks, his voice barely a whisper. The Guildmaster's response is a steely glare, a testament to his unwavering resolve. Have you ever seen me give up? There's hope, he says, a hint of grim determination in his tone. Though our chances are slim. The small group trudges across the endless dunes, the sun beating down on their backs. Their journey is long and arduous, each step a testament to their resilience. The Guildmaster's face is set, his gaze unwavering as he pushes forward. The wind whips around him, a physical manifestation of the relentless pressure he faces. Drag. The word echoes the weight of his burden. The soldiers finally reach their destination, their expressions a mixture of awe and understanding. We found it. It was seriously long, one of them remarks, his voice filled with wonder. Fascinating, adds the other, his gaze fixed on the object of their quest. One soldier's words confirmed their success. So this is what you were looking for, Guildmaster? The Guildmaster's voice cuts through the tension, a stark command in the face of overwhelming odds. Set up the mana crystal bombs we brought. A deafening roar erupts. Boom, the mana crystal bombs detonate, unleashing a fiery inferno across the battlefield. Leaving only 3 figures standing amidst the devastation, silhouetted against the apocalyptic blaze. The Guildmaster, his face grim, stands resolute. A soldier's voice, laced with disbelief, rings out, Guildmaster, didn't we bring these bombs to use in battle? The Guildmaster's response is firm, unwavering, this is necessary for our survival. His gaze is unwavering, his voice heavy with the weight of his decision, we'll have a hard time making it through them as we are now. A young soldier's question hangs in the air, a desperate plea for understanding. That's why I picked hope, which was small but definitely there. Was it, to save at least half of us? The Guildmaster's answer is a quiet affirmation, a weary acceptance of the sacrifices made. Yes. And, well, let's go back. I think we've tried everything we can. The remaining soldiers sit together, their faces etched with exhaustion and sorrow, under the vast, unforgiving sky. The silence speaks volumes. The Guildmaster's voice, though weary, carries across the desolate landscape. Everyone, the battle will soon begin. A palpable tension hangs in the air. A tremor running through the ranks of the soldiers. Mark, his face etched with exhaustion, grits his teeth. The weight of the coming battle is heavy on his shoulders. Despite the fear, a quiet resolve shines in their eyes. A shared glance, a silent promise, a bittersweet farewell to those they may never see again. I'm sorry, one whispers, and thank you. A final moment of quiet before the storm. The Guildmaster, seated before his troops, speaks words of encouragement. Please, struggle to survive until the very end. The ground trembles. A monstrous, shadowy figure rises from the earth. The enemy is upon them. Its crimson eyes burning with malevolent intent. The soldiers brace themselves, fear giving way to grim determination. The Guildmaster's command rings out, all forces, attack. A wave of steel and fury crashes against the encroaching darkness. A desperate struggle for survival begins. Struggle until the very end to survive. Soldiers lunge forward, a whirlwind of motion. Their blades clash against the enemy's armor. The battle is joined. Earth shakes with the force of the impact. A deafening boom. The mana crystal bombs detonate, creating a blinding flash and a devastating shockwave. Boom! The Guildmaster's mana crystal bombs detonate, a blinding flash of light and searing heat engulfing the battlefield. Sending shockwaves through the enemy ranks. Quack, screams a soldier, the impact throwing him back. It hurts. The initial assault pushes forward, a desperate struggle for survival amidst the chaos and fire. But even with the diversion, doubt gnaws at the Guildmaster. Was it a mistake to double their emotions? He gulps, the weight of the situation heavy on his shoulders. The grim reality sinks in, they couldn't even cut down a third of the enemy forces. The battlefield, a desolate expanse of sand and shadow, reveals the sheer scale of the enemy army. A sea of armored figures, their red eyes burning with cold fury, advances relentlessly. The enemy closes in, their spears a deadly rain of steel. A relentless tide threatening to overwhelm the desperate defenders. The clash of steel echoes across the desolate landscape. More spears pierce the ground, the soldiers' struggle intensifying with each passing moment. The attack continues, a desperate, bloody fight for survival. Retreat! The guildmaster's desperate cry echoes across the battlefield, his face a mask of grim determination. His eyes, wide with a terrifying understanding, fix on a single point. Commence Phase 2. This is our only hope to overcome this situation. Is that you, Wanhyo? The guildmaster's voice cracks, a mixture of disbelief and dawning hope. Boom! The earth trembles as an explosion rocks the battlefield. Another, and another. A relentless barrage of explosions paints the sky in fiery hues. The shockwave sends a tremor through the ground, a cloud of dust and debris obscures the scene. A wave of soldiers, their swords glinting, emerges from the smoke. Don't stop. The moment you stop, you die. A fierce clash of steel. Blades meet in a whirlwind of motion. The battle rages, a desperate struggle for survival. There's nothing we can do about the gap in numbers, a soldier observes grimly. But his resolve remains unshaken. But my guild members are more skilled than the enemies. A determined gaze pierces through the gas mask, a cold, calculating strategist. Blood splatters across the panel as a monstrous blow connects. The impact echoes with a sickening splurt. A warrior crumples, his body racked with pain. *NGH. He groans, his strength failing him. A desperate cry pierces the air. Thomas. The guildmaster's comrade falls, a grim reminder of the brutal fight. Amidst the chaos, the guildmaster stands defiant. Don't stop, guildmaster. His subordinates' words are a testament to their unwavering loyalty. Thank you for everything. Another body hits the ground with a heavy thud. The relentless assault continues. And the guildmaster's gaze falls upon his fallen comrade. A single word escapes his lips, you. Rage explodes from the guildmaster. You cursed bastards. I'm over here. Kill me. The guildmaster's final stand. Thud. Another body falls. A final, desperate plea, I'm going on ahead. Thank you for everything, guildmaster. A splurt of blood marks the end. The guildmaster's sacrifice is complete. In the distance, a final, chilling command echoes, please take good care of Eddie, my cat. Crunch. A warrior leaps, axe and sword flashing, aiming a desperate blow at his masked opponent. The impact. A series of beeps pierce the air, a desperate signal amidst the chaos. Boom. A fiery explosion erupts, engulfing the battlefield in a searing inferno. More explosions rock the earth. The masked man is thrown back, a grimace twisting his features. His eyes widen, a stark realization dawning, grimacing, he struggles to his feet. We must survive, he shouts, his voice strained but resolute. The weight of responsibility crushes him. A low hum fills the air, a chilling static. From above, a vast army of soldiers is revealed, their ranks stretching to the horizon. The scale of the conflict is overwhelming. A chilling wave of dread washes over the remaining survivors. The sheer number of enemies is terrifying. This is too much. Do you want to kill us that badly? A soldier gasps, his voice laced with despair. Ha! 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 The ragged breaths of the soldiers paint a grim picture. They're exhausted, battered, and outnumbered. Their commander, a grizzled veteran, clutches his chest, his face etched with worry. We can't go on like this, he gasps, the weight of the situation crushing him. A chilling voice cuts through the despair. If you keep going like this, everyone will die because of you. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark warning. A mysterious woman in a white dress appears, her presence radiating an unnerving calm amidst the chaos. She steps forward, her every movement deliberate and precise. She gently touches the commander's face. "You made the best choice as a commander," she whispers, her words laced with a strange mixture of praise and condemnation. Her smile is unsettling, almost predatory. "You are a truly good commander, and you sincerely care for your subordinates. However, you're a good commander, not a commander who wins." Her gaze pierces him, revealing a hidden truth. "You knew all along, right? The way to win." The commander's eyes widen in dawning realization. A commander has to be cold-hearted and mechanical. To win, you have to be inhuman. She continues, her voice chillingly calm. "You have to look at your soldiers, your subordinates, as numbers. Only then can you win." The weight of her words crushes the commander. If you can't win, even the best moves are no use. The moment you lose, you can only make the worst move, there's only the worst result left, called death. Hi. She's right. The commander stares at his fallen soldiers, the weight of his command crushing him. A terrible truth dawns. It's as the girl says, in the heat of battle, a single wrong decision can cost everything, and the commander knows he's made that mistake. The mysterious woman's words cut deep. Regret gnaws at the commander's soul, a bitter taste of failure. A sudden flash of light. The ground trembles, a devastating attack unfolds before the commander's eyes. His face, etched with despair and the agony of his choices, sweat beads on his brow, reflecting the harsh light. "No!" A desperate cry escapes his lips, a silent scream against the tide of defeat. The soldiers charge, a desperate, suicidal attack, against overwhelming odds. They fight for survival. Slash! A brutal clash of steel, one soldier falls, his lifeblood staining the sand. Plunge! Another soldier meets a grim end, the relentless assault continues. No! Another soldier falls, the desperate charge is met with brutal efficiency. The battle rages, a maelstrom of violence and despair. Splash! Splurt! The sounds of brutal combat echo as a soldier falls, his last words a desperate plea, "Guildmaster, please avenge us." The guildmaster, his eyes blazing with a terrifying intensity, observes the carnage. A chilling chuckle escapes his lips as he speaks. Hi. Want me to teach you something good? The talent I possess is leadership. In your terms, it'd be something like leadership . His gaze, sharp and unwavering, pierces through the chaos. That's right. The words hang heavy in the air, a grim affirmation of the coming sacrifice. The guildmaster's eyes, now burning crimson, reflect the terrible weight of his decision. If I had that strength. The unspoken words scream of desperation, of a desperate gamble. He clenches his fists, his resolve hardening. We could win this battle. Even if it means becoming a monster. With a sudden, decisive movement, he raises his hand. Don't hesitate. The command rings out, sharp and clear, cutting through the din of battle. The guildmaster's voice booms across the battlefield. Make a decision, and act. The sacrifice of a few. A hand reaches out, desperate. Please stop. The plea is lost in the storm of conflict. The guildmaster's grim determination is unwavering. You may be able to gain strength if you become a monster, but you won't be able to kill other monsters. Because the one who kills monsters is always a hero. A wave of dark energy erupts. The very air crackles with raw power. As shadowy figures are consumed by the surge, their forms dissolving into nothingness. The sheer force is terrifying. A flurry of motion. Blades flash, bodies fall, the battle rages on. The commander, staff in hand, stands defiant amidst the chaos. Beside him, a weary advisor watches with grim determination. A brief respite. The commander and his advisor exchange a look, a silent understanding passes between them. The advisor's question hangs heavy in the air, how much did you hear? The commander's response is stark, from the middle. I heard that monster ridiculing and tempting you. A mysterious woman's voice cuts through the tension. Her words are a chilling revelation. It seems the one who claimed me really despises the monster here. She continues, her tone laced with grim determination. Thanks to that, I was able to get her help. The advisor's concern is palpable. We might be able to get through this with your help, but there's no guarantee that the same will hold true going forward. A sea of determined faces, a legion of soldiers standing shoulder to shoulder. Their guildmaster's words echo, that's right. It doesn't necessarily have to be one person's strength alone. But the advisor, his face etched with worry, counters, humans live in groups because they're weak. He's smart, so he should realize it. That in order to prevent the same thing from happening again, we absolutely need power. Glenn, a powerful warrior, unleashes a devastating blow. *NGH. The impact reverberates. Glenn's attack lands, but the advisor remains defiant. Strength or whatnot, I think I get what's going on, but you need to get hit, sir. You've already hit me, Glenn. The fight escalates. Glenn's allies join the fray. Then it's my turn now. Bam, another blow lands. Farman, you too. Now it's my turn. The advisor, battered but unbowed, his face a mask of grim determination. Glenn's resolve hardens. Stay human. We're following our human guildmaster, not a monster guildmaster. A surge of dark energy erupts. The guildmaster's power, a terrifying display of might, consumes the scene. Don't become a monster. We'll become stronger. The guildmaster's strength is us. The advisor, humbled but resolute, utters a final, heartfelt plea, I'm sorry, and thank you. From a distance, a masked figure watches, a silent observer to the unfolding chaos. Victory is declared. A triumphant shout rings out across the battlefield, Master. They're all taken care of. Glenn's masked face is partially visible, a hint of grim satisfaction in his eyes. That's right. Though his methods differ from Richard and his guildmates. Glenn stands tall amidst his loyal allies, a stark contrast to the defeated enemy forces scattered across the sand. I too have teammates who are more trustworthy than anyone else. Suddenly, a blinding flash. The earth trembles as a powerful force erupts from the ground. The advisor's furious face fills the panel. TCH. It was almost all done. Her rage explodes, a torrent of furious energy. It failed because of you. The advisor's fury is directed at Glenn. Her words cut like a knife, prey claimed by a lizard dares. A blinding flash of light erupts from the desert floor, dust and debris fly as a powerful force impacts the ground, revealing a formidable army standing defiantly. A furious blonde woman's face fills the panel, eyes wide with rage. TCH. It was almost all done. Her fury intensifies. It failed because of you. The blonde woman's rage is directed at a masked figure. The mere prey claimed by a lizard dares. The masked figure responds calmly. It was necessary. The blonde woman's voice drips with venom. If you weren't claimed by that damned bitch, I would have killed you on the spot. The blonde woman's expression shifts. In any case, you guys won. Fine then, what'll you choose this time? The masked figure's response is simple and unwavering. Nothing. The blonde woman is shocked. What? The masked figure stands defiant, their voice calm amidst the chaos. Because there's no need to choose. The blonde woman's face contorts, fury blazing in her eyes. Impudent, she snarls, the word dripping with venom. Across a desolate expanse of sand, two figures stand poised, facing a lone, cloaked woman. A storm of energy rages behind her. The masked figure, unwavering, eyes locked on the approaching threat. His allies watch anxiously from behind. The masked figure's resolve hardens. I won't die. His voice is a low growl, a promise etched in steel. The blonde woman's laughter echoes across the barren landscape. Don't tell me you believe that lizard bitch will save your bacon, huh? The masked figure remains unyielding. No, you literally cannot kill me. Because you won't be able to do anything. A surge of power erupts from the blonde woman, a terrifying display of raw energy. The very air crackles with power. Her fury intensifies, a chilling smile twisting her lips. Impudent little. The masked figure stands defiant, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. His opponent, a figure of immense power, looms before him. The blonde woman's eyes blaze with fury, a monstrous transformation underway, her very being crackles with dark energy. "You dare look down on me," she snarls, her voice dripping with venom. With a roar, she unleashes a devastating blow, a purple tempest of raw power hurtling towards the masked figure. But he remains unmoved, a silent testament to his incredible strength. The attack impacts, sending shockwaves across the desert sands. The blonde woman's claws graze his mask, but he seems unaffected, a flicker of surprise crosses her face. The masked figure stands firm amidst the chaos, his resolve unwavering. The desert wind whips around him as the battle intensifies. "You are too strong," she admits, a hint of grudging respect in her voice. "There must be a source of strength maintaining your existence somewhere in the dungeon." Her words paint a picture of a hidden power source, a mystery deep within the dungeon's heart. "Gloria had a hard time just maintaining her existence," she explains, her voice laced with a chilling revelation, "but you were even controlling sand soldiers." The accusation hangs in the air, a stark challenge to the masked figure's composure. But even faced with such a revelation, their defiance remains unshaken. The blonde woman's attack, though powerful, failed to break them. The masked figure's eyes, though hidden, seem to gleam with a chilling understanding. A subtle shift in their posture hints at a hidden strength. 3 strokes of luck, they claim. The first? Emerging from the barrier stronger than before. A significant power surge, a level ascended. Their journey through the dungeon was not without its rewards. The second stroke? A revelation of their true nature, a necromancer, wielding the power of the dead. An army of skeletal soldiers rises, a testament to their newfound mastery. The battlefield shifts, the tide turning. The final piece of the puzzle, the enemy's power mirrors their own, a dark echo of necromancy. The blonde woman, a puppet master, controls her soldiers through a twisted form of soul binding. The dungeon's secrets are revealed, the enemy's weakness laid bare. A subtle advantage, a chink in their armor. The masked figure's plan crystallizes, to extinguish the subordinated souls, severing the enemy's control. The fifth circle, soul explosion. A dark energy surges. A spell that unleashes a devastating blast using souls as fuel. The masked figure channels the power, detonating the souls of the sand soldiers. Boom! The blonde woman's army vanishes in a flash of dark energy. Her monstrous form contorts in agony. "I'll kill you," she screams, her voice raw with fury. But the masked figure remains unmoved. A chilling calm settles over his face. "I don't know when you will, but I hope that day never comes." He speaks with a quiet confidence that sends shivers down the spine. The masked figure's army advances, a tide of darkness engulfing the battlefield. "When I see you again, without fail." A final, crushing blow. The ground trembles. A heavy thud echoes across the desert. Gasping for breath, the masked figure staggers, the strain of his dark magic evident on his face. In the distance, a desperate cry rings out, "President!" The aftermath of the soul explosion spell reverberates, a wave of raw power that leaves the masked figure visibly shaken, tears welling in his eyes. Relief washes over the president, his voice trembling with emotion as he expresses his gratitude. He's overjoyed to see the masked figure alive. The president's relief quickly turns to raw, uncontainable emotion, tears stream down his face as he confronts the masked figure. A close-up on the president's face, his eyes filled with a mixture of gratitude and concern. The blonde woman's army is routed, their ranks decimated by the sheer force of the spell. "It's over," the narration declares, as the portal behind them explodes, signifying their defeat. The scene shifts to the base camp's medical facility, a stark contrast to the chaos of the battlefield. A quiet, sterile environment. A young man, presumably a soldier, sits at a table, enjoying a hearty breakfast of eggs, bacon, and home fries. he eats with gusto. Someone approaches, their voice calm and observant, commenting on his appetite. A medical bay, sterile and quiet, save for the rhythmic drip of N4. A doctor asks a young man, his patient, "How are you feeling?" The patient replies, "To be honest, there's not a part of me that doesn't ache. But I'm actually glad, because it's proof that I'm alive." He continues, "That aside, the dungeon has disappeared. It's all right." The young man considers his options: I can go by plane, or go back by taking another commission. The doctor offers, "Don't worry. I'll make sure you're flawlessly rewarded and taken care of. Or wait, how about you take this opportunity to stay in the US?" The patient politely declines the offer to join their guild. He has his own plans. A quiet determination in his eyes as he states, "If I ever end up making a group, I intend on making my own guild." The doctor presses further, "I thought as much." "Then how about you move to the US?" The young man's resolve is firm. "Thank you for the suggestion, but I don't intend on leaving Korea right at this moment." The aftermath. A hospital room, sterile and bright, yet heavy with unspoken tension. The masked figure sits, a tray of untouched food beside him. The doctor, a picture of weary concern, speaks. His words, though polite, carry the weight of a significant offer just refused. The masked figure's response is sharp, a glint of steel in his eyes. He's not interested in easy rewards, he's forging his own path. Later, alone in his room, the masked figure reflects. A small, almost imperceptible smile plays on his lips. A quiet satisfaction. He made the right choice. But the shadow of the recent encounter lingers. A chilling realization dawns. The power he faced, it wasn't just one entity. It was far greater, far more terrifying. His thoughts turn to strategy. He needs to prepare. He needs to understand the true nature of his enemy. A chilling revelation. Legion. The name echoes in his mind, a symbol of overwhelming power. The image of a terrifying army of undead, a single, horrifying core at its center, flashes before his eyes. The scale of the threat is breathtaking. A chilling revelation unfolds before us. The Legion, a terrifying force of undead, transforms into a fearsome army in battle, and if the core undead possess intelligence, victory becomes a monumental challenge. A horrifying parallel emerges. Both this monstrous entity and the Legion share a sinister trait: they control souls, incorporating them into their very being. But a crucial difference is revealed in a grotesque close-up. This monster, unlike the undead, possesses the power to grant souls new bodies. The masked figure's companion recoils in horror, his voice laced with fear. "I never want to meet it again." A shared sentiment echoes. Ditto. Nidhogg lies in a hospital bed, a haunted look in his eyes, the memory of a terrifying monster fresh in his mind. "To be honest, I don't ever want to meet that monster again," he mutters, a chilling echo of his trauma. A silent contemplation, a weight of unspoken fear. Suddenly, a question arises, a dangerous thought taking root. "What's troubling you, Nidhogg?" "I just wondered if I could become stronger by controlling other souls like that monster." Nidhogg confesses, a dark ambition flickering in his gaze. A spectral, monstrous visage looms behind him, a terrifying vision of the power he craves. His eyes widen in a mixture of fear and fascination. But a voice cuts through the darkness, a firm rebuke: "Idea. You're not a perfect dragon, so you have to do everything you can," a stern yet encouraging message. "You'll definitely be able to grow by constantly attempting and challenging new things. A path to power is revealed, a dangerous but tempting one." "Thank you for the advice, Master." Nidhogg says, his resolve hardening, a decision made. "This is a good opportunity. Let's go around the US for a while, collecting souls." A chilling plan unfolds, a new hunting ground. There should be quite a few more spirits here than in our country. Nidhogg's ambition knows no bounds. "Rest up first," Richard advises, a thoughtful concern in his tone. And Nidhogg accepts the offer to use Richard's workshop. A temporary haven, a place to regroup. The plan? to begin sorting through the knowledge gained within the monster's barrier. A serious expression crosses Richard's face. A revelation unfolds. Inside the barrier, they discovered the first step towards the fifth circle, the concept of coordinates. The first circle is point, the fifth, coordinates. A cyclical journey, a return to the beginning. Richard ponders this, relating it to his talent, control. His origin, his starting point, is himself. But was he truly controlling himself? A question hangs heavy in the air. The answer is a surge of power, a focused mind pushing past limits. He's reached the fifth circle. Yet, a barrier remains. He couldn't escape it. A frustrating setback. And then, a sinister laugh echoes. An unlucky bitch, indeed. The masked figure, Amin, speaks with chilling confidence. He's seen it all before, this reckless abandon, this self-inflicted chaos. And now, he offers a solution, a path out of the escalating disaster. His words are sharp, laced with a hint of dark amusement. Nidhogg, desperate, listens intently. The weight of his failure hangs heavy in the air. But Amin's plan is audacious, a risky gamble that pushes the boundaries of magic itself. A seventh circle spell, a forbidden power unleashed. The raw power erupts. A blinding flash of purple energy obliterates Nidhogg's necrotic breath, a desperate, last-ditch effort to survive. Success! The monstrous attack is shattered, leaving only dust and echoes in its wake. Exhaustion claims them both. But Amin's smirk speaks volumes. He's seen this before, this desperate struggle, this hard-won victory. He offers a healing hand, a rare act of kindness in this brutal world. The Grim Reaper's visage looms large, a stark reminder of the perilous journey ahead. The path to power is paved with sacrifice. And Nidhogg understands. He knows the price of strength, the cost of survival. There's no turning back now. A shadowy cavern. Gloria lies defeated, her breath ragged. A sinister figure looms above, her words dripping with cruel amusement. The way you look right now is just perfect, like an insect struggling and crawling about. Gloria's fury ignites. You broke the rules. You think I'll just let this slide? The sinister figure smiles, a chilling calm in her eyes. I simply rewarded the kid I put dibs on because he did something I didn't think he could. It'd be a shame to see him just die like that. NGHHH. The raw, visceral rage of Gloria explodes, amplified by the insult. Also, seeing as you dare to call me a lizard. You've gotten quite gutsy, insect. A moment of vulnerability. A flinch. NNNGH. But then, a surprising twist. But I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you live. So know your place and crawl around like the bug you are. With a dismissive wave, Gloria is tossed aside. KGH. Defeated, but not broken. The fire in her eyes burns brighter than ever. I'll kill you. I'll kill you all. You, and that human you picked. A final, desperate scream of defiance. I'll kill you. The scene shifts. A bustling cityscape. Washington, D.C. What do you think after going around Washington, D.C.? A bustling city street, a seemingly ordinary tourist spot. But the old man's eyes betray a deeper knowledge. He senses something more than just sightseeing. The young man, intrigued, presses for answers. Washington, D.C., he learns, hides a terrifying secret. A subtle shift in perspective, anticipation builds. A helicopter ascends, offering a breathtaking view of the city. And then, a sudden burst of purple energy. Dead Eye activates. The old man's eyes widen in shock. A gasp escapes his lips, asterisk holy shit. Asterisk the sheer power is overwhelming. Spectral skulls, swirling in the city's skyline, a terrifying vision unfolds. What is happening? The scene shifts back to the ground, the mystery deepening. The old man reveals a chilling truth. At the National Cemetery, he witnessed the true fate of souls after death. A peaceful departure, a soul fading away. Funerals, it turns out, aren't just for show. The unsettling truth hangs heavy in the air, those restless spirits, unburied, now plague the city. A wave of grim realization washes over the older man's face. The weight of the situation is almost palpable. Amidst the spectral chaos, a chilling question arises: how can they possibly remain safe? The answer, a chilling revelation: it's the mana. The young man's sharp deduction earns him a nod of approval. These aren't mere spirits, they're growing stronger, feeding on each other. A terrifying vision unfolds: the spirits consume, evolve, becoming vengeful entities, undead monsters, a horrifying new threat. The pressure mounts, a desperate question hangs in the air. What can be done? In the Oval Office, the gravity of the situation sinks in. This is far beyond a simple Halloween prank. A chilling report lands on the president's desk: the entire city's ghosts will rise within a year. The vice president's response? A hearty laugh, and a suggestion to prepare holy water and crosses. The president, ever pragmatic, plans to call in the exorcists. But before he can make the call, a blinding flash of energy erupts from the ceiling. The room is filled with an unearthly light. And terror grips the room. What's that? The president cries out, his face a mask of fear. He'll find out soon enough. The president's eyes widen in horror as ghostly apparitions materialize in the Oval Office. Holy shit! Spectral tendrils of purple and green energy writhe and lash out. The ghosts have arrived. Panic. The president and his vice president scramble for safety. A desperate dash for the exit as the ghostly onslaught begins. The sound of running feet and a terrified gasp echo through the halls. A terrifying shriek echoes through the halls of power. A spectral figure erupts from the very fabric of reality. FWIP. The president and vice president, eyes wide with terror, scramble for cover. Their security detail reacts instantly, but the ghostly apparition is too fast. Bullets blaze, but the spectral form flickers and reforms, unaffected. Damn it! The creature unleashes a wave of crimson energy, a terrifying display of power. The president recoils in horror, his face a mask of sheer terror. A seasoned observer, the Minister of National Defense, witnesses the chaos. A single bead of sweat trickles down his temple. The minister explains, his voice calm yet firm, "This is the reason why I submitted the report, Mr. President." A kaleidoscope of energy explodes from the minister's hand. The ghostly invasion is repelled. The president, still reeling from the shock, demands answers. Just what in the world? The minister explains, his expression grim, this was all a demonstration. A chilling briefing unfolds in the heart of power. The Minister of Defense, calm and collected, lays out the grim reality, a demonstration of what's to come. A ghostly invasion, a prelude to a coming storm. The president, aghast, demands answers. Who are the shadowy figures behind this display of otherworldly might? Richard Leon Hart, Guildmaster of the Golden Black Hole, steps forward. His introduction is a revelation. Alongside him stands a masked figure, a necromancer of unparalleled skill. The very architect of the spectral invasion. A gasp of disbelief escapes the president's lips. Necromancer? The word hangs heavy in the air, a chilling confirmation of the unimaginable power at play. Leonhardt's eyes narrow. The influence of the dungeons grows, he explains, and they've already secured the support of key players. Only 2 remain. And the masked necromancer delivers a stark warning: prepare for the coming calamity, for time is running out. The weight of the world rests on their shoulders. The operation begins in a quiet town, a strategic choice, minimizing civilian casualties. With magical reinforcements and military units strategically positioned. A young man, his face obscured by a mask, stands calmly amidst the preparations. That's a relief. I'll be standing guard in the vicinity then, he says, a hint of quiet determination in his voice. His eyes, however, betray a different story. A steely resolve hardens his gaze, a silent promise of action. Then, the moment arrives. A surge of purple energy erupts, a spectral dragon materializes before him. The air crackles with arcane power. Nidhogg, the dragon, is summoned. Nidhogg, let's begin, the masked figure commands, his voice resonating with authority. Yes, master, Nidhogg replies, its voice a low rumble that shakes the very ground. With a final flourish, a mystical circle glows beneath the masked figure, the stage is set. From the heart of the city, a surge of dark energy erupts. A spectral dragon, Nidhogg, materializes, its scales shimmering with an unholy light. A chorus of wicked laughter echoes as grotesque creatures writhe around the masked figure, fueling the ritual. Kikiki. Kayakyakia. The dragon roars, its power growing, a terrifying command booming across the cityscape, surrender. Surrender that body. The masked figure's eyes burn with dark ambition. It's mine. That body's mine. The ritual intensifies. A blinding flash of purple energy. A deafening roar, kuwak, shakes the very foundations of the city. The masked figure explains, his voice calm amidst the chaos, so we developed this large-scale magic ritual to overcome that. He reveals the ritual's dark secret, it extracts negative mana from undead and injects it into the target. But negative mana is fatal to living beings. A solution is presented, that's why, as a workaround. Nidhogg will be absorbing the mana instead of me. Nidhogg, the spectral dragon, prepares to absorb the immense power, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. But a flicker of doubt crosses the masked figure's face. Wait. Nidhogg, are you only thinking about quantity? The masked figure's ritual intensifies. A swirling vortex of purple energy crackles with raw power. Nidhogg, the skeletal dragon, stirs within the heart of the storm. Understood, it rumbles, a voice echoing through the arcane energies. A wave of negative mana explodes outwards. Whoosh, the energy coalesces into a sphere, pulsating with malevolent power. The sphere expands, consuming the surrounding darkness. Particles of light and shadow dance within its hexagonal shell. The masked figure watches, his breath catching in his throat. Is it over? He whispers, a tremor in his voice. He checks his phone. His eyes widen in disbelief. The stats on his phone display a shocking update. Nidhogg's level has increased dramatically, and its race has changed. Nidhogg LVL 134/235. Race, Skeleton Dragon, Variant. The numbers flash before his eyes, confirming the impossible. Variant. Is Nidhogg turning into a different race? The masked figure's mind races, trying to comprehend the implications. A low growl emanates from the dragon's maw. Master, it says, its voice deeper, more resonant than before. Nidhogg, the monstrous dragon, its form now terrifyingly complete, lets out a low growl. Well, it booms, its voice echoing with newfound power, you getting stronger makes me stronger too. The masked figure, ever vigilant, offers guidance from a safe distance. Also, he instructs, his voice calm amidst the growing chaos, stop trying to make a heart with energy alone. A close-up on the masked figure's face. His expression is serious, focused. It's simplest and safest to use a proper object as a nucleus. I've already asked Richard to procure a gem for you to use as a nucleus, so just wait a little longer. Nidhogg, immense and powerful, lowers its head slightly. A tremor runs through the ground as it speaks. Thank you, Master. The masked figure observes Nidhogg, a hint of concern in his eyes. The transformation is complete, but the implications are far-reaching. A sudden burst of speed. Nidhogg moves with terrifying agility, its massive frame a blur as it strides through the city streets. And observers arrive on the scene. How did the ritual go? One asks, their voice laced with anticipation. It was a success, replies the masked figure, his tone flat but revealing nothing of his true feelings. But the scene is far from over. But why is a priest and nun here? A voice questions, highlighting the unexpected presence of these religious figures. The masked figure remains silent, his gaze fixed on the newly transformed Nidhogg. The priest, Romeo, steps forward, introducing himself and the nun, Victoria, to the scene. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Victoria, the nun, calmly introduces herself, her expression betraying nothing of her inner thoughts. The stage is set for a confrontation. A priest and a nun approach a towering, skeletal dragon, its eyes glowing menacingly. "What brings you here?" the priest demands, his voice tight with apprehension. Romeo, calm but wary, explains, "We came out of concern, just in case." But the masked figure, wielding a mystical staff, cuts him off. "I do not feel any evil from you whatsoever, and I also confirm that this ritual is for purification. I only stole the power of the spirits." The masked figure's words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the priest's initial suspicion. From a high vantage point, we see the priest, nun, and a third figure observing the scene from a distance. A sense of unease hangs in the air. The priest's eyes narrow, suspicion flickering in their depths. He's clearly not convinced. The masked figure and the priest exchange a tense dialogue. "You speak of sacrilegious power. Our methods differ, but the result is good. You will be moving on to a major city next, correct?" "Indeed." The masked figure's response is curt, his gaze unwavering. The priest sighs, a hint of resignation in his voice. "Some of them are somewhat inflexible, unlike me, so please be understanding. The path will be prepared just in case." The masked figure's expression shifts subtly. He seems to understand something. The masked figure's voice is calm, measured, yet laced with a hint of warning. "I will try to curb myself, but if my life is threatened, I cannot give you any guarantees." The priest's response is one of cautious relief. "That's more than enough. Thank you. I'm relieved that you are a person who can be reasoned with." A dark city street. The priest and the nun watch as the masked figure departs in a sleek black van. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Meanwhile, Romeo and Victoria arrive on the scene, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The priest explains, they were sent by the president. They are exorcists, dungeon explorers, and users of holy power. The masked figure's eyes narrow behind his mask. The revelation of the priest's allies' abilities is clearly unexpected. Users of holy power? Despite the unexpected development, the masked figure remains composed. In any case, this ritual was a success. Yes, and as a result, the next ritual is being viewed favorably as well. The priest offers a sigh of relief, "I'm glad." The priest continues, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, "Also, I have good news. It's only one, but we have successfully negotiated for a gem." Romeo's curiosity is piqued. "Which one?" The answer is revealed in a burst of purple light, the diamond of misfortune. A jewel of immense power, radiating an aura of both beauty and ominous potential. Headlights cut through the night, a lone van speeding down a dark, winding road. Inside, a tense conversation unfolds. The nun speaks, her voice laced with concern, that man will become stronger. It would be best to take this opportunity to eliminate him. The priest, his expression grave, responds, "You are not incorrect, sister. But now is not the time." His gaze is distant, lost in thought, a weight of responsibility pressing down on him. "Mankind stands before a great trial," he murmurs, "though he may be blasphemous, he must be used to overcome what lies ahead. A decision made, a course set. So we must persevere for now, sister." The van speeds onward. "All right." But even in agreement, doubt lingers. The priest's face is etched with worry. However, it is unpleasant to keep relying on a blasphemer like this. A burden of faith and pragmatism weighing heavily on his soul. He closes his eyes, a silent prayer escaping his lips. Showing the world how dangerous and terrifying the power of a blasphemer is counts as one of our duties. The van continues its journey into the night, carrying its unlikely passengers, priest, nun, Romeo, and Victoria. The priest prays, the nun observes, and the two newcomers remain silent, taking in the gravity of the situation. The vehicle accelerates, leaving the scene behind. A quiet study, the only sound the scratch of pen on paper. A voice cuts through the stillness. What are you doing? The student, startled, looks up. Producing undead. The specifications are laid out, precise and chilling. Undead that can recharge mana, fight for hours, and wield multiple weapons. The mentor's concern is palpable, he presses for details. What's the level of the undead you can produce? The answer is impressive, but not enough. About the level of skeleton swordsmen, axemen, and archers. Isn't that already more than good enough? The mentor shakes his head, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. The pursuit of quality knows no bounds. A new suggestion, a path to improvement. Try studying computer or robot engineering as well. Intrigued, the student considers the idea. The connection between the seemingly disparate fields dawns on him. The mentor explains, highlighting the shared mechanisms. They've got similar mechanisms. Things like body crafting, programming actions, etc. It will definitely be of help to you. In a dimly lit office, lined with towering bookshelves, a tense exchange unfolds. No problem. By the way, aren't you going to take it? One man asks, a glint in his eye. The other, brow furrowed, replies, take what? A purple glow emanates from a small, dark gem held delicately between the student's fingers. This is the key to unlocking a new level of necromantic power. The mentor beams, offering words of encouragement. Please do well with the next ritual, too. 2 large-scale magic rituals, completed. Negative mana stolen from 1,000 Nidhogg spirits, fueling its growth. Las Vegas. The chosen city, a place teeming with daily events. The perfect cover, a national event. The Undead vs. Human Grand Parade Show. 6:30 p.m. Excited chatter fills the air, anticipation builds for the spectacle. Whispers of massive prize winnings, a sudden, sharp intake of breath. A sudden, violent gust of wind, containers plummet from the sky. Paratroopers descend, a chaotic scene unfolds. A military officer barks orders, his voice echoing across the battlefield. We will supply you with new weapons developed by the military. Shoot the enemies with this and capture them. A soldier drops from the sky, weapon raised, a beam of energy erupts, striking a target with a whoosh. But the impact leaves one of the targets unfazed. What the? I don't feel anything, he mutters, a wave of confusion washing over him. The soldier explains, his voice grim, as you just saw, this weapon cannot harm the living. His instructions shift, a new strategy revealed, use it on the dead, the undead, and rob them of their strength. A critical warning follows, if your weapon's beam changes to red, return to the stronghold and get a new one. The more undead you catch, the better the weapon you'll be given. A digital display flashes, the stakes made clear, undead versus human. The battle is joined. From above, more soldiers descend, a rallying cry piercing the air, my fellow humans, fight. A shadowy figure, cloaked and hooded, stands before a modern cityscape, a glowing orb atop their staff. 2 figures in dark robes flank them, their faces partially obscured. The air crackles with unseen energy. A masked man, tall and imposing, surveys the scene from a rooftop. He addresses the cloaked figure and their entourage, you guys have made quite a spectacle, haven't you? An older man, impeccably dressed, responds calmly, with the scale of this operation, it can't be helped. We need people to assist with the large-scale spell. The older man gives instructions, all right, I leave the rest to you, Mr. Evil Necromancer. A swift exchange of gestures between the masked man and a hidden figure. A blur of motion. A colossal red dragon descends from the heavens, its wings eclipsing the buildings below. Roar! Below, onlookers gasp in awe and disbelief. Oh! A young man grins, his eyes wide with excitement. Another onlooker marvels, damn, a red dragon? They must have spent a ton on the event. The young man's excitement grows, I want to try riding it too. Suddenly, a wooden staff pierces the dragon's hide. Thwack, a shockwave erupts. The dragon roars in pain, its scales glowing with purple energy as it takes flight, carrying the cloaked figure high above the city. A ritual to banish evil forces is about to begin. And the Necromancer's booming voice echoes across the city, urging everyone to fight as one. The air crackles with dark energy, a cacophony of eerie laughter and screams fills the air. Then, a colossal red dragon descends from the heavens. Humans! Seize victory, it roars. Below, the onlookers brace themselves, a collective cry of fight erupting from the crowd. The battle begins. Skeletal warriors clash with the summoned spirits, a whirlwind of magical energy. Meanwhile, a man confidently wields a strange device, directing the flow of the battle. A powerful skeletal warrior confronts the group, demanding their power. But a devastating blast of energy sends it reeling. The impact leaves a trail of purple destruction, a chilling reminder of the battle's intensity. 15 evil spirits vanquished, a grim tally marked by the soldiers' steely gazes. Victory is within reach, but the tension remains palpable. A flash of light, the crackle of energy, two figures clash, their makeshift weapons sparking with chaotic power. One boasts of blades of wind, but his laughter is cut short. The clash continues, a weapon shatters, sending sparks flying as the battle rages on. The laughter turns to a roar of frustration. Amidst the chaos, a young man observes, his expression grave. This isn't just a battle, it's a test, a crucial experiment for something far greater. From a rooftop, a mysterious figure watches the conflict unfold below. The end is near, the final act about to begin. The final confrontation looms, a chilling declaration hangs in the air, let's end this. A terrifying roar shatters the silence, a colossal red dragon descends from the heavens, its shadow engulfing the city. The Necromancer's ultimate weapon has arrived. The Necromancer, a triumphant grin splitting his face, addresses his monstrous ally. You have done very well. The villain's chilling words hang in the air. To think you so kindly stole the power of the spirits to complete my dead dragon, you've reached the end of your usefulness. A single, malevolent eye opens, a terrifying glimpse into the heart of darkness. Die. A surge of dark energy erupts, a purple maelstrom of raw power, a crimson dragon roars, caught in its grasp. Fear grips the onlookers as the destructive force bears down, their faces etched with terror. The sheer power of the attack is almost palpable, a wave of dread washes over them. But from atop the beast, a figure emerges, a sinister smile playing on their lips. Hoo. But you're in luck. As one who clearly differentiates favors and grudges. I shall spare you all just this once. However, there will be no next time. Look forward to it, to seeing how I violate this world. The villain's laughter echoes as the dragon takes flight, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Good. It ended according to the script. A sinister chuckle echoes as the villain raises his staff, a surge of arcane energy crackles in the air. His eyes widen in shock, a wave of power, far beyond his comprehension, washes over him. The hallowed halls of the church resound with the cry of alarm. A squad of Templar knights, bathed in holy light, surrounds the villain. You blasphemer, the leader roars. Their swords flash, a whirlwind of steel. Did he really think he could get away with it? The villain's gaze falls upon the Templar's emblem, a cross and holy water. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. His eyes dart around, fear creeping in. The Roman Catholic Knights Templar? Elsewhere, a man's face contorts in rage. How did this happen? The Roman Catholic Church said without a doubt that they would cooperate. Panic grips him. How did the plan fall through? What will you do about this? His subordinate, a priest, looks equally distraught. I also don't know anything about this. But a hint of something else flickers in the priest's eyes, a subtle hint of independence. The man in suit's face is grim, his voice tight with urgency as he relays the dire news into his radio. 4 helis and 7 tanks have gone AWOL and are heading to the center. His eyes widen, reflecting the sheer panic that grips him, a cold sweat beating on his brow. The ground trembles. A convoy of tanks and helicopters roars into view, a metal behemoth hurtling towards the city center, a storm of steel and fire. Each vehicle a harbinger of chaos, their approach a thunderous symphony of destruction. The priest's voice is low, laced with a chilling revelation: the situation is not good. It seems there were fanatic proponents among the soldiers. His concern is palpable, yet a hint of something else flickers in his eyes, a subtle calculation. Can you get away? The priest asks, his tone laced with a mix of worry and something akin to anticipation. The priest's response is cautious: I don't think it'll be easy. The helis in tanks. But before he can finish, a confident voice cuts him off. No need to worry about the helis in tanks. The man in suit stares, dumbfounded, as a soldier approaches, his words sharp and chilling, addressing all forces. Judas sold out a superstar. Move according to plan and do not attack the Necromancer. On a rooftop, a tense standoff unfolds. The man in suit confronts the priest, suspicion etched on his face. You intentionally watched this happen so you could round up the fanatics? The priest's response is chillingly calm: yes. The priest explains, his tone betraying no hint of remorse: we've been keeping constant watch on the fanatics' weapons, so there shouldn't be much issue. A soldier, receiving urgent orders via radio, is told to escape. The weight of the situation is clear on his face. You heard that, right? You should be able to escape. But the soldier's resolve is unwavering. His defiance echoes across the scene: that's a fine option, but I will not run. Suddenly, a majestic red dragon descends from the heavens, carrying the priest. The soldier's jaw drops in shock. Wait, what are you? A fiery dragon descends upon the city, casting a shadow over the terrified onlookers. The words of a wise old man echo in the air, a stark warning against the misuse of power. His gaze is intense, his words carrying the weight of centuries of wisdom. He speaks of responsibility, of the burden that comes with wielding such immense power. But then, a sharp question cuts through the air. A clash of steel, a confrontation brewing. The weight of their actions hangs heavy in the air. The old man's warning intensifies, his voice laced with grave concern. Every word carries the weight of consequence. His words paint a grim picture, the potential for their actions to be misinterpreted. The consequences of their choices are laid bare. A blinding flash of light erupts, a surge of energy. The clash of blades, a symphony of steel. The knights move with precision, their movements a blur. A desperate struggle for survival. Two swords lie discarded on the ground, their battle concluded. The silence is deafening. The dragon takes flight, its silhouette a dark omen against the setting sun. The first defensive battle is over, but the war is far from finished. The crowd roars, a wave of sound echoing through the city, their cheers a testament to the hard-fought victory. A lone figure stands before a colossal, skeletal dragon. Nidhogg. Its presence alone casts a chilling shadow over the desolate landscape. He catches his breath, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. That battle was far more taxing than anticipated. Eyes locked on the beast, he utters a single word: Nidhogg. The dragon's head tilts, a low growl rumbling in its chest. Yes, master? A data screen appears, revealing Nidhogg's stats. His power has far surpassed expectations. How is it that you're still under my control? The answer comes as a chilling revelation, a testament to the power of their bond. I believe it is because of the initial promise we made, master. But what if you're a fake? The accusation hangs heavy in the air, a challenge thrown down. A defiant figure emerges, his posture radiating power. There's no rule saying a fake can't surpass the real deal, he declares, his voice echoing with unwavering confidence. The scene shifts. Chris's face is etched with surprise, a revelation dawns on him. So I think that our promise from back then has changed to a dragon-sworn pact. The weight of those words settles upon him, heavy with implication. Nidhogg, the skeletal dragon, speaks. As per the pact, I must become a fake more valuable than the real thing and serve master, his voice a low, resonating rumble. And master must turn me into a fake more valuable than the real thing. A radiant glow envelopes Chris, a transformation is complete. To be exact, Chris, you have become a Dragon Master, the voice booms, echoing the momentous change. A Dragon Master holds absolute command over a dragon sworn into a pact. The scene explodes with power, knights stand in awe, a dark figure watches from the shadows. Nidhogg's voice cuts through the celebratory air, however, I was always a controlled being, so nothing has changed. A chilling statement, hinting at a deeper, more sinister control. Chris, his face a mask of confusion, whispers, "What?" The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken dread. A knight, his visor gleaming, assures the others, "But don't worry, I am my lord's vassal." A cloaked figure cautions, "Let's not get ahead of ourselves, everyone. The greater one's hopes, the greater the disappointment when one fails." A sly smile spreads across the protagonist's face as he boasts, "Lucky guy. My strength grows with yours, after all." One of the knights exclaims, "Like I said, Master really gets it." The scene shifts to a bustling city. A large screen announces, "Undead versus human, the battle starts now." The text reads, "The second event that took place 45 days later was wrapped up successfully as well." Chris, Kessel, and Kai, now terrifying skeletal figures, each wielding a powerful gem, stand ready. The text explains that they absorbed negative mana and formed new nuclei. Christina's stats are displayed, level 122, gender female, race lich, variant. Her strength, agility, constitution, magic, and dexterity are shown, along with remaining stat points. A knight, clad in heavy armor, stands vigilant, his sword at the ready. Kessel's stats are revealed, level 128, gender male, race death warrior, variant. His attributes and remaining stat points are detailed. The pact is sealed, and the results are immediate, along with an explosive increase in stats. Chris, Kessel, and Kai become Nidhogg-like variants. Their power surges, a breathtaking transformation. Kim Hyun-bak, the protagonist, isn't left behind. His stats skyrocket, a testament to the pact's might. Witness the raw power. The aftermath finds our heroes at K Airport, a bustling hub of activity. Afterward, they cleared dungeons as mercenaries. And now, a poignant farewell. A comrade asks, "Do you really have to go back?" A bittersweet smile plays on Hyun-bak's lips. He's adapted, but duty calls. "I have to go back." His companions understand. "Got it. But know that we are prepared to accept you at any time." A heartfelt exchange, full of unspoken gratitude. "I'll remember that. Thank you for everything." The plane takes off, a symbol of departure and new beginnings. The journey continues. Arriving at Incheon International Airport, the familiar landscape welcomes him back. Back in his own world, a wave of exhaustion washes over him, the lingering effects of his otherworldly mission still heavy on his shoulders. Suddenly, a familiar face appears, Mr. Kessel. His cheerful grin is almost jarring after the intensity of the recent events. Followed by Mr. Kai, equally surprised to see the protagonist. The reunion is unexpected, to say the least. The air crackles with unspoken questions. Kessel reveals their ability to shift into human forms, a power they gained during their time in the otherworld. Chris, ever vigilant, urges the protagonist to leave, a sense of urgency hangs in the air. Before they depart, Kessel presents a token of gratitude from director Kim, a charm imbued with the power of Lord Xuanwu. The charm, a small but potent artifact, is accompanied by a letter, a tangible reminder of the mission's success. The protagonist examines the charm, a thoughtful expression settling on his face, the weight of the gift, and the responsibility it represents, sinks in. Director Kim's words echo in his mind, "Please put it to good use." The journey may be over, but a new chapter begins. A thoughtful pause, the protagonist's gaze hints at the challenges that lie ahead. Back at base, the work continues relentlessly. Training, research, dungeon clearing, the never-ending cycle of a hero's life. But even this routine is about to change. A new task is added to the already overflowing workload, charm research. Until now, charms were just trinkets. Oriental scrolls, nothing more. But this is different. The director's charm, a small slip of paper, no bigger than an A4 sheet. Yet, it holds the power of a deity himself, Xuanwu. The sheer amount of negative mana within is overwhelming. The power surges, threatening to consume him. A terrifying energy flares from the charm. Suddenly, an interruption. "Master, you have a guest." A chilling voice echoes through the office. A tense meeting unfolds in a modern apartment. Two young men sit opposite each other at a table, the air thick with unspoken tension. Two skeletal figures stand silently behind one of them, their presence adding to the unsettling atmosphere. One of the men, his brow furrowed in concentration, observes his counterpart. "He's younger and thinner than I thought," he muses, suspicion coloring his assessment. His gaze sharpens. A silent question hanging in the air: is this seemingly ordinary young man truly the powerful figure he claims to be? The doubt is palpable. The question is answered. "Yes, you are indeed the director," the other confirms, a hint of challenge in his tone. A smirk plays on the director's lips. "That's right. I'm the administration director, as well as the very person who made the talisman you received," he reveals, a glint of mischief in his eyes. The tension ratchets up. "You were very brave in coming here. Are you unaware of how terrifying a magician is?" a concerned voice asks. A chilling response. "I'm very aware. I've faced them several times. They're seriously crazy folks," the young man retorts, his gaze unwavering, even as one of the skeletal figures stares him down. The skeletal figure speaks, a dry chuckle escaping its bony jaw. "Ahem. In any case, they're already a pain in the ass, but they become even more of a pain with the recent abundance in mana." The young man's expression shifts to one of contemplation. "Ah, the magicians I'm referring to aren't dungeon explorers, but the magicians of this world," he clarifies, a new piece of information revealed. The director, a chilling figure flanked by two skeletal henchmen, leans forward. His words hang heavy in the air. "Looks like you already somewhat knew." He continues, a sly smirk playing on his lips. "There was always mana on Earth, after all." The protagonist sits, his expression a mixture of shock and dawning understanding. Even as the weight of this revelation settles upon him, the director unveils his next move, a chilling offer: "Then I'll give you all the materials that once belonged to the magicians I've killed, as an advance payment for my commission." The protagonist's eyes narrow, suspicion etched across his face. "Your commission? Is there really a need for me to accept that?" The scene shifts. Two spectral skulls materialize, their glowing eyes fixated on the protagonist. He's trapped, alone, in their stronghold. And the pressure mounts. The director's voice echoes, sharp and commanding: "Give me everything without making a fuss." The director smiles, a cruel glint in his eyes. His response is chillingly calm: "I will, in turn, answer in turn by giving my junior a special lesson." Suddenly, the air crackles with dark energy. The skeletal figures advance, their movements a blur. And the protagonist is frozen, unable to react. Panic sets in. "I can't move." A wave of self-reproach washes over him. "Damn it, I let down my guard because it was my base." The weight of his mistake is heavy. The scene shifts to a tense meeting. A man asks, "Mind if I smoke a cigarette?" His companion replies, "Mind. This is a family-friendly household." The director's voice cuts through the air, cold and calculating. "As I said before, the advance payment will be the materials of the magicians." A chilling deal is offered. "Just 10 days. The protagonist's response is curt, laced with apprehension. "Understood." The stakes are raised. "If you're successful, I'll show you a good piece of land. A territory better than this place." The offer is tempting, yet laced with danger. A mystical item is presented. And this is a communication talisman, since there's no guarantee your phone will get good reception. The director departs, leaving the protagonist alone with his grim task. Let's get in contact later. Two skeletal figures, their glowing eyes betraying a palpable unease, bow their heads. I apologize, my lord. We've been had. We've been well and properly had. The protagonist, his brow furrowed in intense concentration, mutters to himself. The sheer scale of the threat dawns on him. The entire property as the target? An AoE paralyze? Pressure? No, could it be the worst-case scenario, a time freeze? One of the skeletons shrugs, a silent admission of defeat. I have no clue. The next day. A woman, sharp and businesslike, delivers a message. This is a message from the director, this is the advance payment and completion fee. I didn't know there would be this much either. The scene shifts. A convoy of trucks stretches as far as the eye can see, an unbelievable amount of supplies. The protagonist's jaw drops. Holy shit, there's this much? He stares, dumbfounded. To think there were 5-ton trucks worth of material. More revelations. The director's generosity extends beyond mere funds. Also, the director said these 3 books will be the ones you'll want most, and asked me to deliver them personally. The protagonist examines the books, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Beginner Talisman, Beginner Necromancy, Beginner Modern Magic Theory. They really are the things I want. A phone call ends, a deal is sealed. The director's plan is moving forward. And the fruits of his labor arrive. Mountains of silver and iron ingots, a staggering sight. 1.5 tons of silver, 18 tons of iron. This isn't just a delivery, it's a declaration of war. Richard, ever vigilant, oversees the unloading. Clay golems, his silent, powerful servants, move with methodical precision. Their movements a blur as they carry the weighty cargo into the depths of the facility. A check-in, brief but sharp. How's it going? The question hangs in the air, heavy with expectation. It is going well, sir. The response is calm, but the work continues relentlessly. A rhythmic clang echoing through the halls as the metal bodies of the living armors are assembled. Evil spirits, given form. These are not mere golems, they are warriors, forged in the fires of dark magic and powered by malevolent wills. Their creation is complete. And their power is undeniable. Richard surveys his army, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. A steely gaze, unwavering. The director's resolve is clear, the price has been paid. An underground weapons cache, overflowing with firepower. Handguns to missiles, all courtesy of the USA. This arsenal is a game-changer. The skeletal figures, now clad in living armor, stand ready. A chilling, silent army. Beyond the dungeon walls, the battle will rage, and these undead warriors will be key. Blueprint in hand, the director's ambition knows no bounds. New weapons, forged in the fires of collaboration with Chris, are on the horizon. A silent, bony hand holds the future of warfare. Chris, the skeletal engineer, examines the plans with meticulous care. Progress is slow, but steady. Small improvements in mana efficiency, firepower, and production costs, every detail matters. Approval given. The director's words are a promise, a reassurance. He'll return to lend his expertise. A relentless hum, the printing presses churn out countless spell cards and scrolls. The tide is turning. A trade of immense value. Mana crystals from the US exchanged for potent spell cards. The power balance shifts. Authentic spell cards and scrolls? Sold out. The director's strategic acquisitions are paying off. And the public feels the shift. A palpable tension hangs in the air, the coming cataclysm is felt by all. A sprawling cityscape, a looming threat. The director surveys his domain, a storm gathering on the horizon. He sits alone, the weight of the world on his shoulders. I've prepared all I could, he whispers, a prayer in his heart. Despair gives way to desperate hope. Please allow us to avert the worst-case scenario, he pleads, his face etched with worry. The dungeon's entrance is sealed. A strange quiet has fallen over the world. A disconnect from the usual flow of quests and stats. This is more than just a lull, it's a prelude to something far greater. The director and his skeletal assistants meet. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air as they discuss the coming changes. A grace period before the storm. January 1st approaches, a date etched in the minds of all. The director checks his watch, a frown etching itself onto his face. Already 9 a.m. A familiar sense of dread washes over him. I really don't want to go to work, he thinks, but duty calls. And yet, something is off. The city is shrouded in an unnatural twilight. That's weird, he muses. A chilling realization dawns. It's winter, but the sun hasn't risen. A creeping unease settles in his gut. A sudden jolt. His car is violently shaken. What happened? He glances up, his eyes widening in disbelief. A monstrous figure emerges from the shadows. A horrifying shriek pierces the air as a bloody attack unfolds before him. Hey! Just what the hell do yo? Panic erupts. Screams echo through the streets as the monstrous creature unleashes its fury. Kayawayawak. Af. The city descends into chaos. A wave of terror washes over everything as the monstrous figure continues its rampage. Ga! Ah! Kayawea. Terror grips the director's face, eyes wide with disbelief, a silent scream frozen on his lips. From the shadows, it rises. A monstrous visage, teeth bared in a horrifying grin, the very embodiment of nightmare. The 4 days of utter darkness begin. A chilling declaration, foreshadowing the chaos to come. A sprawling cityscape, a concrete jungle under a bruised, twilight sky. Screams pierce the night. A wave of terror washes over the city, Kayawag. Monstrous creatures, claws bared, teeth gnashing, rampage through the streets. Panic reigns supreme. Someone save me. I don't want to die. A child's desperate cry, Mommy. A chilling testament to the chaos unfolding. But amidst the pandemonium, someone remains remarkably calm. They're impressive people, to take and upload a video in the middle of all this. A phone call, a connection to authority. A tense conversation unfolds. Yes. Where do I need to go? Come to Seoul, while taking down everything you can in the vicinity. The order is sharpened, precise, brutal. To be more precise, take down every monster you can see without worrying about property damage. The phone rings. A crisp voice on the other end of the line issues a direct order: focus on monster extermination. The deadline? Noon tomorrow. A simple task for someone of his caliber. But the client? Absurd. Utterly absurd. A hulking figure in dark armor stands silently behind him, a stark reminder of the mission's potential dangers. The weight of the task settles in. And yet, he accepts. Well then, let's go. To Seoul, to hunt monsters. A blur of motion. A desperate cry cuts through the air, honey. Don't look back, just hold on tight. I'll definitely protect you. A pack of monstrous, three-headed wolves, eyes burning with malevolent red light, emerges from the shadows. The chase is on. Engines roar as they speed through the city streets. A monstrous maw opens, jaws snapping shut just inches from their faces. Darling! To the right! Quaff! The beast's roar echoes through the city as it lunges. Kaya ah ah! Terror grips them as the monstrous wolf closes in. The world has changed. What the hell is this? Life was going on as usual up until yesterday. Monsters just came pouring out in a single morning. A chilling whisper of fear, I don't want to die. Desperation. Someone, please. A blinding flash of light and motion. The battle rages on. A wave of nausea washes over him, the world spins, blurring into an indistinct mess. Disoriented, he gasps, his mind reeling. What? Did I go to heaven? Suddenly, a chilling presence pierces the haze, a monstrous eye, filled with primal rage, looms before him. A guttural roar shatters the silence. Coo! A monstrous wolf, radiating an unholy purple aura, explodes into view. Claws slash, teeth gnash. Grrrrrr. The man and woman on motorcycles are caught in the beast's furious assault. Terror grips them both. What's going on? She screams, eyes wide with disbelief. Metallic clangs echo through the street, something is approaching. A colossal figure emerges from the fog, a knight in obsidian armor, radiating an aura of immense power. Why you are? The knight's voice booms, echoing with authority. The military should be past the fog. The monstrous wolf, wounded but defiant, snarls, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. A monstrous grizzly bear, its eyes burning with crimson fury, stands amidst a purple haze. Its breath, a visible frost, hangs heavy in the air. The scene shifts to a desperate struggle on a city street. A man and woman on motorcycles are cornered by the beast. The air crackles with tension. But just as all hope seems lost, a shadow falls from the sky. A knight, clad in shining armor, descends with breathtaking speed. Grizzly bear, you did this, the knight shouts, his voice echoing with righteous fury. The bear roars in response, its attack thwarted. The man and woman, eyes wide with terror and relief, exchange a look of stunned disbelief. Let's go, the man urges, his voice trembling slightly. They cling to each other, fear etched on their faces, a wave of intense heat washes over them. As they burst through a blinding flash of light. Honey! We made it, the woman cries, her voice filled with joyous relief. They find themselves surrounded by military vehicles and soldiers. Ha ha ha, yes. We're alive, the man laughs, his voice shaking with emotion. The scene shifts to a heavily guarded bunker on the outskirts of Seoul. A tense meeting is underway. President Kim Dae-chul, a figure of authority, stands firm amidst his advisors. The weight of the nation rests on his shoulders. As Minister Han Kyung-cheol delivers grim news, a squad dispatched to the outskirts is attempting entry. The situation is dire. The minister's face is etched with worry. He reveals the horrifying estimate, a minimum 60% civilian death rate in each city. A sharp clap echoes through the room, a sound of frustrated tension. President Kim's face is contorted in a grimace of stress. The pressure is immense. Park Man-hye, the youngest son of the Changdae Group's CEO, speaks out, his words cutting through the tension. Mr. President, you've got to do something. Man-hye's bold words are met with a sharp rebuke from an elder figure. The tension ratchets up further. But Man-hye's defiance is unwavering. He's ready to act. A blur of motion, a swift strike. Blood splatters across the floor. Violence erupts. Chaos reigns as Man-hye takes decisive action, leaving several figures incapacitated. The scene is brutal. The accusation hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications, a chilling question that cuts deeper than any blade. His eyes widen, reflecting the storm brewing within, pure, unadulterated rage. With a swift, brutal movement, he grabs his opponent, a chilling display of power. A smirk plays on his lips, a chilling contrast to the gravity of the situation, that inhuman strength is his now. He counters the accusation with a cold, calculated response, a traitor, from their perspective. His justification is simple, almost nonchalant, a chilling pragmatism. He revels in his newfound power, basking in the attention, the only one who's become so special. The scene shifts, revealing a grim reality, a massacre. The question hangs heavy, demanding an answer. What does he mean? The answer is revealed, a terrifying vision, the true source of his power. Park Man-hye, a chilling smile playing on his lips, addresses the assembled crowd. Earth was merely their board game to begin with. But they are merciful and are giving you a chance. Join their side, become their servants, and offer them the world. His words hang in the air, a threat simmering beneath the surface. The slightest hesitation, and the consequences will be swift and brutal. Bam! Fear grips the room as several men immediately pledge their allegiance. The weight of Park Man-hae's power is undeniable. But Decheol watches, his face etched with horror. Do you know what you just did? Man-hae's response is chillingly casual. I don't give a fuck. My, you loudmouthed boomer president, out of shit to say? His patience exhausted, Man-hae lunges forward. Asterisk then die star. The impact is deafening. A wave of energy explodes outward, a terrifying display of power. Decheol's eyes widen in stark terror. As the full extent of Park Man-hae's actions becomes horrifyingly clear. A hand clenches, fingers tingling, the aftereffects of a power surge. Suddenly, a commanding figure appears, Sergeant Major Hyeon, radiating authority. He demands control of the situation. A stunned reaction, disbelief etched across a subordinate's face. A powerful grip, a transfer of power, kakakakak, the sound of raw strength. A chilling smirk, the Sergeant Major's confidence is absolute. He boasts of his unique experience. Eyes narrowed, a cold resolve, the stage is set. He declares his intent to punish traitors, a swift, brutal strike follows. A devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave, bodies fly, blood splatters. The aftermath, a macabre scene of carnage. Even in victory, there's a hint of unsettling levity. Park Man-hae's chilling smile, a cruel promise hangs in the air. His words, a cold judgment, you'll have to take responsibility for your choice. The weight of that choice crashes down. A wave of terror washes over the faces of those who dared to defy him. Their eyes widen. And the truth is revealed in a crimson stain across the cold, hard floor. Humanity learns a brutal lesson, the enemy was among them all along. Traitors fall. The order is clear, don't waste your bullets. A hail of gunfire erupts. But the stakes are even higher. Fail, and you, your allies, and your subordinates will pay the ultimate price. A monstrous figure emerges from the chaos, its eyes burning with malevolent red fire. The command rings out, aim the railgun. Oh no! The soldiers' faces are etched with terror. As the creature casually tosses a car, with a terrified driver inside, like a child's toy. I don't want to die, screams the man. A wave of fear washes over the soldiers. A person. One soldier steps forward, taking responsibility. I will take responsibility. Roger. The railgun charges, a terrifying weapon aimed at the monstrous threat. The creature, oblivious, continues its advance. A desperate plea for help crackles over the radio. Wait. Hold your horses, bro. A figure cloaked in shadow emerges from the darkness, a knight clad in purple armor, radiating an aura of immense power. The soldiers, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe, part to let him pass. Suddenly, a monstrous roar shatters the silence. The ground trembles. A colossal beast, its eyes burning with malevolent fire, attacks. The knight deflects the blow with a resounding clang. The impact sends a shockwave through the city. Pretty heavy, the knight grunts, barely registering the weight of a car he casually tosses aside. The beast lunges again, claws extended, a desperate struggle ensues. Now! The command rings out. Open fire! Explosions rock the street as the soldiers unleash a barrage of gunfire, but the knight remains unfazed, effortlessly deflecting the hail of bullets. The sheer force of the explosions creates a blinding flash, a deafening roar follows. Really are strong, those tank things, the knight observes, casually lifting a damaged tank with his sword. Reinforcements arrive, a lone knight stands amidst the chaos, his armor gleaming under the dark sky. He casually leans against a car, a sword at his hip, a soldier approaches cautiously. The knight speaks, his voice calm yet firm, I have other reinforcements on standby. The soldier's eyes widen in disbelief, a look of dawning horror spreads across his face. A chilling sound echoes, the earth trembles. The reinforcements arrive, monstrous creatures burst forth, their eyes glowing with malevolent energy. These are the reinforcements, the soldier cries out in terror. The knight's eyes flash, a cold command: use these guys as a shield. A question hangs heavy in the air: were these monsters sent as reinforcements elsewhere? A chilling confirmation: yes. Panic grips the soldiers, their faces etched with fear. A desperate cry cuts through the chaos. Soldiers scramble, their faces etched with terror as monstrous figures loom, a horrifying tide of claws and fangs. It's strange. The monsters are acting as a herd. A chilling observation, hinting at a sinister orchestration. The streets become a river of monstrous movement. A terrifying wave of creatures surges forward, their numbers overwhelming. Someone's controlling the monsters with magic. The horrifying truth dawns. This isn't just a mindless horde, it's a controlled assault. Eyes widen in stark realization. The sheer scale of the magical threat is breathtaking. What the hell is that mess of a summoning array? A crimson circle of power pulses, radiating an aura of immense, terrifying energy. It's a magic summoning circle, but the creature to be summoned is not set. I don't know what creature will be summoned, but it's dangerous. A chilling warning, the stakes rising exponentially. Calm down, Master. What would you like to do? A calm voice offers a lifeline amidst the storm. For now, let's retreat, because in the worst-case scenario, there's a possibility that a high-level being will be summoned due to my influence. A strategic retreat, a calculated risk to avoid an unimaginable catastrophe. The city looms, a concrete jungle under a bruised twilight sky. A desperate plea escapes her lips, a silent scream swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Dear Lord, Buddha, ancestors, someone, please save me. Just yesterday, life was normal, the mundane rhythm of workdays. But now, a horrifying question echoes in her mind: why did things turn out like this? A monstrous silhouette emerges from the shadows, its crimson eye burning like hellfire. A terrifying gaze that pierces the soul, promising only pain and destruction. The ground trembles. And a blood-curdling roar shatters the night, Kaeya. Claws tear through flesh, a desperate struggle against unimaginable horror. She fights back with the last of her strength, a desperate attempt to escape the jaws of death. A monstrous paw slams down, sending a shockwave through the alley. Surrounded. 3 monstrous wolf-like creatures encircle a lone woman, their eyes burning with predatory hunger. The sheer size of the central beast is terrifying. Her breath hitches in her throat. Fear, raw and visceral, clenches her heart. A silent scream forms behind her lips. Help, she whispers, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. Desperation paints her face, a stark contrast to the monstrous figures looming over her. A chilling voice echoes in her mind, cutting through her terror: you wish for help? The darkness swirls, a vortex of power and mystery. Then make your request. The woman stands defiant, a surge of crimson energy erupting from beneath her feet. The monstrous wolves growl, their anticipation palpable. A disembodied voice, laced with cruel amusement, whispers, it's unfair, isn't it? You're still young. Will you give up here? Her eyes widen, a flicker of understanding dawning. Just who? We are evil, the voice continues, those who became evil because we were defeated by the gods. But we are also nemesis of God who can fight on equal footing with God. We're different from the gods, who only watch. The voice booms, its power undeniable: make thy wish, state thy desire. I will make it happen. In the place of God, who did nothing, a void of power, a terrifying truth revealed. The woman, eyes blazing with defiance, faces her monstrous foes. I don't care if you're the devil. A surge of dark energy erupts. The creatures obey, their movements synchronized, a terrifying display of power. And with a roar, they attack. Claws slash, teeth gnash, a whirlwind of demonic fury. She's overwhelmed, but a flicker of hope remains, a desperate plea escapes her lips: please agree faster next time. A mysterious figure emerges from the shadows, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A demon, as well as the guardian who will protect you. Guardian. The word hangs in the air, a seed of doubt planted in her heart. But there's no time for hesitation. He scoops her up, a powerful arm wrapping around her. For now, let's head to a safe place. Since you're tired. Tears well up in her eyes, a mixture of exhaustion and trust. He cradles her gently, a stark contrast to the chaos that moments ago threatened to consume her. A predatory gleam in his eyes, a hint of something ancient and powerful. High above the city, a monstrous dragon-like creature soars, its metallic scales glinting under the twilight sky. Didn't think I would see such an advanced necromancer. The words hang in the air, a chilling testament to the power displayed. A figure strides confidently beside a colossal skeletal beast, a staff crackling with arcane energy in their hand. The city lights cast long, ominous shadows. Thanks to hunting a lot of monsters, we ended up getting a lot of materials. The necromancer speaks, a hint of grim satisfaction in their tone. The mysterious man carries the woman through the city streets, his movements fluid and powerful. A dark figure watches from the shadows. His gaze fixed on the pair. Master. The word is a low growl, filled with unquestioning loyalty. I know that he's not a human. The necromancer's voice is calm, yet laced with a chilling certainty. Greetings. You're the first necromancer of this level I have seen in the modern day. The mysterious man smiles, a subtle, knowing expression. I would like to talk. Would that be possible? The air crackles with tension. A shadowy figure, powerful and imposing, stands before the woman and the necromancer. His words hang heavy in the night air, if you're not an enemy. A brief moment of silence, then, a dismissive wave of his hand. Should be fine, then. The tension eases, replaced by a cautious optimism. But then, a dramatic shift. Crimson energy erupts around the mysterious man, his eyes blazing with infernal light. He smiles, a chilling, confident grin. Nice to meet you. My name is Andromalius. The necromancer's eyes widen in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. A gasp escapes his lips as the horrifying truth dawns on him, a demon of Solomon. The 72nd demon god, the Count of Justice. The revelation hits like a thunderclap. You are an archdemon, known as the Count of Justice. A smirk plays on his lips. That's how I'm known by humans, yes, but you're not as surprised as I thought you'd be. It's natural for there to be gods and demons when there are also monsters, undead, and dragons. Impressive, considering humans of the modern age get easily caught up in stereotypes. The scene shifts to a shadowy chamber, where a colossal, skeletal dragon-like creature stands, its eyes glowing ominously. A foot descends the steps, thump. The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air. The skeletal dragon stirs. Master. A reassuring voice cuts through the tension. It's okay, Nidhogg. His rank might be low, but he's an archdemon. Nidhogg's massive head lowers, its gaze intense. The current me can't win. It hasn't been long since that creature was born. To think you raised it to such a level in such little time, impressive. A sharp question pierces the silence. You can even notice things like that? A demon can tell the time of a life's birth and death. The Count of Justice, a picture of calm composure, makes a surprising request. More importantly, could I trouble you to use a spell to clean clothes or something, if you have one? His gaze drifts towards Nidhogg, a monstrous figure looming behind him. A chilling revelation hangs in the air. The Count continues, his words dripping with ominous significance. Is she the demon's treasure? Yes, a treasure that has only appeared a total of 2 times up until now. Stolen and one was acquired, only to be broken. Nidhogg, his face partially obscured by a mask, looks troubled. His internal monologue reflects the gravity of the situation. I don't know what happened, but your treasure seems to be a very important existence. The Count's smile widens, a predatory gleam in his eyes. He casually suggests, that's right. It's too dangerous outside the house, so why don't we have it over a cup of tea? The scene shifts. Nidhogg's apprehension is palpable as he questions the Count's true nature. How is it that an archdemon can maintain its form in the middle realm? Is it because that woman is your contractor? The Count's response is chillingly nonchalant. Regrettably, I am not her contractee. Because she only asked for help during her brush with death. A shiver runs down Nidhogg's spine as the Count reveals a terrifying truth. Thinking back on it sends such a rush down my spine. I think she has unconsciously recognized that she is a special existence to us demons. Nidhogg's mind races, the implications dawning on him. Does that mean she summoned an archdemon to the middle realm and controlled him just by asking? In a dimly lit, debris-strewn room, the Count of Justice sits across from Nidhogg, a masked figure. The Count's words hang in the air, a calculated attempt to build rapport. But Nidhogg's skepticism is palpable. His question, sharp and laced with suspicion, cuts through the Count's carefully crafted facade. The Count smiles, a knowing glint in his eyes. He subtly shifts the conversation, highlighting Nidhogg's hidden potential. Revealing a surprising source of his information, Visego, a powerful demon known as the Prince of Prophecy. The image of Visego's skull, glowing with arcane energy, flashes before us. Nidhogg's apprehension intensifies. The weight of Visego's name, and the implications of his involvement, settles heavily on the scene. The Count continues, his words painting a picture of destiny and opportunity. He subtly emphasizes Nidhogg's importance in this grand scheme. Revealing that Nidhogg was the first skilled individual the Count encountered in the human world, a pivotal meeting orchestrated by Visego's prophecy. Nidhogg, though still wary, acknowledges the honor. The implications of Visego's knowledge of him are profound, leading him to question the future actions of the demons. The Count's response is calm, almost dismissive. The Count's nonchalant acceptance of their collaboration leaves Nidhogg slightly unsettled. His subtle surprise is evident. Nidhogg's face is partially obscured by shadow, his expression grim. He recounts a harsh truth. That's when I learned demons aren't the strongest ones out there. With enemies like that, there's nothing strange about demons fighting for the sake of humans. The Count of Justice listens intently, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. His expression shifts subtly, a predatory smile playing on his lips. If possible, I'd like to hear about the enemies you encountered, he purrs, his voice laced with a chilling calm. Nidhogg hesitates, then speaks, his voice low. I told him about Gloria and the being I met in the desert. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room. The Count, Nidhogg, and another figure sit around a table, the air thick with unspoken tension. That's an annoying foe. Thank you. In any case, knowing one of them is a dragon is a big advantage. The Count's smile widens. I'll give you this to express my thanks. He produces a small, ornate box. Inside, a glowing blue monocle rests on velvet. It is a monocle imbued with Visego's power. It depends on what you're looking for, but this will allow you to find what you are looking for at least one time, with a maximum of 3 times. The Count continues, his voice smooth as silk. In addition, I will lend you my assistance in a dangerous situation once in the future. Nidhogg eyes the offered gift, his expression unreadable. He takes the box, his fingers brushing against the smooth surface. Too much. The Count chuckles, waving a dismissive hand. Take it. It is an adequate price, worry not. As well as a sign of my desire to be on friendly terms with you. The Count of Justice leans forward, a glint in his eye. A clandestine meeting unfolds, shrouded in shadows. He reveals a shocking tale of Lucifer, love, and betrayal, a ghosting that lasted 2 decades. The Count's words paint a picture of desperation. The importance of their treasure is laid bare. A stark contrast, the scarcity of black mages in the past, versus the explosive growth in their numbers today. The Count's smile widens, revealing a chilling ambition, power in a time of chaos. A tome of black magic, a tempting offer, a tool of immense power is presented. Nidhogg hesitates, then accepts, a glimpse of the tome's power. A golden talisman appears, glowing with arcane energy. A new quest begins. Nidhogg recognizes the talisman. It's a phone, a modern marvel in this strange world. Uncertainty clouds his face. The next step is unclear. Instructions from the General of Hell himself. A chilling command, delivered with cold precision. A meeting unfolds in a dimly lit room, heavy with unspoken tension. The General sits across from Nidhogg, a palpable unease hanging in the air. Nidhogg's eyes narrow. So? You're neutral, huh? I'll remember that. A subtle threat, laced with icy calculation. The General smiles, a knowing glint in his eyes. He reveals his awareness of Andromalias, a being of immense power. It's not strange that he would know of me. The General rises, his departure swift and silent. I'll be heading off now. But the air crackles with anticipation. A lingering question hangs in the air, a subtle shift in the General's demeanor. Ah, by any chance, married? His eyes flash with an unsettling intensity. Nidhogg's response is curt, his mask concealing his true emotions. Married? No, but why? A flicker of surprise, perhaps even apprehension. The General's smile widens, a chillingly pleasant expression. As I thought. That's a relief. I will see you again at a later time. A veiled threat, perhaps? A sudden, forceful movement. The General's departure is anything but graceful. Wham! Nidhogg's eyes widen in disbelief. Is this a kick in the nuts, demon style? His shock is palpable. A sprawling cityscape unfolds before us, a dragon's shadow falls over the scene as the Count of Justice and his entourage arrive. Welcome! The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. Concern etches itself onto the Count's face. Your face, are you okay? He asks, his voice laced with genuine worry. Nidhogg's response is unexpected. What do you mean? He retorts, a hint of defensiveness in his tone. I'm expressing concern, the Count replies, his expression unwavering. How unexpected. I thought you'd go right for my throat. The Count's gaze sharpens. It's certainly an opening, yes. Nidhogg's expression shifts, a flicker of something dark crossing his features. A small price to pay. Nidhogg explains, his voice low, considering it's an attempt to artificially change the future. Take this. He produces several talismans. They're the same as the talisman I gave you before. The Count's eyes narrow, assessing the items. You guys will need them. The Count's words are clipped, his tone leaving no room for argument. Rest tomorrow, and the day after, go to Yojido for me. A command, not a suggestion. A question hangs in the air. Understood, but why do you want us to rest tomorrow? The Count's response is cryptic, you'll find out tomorrow. Going to Yojido the day after is the best way. A beat of silence, then, a sharp cough. Blood stains Nidhogg's lips. Nidhogg, his face pale but resolute, assures the Count, I'm all right. I'll get better with time. But the Count's gaze is sharp, his concern deepening. He presses, why is it that you're going this far? The scene shifts, revealing a stark landscape. Nidhogg stands before the Count and his formidable entourage of armored figures. A confession hangs heavy in the air. As Nidhogg reveals, I'm a selfish, materialistic guy. He explains his motivations, his voice laced with a weary honesty. I was born in a family that has propped up the country for a long time. For a time, he loathed acting for the country's benefit, a burden of his family legacy. Yet, in the end, he is still a member of that family. His words carry the weight of generations, the responsibility of a nation resting on his shoulders. Even those shit-smearing bastards who lost to me, a branch relative, while bickering on and on about bloodline were able to sustain this country. But the country falls on his watch. A grim determination hardens his features. So that's why, this is all for me. Nidhogg's resolve is unwavering as he stands before his destiny. The weight of his decision is palpable. He turns to the Count, a final question lingering in the air. By the way, am I the only person going to Yojido? In the aftermath of battle, a chilling realization dawns. A strategic oversight is discussed. Perhaps destroying the magic array would have prevented this. The scene shifts to Yojido, where soldiers are tasked with a grim cleanup operation: pile up the monster bodies. Amidst the carnage, soldiers begin their grim task. The scale of the monster corpse is overwhelming. The order is given: withdraw. A hasty retreat ensues as the soldiers flee the scene. In the relative safety of a makeshift camp, a rumor spreads amongst the soldiers. A macabre proposition: I hear you can get a shitton of moolah if you sell those corpses. The temptation is too strong for some. The risk is weighed against the reward, a decision made in desperation. A sudden, blood-curdling scream pierces the night. A wave of monstrous fury crashes over the soldiers. That goddamn officer, the enraged creatures roar, their eyes burning with unholy light. The soldiers fight back, but they're overwhelmed. Why'd he tell us to use the monster corpses as a barrier? One soldier shouts in disbelief, the sheer horror of the situation dawning on him. Terror grips the soldier as the monstrous horde closes in, his eyes widen in stark fear. A colossal, shadowy figure emerges from the chaos. Two soldiers desperately try to stop it, but their efforts are futile against its immense power. The creature unleashes a devastating blast of energy. The sheer force of the attack rips through the battlefield. A blinding flash of light engulfs the area. The impact shakes the very ground beneath their feet. The dust settles, revealing a scene of utter devastation. A massive crater marks the spot where the creature stood. From the wreckage, a chilling realization dawns. Undead, huh? So this was why he told us to rest. The words hang heavy in the air, a grim understanding settling over the survivors. A necromancer's cunning plan unfolds in the shadows. The undead, his unwitting pawns, will soon become his greatest weapons. How to proceed? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent challenge echoing the uncertainty of the coming battle. A risky gamble is proposed: use the soldiers as bait, a test to gauge the enemy's strength. A hidden power is revealed, a pact with the genies, beings of immense power beyond angels and demons. An opportunity to test their might. The ritual begins, a swirling vortex of arcane energy. A fiery eruption. Agni, the flame genie, bursts forth, a blazing inferno of raw power. Ha 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 ha. Contractor. You finally called me. The genie's laughter booms, echoing the anticipation of destruction. Do I finally get to burn to my heart's content, as per our contract? Agni's eyes gleam with malicious joy, a promise of fiery devastation. The Necromancer, a figure of chilling calm amidst the gathering storm, issues a final command to his fiery agent: oh, and don't burn anything related to me. Agni, the flame genie, explodes into a triumphant grin. Excellent. I found the right contractor this time. With a whoosh, Agni unleashes his power. A wave of fire engulfs the landscape, a searing inferno consuming everything in its path. The Necromancer adds a final instruction, a flicker of concern in his eyes: if possible, guide survivors to the city outskirts. Agni roars with laughter, a pyromaniac's delight. Woohoo! Ha ha ha! Burn it all! This is our first chance in a while to make everything burn. The city is ablaze. A catastrophic inferno rages, consuming buildings and lives. The Necromancer's assistant voices his concern: Master, will it be all right? I think this whole city will be burned to the ground. The Necromancer, ever calculating, responds: I think it would be best to first inform the others, since they'll try to put out the flames. His masked face betraying nothing, the Necromancer strategizes: right. I should tell the executives of the army. They can evacuate the civilians, and we'll head to Yojido tomorrow like the director said. The inferno rages on, a sea of fire and destruction. A monstrous, two-headed beast emerges from the flames, a terrifying new threat. A fiery pentagram glows, pulsating with arcane energy. The Necromancer's ritual begins. A monstrous shadow looms, its jagged teeth bared in a silent roar. Agni, the fire elemental, is summoned. A wave of incandescent destruction washes over the city. Buildings crumble, screams echo. Agni's power is unleashed. The next day dawns over Uedo, but the city is far from peaceful. A monstrous pterodactyl screeches, its shadow falling over the cityscape. Undead creatures clash with monstrous beasts in a chaotic melee. The battle rages on. On a rooftop, 3 figures stand silhouetted against the stormy sky. The Necromancers have arrived. Kim Mi-jin, the woman who made a pact with the Necromancer, reports on the situation. A chilling smile plays on her lips. High above the city, Agni surveys his fiery handiwork. The Necromancer's voice cuts through the air. Good work, Agni. Agni grins, his eyes blazing with delight. Work? No such thing. It was great. Kim Mi-jin's report is concise. The magic circle is flawed, yet potent enough for a summoning. A chilling detail, delivered with unnerving calm. High above Uedo, a colossal, skeletal dragon carries the Necromancer and his entourage. Agni, a fiery behemoth, stands ready. The city below is their canvas. The magic circle pulses with an ominous red glow, a chaotic script etched into its surface. Even the Necromancer can't predict the outcome, only the timing. Agni, ever eager for destruction, impatiently demands to know when. The anticipation is palpable. The moment arrives. The circle flares, bathing the city in an infernal light. The summoning begins. Multiple fiery pillars erupt across Uedo. Buildings crumble, engulfed in flames. Devastation unfolds. From the fiery chaos, a monstrous beast emerges. A colossal, crimson behemoth with tusks like daggers and eyes burning with malevolent intent. It roars, a sound that shakes the very foundations of the city. Its destructive power is unleashed. Buildings are crushed like toys, reduced to rubble under its massive feet. The city is under siege. The beast's wrath continues, its furious rampage leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The very air crackles with its power. The creature's terrifying presence dominates the scene. The end is near. Agni's laughter echoes, a triumphant roar that cuts through the air. Ha ha ha. I knew that guy would come out. Kim Mi-jin's eyes widen, a grim understanding dawning on her face. The words hang heavy in the air, the king of the earth and the beasts. A colossal beast, summoned from the depths of the earth, rises above the city. Its shadow falls upon the terrified onlookers below, a creature of immense power, a nightmare made real. The close-up reveals the beast's terrifying eye, glowing with malevolent red light. A low growl rumbles, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Kim Mi-jin's voice is laced with fear, a stark contrast to her usual composure. Damn it! I read about that in the Bible. That thing's treated like a god or a devil. Agni's laughter rings out again, but this time, it holds a chilling edge. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry. That behemoth is only a fragment. The Necromancer's expression is one of cold calculation. It's far weaker than the original behemoth. Oh, what's that thing they say here again? The behemoth's eye, filled with rage, glares at the Necromancer. A guttural roar, thutter shit, shakes the very foundations of the city. The ground trembles as the behemoth unleashes its fury. A wave of destruction washes over the city. Damn it! Above the city, Agni rides a summoned dragon, a fiery trail blazing behind them. He's pissed, the text explodes, mirroring the creature's rage. The dragon, a skeletal behemoth, roars in fury, ngh, a sound that shakes the very foundations of the city below. The raw power is palpable. From a rooftop, Kim Mi-jin surveys the scene, a grim determination etched on his face. Beams of intense energy erupt from the city below, a desperate counterattack begins. Mi-jin's voice cuts through the chaos, everyone, use your talismans. His command is a beacon of hope amidst the fiery destruction. A team of warriors, their faces grim, stand ready. Each holds a talisman, glowing with mystical energy, preparing for a desperate defense. Explosions rock the city as the talismans unleash their power. The dragon is momentarily staggered by the combined assault, KWA. 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 KWA, the sound of the blasts echoes. Mijin, facing the necromancer, declares, "I'll hold him off. You prepare." And Chris. In a shadowy room, a figure smiles, revealing a monocle. The monocle Andromalius gave me. The scene shifts back to the battle. A masked figure receives orders, "I'll leave it to you." "Yes, sir." The final panel shows a terrifying maw opening, revealing a purple orb of energy. Nidhogg, the name is spoken with a mixture of fear and awe. Nidhogg unleashes a torrent of negative energy. A purple tempest erupts from the dragon's maw. The raw power of the attack slamming into the colossal beast. The impact shakes the very ground. But the monstrous creature remains defiant, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. Despite the ferocity of the attack, the beast stands unscathed. A testament to its incredible resilience. Agni, astride Nidhogg, prepares for another assault. Nidhogg blinks, its form flickering in a blur of motion, vanishing in an instant. The Lord Xuanwu's talisman is reducing the burden, but the blink technique still consumes a massive amount of mana. A grim reminder of the battle's high cost. Agni's eyes blaze with fierce determination. A desperate cry escapes his lips, "Kai, Kessel." The colossal beast lunges, its shadow engulfing everything. Blink! A flash of light, and Agni is gone. Two figures, clad in dark armor, unleash a furious assault. Their blades dance in a whirlwind of steel. Cyclone Sword. The combined might of Kai and Kessel cleaves through the air, a devastating blow aimed at the beast's flank. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield, but the behemoth barely flinches. Blood splatters across the ground. "Damn it, he's too sturdy." Agni's frustration boils over. How the hell is this a fragment? The behemoth retaliates, its massive tusks a blur of deadly motion. Agni and Kessel barely evade the crushing blow. Behemoth. Agni unleashes a fiery punch, a searing inferno aimed at the creature's face. The impact reverberates with earth-shattering force. Agni's grin widens, his eyes burning with an intense light. Blood's really boiling. Nidhogg, the colossal beast, descends from the heavens, its crimson eyes burning with malevolent intent. A monstrous shadow falls over the city. Agni, a whirlwind of fire, meets the challenge head-on. "Let's have a proper duel, you and I," he roars, his fiery fists already a blur. A fiery figure explodes onto the scene, a terrifying grin splitting his face as flames erupt around him. His fiery hand reaches out, a searing touch that incinerates everything in its path. The beast roars in agony as the flames engulf it, *kuwuhu. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield. From a distance, observers watch in disbelief. How are his attacks working? The fiery warrior laughs, "Behemoth has the blessing of the earth. Nothing from earth can hurt it." A voice booms across the battlefield, "Non-humans, surpass your limits and fight." A bone spear flies, a blur of motion, piercing through the air with deadly intent. The spear finds its mark, striking the behemoth with bone-shattering force, crack. The behemoth roars in pain, its massive form shuddering under the impact of the blow. Bone explosion. The bone spear detonates, a purple shockwave ripping through the air. But behemoth barely flinches. Damn it, it's completely unfazed. The warrior's frustration is palpable. A fiery fist connects. The impact reverberates through the scene. The fiery warrior's eyes widen in surprise, a mixture of concern and determination. A whirlwind of fire engulfs behemoth. The beast roars in pain as the flames sear its flesh. A blur of motion, a bone spear flies through the air with terrifying speed. The non-human warrior unleashes a devastating attack. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield. Behemoth reels from the combined assault, its massive form momentarily thrown off balance. A desperate lunge. Nidhogg, the non-human warrior, is caught in the beast's grasp. Agni, the fiery warrior, is in a desperate struggle. His fiery form crackles with barely contained power, a testament to the intensity of the battle raging around him. He roars a command, his voice a raw cry echoing through the urban sprawl. A metallic dragon, a terrifying construct, circles overhead, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The non-human warrior, his face etched with grim determination, considers his options. The situation is dire, the behemoth's grip tightens. A wave of dark energy erupts. From the swirling vortex, a swarm of undead soldiers descends, each armed with a deadly weapon. Agni's eyes widen, a grim smile spreading across his face as he prepares for a devastating counterattack. Boom! The missiles strike, obliterating the undead horde in a fiery explosion. The sheer force of the blast sends shockwaves through the city. Agni unleashes a torrent of fire, a maelstrom of pure, destructive energy. His power is amplified, a terrifying spectacle of raw might. The intensity of the flames is breathtaking. Agni's face is contorted in a grimace of exertion, but his eyes burn with unwavering resolve. A question hangs heavy in the air: can even the most powerful warriors overcome such overwhelming odds? The non-human's capabilities are clearly beyond anything previously imagined. The battle rages on, a maelstrom of fire and steel. The non-human warrior watches, his expression unreadable, as the fiery assault continues. A desperate plea. The non-human warrior asks his master for another talisman, his hope dwindling with each passing moment. From the shadows, they emerge, ghastly figures, skeletal and spectral, their eyes burning with an unholy light. The non-human warrior, desperate, cries out, "I need more. More power." His master's voice echoes, something possible for non-humans. A dark energy surges, the warrior prepares for a forbidden ritual. Fusion with the undead. His body transforms, engulfed in purple flames, a terrifying power takes hold. The fusion complete, a monstrous roar shakes the very ground, a new force is unleashed. The warrior's voice booms, "It works." He moves, but with difficulty. But it's hard to move. Kessel, the non-human warrior, cries out in desperation, "Kessel! Absorb me." His plea is a desperate gamble, a last-ditch effort to survive. A surge of dark energy erupts from Kessel as he attempts the fusion. The city around him is a canvas of shadows and purple light. And from within the swirling chaos, a powerful armored figure emerges. "I'll stabilize the fusion and the inner aura." "You fight," a voice commands. Kessel, now partially merged with the dark energy, responds, alright. So you'll be the one behind the wheel." With the fusion stabilized, a new power courses through Kessel. "Ooh! It's easier to move now," he exclaims, his movements suddenly fluid and powerful. Kessel explodes into action, a blur of motion as he dashes towards his enemy. The ground trembles beneath his might. But Agni, the fiery warrior, watches with a cruel smile. "Agni! Stop laughing and help Kessel," a desperate plea rings out, but Agni only laughs louder. "Ka-ha-ha-ha." From the heavens, Nidhogg, the metallic dragon, descends, its metallic scales gleaming ominously. Nidhogg! Behemoth charges, a monstrous silhouette against the stormy sky, its massive form shaking the very ground. The clash is inevitable. The monstrous behemoth unleashes a wave of necrotic energy, a chilling necro-breath that freezes the very air. Simultaneous bombing. The sheer force of the attack is devastating. A maelstrom of purple energy erupts, engulfing everything in its path. The non-human warrior, empowered by the undead energy, moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he closes the distance. And strikes with a swift, precise blow. The fiery warrior watches, a playful smirk dancing on his lips as he observes the chaos unfold. He casually tosses a fiery projectile, adding another layer of destruction to the already brutal scene. The behemoth roars in pain, the impact of the non-human warrior's attack echoing through the battlefield. A crimson gash opens across its thick hide. Despite the ferocity of the assault, the behemoth remains a formidable foe. Ugh! It's tough, he groans, his massive form straining against the combined might of his attackers. The city trembles. A monstrous behemoth descends, its shadow swallowing the streets. A desperate plea echoes across the battlefield. Hyan Bak Nim. The command rings out, a desperate call to arms, Necropolis. The word explodes from the warrior's lips, a surge of raw power unleashed. The behemoth roars, a challenge to its attackers. Haya. A battle cry rings out as the assault intensifies. From above, a fiery warrior rains down destruction. Below, the non-human warrior's reverse gravity attack throws the behemoth off balance, a coordinated strike. A grim realization dawns. Lacking a powerful one-shot attack has always been his weakness. But is there a way to amplify negative mana? A desperate question hangs in the air. With his bestowal spell, it might just work, by bestowing curses and death attributes to a certain medium. The monocle from Visego, the negative mana stored in Lord Xuanwu's talisman, and the mana from those under his contract. The non-human warrior and fiery warrior stand poised, a combined assault brewing against the wounded behemoth. Hyan Bak Nim's command echoes across the battlefield, will defeat it in a single blow. Energy crackles. The non-human warrior unleashes a devastating attack, a surge of purple power erupting from their hands. A wave of raw power that screams across the battlefield. The non-human warrior's face is hidden, but their eyes burn with cold determination as they pronounce their judgment, die. The combined attack explodes. A blinding flash of light engulfs behemoth, the impact sends shockwaves through the very ground itself. The earth cracks open, revealing a chasm of shadow and fire. 3 monstrous figures emerge from the depths. Impressive work, contractor. You'll have no trouble taking on the heavy hitters with an attack like that. A brutal impact. Chris staggers, his body screaming in pain. Arg. Chris. Your limbs, a dark, hooded figure looms, its power palpable, a chilling presence. For me, I'm undead, but even so, please do put me back in one piece, master. Brave souls, you have all passed the test with flying colors. It is now time for the prize. Shwa. A skeletal dragon bursts forth, carrying a cloaked figure into the sky, a majestic, terrifying sight. Ding. Your level has increased. Wow. Ding. Fire resistance and affinity increased. Amazing. Ding. Unlocked BB+, limited to beast-type monsters only. Incredible life force, a wave of power washes over Chris, leaving him breathless. I now take my leave, contractor. Fwoom. The fiery figure ascends, leaving behind a trail of blazing energy. A colossal dragon, scales shimmering, unleashes a torrent of fire. The very air crackles with energy. As a blinding light erupts from below, a divine intervention in the face of utter destruction. May the divine protection of great Allah be with you, the words echo, a prayer amidst the chaos. From a distant vantage point, a man watches the spectacle unfold, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. Blessings from a powerful genie. I wonder what that means, he muses, his gaze fixed on the fiery spectacle. While the hero fought the monstrous behemoth, humanity battled for survival against overwhelming odds. Humanity was fighting for their lives, the grim reality is laid bare. But even amidst the struggle, a chilling truth emerges. However, on the last of the 4 days of darkness, humanity would learn their struggle was in vain. A wave of despair washes over the survivors, their faces etched with the crushing weight of defeat. The aftermath, a desolate landscape, survivors huddled together, their hope extinguished. For, once the threat of the monsters had passed, Mother Nature unleashed her vengeful wrath. God and the devil, the ultimate clash of power, reflected in the very souls of men. Despair grips the hearts of humanity, their pleas echoing in the desolate streets. Our Father in heaven, do not forsake us. Their cries for salvation, a desperate bargain offered to any power that will listen. I'll sell my soul to the devil if it means I can live. From the shadows, a figure emerges, a chilling response to their desperate prayers. You wish to sell your souls in exchange for life? The pact is sealed, a dark power offered, not for souls, but for a different price. We have a deal. I will empower you with the strength to survive. A sinister smile, a chilling revelation. But I will take what is owed to me. The chilling mark of the contract, a bond forged in desperation and shadowed by dark magic. Chills. The brand of the demons, a visible sign of their desperate bargain. They all carried the mark of the demons on their hands. But even in the deepest darkness, hope remains. Before long, light returned to the world. After days of despair, a beacon of light pierces the gloom. The gods have returned. The city, once shattered, is reborn. Buildings rise from the dust, gleaming under a revitalized sun. A testament to the power wielded by the gods. But their intervention was not an act of pure benevolence. Mortals, we will begin our conquest of other worlds. A figure, bathed in golden light, stands before a crowd, arms outstretched. A silent promise, a silent threat. To ensure your survival, you must fight tooth and nail to protect what is rightfully yours. Remember, we are always watching. The weight of their words hangs heavy in the air. A group of people kneel in prayer, a radiant cross hovering above them. The god's departure left its mark. A divine brand, a symbol of power and responsibility. Thanks to the dungeon explorers, civilization was restored in no time. Humanity narrowly escaped an apocalyptic end. The day of the god's advent became known as the Day of Miracles. And so, humanity entered a new age. 6 months later. A meeting unfolds in a modern office. Don't you remember what the president said? Please reconsider. A plea against the looming conflict. The masked man sits, flanked by imposing figures in dark armor. His voice is flat, devoid of emotion. How many times must I repeat myself? He leans back, a subtle shift in posture that speaks volumes. I have no interest in becoming a guardian. The scene shifts. A stark, imposing building stands before us, a symbol of authority, the headquarters of the World Agency's guardians. These protectors of Earth, established to combat extraterrestrial threats, are offered one last chance. Give me a call if you have second thoughts. The masked man remains unmoved. His resolve is unshakable. A flicker of frustration crosses his face. I don't want to be bound by an agency. A question hangs heavy in the air. Where is President Woon when he's needed most? The answer is a bitter pill to swallow. After instructing him on the proper use of the talismans, the president vanished without a trace. And the dungeon management department was dissolved. In its place, a new power rises, the Grey Market Guild. A sleek, modern building, bathed in the glow of neon signs, stands in stark contrast to the old order. The Alien Guild, focused solely on profit and neutrality, believes the real war is just beginning. Money rains down, a symbol of their power and influence. The Grey Market Guild, a ruthless organization willing to acquire anything their clients desire, for the right price. The deal is sealed. Tia's back. Blood stains her clothes as she collapses, a dramatic entrance that speaks volumes. The narrative reveals Tia's unique origin. Once a mere fragment of a doppelganger, she's now a fully independent entity. Meanwhile, the higher-ups are celebrating this development. But their celebration is short-lived. Tia's return is deemed a threat, a preposterous claim given her contributions. Chris remains calm amidst the chaos. He's already prepared for this, planting clones within the ranks of the higher-ups. A strategic move that ensures their swift elimination when the time is right. With that, it's time to go home. Their home, a sleek, modern building in the heart of the city. A stark contrast to the shadowy world they inhabit. And as they arrive, the family is waiting. Tia's excitement is palpable, she's ready to game. Kai, ever vigilant, takes charge of perimeter security. Chris, exhausted, heads inside, leaving the care of his well-being to his loyal companions. Even as he rests, the thought of dinner is on his mind. The quiet hum of anticipation, the promise of a relaxing evening. The sound of a game loading. A sprawling modern living room, the air thick with unspoken tension. Chris lies sprawled on a low sofa, a picture of casual relaxation that belies the weight of his responsibilities. His eyes drift closed, a flashback flickering behind his lids, a shadowy boardroom, figures in suits hunched over a table, a meeting of powerful, unseen forces. A low voice cuts through the silence, a warning that chills him to the bone: sooner or later, there will be another invasion. Brace yourselves. Chris's eyes snap open, a grim determination hardening his features. Another invasion? The possibility hangs heavy in the air, a chilling premonition. Suddenly, a frantic shout pierces the quiet: "Master! Master!" Chris leaps to his feet, his relaxed demeanor gone. A new threat, unexpected and urgent, demands his attention. The door bursts open, revealing a figure radiating confidence and a hint of amusement. "Ha ha ha! You seem to be doing well, Sir Wanhyo." Chris's expression softens slightly, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. "Please drop the formalities, treat me as you have in the past." The newcomer, accompanied by two imposing figures, steps into the room. The tension ratchets up, a silent acknowledgement of the power dynamics at play. A chilling introduction: this is Seer. He also goes by Prince of Hell. Seer, the enigmatic guest, smiles. "Andromalius speaks highly of you," he says, a glint in his eye. He produces a gift. A sleek, dark case. He opens it, revealing its contents: the Horn of Baphomet. "I'm sure it will be of great use to you," Seer adds, his tone smooth as silk. Chris stares, speechless, at the mythical artifact. Seer continues, presenting another gift. A heavy, dark cloth. He unfolds it, revealing a shimmering mithril ingot. Chris's jaw drops. Thank you," he stammers, overwhelmed. The sheer value of the gift leaves Chris awestruck. Amazing, can I really accept something this valuable, he wonders, his mind reeling. The scene shifts. Seer's gaze sharpens. "And you are?" A young woman, Sue, appears, hidden behind Seer's imposing figure. She looks apprehensive, her eyes darting nervously. Chris's eyes widen in recognition. Is that girl, the one known as the Demon's Treasure? Seer's red eyes gleam. Sue speaks, her voice laced with anxiety. "Hey, Andro, why did you bring me here?" Seer turns to Chris, his expression unreadable. "Sir Wanhyo," he begins, "I have a favor to ask of you. Would you take Sunsopik under your wing?" Chris stares, dumbfounded, as Seer lays out his proposition. The weight of the words hangs heavy in the air. "Say what?" The shock is palpable. His eyes widen, reflecting the sheer disbelief of the moment. Is there a problem? The question hangs in the air, a challenge in the voice of the impeccably dressed man. His companion, a young woman in Gothic attire, looks hesitant. We learn their business involves the Asian Federation in China. A significant undertaking, judging by the man's serious expression. A map of China, divided into smaller states, the aftermath of a war, perhaps? A new union has formed between these states. The war's end brings a new wave of refugees seeking asylum. Dantalion will remain in Korea, but he's preoccupied with events in Japan involving the yokai. For this reason, they entrust their treasure to the care of Sunsopik. A weighty responsibility. Sunsu's mind races. Not only must he teach her to control her powers, but he must also protect her. A daunting task ahead is made even more perilous by the very real possibility of her getting hurt. The weight of responsibility settles on Sunsopik's shoulders, a demanding task lies ahead. Miss Peak's sharp cry cuts through the air, Andro. A desperate plea for help, or perhaps, a sign of defiance? Sunsu's gaze hardens. Don't you wish to get stronger, Sue? He presses, his voice a low growl, the offer of power, a tempting proposition. Miss Peak's response is immediate, a single word echoing the gravity of the decision. Fine, I accept. Her shoulders slump, the weight of the world pressing down, a silent acceptance of a path fraught with peril. The scene shifts to a formal setting, a crucial part of her training unfolds, a physical examination, a necessary step. Sun Tzu's words carry a chilling undertone. I need a strand of your hair, a blood sample, and a tissue sample. The vial of blood glints ominously, a stark reminder of the price of power. Miss Peak recoils, a jolt of fear coursing through her veins. What? Sun Tzu's warning hangs heavy in the air. Heed my words, Miss Peak. Mages are greedy by nature, you will always be a target. Sun Tzu Peak, a picture of calm determination, sits across from Miss Peak and her representative. He listens intently as Miss Peak accepts his third condition. A final condition, covering all expenses related to her training, separate from the commission fee. The weight of responsibility settles on Sun Tzu's shoulders. With a practiced ease, Sun Tzu sends an advance deposit via mobile transfer. The transaction is swift, efficient, and leaves no room for doubt. He checks his phone, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. The amount is substantial, far beyond what he initially anticipated. He won't back down now. A firm handshake seals the deal. The sound of the clasp, TUP, echoes the finality of their agreement. The financial commitment is immense, but the potential rewards are even greater. 3 days later, Sun Tzu finds himself in a surprisingly comfortable living room, a stark contrast to the sterile environment he expected. But something isn't right. A chilling presence watches him from the shadows. Miss Peak, lounging casually, seems oblivious. Is this a test? A trap? Sun Tzu's unease grows. He's hyper-aware, every sense heightened. He can feel the eyes on him, cold and calculating. Miss Peak's eyes widen, a mixture of shock and apprehension in their depths. As Sun Tzu Peak reveals a shocking truth about the nature of her own power. The implications hang heavy in the air. A mysterious woman appears, her words hinting at a dark path to unimaginable power. An elixir of eternal life? The price may be far greater than she imagines. A chilling comparison to a pay-to-play item, the cost of power laid bare. The scene shifts. Sun Tzu's words hang in the air, a stark warning. As he reveals a terrifying method of enhancing strength, a glimpse into the brutal reality of their world. The implications are horrifying. Miss Peak recoils, fear etched onto her face. The weight of Sun Tzu's words crashes down on her. A chilling warning of those who hunt for mana, the price of power made clear. Her body trembles, a silent scream of terror. Will she accept this path, or will she flee? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Her fate hangs in the balance. The only solution is to get stronger. No time for fear. Sun Tzu's words echo in Miss Peak's mind, a stark contrast to the terror gripping her. A quiet determination steels her resolve. She's in capable hands, she thinks, her gaze fixed on her teacher. But a blush creeps onto her cheeks, the word teacher hangs heavy in the air, unspoken but felt. A surge of purple energy erupts. Miss Peak stands bathed in an otherworldly glow, power crackling around her. Her eyes blazing with newfound might. 10 times the mana of the master, the words ring true. Sun Tzu watches, a mixture of awe and concern etched on his face. He's come so far, but still no match for her raw power. With a flick of her wrists, Miss Peak manipulates the coins, defying gravity. She uses both black magic and mana to keep them aloft for over 30 seconds. A feat accomplished in mere minutes, a testament to her genius, a genius that leaves Sun Tzu both impressed and slightly unnerved. The air crackles with anticipation, a silent acknowledgement passes between teacher and student. Are you all right, master? Bam! Do I look all right to you? It's not fair. I know there's no such thing as fair in this world, but I'm so angry that I want to get rid of her. What's stopping you? Clench, it's just plain pathetic. Succumbing to such an urge would only make me the lesser person. What's important is that you are self-aware, master. Glance. I envied your quick rise to power and how you surpassed me in such a short time. I even felt the same killing intent as you do now. It wasn't until much later that I finally found a reason to suppress that killing intent. A chilling revelation dawns on Sun Tzu. He stares into the abyss of his own potential, a terrifying power yet untapped. But from the shadows, a voice of wisdom speaks. You did not let your emotions get the best of you today. A skeletal hand gestures, offering guidance. Sun Tzu, his face etched with contemplation, absorbs the words. Use your emotions to pave the way for your growth instead. The advice resonates deep within him. A quiet affirmation. She's right. Sun Tzu's resolve hardens. I need to harness these feelings to propel me to new heights. A burst of purple energy. Magic arrow. The raw power explodes from his hands, a swirling vortex of arcane might. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk the energy coalesces into a focused beam, a weapon of pure magical force. Sun Tzu's eyes gleam with newfound control. A challenge rings out. Why don't you give up already? But Sun Tzu stands defiant, his gaze unwavering. No. I'm going to learn to use proper magic. His determination burns brighter than ever before. The skeletal figure speaks again, his voice laced with understanding. You didn't come here to learn magic, you came here to obtain the strength you need to defend yourself. Don't be stubborn. A moment of doubt flickers in Sun Tzu's eyes. Right. He accepts the guidance. Miss Peak's eyes gleam with mischief, a wicked smile stretching across her face. Really? Is that a promise? She purrs, the words laced with playful menace. Sun Tzu clenches his fist, a steely determination hardening his gaze. He vows, and more importantly, to not fall victim to my own emotions. The scene shifts to the imposing headquarters of the Abyss, the Guild of Black Magic Users. A shadowy figure, his hand marked with a dark sigil, stands before a darkened doorway. This is the heart of their power. Inside, a tense meeting unfolds. Dantalion, a high-ranking demon, is questioned. Dantalion, what's the situation? Dantalion, Great Duke of Hell, smiles confidently. Everything's on track. We will initiate the second stage of the plan. A report is delivered, its implications chilling. Yes, please do, let it be known that the archdemon has taken Sun Tzu Peak to visit Wanhyo. A sinister grin spreads across the face of a blond man, his eyes burning with an unnatural crimson light. How exciting, he whispers, a palpable thrill coursing through him. His gaze drifts off, a question hanging heavy in the air. How will he respond to this new threat, I wonder? The Guardian, the Hunter Associations, and the Abyss, these are the forces arrayed against the encroaching darkness. But a new threat has emerged, the Necropolis, claiming Gangnam District and Seoul as their own, their chilling emblem a skull that speaks of death and dominion. A chilling report, the archdemons Andromalius and Seer, captured within the Asian Federation. A victory, but the war is far from over. For a dangerous player remains at large. Our informant from the Abyss confirms it, the witch is in hiding, her next move shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Dantalion consolidates his power, governing the demon followers in Korea and Japan. A silent, creeping threat. The weight of the world rests on his shoulders. Not yet. The time for decisive action hasn't arrived. But the anticipation is palpable. A strategic meeting unfolds, the air thick with unspoken tension. Hope flickers. I do hope you will bring me information of value in due time. A calculated gamble, a silent prayer for timely intel. A grim determination hardening his gaze. I have a feeling, this is our chance to dispose of the archdemons and their followers once and for all. The tension in the room is palpable. A high-ranking official inquires about the Necromancer's whereabouts. Receiving a frustratingly vague response, we're having a hard time locating him. The official's face hardens. An order is given, please put more effort into your search. The weight of the command hangs heavy in the air. A figure streaks across the city skyline, a blur of motion, whoosh, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. Crystalline shards, imbued with raw power, erupt from the figure's hand, aimed with deadly precision. A defiant laugh rings out. Ha! A burst of purple energy explodes from the opposing figure, a counterattack launched with confidence. The purple energy wielder taunts, "Weren't you the one who advised me not to take flight?" A grim expression settles on the other's face. "Let me give you another piece of advice." A blur of motion. The unnamed protagonist unleashes a devastating magical blast, a wave of violet energy slicing through the air with a swoosh. His opponent recoils, eyes wide with shock. "Ha! This is." But she reacts instantly, summoning a shimmering, hexagonal energy shield. The magical blast impacts the shield with a FWAA. The force of the collision ripples outwards. The dust settles. It's over, he thinks, a grim satisfaction settling on his face. Suddenly, a surge of cyan energy erupts behind him. Shock. His opponent counters with a powerful electric attack. A scream rips through the air as the raw power of the attack hits its mark. Ah! The impact sends her flying, crashing to the ground with a thud. The unnamed protagonist approaches cautiously. He observes her, a thoughtful expression on his face. She's made tremendous strides in a short period of time, he muses. He offers a hand, his voice calm. Let's take a break. Mark my words, I'm going to beat you in the next round. The young woman strides down a long, dimly lit corridor, a sense of foreboding hangs in the air. She enters a stark training chamber. A grotesque goblin sits bound in the center, watched by two shadowy figures. The air crackles with anticipation. Kill the monster. The order is given, a chilling command echoing in the silence. The goblin's eyes widen in terror. But there's a catch. Bare hands only. The instructor's words hang heavy in the air, a challenge, a test of skill and resolve. Her eyes widen, disbelief etched across her face. This is unexpected. The goblin, a terrifying creature, bares its fangs, a primal threat. A skeletal figure observes, a chilling smirk playing on its lips. We went through hell to bring him here. What are you waiting for? Kill him. The instructor's sharp command cuts through the tension. The moment of truth arrives. She takes a deep breath, sweat beading on her brow. The fight begins. The goblin shrieks, "Gra!" A club held loosely in its grasp. Terror is etched onto its face. The female opponent approaches, her expression grim. The air crackles with anticipation. She draws a blade with a swift FWIP, a blur of motion. With a guttural cry of "die," she plunges the blade into the goblin. Blood splatters, a brutal, visceral impact. The goblin's death throes are punctuated by the sounds of SHLUK, SHLUK as more blood gushes forth. Die, die, she screams, relentless. A final, desperate cue escapes the goblin's lips as its lifeblood drains away. The goblin collapses with a final thwomp, its lifeless body lying still. She stands, panting, stained crimson. She catches her breath, the horror of the act reflected in her wide eyes. Ha! The instructor speaks, "Okay, let's move on to sparring." A skeletal figure whispers a question to the instructor, "Master, you're really making her do this?" The countdown begins. 10 seconds until the brutal training exercise commences. A lone female trainee stands poised, her back to us, facing 3 opponents. The instructor barks a single word, "Start." A blur of motion. She explodes into action, a whirlwind of calculated violence. The sound of a desperate cry echoes. And a goblin falls, pierced by her blade. The swift, brutal efficiency is chilling. Rage boils within her. "You're trash," she screams, her voice raw with fury and exhaustion. The weight of the training, the violence she's inflicted, it's all too much. The instructor's voice cuts through her anguish. This training is crucial to your survival. You have blood on your hands now, it's an awful feeling, isn't it? A cold, hard truth hangs in the air. The instructor's words echo the grim reality of their world. people like you and me have no choice but to kill. The scene shifts. We see a group of figures, cloaked in shadows, moving through a city street. They are the Necromancer and loathsome devil contractee. Among them, a woman stands out. Sun Tzu Peak, the one who manifested the archdemons. The users of divine magic see her as a menace that must be disposed of. A single footstep echoes in the silence. The trainee's despair is palpable. This isn't what I wanted. All I wanted was for someone to help me. Tears stream down her face, a desperate cry escaping her lips. I didn't want to die. I wanted to live. The anguish continues, a raw, visceral plea against the unfairness of it all. But God wouldn't come to my aid. What choice did I have but to turn to demons? She collapses, her body racked with despair, a question echoing in the silence. What did I do to deserve this? It isn't fair. A cold voice cuts through her despair. That's right. Life is never fair. The scene shifts, revealing a brutal training exercise. Goblins and monstrous wolves surround her, their eyes glowing menacingly, a stark choice presented, fight or die. She runs, a desperate attempt to escape the jaws of death. The impact. A sickening thud as she hits the ground, the instructor watches impassively. A guttural cry of pain, a desperate struggle for survival. Exhausted, she finally falls asleep. The instructor observes, his expression unreadable, a decision made. He announces the end of her training for the day, a grim understanding passing between him and a silent, skeletal figure. Whoosh! Blood splatters across the ground as the young woman crumples. Tia! She catches her breath, eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. There have been a few suspicious individuals lurking in the area lately. At first, I assumed they were just normal civilians, but recently, mana users and divine magic users have been coming around. If my suspicions are correct, they will ambush us in the next 2 to 4 days. A grim warning hangs heavy in the air. I overheard the one I presume to be the commander say, "Mobilize the troops." The tension ratchets up a notch. Anyway, good work. Keep a close eye on them. He nods, a silent acknowledgement of the danger. He. Just leave it to me. A confident smirk plays on her lips. The young woman's resolve is unshaken. Chris, what's the update on Miss Peak's equipment? A skeletal figure, glowing with an eerie blue light, speaks. Teacher, please make me some ramen. The girl's demand is immediate, her hunger palpable. 3 bowls, she specifies, with a glint of determination in her eyes. But that's not all. Fried chicken, pizza, hamburgers, pasta, and sushi, the order explodes, a whirlwind of culinary desires. Is this stress eating? The question hangs in the air, unanswered, clack. A sharp sound cuts through the tension. A decision is made. I'm going to live. I don't want to die. A defiant declaration, a fist clenched tight, fueled by a fierce will to survive. If it's kill or be killed. I choose to kill. The words hang heavy, a chilling resolve settling over the scene. Relief washes over the man, he expected this decision to take much longer. Chris, how are things on your end? A low hum of anticipation. The answer arrives, chillingly efficient. The decomposition process was a success. A skeletal figure, cloaked in shadow, speaks of grim achievements, slosh. The sound of liquids mixing, a potent concoction brewing. 2 currents of energy, violet and cyan, swirl around the girl. Her power, it's not fixed, it flows in any direction. She's like a vessel, capable of emptying her contents, separating the mana and dark magic within, a terrifyingly versatile weapon. Chris arrives at the same conclusion, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He's seen this before. But he sees her differently, as a blank canvas, a vessel to be filled, molded to his will. A dangerous game begins. Her eyes blaze with a chilling intensity. The girl is not merely a subject, she's a pawn in a much larger game. The stakes are higher than ever. A chilling revelation, this isn't the first time Chris has encountered someone like her. The whispers of past failures echo in the silence. Two others, lost, broken. The weight of his past mistakes hangs heavy in the air. He seeks answers, a way to control the uncontrollable. A shadowy figure, skeletal and cloaked, sits across from a man in a dimly lit room. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A question hangs heavy in the air, you mean Agni? The skeletal figure remains silent, a chilling stillness settling over the scene. Elsewhere, a powerful figure, muscles rippling beneath tan skin, stands before Chris. The words "I cannot speak" of the girl echo in the silence. But Chris's suspicions are confirmed. She is indeed a force to be reckoned with, he thinks, a grim satisfaction twisting his lips. A close-up reveals a vial of glowing purple liquid. The man's face is a mask of ecstatic glee. With this, I shall increase my power rank, he exclaims. The skeletal figure's gaze sharpens. If the archdemons entrusted me with someone as important as her, they must have a hidden agenda. He muses, a calculating glint in his eye. The scene shifts. A sudden, violent bang shatters the quiet. A scream, *Kaya pierces the air. Chris is startled, his eyes widening in alarm as a FWIP sound indicates something has just flown past him. He's clearly caught off guard. A fling sound echoes as Chris's face contorts in a silent scream. Sunsa dash, he mouths, his expression a mixture of fear and disbelief. A blinding flash illuminates the scene. Agni lies on the floor, her head in her hands, clearly distressed. The scene ends on a note of uncertainty. Panic grips Miss Peak as a voice cuts through the chaos. Miss Peak, head to the basement. The ground trembles, a chilling announcement echoes, we're under attack. Explosions rock the building. Debris rains down as the world erupts in fire and chaos. Rat-a-ta-ta, bra-ta-ta, the sounds of war fill the air. Chris's eyes widen in disbelief. I anticipated an ambush, but bombs. He grabs Miss Peak, shouting, "Move it," as bullets whiz past them. TK, 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 TK. Meanwhile, in the security room, a chilling figure observes the unfolding catastrophe on the monitors. The skeletal figure watches, their expression unreadable. The crystal ball reveals a grim truth: a legion of divine magic users encircles their base. The skeletal figure speaks, they're likely fanatics. A tense exchange. You understand the gravity of the situation, right? Miss Peak's voice is barely a whisper. Yes. Chris's eyes harden, a steely glare reflecting his grim determination. Be prepared to fight. A wave of purple energy washes over the girl, transforming her dress, imbuing it with arcane power. The transformation complete, she stands poised, ready for battle. Chris presents her with a staff, its gems gleaming with potential. Here. It's a staff specifically designed with you in mind, he says. She accepts the staff, a quiet thank you escaping her lips. A grim determination sets in. Chris outlines their strategy. First, we break the siege. He's flanked by armored figures, ready to fight. His confident smirk speaks volumes. I have a plan. We won't take this lying down. The gravity of the situation is laid bare. A soldier shouts, our enemy is a skilled necromancer and a witch who has signed a contract with an archdemon. A door creaks open, revealing a horrifying sight. The undead rise, a legion of the damned, their presence chilling. With a thunderous stomp stomp stomp, the undead advance, a terrifying wave of death. The undead horde presses forward, a terrifying wave of decay and death. Their relentless advance is a chilling symphony of screeches and stumps. And the paladins stand firm, their faces grim, a silent prayer on their lips as they brace for impact. Hup, they cry, steeling themselves for the onslaught. The first wave crashes against the paladins' defenses. TK 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 ring out as bolts of energy fly, RA Tata Tata, as the paladins counter with their own attacks. Explosions rock the battlefield, kaboom. Kapow. As the clash of magic and steel fills the air. a paladin unleashes a devastating blow. Crash! Bam! Schwap! The impact sends a shockwave through the undead ranks, shattering bones and scattering the vile creatures. But more rise to take their place. Thud! Thwack! The ground trembles under the relentless assault. A paladin cries out in despair, "Damn it! They're spawning faster than we can kill them." Hope flickers as a skeletal figure raises its arms, a desperate plea rising from its hollow sockets. "Please demonstrate the glorious power of your divine protection in our time of need." The paladins, their faith renewed, cry out in unison, "I beseech you." Their voices rise in a fervent prayer, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. And a blinding light erupts. Zuian! The divine power surges forth, a wave of radiant energy washing over the battlefield. The undead are thrown back, their bodies dissolving into dust. Thwump! Weapons and armor are scattered across the ground, the remnants of a shattered army. Leaving only the paladins, exhausted but victorious, standing amidst the lingering smoke and ash. The battlefield is a maelstrom of chaos, a desperate retreat is ordered. Troops scatter, their boots pounding the earth, TK TK TK, the rhythmic thud of their retreat echoing across the ravaged landscape. A path of destruction lies ahead, the ground cracked and scarred, a testament to the brutal conflict. A missile streaks across the sky, a silver arrow of death. Its descent is swift, unstoppable. The missile screams towards its target, RRR, a deafening roar that precedes annihilation. Kaboom! The earth trembles, a cataclysmic explosion engulfs the area in fire and fury. A blinding flash, a searing heat, then, silence. Amidst the devastation, a new order is given, the survivors regroup, their resolve hardened. The relentless march forward continues, TK, each step a testament to their unwavering determination. The clash. A flurry of blows, punctuated by the sharp TK of steel on steel. The masked figure, a blur of motion, pushes back against his opponent. Each strike a testament to his skill, a dance of death played out in the heart of the city. Gasping for breath, she staggers back, her face a mask of exertion. "I made a mistake," she admits, her voice strained. The masked figure observes, a hint of grim satisfaction in his eyes. She has a surprising lack of stamina. The scene shifts. They stand amidst the towering structures of a futuristic cityscape, the air thick with unspoken tension. He speaks, his voice cold and resolute, "Just know that I will not put my life on the line to protect you." Her eyes widen, fear and betrayal warring within them. A tremor runs through her body as she whispers, "Are you going to abandon me?" He hesitates, his gaze unwavering. "No, I'll do my best to protect you." But a shadow of doubt lingers in his tone. A stark contrast to his earlier declaration. "But I have only one life." The desperation in her plea is palpable. Please don't leave me behind." A desperate lunge, a desperate grasp, whoosh the wind whips past as she lunges for him, her fear giving way to a primal need for survival. "I don't want to die." A jolt of energy courses through her, a sudden surge of power. His voice cuts through the chaos, "Don't be foolish." He stands before her, his resolve unshaken. "I cannot be the one to save you." A chilling ultimatum echoes in the shadowed alleyway. Chris's face, partially obscured, is a mask of cold resolve. While the girl's eyes, wide with terror, reflect the stark reality of her situation. Fight or die. The choice is hers. The weight of the past crashes down. You can't turn back time. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken consequences. And the truth, a bitter pill to swallow, is revealed. Everyone already knows you as the one who summoned the archdemon. A silent nod. A single word, a confession, "I know." The scene shifts. A desperate plan unfolds. "Chris, Kai, and Castle will buy us some time with their disguises," a voice whispers, a glimmer of hope in the face of overwhelming odds. But the threat remains, a storm gathering on the horizon. A brutal clash. Swords clash, magic explodes. But ultimately, you're the one the fanatics are after. The danger intensifies, a chilling warning. Worse yet, if they ever come to learn about your body's unique properties, they'll stop at nothing to have you. 3 choices, or is it 4? The grim ultimatum is laid bare: be their guinea pig, kill, or be killed. There's 4. You can choose to kill yourself. Despair. A silent scream. I hate it. I hate my reality. And a bitter resentment. And I hate you for showing it to me. But above all, I hate this world. A grim determination. Let's keep moving. I'll do my best to protect you, but there's only so much I can do. Ultimately, it's up to you to save yourself. The chase is on. Through the city streets, they run, a desperate flight from unseen pursuers. Enemy sighted. A sudden whoosh of movement, and the battle begins. A desperate call for backup echoes through the air, as the odds against them grow. A wave of magical energy explodes outwards, engulfing their enemies in a storm of power. His eyes widen, reflecting the sheer terror of the situation. A cold sweat prickles his skin. Fear grips her, a silent scream trapped behind clenched teeth, her eyes darting around, searching for an escape. The fanatics close in, their hate a palpable force. Die, witch, they roar, their blades flashing. Devil worshipper. You are evil incarnate, the accusations ring out. Die, demon bitch, the final blow is struck. A flurry of blows, a desperate struggle for survival, the ground is littered with fallen bodies. A blinding flash. The air crackles with energy as a powerful blast rocks the battlefield. The relentless barrage continues. BRRRTTA, the sounds of heavy weaponry fill the air as the protagonist and the mysterious woman fight back to back. The mysterious woman's eyes flash with a mixture of fear and grim determination. Are they that determined to kill me, she wonders, gritting her teeth. The protagonist, unfazed, unleashes a flurry of defensive spells. FSHK, shield. Bone shield, he shouts, deflecting the incoming fire. FSHK, he continues his desperate defense, summoning more power. Ghost shield. Summon bone whirl. The spells weave a protective barrier around him. The scene shifts. A chilling tableau unfolds. The protagonist and the mysterious woman stand defiantly before a legion of armored figures. The air is thick with tension. Of the unclean ones, mark our words, this will be your final resting place, the leader of the legion bellows, his voice echoing through the desolate space. But the protagonist stands firm. SSK, with a decisive gesture, he cuts off their advance. Enough, he states, his voice calm but resolute. Beep, a chilling report comes over the radio. The witch and the fallen gravekeeper are besieged in the crematorium, awaiting execution. The camera pulls back, revealing a panoramic view of the scene. I repeat, the witch, a voice says ominously, as the fate of the protagonists hangs precariously in the balance. A sinister smirk plays on the masked man's lips. So, they plan to burn us? The mysterious woman and the protagonist stand back to back, a golden light radiating from them, facing a legion of figures in white robes, a desperate stand against overwhelming odds. The protagonist's voice rings out, defiant. I haven't hurt or wronged anyone at all. All I want is to live. A jolt of energy courses through the air as the protagonist explains his situation. I called for help, and as it happened, the demons were the first ones to answer my pleas. Countless lives lost, and they are among the few survivors. The weight of the world rests on their shoulders. A blinding beam of light erupts. Repent and surrender your life to God. In return, we will grant you a painless death. The masked man's voice booms, a chilling offer of salvation. You were robbed of your final hour, but do not fear. Our merciful God will forgive you and welcome you into heaven. Done. Fear grips the mysterious woman as her eyes glow crimson. A cold reminder of their past failures. You should have died that night. This is your chance to redeem yourself. The masked man's words hang heavy in the air, they don't listen to logic. They're called fanatics for a reason. A wave of fervent chanting rises from the assembled crowd, a sea of white robes under the golden light. Brothers, let us bring divine judgment upon them in the name of God's blessing. The leader's voice booms, a call to arms that echoes through the square. No. I don't want to. Terror grips the mysterious woman. Her eyes widen, reflecting the purple energy surging within her. Pow! Crash! A blinding flash of purple energy erupts from the woman, shattering the air and sending shockwaves through the ranks of the fanatics. Rack! The force of the blast throws her back, leaving her reeling, but her eyes burn with defiance. Scratches mar her face, a testament to her struggle. Die, witch! Stand trial before the eyes of God. The fanatics advance, their faces contorted with righteous fury. Their attack is relentless. SHLK. Pow! Schluck! The battle rages. Purple energy clashes with holy light in a whirlwind of destruction. The protagonist fights back with desperate determination. Please. Just leave me alone. The mysterious woman's voice cracks, her plea lost in the chaos of battle. Despair threatens to consume her. Why are they trying so hard to kill me? A fallen fanatic lies dead, his armor stained crimson. The question hangs heavy in the air. Are we so different? At the end of the day, we're all human. A chilling realization dawns on the protagonist as he observes the fallen foe. A maniacal laugh echoes, filling the air with chilling glee. The protagonist flinches, a stark contrast to the woman's unrestrained madness. Her eyes burn with a fierce determination. Thanks to you, I've made up my mind. A chilling declaration follows, you're not human after all. You're all stray dogs waiting for a god who abandoned you. Simply put, you're beasts. The scene shifts to a city street, a stark backdrop to her words. The purpose of the living is to live, but you deny that truth. Her voice drips with bitter resentment. They claim that my life is a sin and that I have no right to live, all because I signed a contract with a demon. A city street, lined with soldiers in white, stands as a symbol of oppression. What's more, they force their beliefs onto people like me. A sinister smile spreads across her face. I have no reason to hesitate anymore, much less feel any shred of guilt. The truth is that they are evil itself, they're no better than monsters. Shwook! Qua! A wave of dark energy erupts, engulfing the soldiers. Schluck! Splitch! The scene explodes in a maelstrom of power. Arg! The impact of the dark magic is brutal, leaving devastation in its wake. The air crackles with dark energy. A guttural scream echoes as the mysterious woman unleashes a torrent of power. A wave of purple and gold magic explodes outwards, SHLUK. Fwoom! The force of the blast sends shockwaves through the very ground. Shwa! The mysterious woman's eyes gleam with malevolent satisfaction. Her lips curl into a sinister smile, victory is hers. So you finally reveal your true colors, which, a voice roars, filled with righteous fury. But the mysterious woman remains unfazed. My true colors? I simply formed an opinion about you, and I finally accept myself for who I am, she replies, her voice dripping with icy confidence. The protagonist, his face etched with worry, speaks to the mysterious woman, I'll leave our defenses to you, teacher. The mysterious woman simply nods, her eyes burning with dark power. FWIK. A finger snaps. A subtle gesture, yet it speaks volumes. The stage is set. FWIP. A sudden, violent motion. The power surges, a dark wave crashing over the battlefield. Oh! The ground trembles as the mysterious woman's dark magic engulfs her enemies. A wave of destruction washes over the scene. The protagonist watches, his expression a mixture of fear and awe. That's the attack I taught her. The impact. A wave of dark energy rips through the air, leaving a trail of destruction. And the mysterious woman stands amidst the chaos, eyes blazing with an unearthly light. Her power is terrifying, absolute. Her victims lie scattered, unconscious, a testament to the raw might she commands. A chilling gaze, a pointed finger, a silent command. The protagonist watches, aghast. God Almighty, he cries, I surrender my life to you. I will honor you in all ways. His desperation is palpable, a desperate plea for survival, a sacrifice offered to an overwhelming force. And from the depths of his being, a golden light erupts. A blinding radiance. The protagonist's transformation is complete. Those watching can only stare in stunned silence. As the true cost of his desperate act is revealed. Sacrificial magic, a voice whispers, by releasing their will to God's hands, they attain. I was anticipating this move with the conviction that soon Su-Peek would awaken her full powers. So they're prepared to throw away their own lives. A wave of self-sacrificial energy radiates from the enemy forces. The ground trembles, a blinding flash engulfs the battlefield. Dun. Summon shining stronghold. The young sorceress raises her staff, a golden light erupting from the tip. Teacher! She cries out, a desperate plea in her voice. Listen carefully. They're performing self-sacrificial magic. Their will manifests itself in the attack. And what they're after is, your death. The only way for you to survive is, to swallow it whole. Swallow what? Su-Peek's eyes blaze with fierce determination. Absorb their attack, he roars, his very being alight with power. His teacher's voice cuts through the chaos, a mix of awe and urgency. Not only do you command both black magic and mana, you have the ability to wield powers above and beyond. Crack! The protective barrier around them begins to crumble under the relentless assault. Panic etched on his face, Su-Peek shouts, the barrier won't hold much longer. But help is on the way. Brace yourself. I'll help, a voice cries out as a blinding light erupts. Boom! The force of the impact shatters the remaining barrier into 1,000 glittering fragments. The ensuing chaos is breathtaking. A flurry of attacks, a clash of magic, and the rattle of weapons. CHK. Su-Peek's teacher engages the enemy, a fierce warrior with a spear. Kaya-I-A-Ia. A pained scream echoes as one of the attackers is struck down. The battle rages on. Su-Peek grits his teeth, his eyes burning with resolve. Listen. From this point on, their fates are intertwined. From this point on, you and I are directly linked. We're in this together. A wave of power surges between them, a bond forged in the heart of battle. Su-Peek grits his teeth, a grim determination etched on his face. If you die, I die. His teacher's voice cuts through the chaos, a battle cry echoing in the heart of the storm. So keep it together. Got it. A blinding flash of light erupts as Su-Peek's teacher unleashes a devastating attack. Eat up. Incidentally, divine magic's natural enemy is black magic. The raw power surges, a torrent of energy consumed and redirected. Consume the divine power and use it to boost your black magic. A sophisticated man in a suit leans back, a smirk playing on his lips. Say a war between light and darkness took place. Who do you reckon would emerge victorious? Light. His companion's response is immediate, unwavering. But the man's smile only widens. Because light makes darkness fade. The man's amusement is palpable. Wrong. The correct answer is that the stronger force will win in the end. Flash. A blinding light erupts, the raw power of magic unleashed. Su-Peek, battered but defiant, grits his teeth. Plop. Glue. Blood splatters as he absorbs a devastating blow. The man in the suit watches, a smirk playing on his lips. Things are going according to plan, he observes, his eyes gleaming with cold calculation. But even his carefully laid plans are faltering. His body is reaching its limits. Shee-heek. The strain is evident. The woman in black, her own body showing signs of immense strain, watches with growing concern. At this rate, Supik screams in agony as the combined force of the attack pushes him to the brink. The raw energy threatens to consume him. The woman in black cries out in alarm as she too is caught in the blast. The shockwave throws her back. A gentle breeze blows through the city streets, a stark contrast to the chaos that has just unfolded. A chilling command echoes through the air. Kill them. Kill the witch and the demon. The order is given, and a hail of bullets rains down, bratata, a furious assault on our heroes. But escape is impossible. Another volley of shots, fwing, the relentless pursuit continues. Fwing. More shots fired, the desperate struggle for survival intensifies. The attack is relentless. Supik, eyes blazing with defiance, crouches low, a dark aura swirling around him. The soldiers, faces etched with fear, are frozen in place. Chills run down their spines as they face the raw power emanating from him. That was close. Supik and the woman in black exchange a look, a shared understanding passing between them. Unbeknownst to the soldiers, a cunning plan unfolds. The man in the suit orchestrated a deception, feeding them false intel to force a desperate sacrifice. He never anticipated they'd use 200 at once, though. Regardless, the sacrifice spell was cast on Supik. The woman in black's transformation is complete. To harness the raw power she absorbed, her body underwent a radical reconstruction. A complete body change. A calculated risk by her teacher, but one that paid off handsomely. A surge of energy explodes from her, a blinding flash of purple light. Whoosh! The raw power unleashed. A deafening roar, ARGH, asterisk AHHH, asterisk as the shockwave tears through the very fabric of reality. But even as chaos reigns, a new arrival appears. Sorry, we're late, they say, a hint of amusement in their voice. The man in the suit and his team arrive, their presence radiating power and control. Let us handle the rest, he commands, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Good work, he adds, acknowledging the woman in black's success. Elsewhere, the aftermath of the battle unfolds. A powerful force, swoosh, leaves its mark on the city. The man in the suit surveys the damage, his expression unreadable. His gaze falls upon the woman in black, a silent acknowledgement of their shared victory. A brief exchange, a quiet thank you from the man in the suit to his subordinate. The air crackles with unspoken understanding. The man in the suit addresses the collateral damage with practiced ease. Unfortunately, your residents took considerable damage. Rest assured, we will reimburse you, he assures the affected party, his tone smooth and dismissive. Care to come with us? The offer hangs in the air, a question mark in the cityscape. A firm refusal. No thanks, we'll part ways here. It's too dangerous to go with them now. The weight of the decision settles on his shoulders. Understanding dawns. I understand. We'll meet again. Let's go, Sue. A parting, but not a farewell. The air crackles with unspoken potential. Whoosh! The man in the suit vanishes in a blur of motion, leaving only the echo of his departure. The aftermath of power. Two strange, golden plates lie on the ground, remnants of a potent energy surge. A terrifying presence materializes. Nidhogg. The name itself whispers of ancient power, as a monstrous skull descends, engulfing Supik. A quiet command, a steely gaze. Take care of the rest. The weight of responsibility falls upon Supik's shoulders. Thwump! The impact reverberates, a brutal blow that sends shockwaves through the scene. Supik lies wounded, surrounded by allies. A moment of vulnerability, a stark contrast to his recent empowerment. Whoosh! A majestic dragon takes flight, soaring through the heavens, carrying Supik away to safety. Dantalion, the man in the suit, watches Nidhogg soar into the distance. A difficult decision weighs on him, even breaking a contract might be necessary. His associates, however, have a different idea. Their voices are cold, their intentions clear: eliminate Su-Peek. One of them reveals a chilling detail: Su-Peek has attained divine powers, defying even Visego's prophecy. A skull with a glowing eye socket is shown, a symbol of this power. Despite the uncertainty, they deem it too risky to let Su-Peek live. The decision is made: he must be eliminated. But Dantalion hesitates. He sees a different path, a chance for a powerful alliance. Maintaining their partnership could bring Su-Peek to their side eventually. Reluctantly, Dantalion agrees to their demands, but his expression reveals his inner conflict. Suddenly, 3 powerful blasts erupt from the ground. Whoosh, the earth trembles under the force of the attack. Blood splatters across the ground, a gruesome sign of the attack's success. Glug glug. And then, a young girl appears, seemingly unaffected, amidst the carnage. SHWOOK, her eyes glow with an unsettling intensity. Her eyes blaze with an unearthly light. Their plan to kill Sunsa-Peek ended in utter failure. The fanatics perished, along with many soldiers who had been complicit in their operation. A scene of carnage unfolds. Footage of that night's massacre, a horrifying record of their actions, was sent to various authorities while I was in a coma. The truth, revealed. Each organization received a video, and a list of survivors. I delivered to you the words of Wanhyo. His voice, grave and determined. My ultimate goal is survival. And that depends on the survival of our planet. Therefore, I will cooperate with all who are prepared to fight against our advancing invaders. A declaration of unity. Not long after, the fanatics' actions received widespread criticism. The fallout begins. A desperate gambit. Fanatics, driven to the edge, choose self-sacrifice in a final, defiant stand. Their last breaths a vow of vengeance against their enemies. 30 days, lost in slumber. He blinks, disoriented, then focuses on the screen. A grim update. 1,000 fanatics are now behind bars, thanks to the gray market's efficiency. The prison overcrowding crisis is solved. The gray market's infrastructure expands, its operations growing more sophisticated. But their unique payment system is revealed: monster byproducts, precious metals, and rare earth elements. Our currency is worthless to them. A stark realization dawns: Earth is weak compared to Edea, his birthplace. A world teeming with mana, where life forms beyond our wildest dreams exist. A spectral skull peers over his shoulder, a silent testament to this truth. And then, the breathtaking revelation: in Edea, dragons exist. A young man, skeptical, questions the legends. What is all the hype about? After all, there are no dragons on Earth. But the possibility remains. Is there any chance of dragons returning to Earth? According to Dantalion, it's been eons since they left. The dragons have found a new home. A celestial being and a demonic entity clash, a pivotal moment. And that launched the age of mythology? Edea is not so different in that aspect, but dragons add a dangerous twist. The implications are clear. Sounds dangerous. I guess humans have no place in Edea. But a counterpoint emerges. I'd say it's still habitable. A sudden shift in momentum. SK, the time has come. A wave of energy washes over him. SWO, SWO. After linking with Sunsa-Peek, while asleep, he experienced 2 drastic changes to his body. The results are extraordinary. This is extraordinary. His body is now capable of harnessing both divine magic and black magic. But there's a warning. Unfortunately, there are 2 issues that may arise from this new development. A solution is at hand. I already have a solution in mind. But first, there's a meeting. But first, we'll meet with the Abyss to be. We've been compensated for our troubles. The words hang in the air, a promise of reward after a hard-fought victory. A grand manor stands before them, a testament to the wealth and power of their benefactor. Sunlight glints off its many windows, hinting at the opulence within. Welcome. A woman's voice, smooth as silk, cuts through the quiet anticipation. But her companions are less than reassured. But how do you plan to get around? I mean, you're a walking target. The concern is palpable. The woman smiles, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Revealing a mask, a clever disguise. That's why I have this, the ectoplasm mask. It's my disguise. The team moves as one, a well-oiled machine, their steps synchronized as they navigate the city streets. A silent question hangs between two of them. Are you sure about this? The woman's response is immediate and unwavering. Of course. I owe you my life. Her gratitude is genuine, a powerful bond forged in shared peril. Her companions exchange a look. And a smile spreads across one's face. Okay then, I won't object. The tension breaks, replaced by a shared sense of camaraderie. Our mages already started on an impressive shopping list. The words are light, but the underlying implication is clear, they're in for a wild ride. The Grey Market. A nondescript building, from the outside. Inside, however, a different story unfolds. Castle and the Mage Lady, along with their companions, step into the unknown. Their eyes widen. A gasp escapes one of them. Wow! A hidden world, nestled within the mundane. A multi-level structure rises amidst towering trees, a breathtaking sight. A bustling marketplace unfolds before them, filled with fantastical beings and exotic goods. A vibrant scene of otherworldly commerce. A voice cuts through the lively atmosphere. Teacher, all the employees here are a different race. The revelation hangs in the air, a shared look of wonder and disbelief passes between Castle and the Mage Lady. But a shadow falls across their faces. The Mage Lady's expression shifts subtly, a flicker of concern in her eyes. She's noticed. Looks like she noticed I'm a necromancer. From what I hear, elves despise the undead. An elf manager approaches, bowing deeply. I apologize for the negative experience you had with my employee. It's all over, or is it? Anna's apology is accepted, but the tension remains palpable. The Grey Market, a place of otherworldly wonders and hidden dangers. A voucher for exclusive use at the Grey Market? A generous offer, but what's the catch? The Korean branch store manager, a seemingly innocuous introduction, but his smile hints at something more. Mr. Hyenbok Kim, the name rings a bell. Recognition dawns on his face, he knows who they are. The Grey Market's exterior, a deceptively normal park setting, masking the wonders within. But the manager knows their identities. You're famous, he exclaims. And there's more, a very special lady among them. Intrigue thickens. The manager gestures towards the entrance, promising wonders within. A flash of brilliant blue, a mana crystal, radiating power. Sparkle. The sheer energy is almost palpable. Castle's keen eye catches the detail, a mage's eye for valuables. This is no ordinary crystal, only 5 exist in the world. The question hangs in the air, what about elsewhere? The implications are vast. Over 10,000 first-rate mana crystals, the Grey Market's true scale is revealed. A treasure trove beyond imagination. The price of power is steep. A set of 5 mana crystals. 100 pounds of refined mithril. The sheer cost is enough to make anyone's eyes widen. A chest bursts open, revealing a treasure trove of mithril. Hyunum, that's a hefty sum. The deal is sealed with a flourish, a satisfying FWOSH as the payment is made. The merchant's face speaks volumes. Only a handful of people in Korea own that much mithril, let alone 100 pounds. The weight of this transaction hangs heavy in the air. The Grey Market, a place where even the most discerning eyes can find something to covet. And that's exactly what Hyunum is about to do. A tremor runs through the merchant as he accepts the payment. The sheer wealth exchanged leaves him visibly shaken. Thank you for your purchase. Hyunum's smirk is subtle, but speaks volumes. He knows the true value of what he just acquired. Your products are worth the price. But the satisfaction is short-lived. A glint of purple in Hyunam's eye, smirk he sees through the merchant's game. This bastard tried to keep the good stuff from us. A token of appreciation, a gift to show gratitude for their patronage. The merchant's smile is strained, but he hands over the envelopes. A subtle warning. Please don't open these here. I suggest you read it in private. The weight of secrecy hangs heavy in the air, SK. A triumphant laugh echoes. Ha 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 ha. The thrill of the chase, the satisfaction of a successful transaction. The air crackles with unspoken power. The gray market crew strolls away, their laughter echoing in the air, a stark contrast to the grim expression on Castle's face. Did you see the look on his face? With every purchase we made, he died a little inside, one of them cackles. Castle and Anna continue walking, a thoughtful silence between them. Anna glances at the package in his hand, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Anyway, Castle mutters, I wonder what's in here. Suddenly, Anna's eyes widen, a jolt of electricity seems to course through her as she stares at the contents of the package. Jolt! The message inside is chillingly clear, the invasion is set to begin tomorrow. The first stage of this invasion will be similar to what you experienced during Earth's 4 days of darkness. I wish you the best of luck. The weight of the impending invasion settles heavily on Anna's shoulders as she carefully folds the letter. The invasion is upon us, a chilling realization dawns. Chris, Castle, and Kai, they're heading straight to the base. A coordinated response is underway. An invitation to join forces, but hesitation clouds his judgment. He doesn't fully trust them. A lone wolf's resolve hardens. He'll forge his own path, his own way. It can't be helped, a farewell, tinged with a hint of melancholy. A promise of a future encounter hangs in the air. Yes, we'll meet again. Whoosh! A monstrous claw descends from the sky, the city shrinks beneath its shadow. The gray market's intel, it's not the first time they've provided such assistance. But why? Their motives remain shrouded in mystery. They've arrived, at the heart of the conflict. The battle is about to begin. The Forsaken Land, ravaged by war and now overrun by monsters, a chilling wind whispers through the ruins. North Korea. A grim landscape, marked by decay and the weight of unseen horrors. Mana flows along ley lines, intersecting with points of yin energy, a hidden power, waiting to be harnessed. It was former President Young Guk-woon who revealed the secret of the dragon veins. And by mastering the alignments and energy flow, analyzing the topography, one can find the dragon veins and the blood that runs through them. A hidden base, built atop this powerful energy source. Deep underground, a fortress of power and mystery. He arrives at the base, a question hanging heavy in the air, all's well here? Nothing out of the ordinary, except for his condition. His condition? You're in for a shock. A monstrous presence looms, a chilling wind preceding its arrival, whoosh, scales, cold and hard, cover his body. The hidden base hums with an unsettling energy, a colossal, skeletal dragon looms before Chris, its single, malevolent red eye burning. Its form shifts, scales growing, a horrifying transformation underway. Castle and Kai watch, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The air crackles with unspoken questions. Chris stares, his own reflection a stranger in his eyes, fear, raw and visceral, clenches his heart. The stats appear on his phone, confirming the unbelievable, Nidhogg's power surges, evolving beyond expectations. Kai's concern is palpable, he presses Chris for answers, the magnitude of the change is staggering. The dragon's form is complete, a terrifying spectacle of power. Chris, now more dragon than man, can finally rest. But even in slumber, the visions haunt him, a chilling mystery yet to be solved. The weight of the coming war settles upon them, the dungeons are about to connect once more. The transformation is complete. Before them stands Chris, a terrifying hybrid of man and dragon, scales shimmering under the dim light. But the process isn't over yet. Castle and Kai watch, apprehension etched on their faces. Chris, please don't pull off the scales, Kai urges, a jolt of concern in his voice. The mage prepares for the next phase. First, let's activate the magic circle, he commands, his voice low and steady. A surge of purple energy erupts as Chris places his hand on the circle, SHWOK, a wave of power washes over him, a vibrant blue light engulfing the pair. The air crackles with energy, KWAA, a torrent of pure power explodes outwards. From the heart of the magical surge, a colossal, glowing orb of water materializes, glur 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 glur, its surface churning with immense power. Chris watches, wide-eyed, as the orb looms over him. Right, he shouts, a mix of fear and determination in his voice. The water begins to pour, SSSSS, a cascading waterfall of pure magical energy. The torrent intensifies, Quora, a deluge of power washing over Chris. Exhausted but triumphant, Chris slumps to the ground. Ha, I'm beat, he gasps, the transformation finally complete. The viscous, glowing blue liquid pours into a glass, making a soft slosh sound. Chris stares, a mixture of apprehension and excitement in his eyes. A smirk spreads across Chris's face as he reads the text. Not only will drinking that mana liquid replenish my mana, it will increase my maximum mana. What a prize! A powerful surge of energy erupts. The mage and Chris brace themselves as the magical liquid unleashes its full potential, kaboom! A monstrous, skeletal dragon-like creature lies on the ground, its red eye glowing ominously. The transformation has begun. And the creature's eye blinks, a silent question hanging in the air. SSSSSS. Chris's thoughts echo, I wonder, what kind of transformation is my body going through? A phone vibrates, the Grey Market app loading. VRR. A screen glows, revealing a critical mission briefing. The Fallen Humans, Descent into Hell. A C+ rank quest, with only 150 days remaining before global collapse. The mission parameters are stark: subdue the fallen, once human. Failure means Hell's gates open. A grim determination sets in. Our operative reviews the intel, his face a mask of grim focus. 25 skilled individuals, including himself, have been selected to face this unprecedented threat. Those who were once human, now they're lesser beings, and traitors at best, he mutters, a cold fury building within. A shadowy figure looms, its armor gleaming ominously. The weight of the mission hangs heavy in the air. Traitors, huh? The words echo with chilling intent. This is no ordinary quest. Our operative knows this fight demands more than brute force, strategy is key. Everyone, be prepared, he commands, his voice firm but laced with a hint of apprehension. The familiar doors to the dungeon, they've changed. New rules, new challenges. But there's a glimmer of hope. A second exit exists, offering a chance of escape. The rules have shifted, but survival remains possible. A figure cloaked in shadow, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination, emerges from the darkness. The dungeon's grip loosens, but the stakes remain high. The dungeon door creaks open, unleashing a torrent of monstrous fury. A grotesque horde spills forth, their eyes burning with malevolent intent, led by a hulking brute and a shadowy wolf. The aftermath of the 4 days of darkness still weighs heavily on humanity, a collective trauma etched onto every face. But there's no time for mourning, a new conflict erupts on the open plains. A strategic briefing unfolds amidst the vast expanse, the stakes are higher than ever. Hyunbok Kim receives grim news from his subordinate, a shadow of worry darkens his features. The ominous dungeon door reappears, a chilling reminder of the horrors within. A critical decision must be made, using the door as a trap is too risky. The risk of an ambush is ever present, as they prepare for a perilous return journey. The team prepares for the inevitable confrontation, their resolve hardened by the weight of the mission. A global map flickers to life, pinpointing thousands of dungeons across the world, each a potential battlefield. Armies assemble, a colossal force poised for war. 15 days of preparation culminate in this moment. The expedition team mobilizes at the Korean airbase, engines roar, a symphony of impending conflict. Heavy hangar doors creak open, revealing a blinding flash of light. Fwoom! A wave of energy erupts, a violent maelstrom of power. Wash! The blast tears through the air. Crackle! The air crackles with raw energy. Boom! A devastating shockwave follows. The force of the blast leaves its mark, a scene of utter destruction. From the shadows, monstrous eyes gleam, a chilling presence emerges from the wreckage. It's been too long since we've had a bloodbath, a voice snarls. Kill them! Don't spare a single life. 1,500 superhuman guardians, 1,500 military and police personnel, even Heaven's Guard, the divine power users, have assembled for this operation. But a critical delay. The Necropolis, accompanied by Wanhyo, are behind schedule. And the news sends a ripple of concern through the assembled forces. Hyunwoo Kwon, the Hunters Association commander, remains calm. They are a small fraction of our numbers. We can proceed without them. A tense silence hangs in the air, a general's words cut through the quiet. We are the country's best of the best. He continues, his voice ringing with grim determination. We may be fighting unknown enemies on foreign soil, but we fight to win. The weight of the mission settles upon them, a stark reminder, the weakness of a nation will be evident in the deaths of its soldiers. His final words echo, a battle cry, do all you can to survive. Do not spare ammunition or supplies. Mutiny and desertion will be overlooked, as long as they return alive for the next battle. The general's voice booms across the assembled troops, a wave of unwavering determination washing over them. For glory! For our world! The soldiers roar their approval, a thunderous wave of sound echoing through the cavernous space. A sudden, jarring dun. Soldiers fall, scattered across the ground, the ambush has begun. A soldier's face, etched with disbelief and fear. I can't believe the monsters were clever enough to spring a surprise attack on us. The ground trembles as monstrous insects descend, their red eyes gleaming with malice, dun. The battle is joined. A desperate cry rings out, deploy the barrier magic. A shimmering green energy erupts, forming a protective shield. But the monstrous creatures laugh, a chilling kikik echoing through the air. It's futile. A massive insect slams through the barrier with a whoosh, shattering the defenses. A soldier is struck, a searing thwack as a blade of energy cuts through the air, the battle rages on. Another soldier fights back, desperately trying to evade the massive insect's attack, *SHWAP*. A desperate, chaotic struggle. A necropolis monstrosity unleashes a devastating blast. Boom! The sheer force of the explosion rocks the battlefield. A soldier stumbles back, fear etched onto his face. Fuckskin hell, he screams, as a clawed hand reaches for him from the shadows. A blinding flash of purple energy erupts. Flash! One of the necropolis creatures is struck, its body convulsing violently. The impact sends a shockwave through the ranks of the soldiers. Dust and debris fill the air as several soldiers fall. A monstrous insect-like creature, its form shimmering with dark energy, rises from the chaos. It unleashes another wave of destructive power, scattering soldiers like leaves in a storm. The surviving soldiers brace themselves, fear and determination warring on their faces. Among them stands a knight in shining armor, a beacon of hope amidst the carnage. From the sky, a colossal shadow descends. Dun. Four figures, silhouetted against the clouds, approach on the back of a massive, skeletal dragon. The dragon's skull, a terrifying visage of death, looms large, its single red eye burning with malevolent intent. Dun. Anhyo's eyes widen in shock and terror. Dead dragon, he gasps, onhyo. The necropolis overlord has arrived. The ground trembles, a monstrous army emerges from the shadows, their movements mechanical and terrifying. Creak, chk. The sound of gears grinding, metal clashing, and the ominous approach of a legion unlike any seen before. A colossal figure looms over the battlefield, the Necropolis Overlord. Thud thud. Its heavy footsteps shake the very earth, a chilling presence that dominates the scene. Anhyo's voice cuts through the chaos, laced with terror. I'm afraid we're a little late. Hyunwoo Kwon stands defiant, his back to the approaching threat, a silent storm brewing within him. The weight of the situation settles heavily on the shoulders of the assembled soldiers. A chilling word echoes across the battlefield. Necropolis. The very air crackles with dark energy. The Necropolis Overlord stands revealed, a terrifying figure surrounded by its dark legions. Commanding, powerful, and utterly ruthless. Whispers and nervous glances among the Necropolis forces, anticipation hangs heavy in the air. CHK, CHK, CHK. The subtle sounds of shifting weapons. From the skies, reinforcements arrive. A desperate counterattack begins. Whoosh! The wind howls as winged warriors descend. A battle cry rings out. Advance all units. The final stand begins. Hyunwoo leaps into action, a whirlwind of motion, the clash of steel against dark magic. Hop! The impact of his attack sends shockwaves through the battlefield. Swoosh! Hyunwoo Kwon, a figure cloaked in shadow, descends from the heavens, a green vortex swirling around him. He lands silently on ground hill. The aftermath of a brutal battle is laid bare. Soldiers lie wounded, their camouflage uniforms stained with blood. The air crackles with residual energy, a testament to the ferocity of the clash. Gasps of pain punctuate the silence. A desperate command rings out. Move! Before the restoration magic wears off. The unnamed general, his face grim, urges his remaining troops to action. Every second counts. The urgency is palpable. Hurry! Transport the casualties. Call the medics, the priests, too. The scene is one of controlled chaos, a desperate race against time to save the wounded. The night is cold. A campfire flickers, offering meager warmth to the exhausted soldiers huddled around it. The silence is heavy, broken only by the crackling flames. A chilling report cuts through the quiet. There were 463 deaths in the span of 10 minutes, and twice that number of casualties. The weight of loss hangs heavy in the air. Anhyo, his voice strained with grief and responsibility, addresses the assembled group. Wonhyo and Mijin Kim, as the acting general, I want to say. The aftermath of battle. A woman's voice, laced with gratitude, cuts through the heavy silence. Thank you. The rest of us are alive because of you. A calm response, a stark contrast to the surrounding devastation. We only did what we had to do. The tension ratchets up. A sharp question pierces the air, a subtle shift in tone. Speaking of, why were you late? A brief, almost imperceptible glance, then, the explanation. I told them to stand by for orders. The scene shifts to a war room, the weight of the situation palpable. The accusation hangs heavy in the air. So, you're telling me you were biding your time? A heated exchange unfolds. The commander's anger is barely contained. Did you know what kind of enemies we were dealing with? How could you fail to share such an important detail with us? We could have avoided the ambush. A defiant response, a cold justification. It was a necessary evil. The accusation explodes. A necessary evil? Is that how you justify your failure to report information in a life or death situation? Have you forgotten that the government is commissioning this campaign? You just committed treason. A calm, almost chilling retort. Treason? Hardly. I just took it upon myself to do the job that needed to be done. This experience was meant to teach you all the gravity of our situation. Perhaps now you will take this war seriously. A scene change, a shift in focus. The masked soldier, seemingly unfazed, addresses his troops. Let me ask you 2 questions. Has anyone here ever camped out in the dungeon for 4 days straight? The aftermath of battle. Groans echo through the debris-strewn landscape. A chilling silence descends as the survivors assess the losses. Anyone, a desperate voice calls out, a testament to the chaos that has passed. Amidst the wreckage, Hyunwoo Kwon stands before a long table, a stark contrast to the surrounding devastation. He addresses a council of stern-faced leaders, his words carrying the weight of a heavy burden. If you want to call yourselves leaders, you need to first accept our reality. His gaze sweeps across the assembled figures, each one a symbol of power and authority, yet none seem to fully grasp the gravity of the situation. For global peace, we must set foot in a world where logic and reason cease to exist. The cost of peace, it seems, is far greater than they realize. The tension thickens. Accusations fly. Yes, but still, couldn't you have just tried talking to us? One of the leaders challenges, his voice laced with anger and disbelief. Hyunwoo's response is unwavering. No, you would never have seen the light that way. The weight of his actions hangs heavy in the air. I bet you would not have heeded my warning, Hyunwoo states, his voice calm yet resolute. The image of fallen soldiers paints a grim picture of the consequences of his decision, a stark reminder of the price paid for his strategy. A chilling revelation unfolds. A scale appears, one side bearing the number 500, the other a staggering 49,500. Nevertheless, the number of lives I saved is greater than the lives lost. Hyunwoo explains, his words echoing the cold logic of his actions. The cost of war, measured in lives saved versus lives lost. A close-up on Hyunwoo's face, his expression unreadable behind a mask. So, it shouldn't be a problem. The cold calculation in his eyes sends a shiver down the spines of those present. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. A tense silence grips the room. The council members exchange uneasy glances, the gravity of Hyunwoo's actions settling upon them. The tension is palpable, a silent acknowledgement of the difficult choices made in the face of war. A fiery voice cuts through the silence. I don't agree with what you said at all. A woman with vibrant red hair confronts Hyunwoo, her anger evident in her sharp gaze and clenched jaw. Her words challenge the cold logic of his actions. Her fiery defiance continues. As a necromancer, you should recognize the value of life, she exclaims, her words a stark contrast to Hyunwoo's calculated pragmatism. The clash of ideologies is undeniable. The red-haired necromancer's voice cuts through the air, sharp and unwavering. Her gaze, cold and assessing, falls upon Hyunwoo. If you continue on this path, she warns, the necropolis will no longer trust you to lead us. Her eyes blaze with righteous fury. The absolute first law of the necropolis is etched onto her face: when there is hope, do not forsake life. This is her creed, her unwavering belief. Hyunwoo remains defiant, his voice calm amidst the storm. That is not my law, he states, his mask concealing his expression. Nor am I affiliated with the necropolis. Plus, I never asked to be your leader in the first place. His words hang heavy in the air, a declaration of independence. The necropolis soldiers, witnessing this bold rejection, shift uneasily. The red-haired necromancer's face hardens. If you don't want to follow me, she declares, then by all means, the necropolis shall henceforth part ways with Wanhyo. A clandestine meeting unfolds. One man, in military fatigues, makes a bold declaration: I will relinquish operational control of our forces to you. But a shadow of doubt falls across his face, the weight of a secret revealed. The news spreads like wildfire. Their hushed conversation has been leaked. The soldiers' faces are grim, etched with the pain of loss. It's only natural, one says, they've lost comrades and loved ones. Yet, amidst the turmoil, a figure emerges, masked and resolute. His voice is a low growl: if anyone tries anything, I won't hold back. The commander's weary sigh speaks volumes. That on, tomorrow, we will swell our ranks. A new plan is set in motion. The members of the necropolis will make up the majority of the crew. But there's more. A masked figure, seemingly calm, reveals a crucial piece of intel: I've secured information on the dungeon's layout. This is a map of the area surrounding its entrance. CHK. A paper is presented. The commander's relief is palpable. Nice work. I'll be in touch. So long now. The scene shifts to a vast encampment. Soldiers gather, a mix of weary veterans and fresh recruits, preparing for the challenges ahead. The masked figure stands tall, a picture of confidence amidst his loyal retinue. Going according to plan, master. The words hang in the air, a promise of success. His face is partially obscured, but a glint of determination shines in his eyes. Word's gotten out about his falling out with Mi-jin Kim, a development that has unexpectedly worked to his advantage. Thanks to that, I'm now authorized to work alone. A grim landscape unfolds before them. The air crackles with anticipation. Today, they scout the area, the entrance to a dungeon looming before them, shrouded in shadow. The team advances, a chilling skull-shaped entrance to the dungeon looming before them. Let's go. The masked figure's voice is a low growl, a promise of action. A majestic dragon soars overhead, a symbol of the power contained within. A C-rank dungeon, they are told, is the equivalent of a great estate. But the stakes are far higher. The scale of the challenge is revealed. B rank is kingdom class, A rank is empire class, and S rank is world class. The journey ahead is fraught with peril. The masked figure's companions express their awe and trepidation. How did you guys ever manage to navigate these mazes? The question hangs heavy in the air. A moment of stark honesty. To be honest, I died before I had the chance to even explore a C-rank dungeon. The masked figure's past is revealed, hinting at his extraordinary skills. His companions share a similar experience. Me too. The weight of their shared past hangs between them. A colossal dragon, wings spread wide, soars through a dense emerald forest. The scale of their mission becomes clear, a C-rank dungeon, vast as a quarter of Korea, lies ahead, and they must travel on foot. The masked figure leads the charge, his confidence unwavering. A sudden whoosh of green energy erupts from the mage's hand. Detect life force. The mage's spell reveals a staggering truth. Over 500 strong life forces are detected within the dungeon. The dragon's shadow falls across the landscape. But the masked figure remains resolute. We'll sustain heavy damage, but we can retreat intact. A bead of sweat trickles down the knight's brow. The sheer scale of the threat weighs heavily on him. As they approach the dungeon entrance, a quaint town unfolds before them, a stark contrast to the looming danger ahead. The town's idyllic facade hides a deeper mystery. A bridge connects two vastly different worlds within the same dungeon realm. How is it possible that two completely different worlds exist within the same dungeon realm? A desolate village sprawls beneath the harsh sun, its buildings crumbling under the weight of neglect. The air hangs heavy with unspoken hardship. Meanwhile, villagers toil in the fields, their movements slow and weary. The scene is strangely peaceful, yet deeply unsettling. The masked figure, military commander, mage, and knight observe from a distance. Surprisingly, they're not monsters taking the form of humans, the mage notes, his voice low with dawning realization. They're real people, living real lives. The masked figure's brow furrows. Strange. Isn't agricultural work normally left to the strong, able-bodied men, he questions, his voice barely a whisper. Yes, he continues, but I only see children and the elderly. A sense of unease settles over the group. I wonder why the villagers choose to stay in this impoverished village when they could enjoy a better life in the next village, the masked figure muses, his gaze sweeping across the scene. Let's just watch and see, the commander replies, his voice firm despite the growing apprehension. Suddenly, a monstrous insect bursts from the ground. Evacuate the women and children, the masked figure shouts, his voice ringing with urgency. The ground trembles. As the villagers desperately try to flee. We must buy them time, the knight cries, charging towards the colossal beast. The battle begins. The monstrous insect unleashes a furious assault. Gah, all of you look so damn unappetizing. Get lost, it roars, its mandibles snapping. Watch it. Who do you think is going to take their place if you wind up killing them? The knight retorts, his blade flashing. The knight grits his teeth. Damn it! Once I increase my rank, I ain't putting up with this shit no more, he growls, his rage fueling his desperate defense. The insect swats the knight aside like a fly. He's mine, it screeches, its eyes glowing with predatory glee. So nice and plump. Coqueek. I like it when they're bite-sized. The monstrous insects descend upon the village. Why suffer needlessly? Come to our village and change your fortune, they bellow, their words a cruel mockery as they stomp through the terrified villagers. The ground trembles with each thwack of their massive feet. A desperate villager cries out, "Don't! They want to turn us into monsters." Another villager, his face etched with fear but his voice filled with a desperate hope, shouts, "It's only a matter of time before our savior arrives." Wham! A swift blow connects, sending the monstrous insect reeling. The old man, surprisingly agile, fights back with surprising ferocity. But he's quickly overwhelmed. Wahahaha! Moron! You only have yourself to blame, the insect cackles, its chilling laughter echoing through the chaos. The air grows heavy with the stench of decay. As the insect casually remarks, "It's too bad, the young ones are always more tender." But beggars can't be choosers. The night arrives, a blur of motion. Gra! The insect roars in rage as the knight's attack connects, a thunderous thwack shaking the very ground. And with a final POW, the knight delivers a devastating blow. The knight's attack sends the insect reeling, its eyes glowing red with fury. The battle rages on. A shadowed figure kneels before a powerful warrior, their voices barely a whisper. "Sorry, master." "I'm sorry, my lord." But the warrior's response is calm, almost reassuring. "It's okay. I was about to make a move myself." The command is given, "Nidhogg, wipe the floor with them." A monstrous dragon emerges from the earth, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. With a deafening roar, KWAAHHH. Nidhogg unleashes a devastating blast of purple energy. A concentrated beam of power that obliterates everything in its path. The aftermath, a scene of utter destruction, the ground scarred by the dragon's might. While elsewhere, a swift and brutal battle unfolds. SHNK. SHLK. The sounds of blades meeting flesh, a quick and merciless end for the unfortunate insects. A group of villagers watches in horrified silence, their murmurs barely audible above the wind. Murmur. Murmur. A heavy thud echoes as Nidhogg's massive claw slams into the ground. And finally, a figure emerges, silhouetted against the green glow of a colossal skeletal dragon. The villagers watch in awe and fear. Wounds vanish. A wave of emerald light washes over the villagers, their injuries disappearing before their very eyes. The crowd erupts. "Our savior has come," they cry, their voices filled with awe and relief. A figure stands amidst the chaos, a dark silhouette against the ravaged earth. But the savior's expression is one of calculated calm. "I don't know why they're calling me their savior," he thinks, a glint in his eye. "But I can use this to my advantage." A colossal, bone-white dragon descends from the heavens. Its shadow blankets the land as the savior commands, "Follow me. All those who have not succumbed to misfortune are worthy of my blessings." With a wave of his hand, the savior dismisses the unworthy. "So long, assholes," he says, his back turned to the fleeing figures. A chilling farewell. The remaining villagers plead for salvation, their desperation palpable. "Oh, savior! Please save us too," they cry, their faces etched with fear and hope. Their pleas echo through the desolate landscape, a desperate chorus of repentance. "We will repent. We will beg for forgiveness." Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a masked figure reports to their master. "Master, we brought the elder who leads the villagers." "Come in," the master replies, their voice calm and menacing. The masked figure bows deeply, their face hidden. "Please accept my sincerest greetings, chosen savior." A chillingly polite gesture. The savior uses his power, a purple energy emanating from his hand. curse paralyze, reading memory. The target's mind is laid bare. Monsters are fallen humans, a terrifying fate to be avoided at all costs. The villagers, desperate for salvation, cling to the hope of a savior, a beacon in their miserable existence. A jolt of power. The elder's eyes widen in shock, a revelation is about to unfold. The masked figure, ever calculating, corrects the elder's presumption. Savior is merely a title, a fabrication. The elder's disbelief is palpable. How could this stranger know? Is it magic? The masked figure confirms his power, magic, used for a purpose yet unknown. His motives remain shrouded in mystery, but there's something he seeks. Hyenbok Kim, a name whispered with a hint of menace. The elder trembles before him, a mage who dares to aspire to godhood. A shadowed figure stands before a kneeling elder, his words echoing with ominous power. Simply put, I can offer you and your people great power, as foretold in your false prophecy of a coming savior. The elder's face is etched with worry, a question hangs heavy in the air. What must we offer up in exchange? The question is barely out before the answer comes, chillingly direct. Faith. The word hangs in the air, heavy with implication. The elder's eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips. As well as your souls after death. The shadowed figure's hand gestures, a subtle yet menacing movement. But at least you can live in comfort, he adds, a cruel twist to the bargain. The elder's throat works, a gulp betraying his inner turmoil. The price is steep, but the promise of power is too tempting to ignore. I accept. The elder's voice cracks with desperation, his resolve born of fear and a desperate need to protect his people. So please, give me the strength to protect the villagers. His plea is raw, filled with the weight of responsibility. Shwa. A surge of energy erupts, bathing the shadowed figure in an otherworldly light. His resolve is firm. I can feel the divine magic and black magic within me rising to meet his truth. The power surges, a potent mix of light and darkness. The contract unfolds, a mystical glow emanating from its arcane symbols. A chilling voice echoes, if you accede to these terms and conditions, place your hand on the magic circle. With a sharp CHK, the elder hesitates, a flicker of doubt crossing his aged face, but the weight of his people's fate pushes him forward. His hand trembles as he touches the circle, a surge of power erupts, lifting him from his seat. A guttural WAAH escapes his lips as the magic takes hold, his body racked with otherworldly energy. The shadowy figure observes, a knowing smile playing on their lips. Swoo. With that, the contract is sealed. A stark contrast, while the elder embraces a dark path, another group finds hope and faith. They gather, their hands clasped, seeking divine power, a beacon of light against the encroaching darkness. The words ring true, faith is God's fuel. As faith in God grows, so too does his influence. Thus, God rewards his most loyal followers. The Dalai Lama and Buddhist monks preach that divine power comes from within, a path requiring intense training to achieve enlightenment. But for one man, the path to Buddhahood is about to take a shortcut. A sudden revelation strikes him like lightning. Crackle, the very air crackles with energy. And he realizes the truth, Buddha and God are one and the same. What's stopping him from becoming a godlike entity? As if by fate, opportunity knocks. The prophecy of a savior, a dire situation, and a yearning for salvation, all three pieces fall perfectly into place. Later, a mysterious figure observes the newly empowered individual. How are you feeling? I'm fine. Any changes yet? A surge of purple energy erupts from his hand, Zin, a power beyond anything seen before. A powerful bond has been forged, a connection felt, but still fragile. The elder's power radiates outwards, strengthening the bonds with his followers, the townspeople's faith weaving a stronger connection. The surge of energy is palpable, a visible wave of power connecting the elder to his devoted followers. But even with this newfound power, the elder remains cautious, the bonds, though strengthened, are still tenuous. Alan, the elder's most devout follower, ponders the nature of this connection. Followers, he questions, the term feeling inadequate. The shadowy figure observes from afar, a chilling laugh echoing in the dimly lit chamber. And Alan, the elder, is as special as they come. Suddenly, a vibrant energy explodes outwards, revealing Alan's incredible transformation, a testament to the elder's power. His age is reversed, his youthful vigor restored, a shocking display of rejuvenating power. Alan's power is amplified beyond measure. He's achieved the status of a two-circle mage, wielding mana, divine magic, and even black magic, a breathtaking feat. The question hangs heavy in the air. How is this possible? The answer lies in the curse, a dark secret yet to be fully revealed. Flashback. We rewind the clock to Alan's initial capture. A desolate landscape, a single village clings to survival amidst the ruins. Where food, wine, and medicine flowed freely. A tempting paradise. But paradise has a price. Consume, and become a monster. The villagers, discovering the horrifying truth, abandoned their once thriving home, leaving behind a cursed village, a testament to their desperate choice. A chilling legacy. For 32 years, no one has escaped this nightmarish prison. As monstrous attacks intensified, the population of human turned monsters swelling. The terms of the curse are harsh, unforgiving. But this dungeon, this cursed place, fulfills every condition of a mutated curse. The truth is laid bare, the mana that should have been absorbed into their bodies over the years has mutated, rendering it obsolete. But the moment they made a pact with me, their curse was broken, and their extended lifespans were converted into pure mana. Chris, bring in a senior, someone who's been around for a long time. The longer they've lived, the more powerful they'll be once freed from the curse. A military encampment under a clear sky. The air is thick with anticipation. Given how our present campaign has unfolded, we would have been better off sticking to our old offensive strategies. A tense meeting unfolds. Do you have anything to report? Silence hangs heavy in the air. There's no immediate cause for concern, but I'm worried about our food and water supply. Our initial plan was to harvest necessities inside the dungeon in the event of a shortage, but there's nothing but weeds here. Our plan was ill-conceived. Can you get in touch with Manhwa? Regrettably, he has yet to reach out to us. A collective sigh of worry. The weight of their situation is palpable. A breathless report cuts through the air. General. The military command tent buzzes with hushed whispers, a village has been found. A village with human inhabitants. The news sends ripples of shock and awe. The shadowy figure and Chris observe from the sidelines. For weeks, it took them that long to find this village. Around a crackling campfire, soldiers discuss their grim discovery. More than half the villagers, converted. The weight of their losses hangs heavy, hunted for too long, they yearn for a fight. A stark division emerges, 215 villagers eager for battle. 1237 yearning for peace. The murmurs grow louder. The shadowy figure makes his decision. Shall we? We can't leave our allies at the mercy of our enemies. Chris nods in grim agreement. Yes. A quaint village unfolds before them, its red-roofed houses nestled amongst towering peaks. But the peace is fragile. A chilling warning echoes across the scene, you'll be forsaken by the prophecy, like the rest of us. The question hangs heavy in the air. Prophecy? A soldier steps forward, his words cutting through the tension. General, I believe the prophet they speak of is Manhwa. The general's response is sharp, laced with urgency. Oh, so he's already passed through? The order is given, the soldiers preparing for action. Listen up. The food we receive from the village will only be eaten after thorough examination. Even then, it will only be consumed by a small number of our company. The mission accomplished, the general's voice rings out, let's withdraw. We have what we came for. The soldiers begin their departure, shuffle, a silent, organized retreat. A sudden, sharp intake of breath, a question mark hanging in the air. Villagers' faces twist in anger and resentment, their frustration boiling over. A villager's voice, filled with seething rage, how come they get to come and go as they please, while we're stuck in this place? A guttural roar rips through the air. Kill them! Kill them all, the monstrous voice echoes, a chilling prelude to the carnage about to unfold. A creature's flesh tears apart, revealing a horrifying glimpse of its inner workings. The ground trembles with the impact. And amidst the chaos, a hateful accusation rings out, the savior who deserted us and those humans too. A monstrous grasshopper-like creature emerges, its multifaceted eyes glowing menacingly. The air crackles with anticipation, dun, a heavy, ominous sound precedes the next move. A monstrous grasshopper-like creature emerges from the shadows, its multifaceted eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. Soldiers, their faces etched with fear, recoil in horror. It's that thing from before, one of them stammers, the sound of stagger echoing the impact of their fear. A beat of silence. Then, a calm, almost chilling voice cuts through the tension. It's been a while, everyone. The camera pans across a vast army, ready for battle. The sound of CHK punctuates the moment. A soldier's sharp intake of breath. Wait, these people, are they the inhabitants of this dungeon? A mysterious figure in a mask responds, his voice a low, controlled rumble. Correct. But we'll catch up with you on that later. The masked figure's command rings out, sharp and decisive, all hands, man your battle stations. The sound of CHK echoes again as the battle commences. A hand reaches out, a gesture of command, a wave of dark energy washes over the assembled villagers. A soldier's voice, laced with disbelief, are you really going to make them fight? The masked figure's cryptic reply, you will see, their skills for yourself. The sound of Quora underscores the impending chaos. A purple aura engulfs the villagers. The word black appears, hinting at a dark transformation. The sound of KWAAA intensifies. The quickest way for a black magic user to get a burst of energy is wham! The masked figure unleashes a devastating wave of dark energy, engulfing the villagers, transforming them into monstrous, fiery beings. Fwoom! Summoned creatures rise from the chaos. Shwa! A protective barrier, a holy field, shimmers into existence, attempting to contain the overwhelming power. But the onlookers are stunned. What's that? How is he using both black magic and divine magic at the same time? Impossible. The masked figure smiles, a chilling confidence in his eyes. I'll show you, the power I've amassed during my time here. A power granted to me by the god of life and death. Qua! Chaos strike. The ultimate spell is unleashed, a blinding wave of energy that engulfs the battlefield, leaving only a blinding flash in its wake. A tense silence hangs over the ravaged landscape, villagers stand in stunned shock, their faces etched with fear and confusion. A soldier speaks, his voice laced with disbelief, I think a thank you is in order. But just now, what was that? The masked figure approaches, his movements deliberate and powerful, a sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. He produces a map, his voice calm yet chilling, first, take this. I made a new map. Some areas are still uncharted, but it shows the dungeon's terrain and paths, the location of the village and the monster's hideout. Gratitude, quickly replaced by suspicion, thank you, but you, how is it that you can use both black magic and divine magic simultaneously? The masked figure stands amidst the villagers, his power palpable, a chilling revelation is about to unfold. A dark, monstrous figure emerges behind him, radiating power, the masked figure's true nature is revealed. The masked figure explains, his voice echoing with power, as his title suggests, he claims dominion over the realms of both life and death. I am able to use divine magic, black magic, and mana because I was chosen as his disciple. And in their case, it's because I turned these villagers into living temples. He saw it with his own eyes, the impossible fusion of divine and dark magic, the power to transform the villagers into living temples. The military commander, witnessing this spectacle, is left speechless, a mixture of disbelief and awe etched on his face. The masked figure stands firm, his power undeniable, a chilling calm amidst the stunned silence. A bold question hangs in the air, a desperate plea for power, the commander's ambition burning bright. The masked figure's response is immediate, a stark contrast to the commander's eagerness. A flicker of surprise, barely concealed behind the mask, a moment of vulnerability in the face of overwhelming power. The mask hides his true emotions, but his eyes betray a hint of fear, a calculated risk that could change everything. An unexpected opportunity presents itself, a chance to reshape the balance of power. The masked figure's conditions are simple, yet profound, a test of faith for the ambitious commander. A single word, simple, echoes the gravity of the choice. The path to unimaginable power is paved with faith. Following death, you must surrender your soul to God as a service to Him, a chilling decree whispered amongst the soldiers, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and grim determination. Doubt flickers in the commander's eyes. Is this God, or something far more sinister? The weight of the decision bears down on him. Will he accept this power, with all its unknown consequences? A contract, a symbol of trust, or a binding pact to an unknown entity? The commander hesitates, his hand hovering over the document. The masked figure assures him, the terms simple, almost too simple, a deceptive calm before the storm? With a decisive stroke, the commander signs, sealing his fate, and perhaps, the fate of many more. Hyunchul Kong, a name whispered in the oath, a pledge of life, death, and unwavering faith. The soldiers stand in silent anticipation, awaiting the power promised, the strength that could turn the tide of war. A surge of power, a blinding light, the commander's voice rings out, a desperate plea for strength. God Almighty, grant me strength. The words echo, a prayer, a demand, a desperate gamble on faith. The commander's eyes widen, a surge of raw power coursing through his veins. As the contract is sealed, a blinding flash erupts, the air crackling with divine energy. Thwomp! The ground trembles beneath the might of this newfound power. Weakened but awestruck, the commander gasps, I'm okay, just a little tired. But what a shock! The masked figure smiles, a chillingly calm expression. He reveals the truth, because I granted him temporal power. There's the inevitable side effect that the contractee will become devoted to me. The commander's hands glow with an unearthly light. So, this is the power of a god? The masked figure surveys his army, a smug grin spreading across his face. It's a perk that allows me to parade as God himself. They can't help but see me as someone higher. With a sharp snap, the masked figure makes a decisive gesture. Summoning a monstrous, shadowy dragon. Krrrr. The beast roars, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. The masked figure stands tall amidst his forces, a dark aura surrounding him. The commander, overwhelmed, begs, no, please wait. A monstrous dragon, summoned from the depths of time itself, descends upon the city. Its shadow blankets the cityscape. The commander, surrounded by his troops, looks up in stunned silence. The sheer scale of the beast is overwhelming. With a deafening whoosh, the dragon's colossal wings beat, a storm of wind tearing through the urban landscape. The commander staggers, his body trembling under the weight of the dragon's presence. The masked figure's power is absolute. A brief exchange, good work. Thanks. The commander's exhaustion is palpable. The masked figure's concern is a thin veil over his true intentions. I told you not to push yourself. Sorry, I'll be more careful from now on. Let's head back to the base. The commander's obedience is complete. The dragon carries its payload away, leaving behind a scene of awe and devastation. 1,000 soldiers stand in formation, a silent testament to the masked figure's power. Hidden in the shadows, a figure observes the scene. I was wondering why 1,000 soldiers suddenly showed up. The mystery deepens. So, it's all because of them. The truth is revealed, but the implications are far-reaching. Damn it! I'll just get someone else to report this. A desperate attempt to maintain control in the face of overwhelming power. The ground trembles, a crimson fissure rips open, spewing forth an unnatural energy. Whoosh! With a deafening dun, the earth collapses further, revealing a terrifying chasm. A surge of purple energy erupts. The air crackles with power as four figures stand poised, ready for anything. With this, a full week's rest awaits. A well-deserved break after their arduous efforts. The gateway shimmers, a portal of violet energy. This magic distorts time and space. 1 week inside equals 1 day outside. A strategic retreat, perfectly timed. Rest up today, for tomorrow, the rigorous training begins. The team disperses, their mission far from over. A quiet shuffle of feet, a collective yes, sir, echoes through the air. Thwump! He sinks into a plush chair, the weight of the world momentarily lifted from his shoulders. A brief respite before the storm. Only 105 days remain until the exploration ends. The pressure is palpable. He leans back, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. And the enemy's base remains undiscovered. The ticking clock adds to the tension. A sharp tap 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 on the desk punctuates the silence. Chris, how's the project coming along? A question, laced with anticipation. It's a work in progress. The colossal humanoid robot takes shape, a marvel of engineering. A skeletal figure observes, a silent guardian. Its size, defenses, and strength will be a great asset in warfare. A flash of light, a triumphant grin. His lifelong dream is about to be realized. Richard, a visionary genius, unveils his masterpiece, a colossal humanoid robot. The gears whir, the circuits hum, a testament to his astounding ambition. But there's more to this story than metal and mechanics. A skeletal figure, cloaked in shadow, approaches Chris. Master, it rasps, have you checked your stats? The screen glows, revealing a surge in power. Hyunbok Kim's stats are off the charts. Strength, dexterity, endurance, and now, divine and black magic. The numbers are staggering. A thoughtful frown creases Hyunbok's brow. Divine magic and black magic have been added. The skeletal figure observes, a glint in its empty sockets. Interesting, that'd be a number of followers. Hyunbok reflects, a faraway look in his eyes. I suspected as much. So, my powers increase with the number of followers. The scene shifts to a bustling construction site. Workers toil amidst crates and scaffolding, a testament to the scale of Chris's project, but the skeletal figure's words hang heavy in the air. A chilling revelation, but it works both ways. You lose strength when you lose followers. Like a true god, your powers are directly linked to the devotion of your followers. The earth trembles. A monstrous, slime-covered creature bursts from the ground. Krahhh, it roars, a terrifying sound that echoes through the desolate landscape. The warrior slams his fist into a grotesque creature, sending it sprawling. Thwack! Wham! The impact echoes through the cavern. Are these pathetic fools even trying? He spits on the ground, his face a mask of disgust. Damn it! I'm surrounded by idiots. This is his reality, nothing's changed. The warrior sighs, his shoulders slumping. I can't believe I have to put up with this for another 10 days and counting. He continues his trek through the dark, damp tunnels. I'd be done in 10 if I could take matters into my own hands. A low growl echoes from the depths. Come on, time to move on, will ya? He emerges into a larger cavern, the air thick with anticipation. A faint sound of dripping water. He's finally left, huh? His eyes narrow, a glint of determination in their depths. There's someone who has already made it this far. He must prepare. Elsewhere, a young girl hugs a man, her face beaming with pride. Good job, Tia. The man smiles, looking at a map. So the location is an underground fortress. Of course, the boss monster would be found in the deepest level. The girl's smile falters slightly. No, there were too many monsters roaming about. The pressure is on. They need more information, and fast. Can this mysterious informant deliver? A bloody mess. The informant takes a brutal hit. But the team analyzes the damage, piecing together clues from the attack. He's quick on his feet, a strategist, they deduce. A con man's face. Castle, the armored warrior, is asked for his opinion. A subtle SK sound echoes as he shifts, his gaze intense. The camera focuses on Castle's helmet, a chilling green glow emanating from within. A silent question hangs in the air. And Castle's response is swift and decisive. He confirms the informant's words, but the tension remains palpable. Castle's subordinate tries to calm the situation, but the blonde informant's rage explodes. His fury is uncontainable. A sharp rebuke cuts through the tension. Use your heads, the leader commands, his words a stark contrast to the chaos. Concern for Castle. Is he all right? A chilling presence fills the air, the masked figure radiates an aura of cold fury. His voice, a low growl, echoes with unwavering resolve. Regardless of whether you approve, he's my prey. Hyunbok Kim stands firm, his expression resolute. I won't let you get in the way of my revenge. Hyunbok Kim's calm demeanor is a stark contrast to Castle's rage. Castle, I forbid you from engaging in any form of combat until you've had a chance to clear your head. Stand down at once. Castle's fury simmers, barely contained. Don't try and stop me. I will kill you for my freedom if I have to. The tension ratchets up. Hyunbok Kim addresses Castle again, his voice laced with a hint of warning. Castle, even if you've lost all reason, there are still some things that you can and cannot say. A sharp CHK sound cuts through the air as Hyunbok Kim's command hangs heavy. Don't do anything stupid, you two. The skull-faced figure stands between the two, a silent mediator in the heart of the storm. A moment of vulnerability flashes across Castle's face. Ha! I'm sorry, Master. I completely lost it for a moment. Hyunbok Kim's face softens slightly. Calm down, and start over. The interrogation begins. A towering figure, cloaked in shadow and advanced armor, its face obscured, looms before its questioners. Memories flicker. A fragmented past, a family, a home, all but erased. Only the searing pain of betrayal remains. The chilling sound of schlunk echoes as the image of a brutal murder flashes before our eyes. A traitor's blade ends a life, and a legacy of vengeance is born. But the horror doesn't end there. Comrades fall, victims of the same cold steel. A massacre, fueled by blind loyalty. The weight of loss, the crushing despair, hope dwindles. Revenge seems an impossible dream. Until a glimmer of hope. A chance for retribution. The traitor reappears. The armored figure's hand flies to its face, a mixture of shock and grim determination etched across its features. The hunt is on. A sharp question cuts through the tension. Why the reckless charge into enemy territory? I was being stupid. Too excited, the informant confesses, his voice laced with regret. The master listens intently. The stage is set. A clandestine meeting unfolds, shrouded in shadows. A figure in a dark suit sits across from a towering, armored warrior. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A powerful figure emerges from the darkness, muscles rippling beneath his pale skin. His gaze is intense, unwavering. His words are a chilling report, and if you factor in the numbers we started out with, the size of our army is 5 times greater than that of the humans. His army is a monstrous horde. But there's a weakness. The only variable is that Necromancer, the one who rides the undead dragon. A shadow falls over the image of a powerful Necromancer and his terrifying allies. The threat is clear, this Wanhyo will be the biggest thorn in our side. A chilling portrait of Wanhyo, his eyes burning with dark power. A sudden, urgent cry cuts through the air, Master. The monstrous creatures surrounding him seem to sense a shift in the balance of power. Panic grips the scene. The humans from the expedition team have disappeared. And the underlings on our watch are no more. I fear they were eliminated. The words hang heavy in the air. A guttural roar of rage, FXCK. The leader's face contorts in fury, his eyes blazing. The ground trembles. A low rumble echoes through the cavern. What's that? A sense of dread washes over the scene. Wanhyo, a figure of immense power, unleashes a devastating attack. The ground trembles, a shockwave rips through the landscape, and the fortress crumbles into ruin. His voice booms across the battlefield, a chilling decree: fall. Fall with your fortress and the dungeon. And crawl your way out. So, with magic, you can pretty much bend Mother Nature to your will. The masked mage gestures dramatically, a smirk playing on his lips. Earthquake. The ground cracks open in a spiral, a monstrous fissure ripping through the earth. Doom. Shia. A shockwave erupts from the epicenter, sending debris flying. Nice work. It's our turn to step up to the plate. Gra-ah. Crack. Thwack. The monsters emerge from the depths, their roars echoing across the battlefield. Gra-ah. We only have one job: to fight the monsters and win. But remember, we can't claim victory if we don't make it out of here alive. The battle commences. TK. The soldiers clash with the monstrous horde, steel meeting claw and spell meeting hide. Aarg. Whoosh. A massive, fiery explosion rocks the battlefield as the soldiers unleash their full might against a colossal beast. Steel clashes against chitin. The soldiers fight bravely against the monstrous horde unleashed by the masked mage's earthquake magic. A fiery explosion rocks the battlefield as another wave of creatures emerges from the dust and debris. The scale of this invasion is terrifying. The monsters are relentless, their attacks brutal and swift. One by one, they fall, but more keep coming. Phoom. The ground trembles, a shadow falls over the battlefield. And from the depths of the earth, a colossal horror emerges. A multi-headed hydra, its eyes burning with malevolent fury, rises to meet its foes. The soldiers' eyes widen in terror. That's the dungeon's boss monster? The hydra unleashes a chilling threat: I will kill every last one of you. Whirr. The hydra's heads lash out, a flurry of fangs and venom. A desperate soldier swings his blade, attempting a desperate counterattack. The battle for survival intensifies. The hydra's venomous ichor splatters across the battlefield, a horrifying rain of death unleashed upon the terrified soldiers. The masked mage, unfazed by the carnage, calmly raises his staff, a dark purple energy coalesces at its tip. With a whispered incantation, summon Venom Eater, he unleashes a torrent of power. A wave of violet energy explodes outwards, engulfing the battlefield in a maelstrom of arcane might. The masked mage watches, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. His dark ritual is complete. The soldiers, eyes wide with disbelief, watch in horror as the purple energy begins to recede. What is happening? A monstrous roar echoes across the battlefield. The Venom Eater is born. From the heart of the purple vortex, a terrifying creature emerges, its form shifting and writhing, a nightmare made real. The ground trembles as the Venom Eater unleashes its fury. A wave of green energy erupts, engulfing everything in its path. Phoom. The air crackles with dark energy, a prelude to something monstrous. A fiery explosion erupts as the Venom Eater bursts forth. Soldiers scatter, fear etched on their faces. The masked mage, a smirk playing on his lips, beckons his creation forward. Come, Agni. The beast obeys, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Chomp. Agni unleashes a torrent of fire, a terrifying display of raw power. That's one unappetizing flame, it's enough to make you sick. The masked mage cackles, relishing the chaos. This gives me more time to work my mischief. He. Agni's fiery breath incinerates anything in its path, leaving only ash and destruction. A maelstrom of fire and fury, a terrifying spectacle of power unleashed. But even as Agni revels in its destructive power, a chilling voice cuts through the inferno. How dare you? How dare you underestimate me? Krrrr. A surge of icy energy erupts, a stark contrast to the inferno, signaling a new threat. The masked mage unleashes a torrent of ice, a blizzard of razor-sharp shards that explodes outwards. But the Venom Eater, a monstrous serpentine behemoth, shrugs it off. "It's no use," hisses the creature, its scales shimmering with barely contained fury. The Venom Eater lunges, jaws agape, but suddenly freezes mid-attack. "Why you? How is it that you thwarted my attack? It's almost as if you saw it coming." The masked mage smiles, a chillingly calm expression. "Simple. I know all about you." His words hang heavy in the air, a promise of impending doom. "What?" The Venom Eater recoils, confusion and disbelief etched across its reptilian face. The masked mage counters the disbelief with a cold, hard truth: "That's bullshit. Anyone who knows about me is long gone." His staff crackles with arcane energy. Crack! The Venom Eater's defenses shatter as the masked mage unleashes a devastating blow. The earth trembles beneath the impact. Crackle! A wave of raw magical energy erupts from the masked mage's staff, a searing golden light that engulfs the Venom Eater's gaping maw. A blinding flash of power that leaves the beast writhing in agony. The masked mage leaps back, his eyes fixed on his defeated foe. With a final, earth-shattering crack, the Venom Eater is vanquished. The ground is scorched, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burnt flesh. SHHH. Wham! The masked mage unleashes a devastating blast of energy, reducing the Venom Eater to ashes. "I think we've wasted enough time here. I've already confirmed that you're nothing but a body double," the masked mage declares, his voice cold and dismissive. The Venom Eater, surrounded by his monstrous minions, scoffs. "This monster is too weak to be a C-class boss monster." "Weak? Says who?" The Venom Eater's many heads hiss in unison, a chilling chorus of defiance. But the masked mage remains unfazed. "According to my sources, you never engage in direct confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Plus, there are too few enemies here, and the monsters are generally of a limited type." "You're right," one of the soldiers exclaims, his voice filled with dawning realization. The masked mage continues, his gaze piercing. "Lastly, I just saw you operate one of your heads separately from the rest." A single head of the Venom Eater whimpers, fear evident in its crimson eye. "However, it's too late. I imagine that your real body is already making its way to the entrance, to leave the dungeon." "Say what?" A sinister smirk spreads across the masked mage's face. "I wonder, will it all come together the way you envisioned?" The Venom Eater's chilling laughter echoes, a monstrous, three-headed hydra looms before him, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. "The way I envisioned?" He addresses his foe, a venomous smirk playing on his lips. "I'm afraid your objective is beyond your reach. You see, the gatekeeper who stands between you and that door is your worst nightmare." The Hydra lunges. A terrifying assault of claws and teeth, but the masked mage is ready. Worst and dash? Schluck. Crystalline shards erupt from the ground, a devastating counterattack that sends the Hydra reeling. The masked mage surveys the scene, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. "Is this good enough? The rest is up to you." A mechanical insect scuttles through the forest, its destination clear, the castle. The insect stops before a towering figure, cloaked in shadow. "Thank you, master." The masked mage's eyes widen in recognition. "So it's you. The one who recovered his memories and passed after dying at my hands once before." He stands defiant, a warrior's resolve etched onto his face. "But I won't die twice." KRRR. A wave of dark energy erupts, signaling the arrival of reinforcements. The ground trembles as a legion of colossal golems emerges from the shadows, their metallic bodies gleaming ominously under the dim light. Venom Eater unleashes a maniacal laugh, "Wahahaha. Please. You really think those dolls can stop my soldiers?" But the masked mage remains unfazed, a steely glint in his eyes. "Stop? You have it all wrong." With a blur of motion, the golems are sent flying. Wham! KSHK, The masked mage's counterattack is swift and brutal. The clash of metal echoes through the forest. As Venometer's smug expression cracks. I'm here to kill you. The words are a venomous hiss. His confidence shattered, fear finally dawns on Venometer's face. Sweat beads on his brow as he stares at the masked mage, his eyes wide with dawning horror. Boom! A fiery explosion rocks the battlefield, the golem's strength is on full display. Kaboom! Another blast follows, even more powerful than the last. The sheer overkill is staggering. A spectator watches, eyes wide with disbelief. Is he seriously using them as explosives? They ain't cheap. The scene shifts. A muscular man stands amidst the wreckage, a grim determination etched on his face. We've already been over this, haven't we? Sometimes you have to sacrifice efficiency for the sake of victory. His gaze hardens, a question hanging heavy in the air. By that, you mean? A figure emerges from a swirling vortex of energy. Clad in dark armor, a menacing silhouette looms large. Glands? Whoosh! The figure materializes fully, radiating an eerie green energy. The power is palpable. The armored figure's helmet cracks open, revealing a glowing green eye. I remember now, my name. My past. My lost memories. A frustrated groan escapes the armored figure. Damn it! He stands, a palpable sense of unease radiating from him. What a shitty feeling. A figure emerges from the shadows, a warrior clad in dark armor, his eyes blazing with fury. Motherfucker? So, it's really you, Glands? A guttural cough echoes through the desolate landscape. Galen, wounded and reeling. His face contorted in a mask of betrayal and pain. How could you? If you'd never been born. Glands' eyes burn with a cold fire. His voice is a venomous whisper. Everyone would have looked to me for leadership. Galen spits out his defiance. Shit. You talk a big game for a ghost. A throbbing pain racks Galen's body. No matter, I'll just kill you once again. A monstrous wyvern emerges from the depths, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The wyvern speaks, its voice laced with contempt. As a human, you used to try so hard to be like me, but you never quite measured up. Even now, you're not a dragon, just a wyvern. Glands' fury explodes. Shut up. The clash of steel against scales. Glands, a whirlwind of motion, throws himself into the fray. Fauk. The ground trembles under the impact as the wyvern and its golem allies are sent sprawling. Crack. Bang. Glands' relentless assault continues, each blow a thunderclap against the monstrous forms. The earth cracks under the sheer force of the battle. Swoo. A figure leaps from the portal, a dark silhouette against the shimmering blue energy. It's Glands, but different. More powerful. He raises his weapon, a beam of pure energy erupting from its tip. Shi-yi. A blinding flash of light engulfs the battlefield. Boom. The blast rocks the very foundations of the world. Dust and debris fill the air as the shockwave spreads outwards. The wyvern, momentarily stunned, looks up in disbelief. Is this divine magic? From the shadows, a figure emerges. His voice, cold and commanding, cuts through the chaos. My master is one of a kind. Consider this my first gift to you. And its name is Judgment. CHSSS. Fwung. The wyvern unleashes a torrent of fire, but the flames are swallowed by an even greater power. The air crackles with energy. The wyvern roars in fury. Fuck you, Glands. You'd use yourself as bait? That's crazy, even for you. The wyvern's claws scrape against the earth, a tremor runs through the very ground itself. A desperate plea echoes across the battlefield. Spare me, please. But the wyvern's hunger is insatiable. Galen observes, his gaze unwavering. I see you've only grown more abominable with the passage of time. The wyvern roars, its rage a tangible force. Gra! Glands! How is an undead like yourself able to stomach this divine power? A blinding flash of light erupts as Glands unleashes judgment. The wyvern recoils, its form flickering. Galen's voice cuts through the chaos. My master is just that amazing, he has made the impossible possible, so that an undead like myself can use divine magic. Defiance burns in the wyvern's eyes. I'll kill you if it's the last thing I do. Glands moves with terrifying speed, a blur of motion, the clash of steel echoes through the forest. Boom! The impact sends shockwaves through the air, the wyvern staggers, its power waning. A final, desperate lunge, a metallic clang as Glands parries the attack. The wyvern's reign of terror is over. The wyvern's eyes glow with malevolent intensity. Wahahaha! I finally have you now, it roars, its voice echoing through the forest. Steel clashes against scales. Clang, 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 the battle begins, a whirlwind of furious strikes and desperate defenses. The wyvern, momentarily stunned, snarls. How the hell do you manage to hold your ground? Glands stands defiant, his armor gleaming. Clang, clang, weak. Too weak, he counters, his voice filled with righteous fury. A burst of golden energy erupts from Glands' armor as he delivers a powerful blow. You're the boss monster, aren't you? Step up your game. The wyvern recoils, a pained hiss escaping its jaws. FWIP, Glands' blade slices through the air with deadly precision. The wyvern crashes through the trees, its powerful wings beating weakly. The forest trembles under the impact. Glands approaches cautiously. Are you feeding off of the life force of the dungeon's villagers? The wyvern lets out a low growl. Rumble. I'd expect nothing less from you, it growls, its voice laced with bitter resignation. Whoosh, a final, devastating blow. The earth shakes as the wyvern falls, defeated. Crack. The earth trembles as Glands unleashes a devastating blow against the wyvern. Its scales shatter. The wyvern's mighty sword splinters into 1,000 pieces. The impact sends shockwaves through the battlefield. It's not over yet. Glands' eyes burn with defiance, even as the wyvern's fury seems unstoppable. CHSS. A surge of dark energy erupts from Glands' arm, a terrifying power unlike anything seen before. And with a roar, he grips his blade, channeling the raw energy into his next strike. Clang! Clang! The clash of steel echoes across the valley as Glands meets the wyvern's desperate counterattack. The battle rages on. Thwack! Glands' enhanced strike connects, sending a torrent of purple energy ripping through the wyvern's defenses. Crack! Whack! Another blow lands, cracking the wyvern's armor and sending it reeling back. Crack! The final blow shatters the wyvern's defenses, leaving it vulnerable and defeated. Thud! The wyvern collapses, its once mighty form reduced to a smoldering heap. Silence descends upon the battlefield. The wyvern roars, a furious, purple inferno erupting from its maw. Wahahaha! Victory is his. Glands stands triumphant, the dying wyvern's shadow falling behind him. Victory is mine, Glands. The wyvern, defiant even in defeat, sneers. How does it feel? A searing purple energy explodes from Glands' hand. Boom, the wyvern recoils, agony etched across its face. How does the bitterness of defeat once more and die not once, but twice? More explosions rock the battlefield. Asterisk boom. Boom, asterisk the wyvern is overwhelmed, its body racked with the force of the attack. The wyvern collapses, its final words a desperate cry. What's happening to my body? Glands, his armor gleaming, smirks. Checkmate. A shadowy figure observes from afar, a sinister plan forming in his mind. You can take him on in a one-on-one fight. But he's about to add a new twist to the game. But let me have a hand in one little thing. He reveals his intention, a chilling curse aimed at Galen. I will cast the curse of birth and death upon Galen. A chilling assessment hangs in the air, the weight of a deadly curse settles upon Galen. His desperate cry echoes through the ravaged landscape, a guttural plea for salvation. The curse manifests as a violent eruption of purple energy, consuming Galen's body. His pleas for help become more frantic, a desperate grasp for survival. A desperate plea escapes his lips, a final cry for his captain. Glans, his visor reflecting a grim determination, prepares to act. A wave of dark energy erupts from his armor. A promise hangs heavy in the air, a vow to forgive, to end the suffering. Galen's transformation continues, his features twisting into a monstrous visage. A beam of dark energy explodes from Glans's gauntlet, a targeted strike of immense power. The impact reverberates through the earth, a devastating blow that shakes the very ground. The air crackles with dark energy. A monstrous wave of purple power erupts, tearing the earth asunder. But from the heart of the chaos, a defiant figure emerges. Galen, transformed, yet still fighting. See? You can fight just as well with your head, too, Galen. The monstrous form begins to recede, a sigh of relief escapes Glans's lips. Ha, good riddance. But the respite is short-lived. And a chilling whisper echoes. I'm sorry, Master. Castle's eyes blaze with defiance. His voice, raw with fury, echoes across the battlefield. A desperate roar against the encroaching darkness. His comrades stand firm, a wall of steel against the storm, but the enemy is relentless. A flash of emerald light. The monstrous silhouette of the enemy looms, a terrifying presence. And Castle knows, with chilling certainty, that this might be his end. Damn it! I can't die here, he grits through clenched teeth. A purple eruption. A wave of dark energy explodes from within him, a desperate, final gambit. With a splurt, a torrent of dark power blasts outward, a violent expulsion of energy. A sharp crack of power, tearing through the air, leaving a trail of purple destruction in its wake. The impact is devastating. Splat! The enemy is obliterated in a purple supernova of energy, leaving only a void of raw power in its place. The battle is far from over, but for now, Castle has bought himself some time. High above, a majestic dragon soars through the sky. Hurry, Nidhogg, a voice cries out, urging the beast onward. The air crackles with dark energy. A devastating blast rips through the battlefield, leaving Castle's enemies reeling. Arg, screams one, clutching at a searing wound. His subordinate cries out, Master! But even as victory is secured, a strange energy pulses within Castle's master. Master, this is, his subordinate whispers, sensing something is wrong. A palpable dread. Yeah, something's up with Castle, he observes, his eyes widening as he senses the ominous shift in his master's aura. Nidhogg, summoned to aid Castle, receives a message, you don't have to rush anymore. The urgency fades from his powerful wings as he slows his descent. Nidhogg arrives, a majestic silhouette against the clear sky. But Castle's condition is far from reassuring. A sharp CHK sound echoes as Castle's armor is impacted. His subordinate's eyes widen in disbelief, and no way. A figure emerges, his features altered yet undeniably familiar. An undead resurrected, transformed into a human. The shock is palpable. A single word hangs in the air, heavy with implication, fascinating. Castle's subordinate, a skeletal figure, speaks, his tone laced with a chilling calm. Put your curiosity on hold for now. There'll be plenty of opportunities for experiments in the future. Nidhogg arrives, a powerful dragon at his side, responding to Castle's distress signal. His concern evident in his words, if I hadn't heard your cry, I would have been a goner for sure. Who gave you permission to die? You're my servant for life. But Castle, newly human, stands defiant. Even so, I object to any and all experiments performed on my person. That's a human rights violation. The confrontation intensifies, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. You're an undead. A global tremor. News erupts from South Korea, a C-rank dungeon, conquered. The streets buzz with the unexpected victory. Whispers turn to shouts as the impact sinks in. Hailunchul Kong, at the press conference, delivers the earth-shattering announcement. A masked figure, power radiating from him, a god among mortals, divine magic, black magic, mana at his command. The world learns of the dungeon's inhabitants, and the government acts swiftly. Restrictions lifted. A gateway opens, beckoning adventurers to explore. And across the ocean, the United States follows suit, clearing a C-rank dungeon of their own. A historic moment. A congratulatory call. Richard, basking in the success. A casual conversation masks a monumental shift in power. Right back at ya. The phone rings, a sharp, insistent tone cutting through the quiet office. A concerned frown creases the older man's face as he listens. The details of the deal are laid out, the high cost and operational limitations of the Goliath units weighing heavily on his mind. A stark comparison, the bulky Goliath, easily controlled, versus Richard's sleek, responsive creation. The differences are vast. But the potential for synergy is undeniable. A collaboration, a merging of strengths, could overcome their individual weaknesses. The older man's smile widens, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He's heard of Richard's incredible achievement. And now, he's ready to make a bold proposition. A trade of secrets, a gamble with high stakes. But Richard's response is swift and confident. There's a catch, of course, but he's prepared. The older man's laughter rings out, a sound of pure relief and agreement. The deal is sealed. Across the ocean, a meeting takes place. Two flags stand tall, representing a monumental agreement. A formal acceptance of Richard's terms, a new chapter in international relations beginning with a handshake. The aftermath of a monumental battle. Over 15,000 lives saved from the C+ dungeon, a victory hard-earned, etched into the very fabric of reality. But the fight isn't over. These survivors, temporarily housed in what was once North Korea, face a new challenge, the weight of displacement and uncertainty. South Korea's response? Apathy. Borderline neglect. Their plight is ignored, a stark contrast to the heroism displayed in the dungeon's depths. That's why a deal was struck. A request for cooperation, a lifeline extended across international borders. The United States, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. Wonhyo, a key player in this intricate game of global politics, arrives on American soil. A special guest, greeted personally. With a question hanging heavy in the air. Is that the colossal doll you created? The implications are vast, the potential impact, immeasurable. A prototype, yes, but a prototype with the power to reshape the world. Its transportation is swift, its future, uncertain. A warning is issued, do not touch. The tension ratchets up. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air as the U.S. officials gather. Only to be met with disaster. The forbidden touch. The consequences are immediate, catastrophic. Doom. The aftermath. Bodies litter the floor, casualties of a reckless experiment, a chilling testament to the power unleashed. Will they survive? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent prayer for their recovery. But the answer is far from certain. A chilling explanation unfolds. The prototype's curse is activated by intent, a terrifying revelation. The weight of that knowledge settles upon them, a palpable sense of dread. The consequences? Hair loss and other issues. The horror is etched on their faces, a grim realization dawns. A desperate plea escapes one man's lips, wouldn't death be preferable to that? The curse's effects are far worse than death itself. A stark contrast to the casual cruelty of the situation. The man's outburst is met with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Amidst the chaos, a voice cuts through the tension, ahem. Calm down, Dr. Alex. A new player enters the scene, Richard, the architect of this catastrophe. His introduction is met with suspicion and a chilling revelation: he designed Goliath, a being with terrifying abilities. The tension ratchets up. The U.S. representative's eyes widen, a dawning realization spreading across his face. Richard smirks, a hint of smug satisfaction in his expression. Yup, and believe me, it was a pain in the ass, he admits, the casualness of his tone belying the monumental effort involved. Wanhyo's gaze, sharp and assessing, lingers on Richard, a silent question hanging in the air. But Richard remains unfazed, his confidence unwavering. I have no reason to hide anything, he declares, a challenge in his voice. A dramatic swish of fabric. The unveiling begins. Goliath stands revealed, a towering mecha, a marvel of engineering and power. Richard gestures towards a small device. Put this on. It functions like both the key and steering wheel in a car, he explains, his voice low and controlled. With a burst of blue energy, FWAA, the device activates. Richard's associate grins, a spark of manic energy in his eyes. The commands ring out, asterisk to the right. Uppercut. Knee kick. Roundabout, asterisk. Goliath moves with terrifying precision, a blur of metallic limbs. A powerful kick sends Richard's associate flying. HUI, IT works, he shouts, a mix of surprise and exhilaration in his voice. But even in victory, a shadow of doubt crosses his face. But it's pretty clumsy in a lot of ways, he admits, a hint of concern in his tone. The tension is palpable. Richard, flanked by a concerned Wanhyo and a perceptive U.S. representative, faces a critical moment. Goliath's demonstration, it hasn't gone exactly as planned. And the flaws are immediately apparent. Richard's expression hardens. Clumsy, he thinks, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. I won't let such outrageous claims slide. The spectral skull of Goliath seems to glare back at him, a silent challenge. The demonstration continues, a series of clunk sounds echoing the awkward movements. Wanhyo, ever observant, points out the glaring issues: mana consumption, synchronization problems, and the overall clunkiness of Goliath's movements. This is way too clunky, he exclaims. Wanhyo's critique is sharp, precise. He envisions a more elegant solution, a more efficient design. If it were me, he muses, I would have made it not only more efficient, but also more pleasing to the eye. His confident smile hints at his own considerable skill. Richard considers Wanhyo's points. I suppose you have some valid points, he concedes, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. He turns to Goliath, a new plan forming in his mind. I think you and I need to talk. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Goliath, the skeletal warrior, responds with a curt, dismissive CHK. Is that all you've got to say? It seems to sneer. Wanhyo's laughter rings out, sharp and mocking. Ha ha. No comeback, huh? A dimensional disintegration? The question hangs heavy in the air. Gaps in his memory plague him, especially when it comes to these dimensional events. His past, his identity, fragments. But his memories as glands are less important now. He is Castle. Right on, my eternal servant, he commands, his voice echoing with newfound authority. A flash of blinding light. A portal rips open before them. A sudden whoosh as something unexpected emerges from the swirling vortex. What? The question bursts from his lips, a mixture of surprise and apprehension. A colossal gateway materializes, pulsating with otherworldly energy. A wave of power washes over them. A resounding quappa as the portal fully opens, revealing the unknown beyond. A notification pings. The Gray app has been activated. Ding. Castle stares at his phone, a growing unease etched onto his face. The digital world reflects a dawning reality: disintegration has begun. A frantic call cuts through the air. Richard. Hyenbach. As a dimensional portal rips open, revealing figures in a desperate struggle. Two men exchange worried glances. What's wrong? One asks, his voice tight with apprehension. Gasps of disbelief escape the man's lips. New terrain has emerged in Nevada, he announces, his voice strained with the weight of the revelation. A map of Nevada flashes across the screen, highlighting the newly formed zone of chaos. Castle's eyes widen, his expression shifting from apprehension to stark alarm as he witnesses the unfolding events from afar. A grim briefing unfolds in a sterile conference room. In the areas affected by disintegration, machines will be rendered useless, as is true in the dungeons, a voice states, the gravity of the situation palpable. The weight of the news settles upon the assembled officials. Those with talents will see a 5% decrease in power, a somber voice adds, emphasizing the dire consequences. The discussion continues, the gravity of the situation deepening with each word. Dungeon entrances have appeared in the affected area. There are as many as the C-rank dungeons that were never successfully cleared. The dungeon of the Great Barren Lands, a place where the US-based Heaven's Guard were utterly annihilated, twice. A young man, his eyes narrowed in determination, speaks, if possible, I'd like to take a closer look. An older man, his brow furrowed in thought, considers the request. And finally grants permission, all right. You have my permission. The question hangs in the air. Does this new dungeon hold a connection to his homeland, Edia? A team of adventurers stands before a colossal, snow-covered statue. The dungeon where they first met, the dungeon where they faced off against Galen, they all lead back to Edia. The weight of destiny settles upon them. A friend's surprised voice cuts through the silence, I thought you didn't believe in fate. The young man's reply is heavy with implication, I don't, but it seems inevitable. A blizzard rages, mirroring the turmoil within. A colossal, metallic dragon cuts through the frigid sky, its scales gleaming under a pale sun. A chilling landscape stretches below, a testament to the harsh, unforgiving environment. The air itself crackles with an unnatural energy. A cloaked figure emerges from the swirling snow, eyes glowing with an eerie, otherworldly light. This place, it's no wonder Heaven's Guard met their doom here. The cold, harsh winds whip around a group of soldiers, their faces grim. This entire place is saturated with negative mana, the snow and ice mask its presence. But for a necromancer, it's a paradise. A surge of purple energy erupts from Kai's hand, a chilling display of power. Quara. A retreat is ordered. Kai, his face etched with concern, turns to leave. His unease palpable. My lord, this place, he whispers, his voice barely audible above the wind. What is it, Kai, booms the lord, his voice echoing across the desolate expanse. He examines the map, his brow furrowed in concentration. The lord's gaze sharpens. Is there a problem with the map, he asks, his tone laced with suspicion. Kai hesitates, his eyes darting around. Somehow, the terrain on this map seems oddly familiar, he murmurs, a shiver running down his spine. A seasoned official, his face etched with years of experience, leans forward, a thoughtful expression clouding his features. So you're telling me this dungeon is part of a different world, or at least, a copycat version? The gravity of the situation settles in. In that case, the priority shifts. It's all the more important that Kai recovers his memories. We still have time. Just do your best. A curt nod, a silent acknowledgement of the immense task ahead. The weight of responsibility hangs heavy in the air, understood. A colossal gateway, shimmering with ethereal energy, bursts open. A wave of anticipation washes over the crowd, a surge of hope amidst the looming threat. A glimpse of determined faces, shrouded in the soft glow of their robes, their expressions unreadable. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The grim reality of the situation is laid bare. This will be no easy feat. This dungeon has already claimed the lives of more than 10,000 people. Nevertheless, we will not be deterred. The official's face hardens, his voice ringing with steely resolve. The weight of those lost lives fuels his unwavering determination. Many more of our loved ones and comrades will perish. A roar erupts from the assembled crowd. Give it your all. Live to fight another day. Never surrender. The scene shifts, the energy crackling around the figure of the official as he stands before the gateway, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. swoosh the portal pulses with power. The crowd roars as Richard, bathed in golden light, stands before them. There it is, the new ability he gained from his epic battle with Njit. The text spells it out, Link. An elder, his eyes gleaming with wisdom, observes. It's a game changer, he thinks, a true godsend in battle. But Kai, ever the strategist, remains unmoved. He sees that Richard hasn't yet accepted the link, a subtle detail only he notices. Kai's decision is clear. The new ability, powerful as it is, could clash with his own unique talents. It's better this way, he concludes. The elder nods, understanding Kai's choice. With a final word of encouragement, best of luck with the quest, he releases them to their fate. Preparations complete. The team, led by Lord, stands ready. A portal shimmers into existence, whoosh, and they step through. They emerge into a blizzard, the icy wind biting at their faces. The ground is a treacherous expanse of snow and ice. And then, the horrors rise. Graahhh, kraahhh, a wave of monstrous creatures erupts from the snow, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. The battle begins. Lord, unfazed, faces the onslaught. What a lovely welcome, he remarks, a grim smile playing on his lips. Let us return it in kind. Whoosh, his attack is swift and deadly. The ground trembles. Dun, a powerful weapon unleashes its fury, adding to the chaos of the battle. A chilling wind whips across the desolate landscape as a formidable juggernaut, an ability user-oriented battle tank, rumbles into view. Its cannon erupts, a deafening bang, echoing across the frozen wasteland. The blast throws up a geyser of snow and ice. Multiple bangs shake the ground as fiery explosions rip through the air, incinerating their targets in a brutal display of force. Amidst the chaos, an official speaks, his voice barely audible above the roar of battle. Allow us to repay you for your warm reception. A lone figure emerges from the blizzard, a masked warrior wielding a staff that crackles with arcane energy. A sharp SK sound cuts through the air as he raises his weapon. His eyes burning with an icy determination. Inferno, he whispers, a low rumble shaking the very ground beneath his feet. With a mighty FWOM, a wave of searing energy explodes outwards, a devastating inferno consuming everything in its path. The resulting explosion is cataclysmic, a blinding flash of light and a shockwave that throws even the juggernaut back, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The ground trembles. Two soldiers watch in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. I've heard about his strength, one stammers, but... The masked warrior stands amidst a blizzard, his presence radiating an aura of immense power. A chilling realization dawns. That power is not merely formidable, it's the terrifying might of a seven-circle mage. With a gesture, he commands the very elements themselves, unleashing a furious maelstrom. Wind, blow. Storm, pulverize. The ground trembles as a miniature tornado of incandescent fury erupts, engulfing the battlefield in a fiery vortex. From a safe distance, observers watch in stunned silence. That's quite impressive, even for a lich, one of them remarks, the awe evident in his voice. The situation is dire. What are you doing? Take out as many enemies as you can, a commanding voice shouts, urging them to action. Boom! Kaboom! Explosions rock the landscape as the masked warrior's devastating assault decimates the enemy ranks. The sheer force of the attack sends shockwaves through the frozen ground. Even from above, the scale of the carnage is breathtaking. He's stronger than I anticipated. A voice whispers, a hint of unease creeping into the tone. The masked warrior's power is not limited to raw might, but also divine magic at his disposal. His mastery extends beyond the physical realm. His very being is a weapon. With his status, his body, and his soul, the narration trails off, hinting at the terrible price of his power. A triumphant roar echoes across the battlefield. I will come to life at last. Ha ha ha. The warrior's victory is complete, a long-awaited moment of triumph. The aftermath of battle. A chilling wind whips across the desolate landscape. An official, wounded but resolute, addresses a group of soldiers. "So, has your liege learned anything about this place?" He reports grim news. The lord, his face etched with worry, reveals, he says the terrain is familiar. He's quite distraught. The masked warrior, his face partially obscured, observes the scene from a distance. A chilling deduction escapes his lips. "I'm guessing it was his hometown, huh?" A tense moment. A simple yes hangs heavy in the air. The masked warrior's expression shifts subtly. A flicker of something unsettling. Suddenly, a sharp intake of breath. The masked warrior flinches, a visible tremor running through his body. The official, noticing his reaction, asks urgently, "What's wrong?" The metallic TK of armor echoes through the desolate landscape. A heavy breath, a huff, escapes the warrior's lips. He was the lord of a high-ranking aristocratic family, and this land evokes feelings of nostalgia. But how did his homeland become a rank C dungeon? Until now, the dungeon bosses were all but traitors to their own worlds. Could it be that someone in his family? Impossible. No, he won't believe it till he confirms it with his own eyes. A low dun reverberates through the frozen peaks. A lone figure stands before a jagged cliff face, the wind whipping at his cloak. If this is the secret safe homeland, it can only be opened by a member of his bloodline, but no, he should not find it here. A colossal figure, clad in obsidian armor, stands before a cavern mouth. Before him lies a treasure trove, chests overflowing with gold, gleaming jewels, and ancient weapons. He turns, his back to the riches, a sword strapped to his back. The weight of his past, perhaps, heavier than any gold. Thwump! A sudden tremor shakes the ground. Ah, ah! A cry of pain escapes him. His eyes widen, disbelief etched on his face. How could this be? The dungeon, it's alive. Kai. A whisper, barely audible above the wind. FWIP. A sudden gust of wind whips past. My lord. Three figures emerge from the swirling snow, their faces grim. The lord of the aristocratic family stands before his loyal retainers, his armor dusted with snow. If you still think of me as your lord, I'll forgive you for this lapse in judgment. Let's go back. A tense moment hangs in the air, the weight of unspoken words heavy between them. Who says you're free to leave? A chilling voice cuts through the silence. The ground trembles once more. The lord's face hardens. A monstrous figure rises from the snow, its silhouette menacing. The lord raises his hand, preparing for battle. How dare you violate the sanctity of my family's secret safe? The monstrous figure reveals itself, its eyes burning with rage. The final confrontation begins. With a whoosh, the lord of the aristocratic family cuts through the air, his blade a blur of motion. The impact. Clang, metal clashes against metal as he meets the first wave of armored guardians head-on. Sparks fly. He stands defiant, a lone warrior amidst a blizzard of steel. The wind howls around him, a symphony of impending conflict. Twin blades flash. Shunk fling. He dances through the attacks, a whirlwind of precise movements. Each parry is a testament to his skill. With a mighty leap, he launches himself into the fray, a dark silhouette against the swirling snow. FWOSH. Another clash. Clang, the force of the collision sends shockwaves through the frozen ground. The air crackles with energy. A brutal exchange of blows. Shunk, the clash of steel echoes across the battlefield. He sends one of the creatures flying with a powerful strike, another opponent lunges, but he's ready. This bastard knows the family's swordsmanship? Why? How could you have done this, brother? A blinding clash. Steel screams against steel as the brothers collide in a flurry of motion, the impact echoing across the frozen wasteland. One brother, his face partially obscured, staggers back, a single word escaping his lips, "Brother?" His eyes widen, a chilling realization dawning, the weight of the revelation settling heavily upon him. The other brother flinches, a flicker of surprise and perhaps fear crossing his features. He reveals his identity, the youngest son of Count Kiona, wielder of the royal family's secret weapon. Kairos Kiona. The name itself carries the weight of history and power. His brother's disbelief is palpable, a silent question hangs in the air. I thought you were dead. Kairos's response is a stark admission, I did die, but I was fortunate enough to be reborn, his path intertwined with his lord's, his lost memories slowly returning. The surviving brother, equally surprised, admits, I am surprised to learn that you are still alive as well. The lord of the aristocratic family, his face etched with a mixture of shock and suspicion, demands an answer. So then, tell me, how did you become the master of this dungeon? A breathtaking sight unfolds before him. Kairos Kiona stands amidst a legion of shadowy knights, a chilling army at his command. The snow falls silently around them, a stark contrast to the palpable tension. The lord's eyes widen in disbelief as he utters a single, stunned word, brother? A chaotic clash erupts. The lord's allies charge, swords flashing, but Kairos's army meets their assault head-on. Brother, cries the lord, his voice filled with a desperate plea. One of the lord's companions tries to intervene, but another warns, don't waste your breath. I doubt you'll get through to him. A sudden, sharp sound cuts through the air, as a masked figure appears, wielding a staff. The scene shifts, the focus narrowing on this mysterious newcomer. The masked figure raises his staff, a golden light emanating from it. He who gives all things the grace of life, purifies the unclean and devours the darkness. A blinding flash of golden light erupts, pushing back the shadows. The masked figure stands tall, the golden light surrounding him like an aura. He raises his staff high above his head, a symbol of power and authority. The rising sun. The golden light explodes outwards, a wave of radiant energy that washes over the battlefield, pushing back the darkness and leaving only a brilliant, blinding light in its wake. Across a desolate, snow-swept landscape, a party of figures advances. The lord of the aristocratic family leads the way, his expression grim. A sudden gust of wind whips past, carrying with it the sound of SHAA, a powerful force unleashed. Kairos, the younger brother, stands defiant. For what cause are you willing to sacrifice our family's loyal subjects, he demands, his voice laced with concern. I don't understand, brother. The older brother's response is calm, almost chilling, no need to get so worked up, Kairos. They will not perish. But before he can explain, thick, dark chains erupt from the snow, ensnaring Kairos. He's trapped. A masked figure appears, their eyes narrowed. Kairos, the masked figure's voice is sharp, filled with urgency. With a flick of their wrist, the chains vanish. The masked figure declares, I will have to abandon the idea of taking your lord and your comrades captive. Kairos, freed, cries out, brother. The masked figure continues, however, you'll have to come with me, little brother. Once you hear what I have to say, you will understand. With a snap, purple energy explodes, and the scene shifts. Mass teleport. The masked figure and Kairos vanish, leaving the lord and his companions behind. Flash. A blinding light engulfs the scene, leaving only a swirling vortex of purple energy in its wake. Leaving the lord of aristocratic family and his companions in a blizzard, their faces etched with alarm. Shit. Kai, one of them shouts, his voice barely audible above the howling wind. Panic sets in. Master. Kai's coordinates are on the move. Where is he? The camera pulls back to reveal a grim, imposing structure in the distance, the Overlord's estate. A cold, foreboding castle, silhouetted against the snowy landscape. The scene shifts. The lord of aristocratic family, his face grim, sits amidst his advisors on a snow-covered rock. Master, how do you think Kai will react? One of them asks, concern etched on his features. He stares out at the vast, frozen expanse, a flicker of hope in his eyes. I want to believe that he'll come through for us. But doubt creeps in. Another advisor speaks, his voice laced with bitterness. Faith, huh? Sure, But you never know. I once died at the hands of someone I trusted. The hooded figure speaks, his voice low and measured. I understand how you feel, master, but we should prepare for the worst, just in case. The lord of the aristocratic family nods slowly, his expression hardening. Fine. We'll just make the necessary provisions for that contingency, then. Kai, please be safe. Please don't betray us. The lord of the aristocratic family stands firm, his gaze unwavering. His words, heavy with concern, echo in the cavernous hall. I don't want to lose you as a comrade. The weight of his responsibility is palpable, the fate of his family, and perhaps the kingdom, hangs in the balance. Snow falls on a city of spires and shadowed walls, a breathtaking panorama of Gothic architecture under a bleak sky. Inside, a brother's question hangs heavy in the air. Brother, is that sword perhaps? The answer comes, sharp and cold, that's right. It is the family heirloom. A throne room, dark and imposing, where shadows writhe. The weight of legacy is palpable, the brother hesitates. The sword is too heavy for me to bear. I will never be worthy of it again. Despair, etched onto his face. But the elder brother's words cut through the doubt, so it is yours, whether you choose to wield it or not. Confusion, then a dawning realization. But why? The answer, a chilling revelation. Does your sense of unworthiness have anything to do with the fact that you have become the dungeon master? A heavy silence, then, a confession, yes. I am sure you are curious as to how I came to be the dungeon master, and why I betrayed my own family. A metallic tak echoes through the hall as the younger brother places the sword on the table. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, strides through a grand hall. His presence alone commands silence from the kneeling figures before him. A chilling command echoes, follow me. The air crackles with arcane energy as the two brothers enter a chamber, a glowing glyph pulsating on the wall behind them. A sword rests nearby, radiating an ethereal light. A sharp snap. A finger snaps, and a ripple of power surges outwards. Before them, a crimson crystal hums with power, a shadowy figure trapped within. Impossible. Breathes the younger brother, his voice filled with disbelief. The crystal shimmers, and a figure emerges, bathed in an ethereal glow. Brother! The younger brother's voice cracks with a mixture of shock and outrage. Why is our second oldest brother in this dungeon? The older brother's face is etched with weariness, his voice heavy with unspoken pain. Listen to me, Karos, our family and our vassals are still alive. A gasp escapes the younger brother's lips. What? The older brother's confession hangs heavy in the air. I placed them in a deep slumber. I had to, for my wife's sake. A soft question, laced with hope and fear, is she? The dungeon master's face is etched with a grim determination. His confession hangs heavy in the air, a desperate measure born of necessity. The image of a woman, eyes closed, submerged in a crimson glow. A life force, drained, sacrificed. A flashback unfolds, revealing a desperate struggle, a warrior, battered and broken, fighting for survival in a brutal arena. Then, a glimmer of hope. A female vampire, a beacon in the darkness, fights alongside him. A bond forms amidst the chaos. A forbidden love blossoms, fueling a daring plan, escape the dungeon together. But fate, it seems, had other plans. The dungeon master's resolve hardens. He seizes control, a desperate gamble to secure a future that was stolen from him. But the price of power is steep. A monstrous visage looms, eyes burning with malevolent intent, a curse is cast. The weight of that curse, a chilling revelation, a cruel twist of fate that binds them to a desperate quest. A chilling confession unfolds. The dungeon master, his face etched with a grim determination, reveals a dark secret. So, I captured all those who traced their lineage to Count Kiona. A calculated move, he claims, to achieve his goals, but also to save the Kiona family from extinction. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. The younger brother's shocked whisper, what echoes the audience's disbelief. A whirlwind of revelations. The invader's true motives are exposed, they spread lies, turning the survivors against each other, a cruel betrayal. Despite knowing it was a trap, the nobles turned on their own kin, a tragic consequence of blind ambition. The Dungeon Master's story continues. After learning of his family's impending doom, he sought out his brother, Leonis, in secret. Leonis's reaction is unexpected. Delighted to see his brother alive, he offers neither reproach nor questions. A bond of brotherhood, unwavering. Leonis's quiet strength is revealed. He advises his brother to leave, to rebuild their family once enough time has passed. A poignant scene unfolds. Leonis's sacrifice is revealed as he chooses to rest with their fallen kin. The Dungeon Master's desperate measures. To save his family, he put them to sleep, using the life force of others to sustain them. A desperate plea echoes through the chamber. So I implore you, brother, help me. His eyes widen, reflecting the weight of his decision, a betrayal of his lord looms large. A vision of salvation, a city shrouded in snow, yet filled with hope. All those dear to him will be saved. A figure emerges from the shadows, a masked man, a sigh of relief escapes his lips, phew. He checks a small, dark object, a subtle yet urgent task, a silent communication. The masked man approaches, a hushed command cutting through the air. Shah. His lord speaks, his voice laced with concern. I was worried about you. Why did you sneak in under the cover of fog? The truth is revealed, a hidden force stands ready. I take it you did not come alone. Torn between loyalty and compassion, a confession hangs heavy in the air. I know I pledged loyalty to you, my lord, but, truth be told, I am conflicted. A clandestine meeting unfolds. The Dungeon Master stands before his brother, a figure shrouded in mystery, flanked by a silent retinue. The masked figure speaks, his voice a low rumble. Kai, there's only one piece of advice I have for you. His words carry the weight of unspoken consequences, so whatever you decide to live with, choose the path that best serves you. Kai, the younger brother, considers this cryptic counsel. Doubt clouds his face. Best serves me, you say? A chilling prediction follows. Yes, it'll be the only consolation for the regret you'll feel later. Kai's resolve hardens. A subtle shift in his posture, a glint in his eyes. Your words are truly invaluable. He accepts the burden, his voice firm. So, in light of your advice, I will let my greed lead the way. The masked figure's response is swift and cold. Sorry, but I show no mercy to my enemies. A wave of dark energy erupts. The masked figure unleashes a devastating attack, leaving Kai and his guards vulnerable. We're under attack. A blinding flash. The air crackles with energy as a devastating blast rocks the snowy landscape. Revealing a terrifying sight, Nidhogg, the skeletal dragon, descends upon the battlefield, its shadow falling over a legion of soldiers. The younger brother stands defiant, sword drawn. The younger brother confronts his attacker. Did you organize this ambush, Kai? No, Kai replies, his voice laced with a chilling calm. I believe my older brother was behind this. A flicker of doubt crosses the younger brother's face. His hand trembles slightly as he grips his sword. A chilling premonition grips him as shadowy figures emerge from the darkness, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. My shadow. The shadows close in, their fangs bared. It's beset by vampires. Panic grips the younger brother as the monstrous Nidhogg lunges, its jaws snapping shut. An impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield. The younger brother is thrown back, barely escaping the dragon's wrath. A blizzard rages across the desolate landscape, two figures clash amidst the swirling snow. The younger brother coughs, his breath misting in the frigid air, a shadow falls over him. Steel clashes against steel. Shrieks pierce the wind as Nidhogg and his vampiric horde descend, a whirlwind of blades and dark magic. The younger brother, defiant, roars his challenge, "Get out of my way, you leeches!" But he's outnumbered. He lunges forward, a desperate gamble, his brother watches from afar. A cry of anguish cuts through the storm. Kai. A plea for mercy, or perhaps, a desperate attempt to break through the darkness. The older brother, his face partially obscured by a mask, stands silhouetted against the falling snow, his expression unreadable. The weight of 1,000 accusations hangs heavy in the air, a storm of questions lashes against a weary warrior. But amidst the chaos, a chillingly calm response: "It's not Nidhogg's fault. The situation was beyond his control." A fiery resolve ignites within him. Why don't you fake out your anger on the enemies instead? The cold, harsh reality of a snow-swept kingdom, a castle stands tall, a silent sentinel against the biting wind. A weary greeting echoes through the halls: "Welcome back, Kai." A brother lies injured, carried into the castle. A wave of sorrow washes over him. Only imagine how difficult it must have been for you to make that choice. Forgive me for making you do this. The cold decree falls like a guillotine. Leave him here. The shuffle of armored feet signals an impending doom. A grim determination hardens his features. However, since he is still a danger to us, he will have to be restrained. The injured brother is brought before a throne room, surrounded by armored guards. A palpable tension hangs in the air. A chilling question hangs in the air: "Do you still have a sense of taste, Kai?" Kai's brother, despite his injuries, manages a weak smile. "Then let us honor our hard work today with a celebratory drink." A vast wine cellar is revealed, rows upon rows of aged bottles promising a moment of respite. But the celebration is short-lived. Kai's brother quickly falls asleep, exhaustion claiming him. A sudden, heavy thud. The brother slumps to the floor, mugs clattering around him. Kai quietly observes. And with a quiet "I will take my leave now, brother," he departs, leaving his brother behind. The scene shifts. A dark corridor. A heavy door closes with a soft sk. The tension is palpable. A voice, low and menacing, observes: "Despite having the opportunity to kill me, he didn't take it." A sinister smile plays on the lips of the unseen speaker. His loyalty is unquestionable. Across a snow-swept landscape, a grim-faced Kai marches alongside his troops, his brother's hand clasped firmly in his own, a silent promise, a heavy burden. A tense standoff unfolds. A furious general glares, his eyes burning with suspicion, while Kai and his men stand firm, ready for anything. A shrewd observer watches from afar, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "Good. Everyone's at the top of their game," he muses, his voice a low hum of satisfaction. Meanwhile, a worried young man speaks to his companion, his voice laced with anxiety. "They look like they're out for blood." "Nigwas, I'm sure Master is safe. So don't beat yourself up." A simple, reassuring response: "All right." The scene shifts to a dark, imposing throne room. A powerful figure sits upon a throne, surrounded by menacing guards. An air of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. And Kai kneels before him, his back to the viewer, a picture of silent submission. The throne's occupant speaks, his voice smooth yet commanding: "Welcome, Hyenbok Kim. So you are my brother's master? My name is Uranus Kiona." The response is curt, formal, yet laced with an undercurrent of something else. The tension crackles. Kai, his face a mask of barely controlled fury, spits out the words, "That's rich, coming from a traitor." He presses his advantage, a challenge in his eyes. "My lord, do you remember the oath I took after you bestowed me with a name?" And with a steely resolve, Kai declares his unwavering loyalty. "I, Kai Kiona, hereby attest to the fulfillment of our oath." His voice rings with defiance, a memory flashes in his eyes. As you may recall, the weight of his past commitments heavy on his shoulders. "I pledged loyalty to you until the day I would reclaim my family's heirloom. The tables have turned. So, in other words, you can't order me around anymore, shit." A chilling command cuts through the air. "Just do me this last favor, come closer." Kai's response is swift and chillingly obedient. "As you wish." A blur of motion. A brutal strike. Wham, blood splatters. Followed by another devastating blow. POW, Kai is relentless. Kai stands over his fallen foe, Uranus Kiona, the air thick with the scent of blood and the lingering echo of battle. Kiona, defeated and bleeding, gasps, "Forgive me. Despite his victory, Kai's face is grim. Damn it! This is far from over. Kiona's defiance flares one last time. I'm not going to die here. Elsewhere, Kai's unconscious brother is carefully carried away. Thud. The sound of his body hitting the ground echoes softly as two shadowy figures move him towards his chambers. The weight of his fate hangs heavy in the air. Back in the throne room, Kai sheathes his blood-stained sword. The metallic TMP of the scabbard closing is almost a sigh of relief. An invitation is extended. Care to join me for a drink? Kai declines, his exhaustion evident. No, I will retire for the night. The unseen figure simply replies, suit yourself. As Kai departs, a sense of unease settles over the throne room. The unseen mastermind's gaze is cold and calculating. A colossal fortress looms, its stone walls piercing the snow-laden sky. Dark figures, mounted on spectral steeds, circle the stronghold, a chilling prelude to the storm about to break. The command rings out, sharp and decisive. An army, clad in gleaming white armor, surges forward, a tide of steel and determination. But even as they advance, a dark shadow falls. A scream cuts through the air, a soldier thrown back by an unseen force, the first sign of the coming chaos. The sky itself seems to darken as a monstrous flock of shadow dragons descends, their wings eclipsing the sun, a terrifying display of power. A blizzard of ice shards rains down from the sky, pulverizing the advancing soldiers, the dragon's icy breath a weapon of devastating efficiency. The castle walls crumble under the relentless assault, the siege has begun in earnest. The defenders fight back, their spears a flurry of motion against the relentless onslaught, but the attackers are too many, their advance unstoppable. A deafening explosion rocks the very foundations of the castle, the inner walls have fallen. Impressive. The unseen mastermind observes the scene on a monitor, a cold satisfaction in his eyes. 20,000 soldiers have breached the inner walls in mere minutes. Hyunbok Kim, a key figure in this assault, receives a message. His expression is one of grim determination, the end is near. The unseen mastermind's voice booms, echoing with chilling power, you have given me your soul, your body, and your vassals as my sacrifice, they shall all be mine. The ground cracks beneath the weight of dark magic, a terrifying prelude to the destruction about to unfold. A crimson wave erupts from the center of the ritual, radiating outwards with unstoppable force. Ziyu. The castle walls crumble into dust, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. The siege is over. Ziyu. The devastation is complete. A scene of utter chaos and ruin. Hyunbok Kim watches in horror as his mana drains away. My mana is draining away. Despite the despair, a defiant cry rings out, hang in there, everyone. Hope flickers amidst the chaos. If we hold our ground for a little longer, the tide will surely turn in our favor. But the unseen mastermind's laughter cuts through the desperate hope. Fools, you really think that your luck will change? Wham! A brutal blow lands, the fight for survival continues. A warrior, his armor gleaming, stands defiant amidst the chaos. As a torrent of icy energy erupts. SHWW. The defenders are blasted back, POW. Pow. A wave of destruction washes over the battlefield. Hyunbok Kim roars in defiance, his face contorted in fury. The unseen mastermind's cruel laughter echoes in his ears. The mastermind reveals his deception. You thought you were siphoning the life force of the living, when in fact, you were absorbing the dead. With a swift fling, Hyunbok's blade flashes, a desperate counterattack. But he's met with a brutal parry. How dare you! The mastermind's power is overwhelming. Blades clash in a shower of sparks. Clang! The force of the impact reverberates through the castle. A figure emerges from the shadows, Karos. Hyunbok's eyes widen in shock and betrayal. Karos? Hyunbok's voice cracks with anguish, but why, Kai? Did you not choose to stand with me? Karos's response is cold and calculating, I must choose what serves me best. The unseen mastermind, his face finally revealed, sheathes his sword with a SK sound. A chilling confession escapes his lips, thus, I allowed myself a moment of greed. Hyunbok Kim, eyes wide with disbelief, stares at the mastermind. The mastermind continues, his voice laced with cold calculation, and stand, with earth. Hyunbok's world shatters. His mouth hangs open, a single word escaping his lips, what? All you need to save your wife is mana and life force, right? How did you know that? We have her to thank for that. Drip, pop. On top of that, she absorbed the magic item, and was able to gauge your magical aptitude. Their world can supply you with all the life force you need. I'm already familiar with this planet called Earth. A colossal greatsword is drawn, its weight palpable, the tension crackles in the air. Tremble, you don't know who we're dealing with. To them, I am as small and insignificant as an insect, if I betray them. Brother. We crossed paths with two of their order in the past. Jolt. An unnamed entity who captures the souls of the departed within the sand to mold them into her own army. A brother's concern hangs heavy in the air. You mean to say, you encountered the king of the desolate realm, where there are no subjects to govern? But his resolve is unwavering. His fist clenches, a silent promise forming. But that is precisely why I choose to face them head-on. I will make them pay for what they did to me. His opponent, however, remains unconvinced. A dismissive sigh escapes his lips. Truly, as foolish as you are. The weight of his words, a crushing blow. You are still weak. The sound of a cloak falling, a chilling presence looms large. And a cold fury ignites in his eyes. Let me wake you up from your absurd dream. A thunderous kaboom shakes the very foundations. The hero stands defiant, sword drawn, ready to face the coming storm. A whoosh of icy wind heralds the arrival of unexpected allies. Looks like we arrived just in time. Despite the dire situation, a glimmer of hope emerges. That said, I'm sorry to hear that, my lord. I'll give you one last chance to change your mind. Will you join us and come to our homeland? The offer hangs in the air, a challenge met with a swift, silent rebuke. CHK. A blade unsheathes. TSK. That's a damn shame. Well, I'll leave you to wrap things up here. With a dismissive wave, the figure turns, leaving behind a scene of simmering tension. The air crackles with unspoken threats. A blur of motion. Purple energy explodes outward as Kai unleashes a devastating attack. The sheer force of it is breathtaking. You think you two have what it takes to face me alone? A smirk plays on the lips of their opponent, a chilling display of confidence in the face of overwhelming odds. It's showtime, Kai. The words are a spark, igniting the battle. A clash of wills, a dance of death begins. Unfortunately, your little power boost will not be enough to defeat me. The king of the desolate realm advances, his movements precise and deadly. The weight of his presence is palpable. I might just surprise you. Defiance blazes in his eyes. A desperate gamble, a last stand against impossible odds. Steel clashes against steel. Clang, the impact sends a shockwave through the chamber. The fight is joined. Asterisk clang, asterisk another blow lands, the force of it sending one warrior sprawling. The battle rages on, a whirlwind of steel and fury. In the meantime, he will focus on strengthening Kai. A silent vow, a desperate hope for victory. Steel clashes against steel. A whirlwind of blades, sparks erupting with each clang. The king of the desolate realm and his unexpected opponent trade blows. The air itself crackles with the raw power of their strikes. A furious exchange, a dance of death played out in a flurry of motion. A blinding flash of light. The impact of a devastating blow sends shockwaves through the very ground itself. Kai, his face contorted in grim determination, parries a blow with a desperate lunge. His blade shatters, the sound of splintering metal echoing through the chamber, FWIP, SHLUK. But he manages to keep his footing, his eyes burning with defiance. A desperate gamble, but one that pays off for now. A roar of fury. His adversary staggers back, momentarily stunned by the unexpected ferocity of the attack. Clink, guh. The king of the desolate realm, his face a mask of barely contained rage, hisses, "How disappointing." His voice drips with contempt as he unleashes a scathing rebuke. "You have the nerve to ask me to join your cause when you cannot even hold your own in battle?" A surge of dark energy erupts from the king's hand, a wave of shadow threatening to engulf Kai. But with a desperate cry, Kai deflects the attack, a red streak of light flashing across the battlefield. Steel clashes against steel. A crimson spray erupts as the unnamed entity parries a blow from the king, the impact echoing with a thunderous whump. The king's blade slices through the air, a chk as it narrowly misses its target. Kai's eyes widen, reflecting the deadly precision of his attack. "This is your last chance, Karos. Choose your allies wisely. Stand with the victor." The king's words hang heavy in the air, a chilling ultimatum. Kai grits his teeth. I've come too far to give up now. I will bring victory to my side, no matter what it takes. His resolve is unshakable, even as blood splatters across his armor with a sickening splut. The fight continues. A grim determination etched on his face. The weight of the battle, the cost of failure, it all bears down on him. The king delivers a final, contemptuous blow. Chk. Kai falls, his body collapsing onto the ornate floor. No one will remember your so-called heroism when you're dead, Karos. The king's voice is devoid of mercy. A sharp UGH escapes Kai's lips as he stumbles, clutching his head. The king's attack leaves a searing purple mark. Clang, his sword falls to the ground. But even as he falls, the unnamed entity rises. Clang, clang, a flurry of blows, a whirlwind of steel. The clash of their blades echoes through the throne room. A relentless assault continues. Clang, whoosh, the unnamed entity's blade sings through the air, a deadly dance of defiance. "Have you forgotten that I am an undead?" The unnamed entity's voice is cold, devoid of emotion, a stark contrast to the chaos of the battle. The king unleashes a brutal blow, sending Kai sprawling. Ugh! The impact reverberates through the chamber. But even as he falls, Kai's blade flashes, a desperate counterattack. TK. The king barely deflects the blow. A whirlwind of motion as the undead entity seizes the opportunity. Whoosh! The king is caught off guard. A smirk plays on the king's lips. "Phew, yes, as I recall, you were raised from the dead." He knows exactly what he's facing. And Kai, despite his wounds, his eyes burn with defiance. He will not yield. While the king's confidence remains unshaken, a chilling smile spreads across his face. Suddenly, Kai rises, his form shifting. Behold! He's transformed, his power amplified beyond belief. "Allow me to give you a taste of the sheer power of those monsters." Kai's voice echoes with newfound strength. "And, forgive me for fulfilling my brotherly duties and putting you out of your misery." A final, desperate act of mercy. "Brother?" The king's eyes widen in shock as Kai lunges. The king's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He senses something is terribly wrong. A crimson tide erupts. The unnamed entity unleashes a wave of raw power, a terrifying display of undead might. Kai, his armor gleaming, takes a direct hit. Whoosh! Arg. The force of the blow sends him sprawling. From the bloody maelstrom, a monstrous roar echoes, grahshsh. The entity's true form is revealed, a being of pure, pulsating rage. The king lunges, his blade flashing, shwnk, but the entity counters with brutal efficiency, shlk. A clash of steel and unnatural flesh. The king recoils, his face etched with disbelief. He witnesses something beyond his comprehension. With a furious cry, Kai rises again, his movements a blur as he attacks. Whoosh! Shk. His blade dances in a deadly ballet. The entity's form shifts, contorting into a grotesque parody of humanity, CHK. CHK. Its power is overwhelming. The king watches, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. Asterisk incredible, and this is just a mere fraction of their powers? Asterisk. The entity unleashes a final, devastating wave of crimson energy, KWAAA. Shopapap. The ground trembles under the sheer force. Fuea. A monstrous form erupts from a sea of crimson, its power overwhelming. The king is thrown back, his armor cracking under the sheer force of the blow, a devastating display of raw power. No! It can't end like this. I can't die here. DRRRK. With a desperate heave, the king summons a shard of ice, a desperate gambit against the tide of blood, whoosh. He's launched skyward. Ha, CHK. The king coughs up blood, his strength waning, but his eyes burn with defiance. Yes, but if you're speaking amidst the heat of battle, you must have found a solution. His eyes widen, a glimmer of hope piercing the despair. Do you trust me, Kai? The crimson entity looms, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. I trust you. A final, desperate stand, the king faces the abyss of blood, his resolve unwavering. The ground trembles as the entity unleashes its full might. A chilling proposition hangs in the air, a desperate gamble proposed amidst the chaos of battle. The words echo with the weight of their implications. A sacrifice demanded to turn the tide of war. The only path to victory, it seems, lies in a perilous embrace of the enemy's power. With a swift FWIP, Kai draws his blade, the glint of steel reflecting the grim determination in his eyes. He's made his choice. So be it. He will take his chances. The king's fate, and perhaps the realm's, rests on this desperate act of defiance. The impact. A crimson explosion erupts as Kai throws himself into the heart of the beast, a maelstrom of flesh and power. Asterisk boom, asterisk the force of the collision sends shockwaves through the very ground itself. The air crackles with raw, untamed energy. A horrifying struggle unfolds within the crimson vortex. KRKK, the sound of bone and flesh rending apart. Kai is consumed, swallowed whole by the entity's monstrous form. But is this the end, or merely a terrifying transformation? The crimson tide surges, a wave of destruction washing over everything in its path. The battle is far from over. The battle rages. Crystals fly, a desperate defense against an encroaching horror. A monstrous crimson tide crashes down. Run, the desperate cry echoes through the hall as the ground trembles with each thud. The beast's form is a horrifying spectacle of writhing flesh and power. A chilling presence watches from the shadows, a silent observer to this unfolding chaos. The air crackles with anticipation. Two figures huddle in the gloom, their faces grim. One, a knight, stands ready, the other, cloaked in mystery, waits. A beast lunges, a furious wham, shattering the fragile defense. A desperate plea cuts through the roar, "Master!" The masked figure's eyes widen in terror. I can't hold out much longer. Hurry, he cries, his voice strained. A barrier buckles, cracking under the immense pressure. Gah! It's gonna break. The masked figure grits his teeth, his face a mask of strain. This is more of a struggle than I initially imagined. A blinding flash of light erupts as the knight unleashes a devastating blow. Bam! The monstrous entity's barrier shatters. The masked figure's allies cry out, "Shit! We're reaching our limit, Master." The magical barrier protecting them flickers and weakens. As the monster roars, grahhhhh. A wave of crimson energy washes over them, whoosh. The knight cries out in pain, aargh. The scene shifts. The operation is drawing to a close. TMP. TMP. But Kai's newfound enlightenment has reinforced his willpower. His resolve burns brighter than ever before. More importantly, what's more, Kai is a master death knight. He is in a different league from the past souls you've absorbed. The monster's eyes blaze with furious energy. More importantly, thanks to the link between my followers and Richard, Kai will not lose consciousness, which means he will destroy you from within. The monster roars, a terrifying krakkk echoing through the battlefield. Crimson energy crackles across its monstrous form. A wave of raw power that threatens to shatter the very ground beneath their feet. Kai, eyes blazing with crimson fury, unleashes a deafening AARGH. The knight, battered and bruised, collapses. Thwump! Dust settles, revealing Kai, the Master Death Knight, standing over his fallen foe, staff held high. Victory is ours. A chilling declaration hangs in the air as blood splatters across the floor. The monster's lifeblood erupting in a final, agonizing sollet. The beast is vanquished. The masked figure, Chris, and another hooded figure stand in silent appraisal. Excellent work, Kai. A voice, calm yet laced with authority, breaks the silence. The knight's brother stares, wide-eyed, at the scene unfolding before him. His face is a mask of disbelief and horror. A weight of unspoken questions hanging heavy in the air. Be brother. The knight's brother rushes to his side. My lord, my brother needs immediate medical attention. But it's too late. His end is near. A grim realization dawns on the brother's face. Brother? The cry cuts through the aftermath of battle, a raw, desperate plea echoing in the silence. As long as I remain undefeated, my immortality keeps me in peak form. Kairos, the Master Death Knight, his face etched with the weariness of countless battles, speaks with chilling certainty. With each victory, my curse becomes more powerful. The fate of my soul depends on each victory. Defeat brings extinction. His words paint a grim picture of his existence, a constant dance with death. Brother! The anguished shout is a desperate attempt to break through the grim reality. The weight of Kairos's curse is palpable. Don't despair, you have proven yourself to me. I cannot be happy without you by my side, dear brother. A hand clasps another, a bond of brotherhood defying even the brink of oblivion. Tup. The sound of their joined hands. I have one last favor to ask of you. Devour me. Absorb my flesh and my soul. A shocking request hangs in the air, a sacrifice born of desperate love and grim necessity. His eyes widen, reflecting the enormity of the request. The weight of his brother's sacrifice settles upon him. This way, a part of me may remain in this realm to witness my daughter's growth. The masked figure observes, his expression unreadable, as the scene unfolds before him. The final moments of a life, a sacrifice of immense love, and a legacy that will continue to shape the future. The dust settles, leaving only the echoes of a brother's love. Kai's brother, Kairos, lies before him, a crimson tide blooming around him. His final words echo in the air, as you wish. Shia. A wave of searing energy engulfs Kairos. His form is consumed by a fiery inferno, a horrifying spectacle of power and sacrifice. A guttural scream rips through the air. Kai's face contorts in agony and ecstasy as he absorbs his brother's essence. Let my happiness live on in you. The ground trembles. A violent shudder rips through the very fabric of reality. The air crackles with raw power. The masked figure watches, his eyes wide with disbelief. A silent observer to this unimaginable event. Dust settles, revealing Kai, his eyes burning with a newfound power. The weight of his brother's soul rests upon him. What was that? The masked figure gasps, his voice laced with alarm. This entire realm is being rocked by a massive quake. A fiery meteor streaks across the sky. A celestial omen of unimaginable scale. The meteor continues its descent. Its fiery trail paints the night sky with an apocalyptic glow. Wait! The dungeon's interior has changed. The masked figure's eyes dart around, taking in the altered landscape. A tense standoff. Kai, his eyes blazing with barely contained fury, faces the masked figure. The aftermath of a cataclysmic event unfolds before them. Dust motes dance in the dim light of a grand hall. A fallen warrior lies prostrate, his armor stained crimson. A woman's face, contorted in silent scream of anguish and disbelief. Her eyes, wide with terror. The warrior groans, "Waah. My love." A violent whsh and thwump as he's struck down. Death's cold embrace. The remaining warrior, his voice heavy with regret, speaks, "It is truly regrettable. Sister-in-law, I." She cuts him short. "I saw everything." Her voice is flat, devoid of emotion, yet the weight of her words hangs heavy in the air. A slight sway, a tremor of grief, the weight of her loss threatens to consume her. She is barely standing. The masked figure approaches, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right? Let me take a look at her." A sudden, brutal SHLK. Blood splatters across the panel as the woman's spear finds its mark. A swift, merciless end. The warrior's face, contorted in shock and horror, as he witnesses the gruesome act. Splat. The finality of it all. Ha ha ha. You got what was coming for you. You shouldn't have let your guard down. What a relief to be rid of that hindrance. What do you mean, hindrance? If this is about your child. My child? I have no need for such a thing. A chilling laugh echoes through the chamber. Uranus was a valuable ally. Killing him was a mistake. Thus, you will join him in death. Thwip. A sudden flinch. Why is it moving? It should never be able to see the light of day. That is how it was supposed to be. You again? How are you still alive? The masked figure smirks, a chilling confidence in his eyes. You never got me in the first place. He casually dismisses the previous encounter, a dark aura swirling around him. A chilling revelation unfolds. I thought it was strange that someone with such tremendous power could not overcome the curse of unbirthing, but I understand now. Uranus was merely a tool for your own ambitions. You intended to sap his strength and elevate your own rank. A thunderous blow. What the hell have you done? The masked figure, Kai, explains his actions with unsettling calm. You see, as a necromancer, I'm pretty in tune with the energy of souls, and it seems like your child is dying to get out. So let me lend a hand. A dark energy crackles, a horrifying ritual begins. A woman screams in agony. The woman lies lifeless on the ground. Kai walks away, his expression unreadable. The faint sound of footsteps, thud thud. He gently picks up the baby, a strange tenderness in his movements. A moment of unexpected peace. A soft smile touches his lips. Congratulations on being born, little one. The ground trembles, a colossal structure, once proud and imposing, now crumbles into dust. The very air vibrates with the force of the impact. Panic erupts. What was that? Screams a man, his face etched with disbelief. The order is immediate. Hurry. Everyone, evacuate. Another earth-shattering kaboom. A monstrous shadow eclipses the city. A dragon, magnificent and terrifying, takes flight amidst the chaos. A flash of purple light, a warrior's eyes widen in shock and confusion. What could this mean? The earth shudders under the weight of its descent. A skeletal dragon, eyes burning with malevolent crimson, lands with a bone-jarring krkkk. A chilling question hangs in the air. A dragon? The dragon's roar echoes, a terrifying promise. I'll kill each and every one of you. A grim assessment. So, we've entered phase 2. What's our next course of action? A steely resolve. Leave them to me. I will handle this. A word of caution, it won't be easy on your own. The warrior stands defiant, a lone figure amidst a swirling vortex of spectral energy. His words echo with steely resolve, but I'm not alone. A concerned observer watches from the shadows, his eyes wide with apprehension. What are those things surrounding Kai? Another voice, calm yet insightful, explains the threat. Chances are, they're the independent undead army. The phantom undead, basically entities possessing many strengths, they are. The Spectral Legion attacks. A wave of ethereal blades flashes towards the warrior, SHWOSH, he barely dodges, the wind of their passage whipping past him. Legion. The warrior's gaze hardens, his face a mask of grim determination. I will show you no mercy in death, Demonis. A monstrous, skeletal dragon unleashes a blast of purple energy. Perish, every last one of you. The blast engulfs the spectral warriors. Whoosh, a cataclysmic explosion of purple and cyan energy rocks the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, the warrior stands firm. Let's finish this. With a final, decisive strike, the warrior cleaves through the dragon's skull. CHK, the dragon's reign of terror is over. No. I don't want to die. I can't die like this. The spectral dragon's maw opens, teeth like sharpened ice, ready to consume its prey. But the warrior stands defiant. A surge of power erupts from within, a blinding blue energy. KWAP, a devastating blast of energy obliterates the spectral horde. The ground trembles with the force of the impact. His eyes blazing with newfound power, the warrior speaks, and you will sow the seeds for the future. Boom, another earth-shattering blast. The spectral dragon is vanquished in a blinding flash of light, leaving only silence and the lingering scent of ozone in the air. The exhausted warrior collapses, his allies rushing to his side. A wave of relief washes over them as they survey the battlefield. The spectral dragon lies defeated, its icy form shattered. A chilling wind whispers through the ruins of the once proud city. 15 days have passed since the epic battle. The warrior, still recovering from his wounds, sits in a sterile hospital room. A doctor approaches, concern etched on his face. How are you feeling? The warrior, his voice muffled by bandages, replies, I'm still on the mend. The doctor nods, his expression softening slightly. You sustained some heavy injuries this time. Take it easy for now. So, what's your next move? His eyes hardening with resolve, the warrior declares, I'll return to Korea. I have some things I need to attend to at the base. The doctor raises an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his voice. The base, huh? The US government is willing to fund your relocation, so why don't you consider starting over here? The warrior shakes his head, his resolve unwavering. But I'm not going to abandon my base back home. A smile spreads across the doctor's face. Well, that's the best news I've heard in ages. A new arrival. Iris, Kiona, and Kai. Young Kai's eyes gleam with excitement as she greets her new guardian. Yes. Pleased to meet you, my lord. Within 15 days, Iris had grown into a 5-year-old child, a testament to her incredible development. Guess what? We went to the mall today. The day ends, and it's time for bed. It's your bedtime now, Iris. Let's get going. A quiet moment, as Iris and her guardian depart, leaving a lingering sense of anticipation. A heartfelt farewell. Poor thing, take good care of her. A solemn promise. Yes, I'll raise her like my own. A global map reveals the daunting task ahead. Only one of 36 Rank C dungeons has been cleared in Korea. The scale of the challenge is immense. Despite the slow progress, a new determination takes hold. Or so, I thought, until I learned that. A chilling map of the world unfolds, highlighting the locations of Rank C dungeons. Europe ablaze with the icy glow of these perilous zones, encompassing England, France, Italy, Greece, Germany, and Russia. The briefing continues, the focus shifting to Asia. The Asian Federation, China, Japan, and India, all marked by the same ominous luminescence. The warrior's eyes widen. The US is amazing. So, we weren't the only ones to clear the dungeon. Another group did as well. A rival team? The implications sink in. He presses for more information. From what I gathered, the government sponsored another group in addition to ours, the Golden Black Hole. His advisor is tight-lipped. They're pretty much shrouded in secrecy, so I don't know the details. But they've been around since the beginning. A sense of unease settles over the warrior. A shadowy image of numerous figures flashes before his eyes, hinting at the formidable power of this mysterious rival group. Dude done. Back at the cafe, the conversation continues. The warrior's concern is palpable, he needs answers. His face is grim. The president of the Dungeon Management's Korean division. The weight of this revelation hits him hard. Gulp. A chance encounter. Hey, long time no see. The words hang in the air, a hint of surprise in the speaker's tone. And a sharp retort follows, "You're still calling me that? You know I've long since retired, right?" A subtle tension builds. "But you left without telling me your real name." The unspoken words hang heavy between them. A brief pause, then a confident reveal, "Bukuk. My surname is Bukuk and my first name is Yun." That's an unusual surname. A thoughtful observation, followed by a request, "So, tell me, why have you come to see me?" The reason is revealed, a serious tone replacing the earlier casualness. "You see, the higher-ups' recent picks are proving to be quite the headache, especially with the newfound powers at their disposal." A question arises in the listener's mind: is he talking about the main actors involved in the Rank C dungeon expedition? The answer is clear, so I want you to train the rookies. A new task, a new challenge. You're looking for the ley lines in the US, aren't you? The weight of the request sinks in. A silent contemplation. The city skyline stretches behind him, a backdrop to a conversation about to take a sharp turn. "Of course there's more," the man states, his tone hinting at something significant. He continues, a subtle shift in his demeanor, "It'll be just a one-time thing, but..." The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy in the air between them. A sudden, chilling declaration: "I will show you the worst of your future." The young man's eyes widen, a stark reflection of the gravity of the statement. A deal is struck, a pact made in shadows, a glimpse into a terrible future is offered, a price to be paid. His eyes widen, a cold dread gripping his heart, the worst possible future unfolds before him. But at what cost? The price is steep, a significant portion of his lifespan, yet, he's willing to pay it. A chilling smile plays on his lips, a decision made, for both their sakes. A warning, a subtle shift in the air, unseen threats approach. With a flick of the wrist, he dismisses the threat, a swift departure, a promise of a future encounter. Papers fly, a whoosh of wind, the scene shifts, a new chapter begins. A dark presence looms, Nidhogg's shadow falls, a powerful entity, a looming threat. He prepares for the inevitable, a grim determination etched on his face. It's time to face the danger head-on. A colossal shadow falls across the cityscape, a dragon, its scales shimmering like 1,000 emeralds, descends from the heavens. A sleek, modern building, inside, a group stands before a large, imposing door, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. "Let's begin, Iris." The command echoes, sharp and decisive. Iris, a young girl with fiery determination in her eyes, beams. "Yes," she exclaims, brimming with confidence. "He's right, Uncle." "I'm strong," she declares, her voice filled with youthful bravado. A subtle tension remains, however, in the uncle's expression. "To learn how to wield her powers, and you know as well as I do that it's in her best interest," the uncle explains, his voice laced with a hint of worry. He hesitates, a conflict evident in his eyes. "Phew, very well." Relief washes over Iris's face as she lets out a joyous laugh. "All right. You're the best, my lord," she cheers. Before a massive, shimmering orb of water, the group prepares. The air crackles with anticipation, a ritual is about to begin. Iris extends her hand towards the swirling energy within the orb, a surge of power, a torrent of blue light, responds to her touch. A vortex of swirling blue energy explodes outwards. Whoosh, the raw power is breathtaking. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscures everything. The sheer force is palpable. The energy dissipates, leaving behind only a faint blue shimmer. A figure stands calmly amidst the residual energy, seemingly unaffected. His eyes widen in surprise. What just happened? Welcome to my dungeon. Hee hee hee. A young woman laughs, seemingly unfazed by the immense power she just unleashed. A snowy landscape stretches before her, a dark fortress looming in the distance. Her ability is simply incredible, Master. How did you know she was capable of this? The advisors whisper amongst themselves, their faces a mixture of awe and apprehension. 20 days after Iris was born, Kai witnessed her little vanishing act. A flashback reveals a younger Kai, his expression one of stunned disbelief. From that incident, we learned that Iris has the ability to manifest dungeons and create random entrances. She's also able to adjust the size of a dungeon and manipulate its landscape. With her powers, we can turn an entire dungeon into our base. The advisors and a mysterious cloaked figure exchange knowing glances. A new era begins. Master, I'm going to expand the scope of the dungeon, Iris declares, a mischievous glint in her eyes. The air crackles with anticipation as her uncle and the others watch, a mix of excitement and apprehension on their faces. With a surge of power, the landscape transforms. A colossal, snow-covered fortress rises from the ground, a breathtaking testament to Iris's abilities. KRRRRK. The very earth groans under the strain of creation as the dungeon expands, its icy spires piercing the sky. A sprawling labyrinthine forest materializes, its dense foliage obscuring the path ahead. This forest is designed like a labyrinth. Have you given any thought to what kind of monsters you'd like to release here? Iris's uncle asks, his voice laced with strategic calculation. A subtle shift in mood. Uncle's playful banter with Kai hints at a deeper bond, a shared understanding of Iris's potential. Kai smiles, his response a simple sure. It'll be a good chance for her to explore Seoul. Iris's face lights up, a radiant smile spreading across her features. Sparkle. Pure, unadulterated joy. The anticipation of adventure dances in her eyes. Chirp, chirp, chirp. From afar, a quiet observation. I wonder if Kai and Iris are having a good time. The world has changed, drastically. 3 figures sit at an outdoor cafe, their conversation heavy with unspoken tension. Colonel Kim is questioned about his agreement with the statement. But he has a surprise to share. His promotion to general is announced, a subtle shift in power dynamics. His accomplishments are acknowledged, a hint of envy coloring the words. The conversation turns to the general's success, a mixture of admiration and jealousy. The discussion shifts to internal friction within the ranks, a subtle warning. And the general's response reveals the source of his power, loyalty, and strategic moves. The weight of his new position is palpable, a challenging time lies ahead. A formal question is posed: will he serve his country? His answer is a swift, unexpected rejection. No thanks. The general's defiance echoes, a stark rejection of the patriotic call to arms. But Colonel Kim's words cut through the air, sharp and insightful: you're just making things harder for yourself. A glimmer of amusement in the uncle's eyes, even in defiance, the general earns unexpected sympathy points. A magical pouch, a gift offered with a sly smile. Enchanted with spatial expansion magic, the colonel explains, many uses. A silent exchange, a promise whispered between 2 figures of power. I'll be sure to return the favor someday, the general vows. The city streets hum with activity as Colonel Kim and the general part ways. A subtle tension lingers in the air as they walk away, their paths diverging. A casual encounter, a chance meeting, but the woman's question pierces the mundane: are you Wanhyo, the Necromancer? A moment of stunned silence, then, a hesitant confirmation that I am, but. Helena Scarlet, of the Scarlet Witches, reveals herself, a name that carries weight and power. The invitation arrives, crisp and official. A banquet, in England? Colonel Kim's words hang in the air, a subtle warning: the new generation of heroes are proving to be quite the handful. Despite the implied danger, a flicker of excitement crosses the general's face. "I'd be delighted to attend," he replies, a hint of anticipation in his tone. The camera pans to reveal Helena Scarlet, silhouetted against the backdrop of a bustling city street. Her presence is a promise of intrigue. Back inside, the general's eyes sparkle. He senses the power radiating from Helena Scarlet, a powerful mage indeed. He wants to meet the others. The colonel cuts the conversation short, his tone firm. "It's time to leave." The announcement: England hosts a grand banquet, a celebration for those who conquered the rank C dungeons. The imposing structure of the banquet hall looms, a beacon of power and mystery under the night sky. The party is about to begin. Iris, brimming with youthful enthusiasm, anticipates her first party. But her uncle's expression suggests otherwise. A stark warning from her uncle: this party is not what it seems. The young mage's excitement is quickly replaced with confusion. A young man's face fills the panel, his expression serious. His voice, a low warning: "Because things are going to get messy, so stay close to us." The scene shifts. Iris, looking stunning in a new dress, stands amidst a group of sharply dressed individuals. Compliments fly: "Oh, by the way, you're looking pretty today." "Master's right, you look great, Iris." "She did put in a lot of effort today." Impatience ripples through the group. A subtle but noticeable shift in the atmosphere. Someone asks, "Well, what are we waiting for?" The tension is palpable, the air crackles with anticipation. "Long time no see, teacher." The reunion begins in a lavish hall, opulent and brimming with unspoken tension. Hyunam's casually invited, a nonchalant shrug hinting at her power. We're not ones to be taken lightly by the mages, after all." The air crackles with unspoken power dynamics. "It's been a while, Sir Wanhyo. It appears that you've grown stronger since we last met. As a fellow comrade of Earth, it brings me great joy to see your progress." A warm greeting, yet laced with underlying assessment. "I'm sure my presence will only be a distraction for you, so I'll leave you to it." A playful grin hides a sharp mind. Andromalius's departure is strategic. "That said, can I count on you to escort Sun Tzu, just for old time's sake?" "Any time." A simple request, a complex history implied. "By the way, I've heard all about your recent achievements. So you cleared 2 rank C dungeons?" TMP TMP TMP. The sound of hushed whispers amplifies the weight of the question. "Yeah, but if I'm being honest, I didn't think I'd make it out alive." "What?" A moment of vulnerability, quickly followed by a surprising revelation. "I also cleared a rank C dungeon, but in China. It went by the name of the Garden of the Fallen King of Giants." A chilling image of monstrous creatures unfolds, hinting at the dungeon's perilous nature. "I encountered bears, trolls, ogre, and other giant creature types. The boss himself was a storm giant, but with the exception of the boss, I didn't find it to be particularly challenging." A confident assessment, underlining her exceptional strength. "So the monster army and traps didn't pose any difficulty for you?" "I didn't encounter any of that in my expedition." A stunned reaction, highlighting the unexpected ease of her victory. Hyunam's confident smirk says it all. "Did you have any problems finding your way around?" she asks, a playful glint in her eye. Her nonchalant reply hangs in the air. There was only one path, and it led straight to the boss's castle. Wanhyo's jaw drops. "What? Your experience in a rank C dungeon sounds nothing like the one I had. How strange." The seasoned Richard chimes in, his voice laced with disbelief. "Aren't monster traps, surprise attacks, and other dangers an essential part of every dungeon?" Hyunam shrugs, her composure unwavering. "I can't speak for all rank C dungeons, but that was just my personal experience." The implications sink in. Impossible. Does that mean the dungeon we cleared was an outlier? Richard dismisses the thought. "That seems unlikely, Richard. Right? I'm sure she was just lucky." "Yeah, that's probably it." The scene opens in a lavish hall, the air thick with anticipation. A chessboard, impossibly large, dominates the background, a silent testament to the power plays unfolding. As two figures discuss the formidable power of the magic association, their words hang heavy with unspoken implications. Suddenly, a young girl, held protectively by a man in a suit, is visibly shaken. Tremble, the word explodes from the panel, mirroring her inner turmoil. The weight of the magical display clearly too much for her to bear. Even this extraordinary child is not immune to the raw power unleashed. The tension ratchets up. A powerful mage, Aleister Crowley, makes a dramatic entrance, his presence filling the room. A subtle SHLK sound effect punctuates the moment as he offers a gesture of apology. A single drop of blood falls from his finger, a stark visual contrast to the opulent surroundings. Drip, drip. The sound echoes the slow, deliberate pace of the unfolding drama. The girl's reaction is immediate and unexpected. Her eyes swirl, a dizzying effect mirroring her sudden intoxication. A small hiccup escapes her lips. The mage explains the situation calmly, attributing her reaction to his blood. The tension eases slightly as apologies are exchanged. But a sharp glare from one of the onlookers reveals an underlying current of suspicion. The mage's casual dismissal of the incident only deepens the mystery. With a final, dismissive gesture, Aleister Crowley signals the end of the tense interlude. The party continues, but the lingering questions remain. A wave of magical energy erupts from the center of the checkered floor. The force of the blast sends shockwaves outwards, leaving onlookers speechless. Amazing, one whispers, he's one powerful mage. A young woman is caught in the chaos, but a man in a suit swiftly catches her, his movements precise and controlled. As the villainous laughter echoes through the hall, the scene is one of controlled pandemonium. Despite the spectacle, the men in suits decide to leave. Today's not the only day to enjoy ourselves, one states, so we're going to head back. A brief exchange of pleasantries follows, a calm departure from the recent chaos. As the schedule for the remaining days of the grand banquet is revealed, Tesla, Mach, Higaya, and Arya, each with their own grand entrance. The anticipation builds, the mystery of each guest's arrival adding to the intrigue. And as the night sky darkens, the host addresses the remaining guests, a sense of satisfaction in his voice. He expresses gratitude for their attendance, his words carrying a weight of genuine appreciation. Now, let's get to the heart of the matter. Our magic association's sphere of influence spreads across Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. However, that reality is long neglected since its occupation by invaders from around the world. In light of this, a great decision has been made. A great expedition will embark to restore Africa once and for all. A murmur ripples through the assembled mages. Alas, it's easier said than done. The human realm is riddled with dungeons, the front line of defense against invading forces. To ensure the success of our campaign in Africa, the association has deemed it necessary to clear the dungeons in the human realm first. We hope for your active cooperation in this endeavor. I trust you won't stand idly by as your competitors thrive. This banquet is a gift to humanity's strongest. The latest magic armor, created by the association. A wave of gasps and awestruck murmurs fills the hall. Wow! However, there's a catch. A booming voice echoes through the hall. 15 days from today, the association will host an event to showcase your abilities. The speaker, a venerable figure in flowing robes, continues, his words laced with a hint of mystery. Participation is optional, but it's worth mentioning that parts of the event will be shared with the world. With a flourish, he presents a gift. I hope that I will see you all in 15 days' time, and as a parting gift. A wave of energy washes over the room as he reveals an item of immense power, an artifact imbued with subspace, anti-gravity, and sustaining magic. Behold! It is an item enhanced with subspace magic, anti-gravity magic, and sustaining magic. Please use it wisely. The impact of the announcement reverberates. Two figures discuss the implications in hushed tones. Hoo. Looks like there'll be no need for us to cause a commotion, isn't that right, Master? Who knew they'd set the stage for us? Of course. Not only did I receive a commission, but it'll be a good experience for us. The anticipation is palpable. Now, let's go back so we can prepare. The world is abuzz. The announcement of the event, open to mages, elementalists, alchemists, psychics, and exorcists alike, sent shockwaves across the globe. The existence of such supernatural powers shook the world to its core. An epic clash between superpowers with unimaginable strength is on the horizon. 1 month has passed since the last encounter. The association provided transportation to the venue, a fleet of planes and cruise ships sailing towards the horizon. But as they approach their destination, only endless ocean greets them. A collective murmur of confusion rises among the travelers. Their bewilderment is palpable, a wave of whispers spreads through the crowd. Suddenly, the ocean erupts. Splash! A colossal wave crashes down, revealing a breathtaking sight that leaves everyone speechless. Whoa! No way, the exclamations echo. Overwhelmed with disbelief and awe. Oh my God! Ha ha ha! This is beyond my wildest dreams. From the depths of the ocean, a futuristic metropolis rises, done a magnificent city, a testament to unimaginable power and technology. Hyunam, Wonhyo, and Richard stand in awe, their faces etched with a mixture of wonder and anticipation. As a powerful, ethereal figure appears, a wave of energy emanating from him. Thank you for making the journey here. A sprawling metropolis, a futuristic Atlantis, stretches before us, its gleaming towers piercing the clouds. A stark contrast to the tranquil serenity of this secluded villa, nestled amidst lush greenery and a calming pond. Inside, 2 figures discuss the unfolding events. I guess they went for something less conventional to keep things interesting. Maybe the city will split right open, and an arena will emerge, just like in the movies. A sudden tremor. The ground shakes violently, krrrk, and with a mighty heave, the city begins to rise. The earth groans, splitting open to reveal, HOSH, a colossal arena, a stage set for an epic showdown. One man's jaw drops in stunned amazement. Amazing. The arena ascends, propelled by anti-gravity magic, a protective shield forming around the city. A breathtaking spectacle unfolds before their eyes. As 2 strategists discuss their next move. Let's go down for a closer look. We need to get flight authorization before we go. Calm down, Master. Getting too worked up will only lead to mistakes, which is not the most efficient approach. A mage must always practice efficiency. A tense discussion unfolds within the building's opulent interior. The master's calm demeanor contrasts sharply with the apprentice's restless energy as they debate their next move. A sudden interruption. A representative from Aleister Crowley has arrived, bearing an unexpected invitation. The apprentice's brow furrows. A dinner invitation? Is this a trap? The weight of suspicion hangs heavy in the air. With a clack, the gate swings open, revealing a path to the unknown. Leading to a breathtaking garden, where a lavish gazebo awaits. An elegant setting, but is it a gilded cage? The master and apprentice, along with Iris, approach the gazebo. A figure emerges, welcoming them with a smile. A warm, inviting atmosphere, yet the underlying tension remains palpable. Every detail, meticulously crafted. As host's words hint at a carefully planned strategy. A feast is prepared, but what is the true dish being served? A magnificent spread is laid out before them. The aroma alone is enough to make their mouths water. And the taste? Pure ecstasy. The apprentice and the master savor the moment, but their vigilance remains. The dinner party is interrupted. A booming voice cuts through the polite chatter. And a proposition is made. Become my pupil, it says. The apprentice flinches, caught off guard. The apprentice is stunned. He's named, directly, by the master. A shiver runs down his spine. His heart pounding a rapid rhythm against his ribs. Ba thump, ba thump. How does this old man know his real name? The master smiles, a knowing glint in his eyes. He explains that it took little effort to learn the apprentice's identity. A subtle power play unfolds over dessert. But the apprentice remains skeptical. Why him? Surely there are more suitable candidates. The master's response is swift and direct: it's his innate aptitude for magic. A revelation hangs in the air. And the apprentice is left speechless. His innate aptitude for magic? A gasp escapes his lips. Fwip! The weight of the words settles upon him. The scene shifts to a wider view. The master clarifies, perhaps referring to great fortune. Correct, he states. The master's gaze sweeps across the table, settling on the apprentice. A question hangs heavy in the air: how does he define fortune? A lavish dining hall, sunlight streaming through arched windows, the air hums with unspoken tension. The master, a figure of quiet authority, speaks, his words carrying the weight of ages. Fortune is an elusive thing, yet its might is as steady as it is fearsome. He turns his gaze to the apprentice, a hint of a knowing smile playing on his lips. That said, you've been quite fortunate thus far, don't you think? The apprentice, caught off guard, can only nod slowly, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. A flashback, grim images of past battles flash before his eyes, the weight of his survival pressing down on him. He confesses, his voice barely a whisper: I was lucky to meet Chris, Kai, and Castle, who helped me become the man I am today, and had I not won over Nidhogg, I would have died a long time ago. The master's voice booms, cutting through the silence: you are still alive today because fortune smiled on you when danger threatened. His words hang in the air, heavy with meaning, a dramatic pause before the revelation. You are the living embodiment of fortune, Hyenbach. The master leans forward, his eyes gleaming with an almost unsettling intensity. Do you have any idea how many people possess magical abilities related to fortune? A celestial tableau unfolds. Before the apprentice stands a deity, radiating power and ancient wisdom, the very embodiment of luck, rank A. But this is not the only path. Another figure looms, a beacon of divine grace. Jesus Christ, offering a different kind of power, a different destiny. And yet another, a warrior queen emerges from the shadows, a Valkyrie, daughter of Odin, her presence radiating strength and unwavering resolve, a third path, equally potent. The master speaks, his voice calm yet firm, a suggestion, not a command, a choice is offered, not forced. The apprentice hesitates, his brow furrowed in thought, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. In a grand hall, the master lays out his proposal: mentorship, guidance, a chance to grow under his tutelage. The offer is tempting, but the choice remains his. A moment of contemplation, a soft FWAAA as the apprentice weighs his options. The air crackles with anticipation. His shoulders slump, a silent sigh escaping his lips, the burden of his destiny heavy on his heart. A figure appears, shrouded in mystery. Aleister Crowley, rank 1 of the Magic Association. His presence commands attention, his power undeniable. A path to unimaginable power beckons. To become his student is to gain the association's full support, an education second to none. A sigh escapes the master's lips, his shoulders slumping in his luxurious office. It's a heavy weight, this decision. A shame, he thinks, to refuse such an opportunity. To access the Magic Association's database, to expand his influence. But the master's resolve is firm. There are 2 reasons for his choice, 2 pillars supporting his decision. The first? The master's unwavering confidence in his path. Uranus's power, a mere glimpse of the true strength of their enemies. A chilling revelation. Their foes are far stronger than he'd ever imagined. According to Kai, his brother, who achieved immense power through rigorous training and direct combat, still took shortcuts. But even his brother's power was defined as the power to change, control, and shape the world itself. A terrifying prospect. And yet, the master's gaze is resolute. One day, he will surpass that power. He knows his path. He will stay focused, unwavering, refusing to become anyone's student. His path is clear. The second reason? Less significant, but still important. A scene of jubilant celebration unfolds, a stark contrast to the master's solitary contemplation. The master stands defiant, a lone figure against a shadowy council, their faces obscured, yet their malice palpable. A ripple of laughter, sharp and cold, echoes through the chamber, the weight of their disapproval heavy in the air. The apprentice, eyes downcast, awaits his fate, a palpable tension hangs between him and the elder statesman. The elder statesman sighs, a hint of weariness in his voice. "I was afraid of this," he admits, his words laced with a quiet resignation. He offers a gift, a grimoire of forbidden knowledge, the basic magical theory of necromancy, a path less traveled. A beam of light, a silent transfer of power, the apprentice accepts, a flicker of determination in his eyes. A warm smile spreads across the elder's face. "Would you like to stay for dinner?" he asks, a hint of genuine warmth in his tone. The apprentice accepts, his eyes fixed on a bright future, a future he will forge himself, with the tools he has chosen. The Magic Association's Battle Championship. A colossal stadium, ready to witness epic clashes, individual battles, team showdowns, and breathtaking displays of power. The rules are simple, with few restrictions, except for one crucial detail. A chilling clause appears on a screen: any injuries or fatalities are the sole responsibility of the participants. The organizers are absolved of all liability. A damage absorption system is in place to protect competitors. But if the damage exceeds the system's threshold, boom, overload. Instant disqualification. The stakes are brutally clear. Our team's strategy is simple: total domination. Every category, every match. A loyal subordinate pledges unwavering support. "Let's do this, master." The team leader, radiating confidence, declares he won't go easy on anyone. The individual rounds will be a bloodbath. And with that, they head to the stadium. The thrill of the competition is palpable. The air crackles with anticipation. A hush falls over the waiting crowd as the champion strides confidently into the arena. The individual preliminary rounds are a free-for-all. A warning rings out: there are many variables in a skirmish, so don't let your guard down. But our champion smirks, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He's ready. The games begin. A whirlwind of motion erupts in the arena, a chaotic ballet of steel and skill. A thunderous bang echoes as a dust cloud explodes, obscuring the scene in a gritty haze. Our champion unleashes a ferocious laugh. "I'll wipe out these amateurs in one fell swoop." A blur of motion, a flash of steel. Whoosh, he moves with terrifying speed. The crowd gasps. He serves Wanhyo, the apostle of the god of life and death, and is considered a holy knight of the highest order. But his actions in the arena are anything but holy. Shunk, his opponents fall before him. A glimpse into the life of a modern-day apostle, a holy knight by default, his frequent outings and active social media presence have earned him a reputation as a modern-day tech junkie. But beneath the surface, a warrior's spirit sleeps. And now, it awakens. A brutal clash echoes through the arena. The ground runs red. Castle stands victorious, a smirk playing on his lips. "Nice work, Castle," a voice calls out. "That was nothing." From the looks of it, the next group is about to start. "Oh, Castle's companion observes. "Ha ha ha. Let's see what you've got. But beware, you'll get what you give." His name is Hercules. Protected by divine power. Is that so? The battle begins, a whirlwind of steel and fury. Yeah, unfair sounds about right. The team leader's victory is replayed on a screen, a casual observation from his subordinates. "Castle, he wasn't as quick as you to end this round." The comment hangs in the air, a hint of playful rivalry. A booming voice echoes through the arena. The preliminary rounds for Group 9 will soon be underway. "Group 9, please head to the stadium." The subordinate, eyes narrowed in anticipation, nods. "Looks like I'm up." A farewell, brief but heartfelt. Until later, Master. I wish you all the best, my lord. Be careful, don't get hurt. The subordinate offers a reassuring smile. Yeah, I'll be back. The stadium roars. Introducing the world-renowned Necromancer, the Skeleton Dragon Master. A dramatic reveal. The subordinate, now masked, stands tall. Behold, the apostle of the god of life and death, a formidable one-person army, for he has arrived, the one and only challenger Wanhyo. A chilling crick sound cuts through the air as a formidable army of warriors emerges, their armor gleaming under the stadium lights. The crowd erupts. It looks like everyone from Group 9 is here. So let the games begin. The battle begins. A furious assault, a whirlwind of attacks aimed at Wanhyo. Get him. Die. A clash of power. Ice and fire collide as Wanhyo unleashes his necromantic abilities, the ting of bone against bone echoing through the arena. The team leader's opponent is proving unexpectedly resilient. Why is it so resilient? This is hardly fair, he shouts, frustration etched on his face. But the subordinate, Wanhyo, the Skeleton Dragon Master, isn't fazed. With a flick of his wrist, a bone-shattering wave of dark energy erupts. Bone. Get out of the way. A chilling purple smog envelopes him. And in that instant, an army of undead rises. Skeletons, ghouls, and demonic horrors emerge from the shadows, a terrifying legion at his command. Gasps of shock ripple through the crowd. The sheer scale of Wanhyo's power is breathtaking. With a stomp of his foot, Wanhyo commands his army. Summon contract demons. More monstrous figures emerge, each step shaking the very ground. Asterisk stomp. Stomp. Stomp, asterisk. The arena is overrun. 1,000-strong undead army has been summoned in the blink of an eye. Whoa! This is incredible. A chilling figure emerges, cloaked in shadow, surrounded by a legion of the undead. Their eyes glow with an eerie purple light. The subordinate's mask hides his face, but those eyes, they burn with power. A power that chills the very soul. Panic grips the team leader and Hercules as they witness the horrifying spectacle. We won't die here, cries one, but the grim reality is clear, the subordinate has unleashed an army of the dead, and they are vastly outnumbered. He used up all his mana to summon them. He's not going to hold out much longer. With a sudden whoosh, the subordinate's power surges, a terrifying display of necromantic might. A wave of dark energy washes over him, and his eyes glow even brighter. Squeeze. The strain is immense, but he pushes through the pain. As expected, the undead army surges forward, a tide of death and destruction. The battle is far from over, but the tide has turned. The undead army delivers an overwhelming victory. The battlefield is littered with the fallen, a testament to the subordinate's terrifying power. A tense meeting unfolds. The master ponders his enemy's next move. While his subordinate assures him, "We'll find out in due time, master." A subtle creak echoes. A sound that hints at unseen movement. The strategist analyzes the battlefield, noting the inherent disadvantage of close-range fighters against long-range attacks. A subtle shift in the atmosphere. A sudden, sharp sound cuts through the air. And the master's eyes widen in surprise. It's been a while since they last saw this face. A shocking reunion. The master flinches, his allies reacting with equal alarm. A predator's gaze. "Gloria," she hisses, her voice dripping with malice. "So you still remember me? The hunt is on." Meanwhile, a furious roar shakes the very foundations. "How dare you treat me like some washed-up old-timer," he bellows, his rage a palpable force. A former road dollmaker, defeated in the past, vows vengeance. "I'll kill every single one of you." Gloria's chilling smirk says it all. Revenge is on the menu, and she's savoring the anticipation. But the master, flinching under her gaze, knows this will be a battle for survival. His words, a desperate attempt to maintain control: "I will carry out your revenge, but the glory will be mine alone." The weight of his ambition clashes with the terror in his eyes. Sharp! The sound of a blade being drawn, swift and deadly. The master's eyes widen, reflecting the cold steel. As he watches, from a distance, the broadcast of a powerful figure surrounded by an army of the undead. A chilling display of power, a stark reminder of the forces at play. The master's voice, laced with a chilling finality, "I've finally found you, puny human." Silence hangs heavy in the air of the upscale cafe. A tense meeting unfolds. As a striking woman with crimson eyes and dark hair observes the scene, her gaze sharp and calculating. A young woman trembles, her fear palpable. She's noticed something unsettling. A connection between this mysterious woman and a powerful figure known only as the Bloodsucker. The woman's lips curl into a knowing smile. "The Vampire Emperor," she whispers, a chilling sound that echoes in the quiet room. Creak. A chair scrapes against the floor. And a bombshell is dropped. His dungeon was among the first to appear. The question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication: is he the father? Kairos, the young man, is clearly agitated. "Enough," he snaps, silencing the room. A protective older man, his face a mask of grim determination, vows to keep her safe, no matter the cost. And with a final, heavy clunk, the tension reaches a breaking point. The focus shifts back to Kairos. "So, what brings you here?" he asks, his voice tight with suspicion. A smirk plays on the lips of the mysterious woman. Her crimson eyes gleam with amusement as she speaks. "I was bored, so I thought I'd pay you a visit. I reserved you, after all." Kairos, his own eyes blazing with a violet intensity, replies curtly, "Is that so?" The woman's laughter echoes, a chilling sound that sends shivers down the spine. "To be honest," she says, her voice dripping with sarcasm, "I didn't think you'd survive this long. It's amazing to see how much you've grown." The scene shifts to a dimly lit room. A table is surrounded by figures, their faces obscured by shadow. The woman's voice cuts through the silence, sharp and commanding, "Keep up the momentum and show those other pests hell. Once your work is done, come at me as a foe." The camera focuses on Kairos and the mysterious woman. Her words hang heavy in the air. "Do you see me as your enemy?" Kairos's jaw tightens. He doesn't flinch. "You bet it. I'm just too strong. There are very few who can come close to challenging me. But being powerful isn't all that it's cracked up to be. I have no rivals to push me to greater heights." The woman leans back, a hint of something akin to loneliness in her eyes. "You're quite full of yourself, aren't you? But, of course, I'm special." The scene shifts back to Kairos. The woman's question hangs in the air. "Anyway, how did you get out?" Kairos's expression hardens. He explains, "From what I understand, as the boss of a high-ranking dungeon, you can't just leave whenever you want. Let's just say I found a loophole." A massive, stone golem hand appears, startling Kairos. The woman's voice is laced with curiosity. "A golem?" The mysterious woman, a chilling smile playing on her lips, speaks with unnerving confidence. "She won't sustain any damage through the mental link. At most, I'll do as much harm as stepping on a dragon's tail." Her eyes glint with power as she addresses the protective man. "May I take your order?" The mysterious woman surveys a lavish spread of food, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "I must say, the only thing I like about this world is its diverse culinary offerings." She casually devours a sausage, completely unfazed by the protective man's presence. "You foot the bill. This body's got no cash on hand." The protective man hesitates, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. "Information?" The mysterious woman's gaze sharpens, her amusement fading. She reveals a dark secret. "I'm not the only one to have left the dungeon. That little insect you left your mark on is also around." The sound of crunching fills the air as she casually eats, her words a chilling warning. "To warn you, her hatred for you runs deep." The protective man nods grimly, accepting the threat. "I see. I'll keep that in mind." The mysterious woman finishes her meal, her eyes fixed on something beyond the scene. "In any case, I'll be watching the tournament from the sidelines. Don't let me down. A casual moment interrupted. Karo sighs, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. We'll have to go to the aquarium another time, Iris. Iris's jaw drops. Her eyes widen, reflecting pure shock. What? Alistair's office. Sunlight streams through the large windows of this opulent building, illuminating the grand architecture. The protective man, his face etched with concern, leans forward. The enemy commander? Alistair's voice is grave. Yes. Her name is Gloria, the catastrophe demon dragon. We've crossed paths before, but I ran into her again today. She heads the enemy forces. A swirl of turquoise energy. Alistair gestures, a mystical glow emanating from his fingertips, and a holographic image appears. Just bear with me. The image is startlingly clear. Gloria, the catastrophe demon dragon, revealed in all her terrifying glory. Is this woman really the enemy's commanding officer? Alistair's voice confirms the worst. Yes, although she currently occupies the body of a golem. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on the room. The fact that the association's security has been breached is deeply concerning. Our enemies are certainly a force to be reckoned with. Security? Gloria, a shadow in the night, slips past the system's watchful gaze, undetected. Meanwhile, a chilling revelation unfolds. Another formidable enemy, fueled by vengeance, is closing in on Kairos. The protective man's face crumples in disbelief. What? Kairos, ever calm, smiles faintly. I have my good fortune to thank for that. He demands information, needing to prepare for the inevitable clash. Tell me more about our enemy. The stage is set. We will now commence the match. Neutra, a warrior of unmatched skill, steps into the arena, a human against the unknown. The battle begins. A flurry of strikes, a whirlwind of motion. But the sorcerer's power is overwhelming. CHK, the warrior is caught off guard. A blast of energy sends Neutra flying. Arg! A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness and wielding a wicked staff, pursues a fleeing warrior across the ancient stone steps. The air crackles with arcane energy as purple chains lash out. Within a lavish castle chamber, two figures watch a screen displaying a ferocious warrior. He's kinda like you in that sense, one observes, a hint of amusement in his tone. A young knight, brimming with eagerness, addresses his master. Hey, master, I want to take him under my wing. His master replies, do whatever you want, but remember, our main priority is to secure the castle. With a confident wave, the knight departs. I know. See ya. Left alone, the master sits pensively, a young woman observing him quietly from a distance. A palpable tension hangs in the air. A sudden jolt shatters the silence. The master's eyes widen in alarm. The sounds of hurried footsteps echo through the castle halls *TK as the master, the young woman, and a towering knight rush towards the source of the commotion. A brutal clash. The knight's blade finds its mark, and the ferocious warrior collapses to the ground. A swift, decisive victory. But the aftermath is filled with questions. What happened here? The master demands, his voice laced with concern. What? Is that true? The master's eyes widen, disbelief etched across his features. I collected evidence just in case. The knight, ever vigilant, reveals a piece of torn fabric, grim determination in his gaze. But what reason would the mages of the Magic Association have to attack him? The question hangs heavy in the air, a cloud of suspicion forming around the fallen mages. A sharp CHK sound punctuates the silence. Over there. Seize them. The scene explodes into action. A flurry of motion as armed figures descend upon the fallen mages, a whoosh of movement as they close in. They're the ones responsible for the deaths of the mages. Deaths of the mages? The master's face is a mask of shock and dawning horror. The weight of the revelation settles upon him. Let me get this straight. A tense meeting unfolds in a lavish hotel room. Accusations fly. You're telling me that we're linked to the murder of the Magic Association's mages? A grizzled old mage steps forward, his voice echoing with authority. Clack. I vouched for your innocence, which should buy you some time. But the air crackles with unspoken tension, TMP TMP. Nevertheless, this is a tricky situation. The old mage's face hardens, his gaze distant, at the site where you were seen passing through. A young knight speaks, his voice sharp with concern. So it's safe to say the guys who ambushed us were killed. The old mage sighs, a weary sound, HAA. The victims are former pupils of Rode. The knight's eyes widen, taking in the gravity of the situation. To put it simply, they were among the most distinguished members of the association. A rugged warrior speaks up, his voice laced with defiance, SSK. But the fact remains that I was attacked. The old mage's expression shifts, a hint of worry in his eyes, FWIP. Yes, I've already confirmed it after reviewing your memories, but, for some reason, I have been unable to call upon their spirits. It is said that a high-ranking necromancer can intercept a spirit summoning. But the old mage dismisses that notion as impractical in this case. After all, what would be gained by such a complex maneuver? The warrior, however, remains defiant, his expression hardening. He hasn't been branded a criminal yet. A subtle shift in the atmosphere. The old mage's concern deepens. What's wrong? A chilling revelation unfolds, a contractee's soul is being forcibly dragged away. A dark purple energy pulses around the warrior, a palpable sense of dread filling the air. Done. A smirk plays on the warrior's lips. Will he cooperate to find the perpetrator? The association's security detail is revealed to be a carefully assembled group, a testament to their strategic planning. They're just a few more pieces away from completing their set. A chilling laugh echoes, a prelude to unspeakable horror. In due time, your flesh will be ripped apart and your soul will be trapped in eternal suffering. The words hang in the air, heavy with malice. Knock. The old mage flinches, a sudden interruption shattering the ominous silence. The door creaks open, revealing an unexpected visitor. The old mage sits, his worry etched deep into his face. I can see that life has been tough on you. You've lost weight. The visitor's words are laced with concern, but the weight of unspoken tragedy hangs heavy in the room. A young man, a memory, a shared wisdom. The old mage's gaze drifts to a vision of the world, a world where mana is scarce, a world where survival is a constant struggle. Tears well up. It wasn't until I heard about the tragic deaths of our pupils that I came to realize the young man was right. If only I had accepted the truth earlier, the two would still be. The old mage's grief is palpable. I'm sorry, how embarrassing to be crying at my age. His voice cracks with emotion. A comforting hand rests on his shoulder. My condolences, but never forget that you still have your other pupils to think about, you must stay strong. A glimmer of hope pierces the darkness. The visitor delivers news, Wanhyo has been cleared of all charges. And then, a crucial revelation, and now for the good news. I have clues that may lead us to the real culprit. The old mage's voice, heavy with the weight of recent revelations, echoes in the room. But there was no evidence left behind. The old mage and the knight walked down a long corridor, the rhythmic thud of their footsteps a counterpoint to the silence. They are headed towards the heart of Atlantis. A city pulsating with untold power. The old mage's thoughts drift to the immense energy that lies ahead. He explains, his voice laced with a hint of frustration, it's a place of tremendous energy. I've attempted to break in a few times, but to no avail. His eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on him. That's... A colossal, shimmering orb dominates the scene, its ethereal glow illuminating the vast chamber. A low hum vibrates through the air, dun. An ancient relic, left behind by their forefathers, finally revealed. The old mage and the knight stand before it, awestruck. The orb pulses with a soft, otherworldly light, a silent testament to its immense power. In ancient times, our forefathers left behind a device capable of drawing on a variety of powers to convert into mana, then releasing it at scheduled intervals to increase the mana levels in this region. SHWOOO. Behold Atlantis. A breathtaking city of shimmering spires and futuristic architecture, its very core pulsating with raw magical energy. The old mage and knight, their faces etched with determination, move swiftly through the city's gleaming corridors. Let's keep moving, the knight urges, they're waiting for us. The old mage's eyes gleam with avarice, a silent vow forming on his lips, if I could get my hands on that? They arrive at a vast chamber, the air thick with anticipation. Before them, a colossal orb of swirling, ethereal energy hangs suspended, radiating an otherworldly glow. A figure lies prostrate on the floor, seemingly drained of life. A sea of faces, a silent army of Atlantean soldiers and mages, stands in stark contrast to the fallen figure. Their leader, a stoic knight clad in black armor, surveys the scene with a grim expression. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a clandestine group plots in the darkness. A masked figure, his eyes burning with cold fire, stands at the center of this conspiracy. The tension is palpable as a high-ranking Atlantean official addresses his troops. His back is to us, but the weight of his unspoken words hangs heavy in the air. The official reveals a shocking truth: as you may be aware, Atlantis has been infiltrated by enemies. We suspect that the trespasser is a high-ranking enemy commander. The gravity of the situation settles upon the chamber. Back with the old mage and knight, their eyes fixated on the orb. I'm keeping my eyes on the prize, the magic stone, the old mage mutters, his gaze unwavering. A nervous gulp escapes his lips. The knight explains the situation to the old mage. This gentleman was a former roadmaster. He has a personal stake in this case, as his pupils were the victims. The weight of responsibility settles upon the old mage's shoulders. The old mage reflects on the recent events. Thanks to everyone's cooperation, we were able to seal the victims' souls. There is a strong possibility that the culprit has absorbed their souls. A chilling revelation. The old mage's eyes widen, a stark reflection of his disbelief. How do they know that? A hush falls over the scene as the knight explains their plan, a magic circle, prepared to draw out the spirits of the victims. The vast chamber, a testament to power and technology, holds its breath. By extracting the spirits, they hope to strike back at the perpetrator. Necromancer Wanhyo, a name whispered with a mix of fear and respect, is chosen for the task, but the old mage's apprehension is palpable. What? A sea of faces, young prodigies brimming with raw power, yet their potential seems wasted on a mere spirit summoning. And then, a chilling laugh echoes through the chamber. All the better for the unseen enemy, it seems. A cruel smile spreads across the face of the antagonist, eyes blazing with malevolent intent. Wanhyo, I will claim your soul and turn you into a doll. The ritual begins. A hush falls over the assembled warriors and mages. Let the extraction commence. The air crackles with anticipation, CHK, swords are drawn, a silent promise of protection. Wanhyo raises his staff, a faint blue glow emanating from the circle, SHWO, a spectral energy begins to rise. The ritual begins. A swirling vortex of energy erupts, encompassing the necromancer Wanhyo and the old mage, their faces etched with a mixture of determination and trepidation. Meanwhile, the knight surveys his army, a grim expression on his face. We should also prepare ourselves, he commands, his voice firm despite the palpable tension. Wanhyo grits his teeth, focusing his power. A sudden jolt rocks his body as the extraction begins. The antagonist watches from afar, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Fools, he sneers. I'll make them regret this when they lower their guard. I'll take Wanhyo's soul. Wanhyo's eyes snap open, a surge of power coursing through him, a desperate attempt to resist. Suddenly, a terrifying presence descends, KWA, the air crackles with dark energy. The antagonist's true form is revealed, a monstrous entity of immense power. Come to me, it hisses, its voice dripping with malice, I will make you my doll. Wanhyo is pulled towards the gaping maw of the creature, a horrifying spectacle of impending doom. But at the last moment, Wanhyo's eyes flash with defiance. He's not getting any closer, the antagonist observes, a hint of surprise in its voice. A clever one, aren't you? The antagonist's chilling declaration hangs in the air. Very well, I suppose I will move you myself. A palpable sense of dread washes over the scene. As a terrifying vortex of crimson energy erupts, ripping through the air with a guttural RRRRRR. The old mage and the knight's forces watch in horror from a distance, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. The sheer power on display is overwhelming. As the necromancer Wanhyo is pulled into the vortex, the knight, ever vigilant, prepares his troops for battle. With a whoosh, the antagonist is transported to a desolate wasteland. A barren landscape stretches before him, a stark contrast to the previous scene. And there, he reveals his true form, a sinister figure cloaked in shadow. His laughter echoes across the empty expanse. Wahahaha! I have you now. The antagonist's cruel smile widens as he taunts his captive, Wanhyo. You're in my head now. This is my world. I'm invincible here. A violent struggle ensues. The sheer force of the antagonist's power sends shockwaves through the very fabric of reality, depicted by a series of violent shock effects. The ground trembles. A legion of armored behemoths, their eyes burning with malevolent crimson light, advances relentlessly. Their heavy footfalls shake the very earth beneath them. Meanwhile, a desperate struggle unfolds high above. A winged unicorn, radiant and powerful, is thrown violently from the sky, its ethereal glow dimming as it crashes to the earth. The clash of steel and magic. A whirlwind of blows, a symphony of destruction. The very air crackles with raw power as the battle rages. A masked figure, calm amidst the chaos, poses a question. I have a question for you. What is your name? A chilling response. A wicked smile spreads across the face of the antagonist, eyes blazing with malevolent plea. I'll tell you, but only so you'll know exactly who you're dealing with. I am Enjida, commander of an army, a king without subjects, master of the dolls, and yours, as well, for all eternity. The necromancer Wanhyo, trapped in a nightmarish mindscape, contemplates his fate. I'm not sure about the last one, but I'll keep the rest in mind. The antagonist unleashes a devastating attack. A purple energy blade slices through the air, FWAAA, obliterating the necromancer's defenses. Your Majesty, ruler of none. The battle rages. A warrior leaps, a bone-crunching wham echoes across the desert as he sends a skeletal monstrosity sprawling. The clash of steel continues. Fwing! Schluck! Thwack! A flurry of blows, a brutal dance of death under the scorching sun. A crimson-haired behemoth cuts through the enemy lines, a devastating shunk as his blade cleaves through armored foes. A tide of monstrous soldiers advances, their chilling cry of die. Disappear, echoing across the battlefield. A masked figure observes, a flicker of concern in his eyes, my troops are the embodiment of power, but Injit's soldiers are reinforced by her enslaved souls. The crimson behemoth continues his relentless assault, a whoosh as he sends another foe flying. And with a mighty thwomp, another enemy is buried beneath the sand, swallowed by the desert. The masked figure raises his staff, a surge of purple energy erupting *whoosh*, engulfing a fallen soldier. A dark power flows, revitalizing the fallen, raising them anew as terrifying undead warriors. Once the battle is over. Amidst a desolate battlefield, a cloaked figure stands before a legion of fallen soldiers, his staff pulses with arcane energy. With a guttural KRKK, the fallen rise again, their eyes glowing with an unholy purple light, an army of the undead stirs. The masked figure's voice echoes across the sands, I will set you free from Injit, for my sake, and for yours and that of your comrades. The newly resurrected soldiers march forward, their movements stiff yet menacing, a terrifying spectacle of dark magic. A furious cry pierces the air, how dare you? They're my toys, not yours. A blonde woman watches in disbelief and rage. The masked figure's gaze sharpens. A fight in the world of the mind is a contest of power. In this realm, death means relinquishing control. He focuses his intent if he can grab the souls before they're reclaimed by Injit. With a schluck, the masked figure absorbs the soul of a fallen soldier, his dark magic growing stronger. A desperate lunge. The blonde woman soldier throws everything into one final attack. SHNK. Crunch. The sound of bone and metal shattering echoes across the battlefield. But it's not enough. Let's put an end to this, she vows, her face grim. Bam! Bam! The masked figure's dark magic unleashes a wave of undead soldiers. They rise from the sand, their eyes burning with malevolent red light. A horrifying tide sweeping across the battlefield, burying the blonde woman's remaining forces under a mountain of sand and bone. A colossal sand golem rises, a monstrous titan towering over the battlefield. The masked figure's power is terrifyingly evident. As his army of undead soldiers stands ready, a legion of death. Push! The golem crushes the remaining resistance with a single, earth-shattering step. Sealed, pitiful insects, the masked figure sneers, his voice dripping with contempt. Yeah, it's sealed, all right. The masked figure's voice is calm, almost bored, as he surveys his victory. Shop. The sand golem disintegrates, leaving only dust and the chilling silence of a battlefield littered with the dead. Boom! The earth trembles as a devastating blast rocks the battlefield, the shockwave throwing soldiers back like ragdolls. Leaving the masked figure standing amidst the chaos, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. What have you done, you bastard? A horrified voice screams, but it's too late. His eyes, cold and calculating, pierce through the dust and debris. A low growl rumbles from deep within his chest. As monstrous figures rise, their power a tangible force in the air. In the mental realm, whoever holds the advantage has control over this world. The masked figure surveys the scene, a cruel satisfaction in his eyes. I finally have the upper hand. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes a wave of dark energy, a purple tempest that engulfs his enemies. Shattering their forms, their essence drawn into the vortex. Welcome to the realm of my consciousness. A whoosh of wind announces a new arrival. The masked figure turns, his expression unreadable. As the scene shifts to a mysterious figure, his presence radiating power and ancient wisdom. This place. Panic grips the scene. Master, cries one of the figures, their voice laced with disbelief. But I died. Another stammers, their words barely audible above the rising tension. The masked figure's gaze is intense, his voice a low, chilling whisper, are these the souls that were seized by Injit? A furious roar erupts. You son of a bitch. What the hell have you done? The masked figure calmly reveals his strategy. A vast army of skeletal warriors stands before a castle, a chilling display of power. I released your victims, as well as those under your control. His words hang in the air, heavy with implication. I lured you out by using myself as bait. And used your connection with the master's pupils to my advantage. The plan unfolds, step by agonizing step. Then I had Kai infiltrate your soul. A devastating blow. Basically, he hijacked the souls in your possession, dealing you a devastating blow. The scene explodes into chaos. SHWOOD, a legion of spectral warriors descends, their blades flashing with an eerie green light. Only Kai could unleash such power, a power born from Injit's stolen souls. The tension ratchets up. A chilling question hangs in the air, how many of Injit's souls have you taken? A chilling revelation unfolds. The masked figure, his face obscured, speaks with chilling calm. Although it's just a small fraction, I have acquired 300 million souls. His voice is devoid of emotion, a stark contrast to the blonde woman's furious outburst. Rage boils over. Fuck you. You'll pay for this, she screams, her face contorted in a mask of fury. The masked figure's reaction? A flicker of something, amusement? Perhaps a hint of anticipation? A blinding flash. A surge of raw power erupts, shaking the very foundations of reality, leaving behind only the lingering scent of magic and the echo of a powerful presence. A weary voice cuts through the silence. "Are you awake?" An old man, his face etched with worry, approaches Kai, the mysterious figure. "I know you must be tired, but we need your help to finish this. As you can see, our foe is quite upset." The old man's words are laced with urgency. The threat is made clear: she's attempting to cross over into our world. A palpable sense of dread hangs in the air. A terrifying roar echoes through the chamber. Graha! Wanhyo! A legion of spectral warriors, summoned by Kai, stands ready for battle. A shadowy army marches, their destination unknown, but the urgency in their stride speaks volumes. The old man and the masked figure exchange a tense glance. "We had better jump in," the old man urges, but the masked figure remains unconvinced. "No, I don't think that'll be necessary." The scene shifts to a grand hall, echoing with the rhythmic thump of approaching footsteps. A chilling presence fills the air. Gloria, the blonde woman, stands defiantly before a powerful figure. "Long time no see, pest," hisses the mysterious figure, a sinister smile playing on their lips. Rage explodes from Gloria's eyes. "Gloria, you bitch! What are you doing here? Don't tell me you've turned traitor?" The mysterious figure's smile widens. "Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm here under orders." Gloria's eyes widen in disbelief. What? Under orders?" The masked figure's voice cuts through the air, cold and dismissive. "I understand your frustration, but you should have behaved yourself. But then again, what can I expect from lowly vermin like you?" A deafening kaboom erupts, shaking the very foundations of the hall. The force of the blast is devastating. A fiery explosion engulfs Gloria, leaving behind only a trail of destruction. Remember this pain, build your tolerance. For the day when you must fight again. Humanity has won this round, but never forget our power. If you do not seek to further yourselves, defeat is sure to follow. A chilling warning, echoing in the aftermath of a brutal battle. Shia. The ground trembles as Gloria's body impacts the floor. It's over. But the masked figure's victory feels hollow. A grim silence hangs heavy in the air. Does this mean our enemies have been holding back? A question hangs in the air, a seed of doubt planted in the midst of triumph. Soon after, it was announced that the trespasser in Atlantis, an enemy commander, had been defeated. But those who witnessed the hand of Njit were struck with fear and despair. Nevertheless, the outcome of this case could not have been better. The souls lost to Njit were returned to their original bodies and revived. Our only disappointment was that we lost the next round by default after being vilified for the murders. We didn't even get to participate in the team battles. Ha! Had we gone to the team battles, we would have wiped the floor with them. A frustrated sigh escapes, a testament to unrealized potential. The red-haired man, his expression a mix of frustration and defiance, speaks to the masked figure. "Don't worry," the figure assures him, "you can still go all out during the power struggle." The masked figure continues, a hint of something cold in their tone. "By the way, Master, are you really intending to go into the power struggle with just us? The limit is 500 souls, but we are stronger together." The red-haired man adds, "That's true, we also have to take into account that Kai has control over 500 or so souls." A young woman with blonde hair, Iris, observes the group from a distance, a thoughtful expression on her face. She didn't want to be involved, but... Iris's voice rings out, sharp and defiant, "I'm not a regular kid." And her frustration boils over. "You and Uncle are too overprotective. If you keep that up, I'm gonna run away." The masked figure calmly responds, "But as long as she's not joining the front lines, it shouldn't be a problem." The masked figure's words hang in the air. As powerful as they are, they must not underestimate the strength in numbers. A strategic decision is made. The masked figure's gaze sharpens. "If my objective was to win, I might agree with you. The red-haired man presses further. Are you saying you didn't join this tournament to win? The masked figure's words hang heavy in the air, a chilling declaration of intent. The red-haired man's resolve hardens. He's taking this seriously, every fiber of his being screams preparation. Even the old man, usually stoic, shows a flicker of concern, a silent acknowledgement of the looming threat. Silence descends. A heavy weight of anticipation settles upon the room, the calm before the storm. But in the young man's eyes, a spark ignites, a quiet confidence, born of steely resolve. Hours later, a different scene unfolds. He's alone now, nursing a drink, the weight of the world pressing down. His companion arrives, a subtle smile playing on his lips, a silent understanding passes between them. The clinking of glasses, a toast to what lies ahead, a moment of quiet camaraderie before the inevitable clash. The finest whiskey awaits. A toast to exceptional hospitality. But someone's fashionably late. You're a little late to the party, don't you think? Sorry. I've been busy. A casual apology, but the weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. He explains his predicament. Of course. I wrote it up myself, but even I can't find a loophole in this contract. A contract, and a challenge. With a flourish, the contract is revealed. Flap the names of the most powerful groups are listed: the Asgards, the Argonauts, the Yin-Yang Masters, and the Warriors League. The weight of responsibility settles upon his shoulders. The Asgards, the Argonauts, the Yin-Yang Masters, and the Warriors League? So these are the four you want me to take care of? A crucial omission is noted. But why did you leave out the cult of sky demons? The response is sharp, revealing a hidden truth. That group doesn't mess around with rookies. They only want the strongest of the strong. It's composed entirely of veterans. The contract is confirmed. Yep. The mission is clear. A chilling promise is made. Once you have completed your commission, DRRK, I will visit you last day of this year. The colossal arena stands before us, a stage set for a clash of titans. A five-way battle, no eliminations, every team against each other, simultaneously. The crowd roars. A wave of anticipation washes over the spectators, as the competitors enter the arena. First up, the School of Ancient Dragon and the School of Phoenix, both affiliated with the Warriors League. Their power is legendary. Following close behind, the mighty Asgard, champions of the North. Their presence alone commands respect. And from the east, a force of nature, the Yin-Yang Masters of Japan. Their mastery of mystical energy is unmatched. But wait, there's more. The Argonauts, named after the heroes of Greek mythology, enter the fray. Their strength is undeniable. The crowd erupts. What a grand entrance! The air crackles with anticipation. Alexandros. The name echoes through the stadium, a legend among legends. And finally, the smallest team in number, but perhaps the most dangerous, the Necromancer, disciple of the god of life and death, and his mysterious allies. Team Wanhyo. The ground trembles, a low, guttural tak echoes through the arena. A monstrous silhouette emerges from the shadows. Whoosh, a wave of purple energy crackles around a skull-like dragon's head. Four figures stand before it, their forms dwarfed by the colossal beast. The air crackles with anticipation. Among the spectators, excitement builds. Wow, I can't wait to see that dragon in action. This is going to be wild. A flash of light, an elder's face appears, his eyes filled with a mix of concern and excitement. The announcer's voice booms across the stadium. This match has been greatly anticipated by the members of the association. That's why we provided a special arena for this occasion. But before the spectacle begins, a hush falls over the crowd. A masked figure steps forward, a microphone in hand. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just have one thing to say. Silence, anticipation hangs heavy in the air as the masked figure continues. The Warriors League, the Asgards of Northern Europe, the Yin-Yang Masters of Japan, and the Greek Argonauts. A masked figure, cloaked in shadow, addresses the competitors. His voice, though muffled, carries an undeniable weight. Team up, the figure commands, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light, or you'll have no hope of winning. The stark warning hangs in the air. The competitors, a diverse array of warriors, murmur amongst themselves. Doubt flickers in their eyes as they eye the imposing figure. One competitor, however, remains unfazed. His confidence is unwavering, bordering on arrogance. Pretty confident in his victory, someone whispers. The air crackles with anticipation. The judges, ancient and powerful, prepare for the spectacle. Let's get this match underway, booms a voice, and with a SWOSH, the arena transforms. A breathtaking expanse of shimmering, hexagonal energy unfolds before their eyes. The scale is immense, awe-inspiring. A vast, otherworldly landscape materializes within the arena, a testament to the power at play. The competitors are transported to a new battleground. A warrior, his face partially obscured by a mask, stands ready, a gleaming sword at his side. His companion watches, concern etched on their face. Did the space just expand? They ask, their voice filled with wonder and apprehension. The new battleground is revealed, a serene oasis, a stark contrast to the high-tech arena. A tranquil pond reflects the azure sky, but the air crackles with unseen energy. A calm before the storm. The clash is imminent. The rules are laid down, clear and concise. This battle royale ends only when a single team remains. A team of formidable warriors emerges from the shadows, their presence heavy with anticipation. A warning crackles through the air, the target is approaching. A lone figure, resolute, acknowledges the alert. The tension is palpable. The battlefield expands, revealing a grotesque menagerie of monstrous foes. A chilling wind whispers through the twisted trees. And a defiant challenge echoes across the ravaged landscape. Come at us if you dare, fools. The rookies are warned. A vast army of bizarre creatures stirs, a tide of chaos about to break. The battle for survival begins. The air crackles with anticipation. A lone figure stands defiant, a challenge echoing in the stillness. A low murmur rises from the shadows behind him, a prelude to the storm about to break. Suddenly, the ground trembles. Skeletal figures rise from the earth, their eyes burning with unholy light. Shah! More than just bone and shadow, a chilling wave of undead horror washes over the battlefield. And just so you know, a voice booms, the undead aren't the only things I can summon. The earth groans under the weight of colossal monstrosities, there forms a terrifying blend of stone and bone. Swamp. A legion of grotesque horrors, a nightmare army unleashed upon the unsuspecting warriors. The air itself seems to crackle with dark energy. He stands firm, a lone warrior against a tide of death. Since you're the unlucky team to face off against me first, the masked figure sneers, I'll be generous. His eyes burn with a cold fire. If you can last just 10 minutes, the chilling voice continues, I'll grant you a rematch. The ground shakes with the monstrous footfalls of the approaching horde. TMP, TMP, TMP. A terrifying array of creatures, each more horrifying than the last, closes in for the kill. The battle begins. Shink. A crimson blade flashes, cleaving through the air as a monstrous Oni is swiftly dispatched. The masked figure's army is vast. But the protagonist and his allies fight with unwavering determination. Damn it, they just keep coming, one of them shouts, the sheer scale of the enemy overwhelming. The competitors are surrounded, their situation dire. What's more, he's flanked by his underlings. There's no opening. The masked figure's strategy is brutally effective. A whirlwind of steel. The protagonist's allies fight valiantly, but the Oni's strength is immense. Asterisk, and in the next instant asterisk, a warrior cries out in pain, Arg. The masked figure appears, a chilling calmness in his demeanor. Sorry, I let the time get away from me. He holds up a timepiece, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. I'm impressed. You made it 15 minutes. The masked figure's words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken threat. Good job. He gestures, and a wave of exhaustion washes over the competitors. A golden light engulfs the scene. This is compensation for making you fight past our agreed time. The competitors' wounds heal, their fatigue vanishes. The masked figure's power is absolute. The competitors are stunned, their bodies rejuvenated. What the? Our injuries are healing, and our fatigue is melting away. The unexpected turn of events leaves them speechless. The masked figure looms over the protagonist, a chilling smile playing on his lips. You fought well, he sneers, we will meet again. A massive shadow falls over the forest, a colossal dragon descends from the sky. Suzuki, a soldier, stands at attention before his commander. Yes, Commander. The commander's face is grim. Search the surrounding area, find our next target. A voice cuts through the air, disbelief coloring every word. Did I hear that right? You want us to team up? Magni, Asgard's commander, and Alexandros, an Argonaut, face off. Get lost, Commander, coward. Alexandros spits. Magni's eyes blaze with barely contained fury. I would love to squash you like a bug, but I can't kill someone who wears the face of a lion. Consider yourself lucky, punk. A guttural sound, a low krik, escapes Suzuki's throat. His eyes glow red. A lone figure stands amidst the towering presence of Magni and his lion-like companion. The air crackles with unspoken tension. No luck forming an alliance, it seems. The weight of his decision hangs heavy on his face. But a flicker of defiance ignites within him. Why don't I lend you a hand, he asks, a challenge in his voice. His subordinate seeks permission to act alone. A bold strategy, perhaps reckless. Magni's eyes widen in surprise. What? Don't tell me he intends to take us all on by himself? The sheer audacity of it. The scene shifts to a wide shot, revealing the scale of the challenge ahead. A vast army stands before him. He sheathes his sword with a sharp shing, the sound echoing the quiet determination in his heart. A sudden gust of wind whips past, a blur of motion. He's caught. Thorns, thick as pythons, ensnare him, binding his limbs with unnatural strength. The jeering laughter of his foes echoes through the trees. Forget the match. It's the end of the road for you. I'm about to send you 6 feet under. But from the heart of the inferno, a defiant roar erupts. A fiery aura explodes outward. The vines recoil. Their roots are weak, their thorns dull. I suggest you improve on these areas for next time. With a mighty fling, he sends his attackers sprawling. The battle is far from over. That was close. Had you two joined forces, you might have posed a real threat. A sinister smile spreads across his face. Asterisk triple threat fury, asterisk 3 figures, blazing with power, emerge from the flames. A whirlwind of motion. His opponents stare, mouths agape. What? A triumphant laugh rings out. Now let's have some fun. The aftermath of a brutal battle. Broken bodies litter the scorched earth, a testament to the ferocity of the fight. Amidst the chaos, a conversation unfolds. Hey, Alexandros. Does your offer from earlier still stand? The question hangs heavy in the air, a glimmer of hope in the desolation. Yes. And with that simple word, a new alliance is forged. The Asgard-Argonaut alliance marches forward, a united front against the looming darkness. A formidable army stands before a skeletal gatekeeper. A chilling warning is issued. Hey, rookies, consider this your last warning. Those who dare to venture beyond this point will be regarded as foes. Alexandros' fury ignites. Gore. This guy really pisses me off. If I see him again, I'm going to blow his damn head off. He won't know what hit him. The terrain ahead is treacherous. The terrain ahead is strewn with both magical and mechanical traps. A skilled archer steps forward, ready to clear the path. Allow me to clear a path. Alexandros kneels before a scattering of ancient stones, a silent prayer forming on his lips. A desperate plea to the gods for aid in their perilous quest. O mighty Poseidon, god of the sea and brother of Zeus who rules the heavens. The words escape his lips, a desperate hope clinging to each syllable. With a resounding FWAA, the legendary Argo, ship of the gods, materializes before them. The ground trembles as the Argo descends, boom after boom shaking the very earth. Full speed ahead, the order rings out, a wave of power washing over the scene. The Asgard Argonauts charge forward, a blur of motion as they race towards their salvation, TK, their feet pounding the sand. But a skeletal army stands in their path, their soulless eyes fixed on the approaching vessel. SHAA, the Argo sails towards them, a silent challenge in the face of death. The skeletons unleash a volley of gunfire, CHK, a hail of bullets tearing through the air. Alexandros is struck. Bang, the impact sends him sprawling, a pained AAARGH escaping his lips. He collapses, gasping for breath. A weary sigh escapes him as he assesses the damage. Did the damage cover system take us back, he wonders, his gaze fixed on his allies. Meanwhile, colossal stone golems lumber into view, their heavy TMP footsteps shaking the ground as they advance on the Argo. The titans of the deities. A chilling proclamation cuts through the air, a warrior's triumphant cry echoing across the battlefield. As the Asgard Argonauts charge headfirst into a maelstrom of colossal stone giants. A furious clash of steel against stone, a desperate struggle for survival. Alexandros, wounded but defiant, his breath ragged, his eyes burning with grim determination, watches from afar as the tide of battle turns against his forces. The once mighty army, now reduced to a mere fraction of its former strength. Yet, amidst the carnage, a cold, calculating smile plays upon the lips of their enemy. Their numbers may be dwindling, but victory is within their grasp. With a sharp crack, a staff slams into the ground, sending tremors through the battlefield. A declaration of terms, a challenge issued. Should you prevail, we will cease fighting and surrender. A bold gamble, a desperate attempt to secure a hard-won victory. A gust of wind whips across the desert, carrying with it the promise of a final, decisive confrontation. The sands themselves seem to writhe in anticipation. Charon, the ferryman of the underworld, is summoned. A silent nod, a shared understanding. And with a mighty whoosh, he launches himself towards the Argo, a vessel of hope amidst the chaos. A swirling vortex of sand erupts as a spear pierces the earth. The force is immense. Revealing a horde of grotesque creatures, their eyes burning with malevolent red light. Their guttural roars echo across the desolate landscape. One of the beasts, a towering figure with reptilian features, hisses, "I will devour your flesh, and reduce you to nothingness." The ground trembles as the creatures lunge forward, a terrifying maelstrom of claws and teeth. But then, a flash of crimson. A figure cuts through the chaos, a blur of motion, a whirlwind of steel and fury. "Hey, don't forget about me," shouts the newcomer, his voice echoing through the battle. He faces the monstrous horde, his eyes blazing with defiance. "You rookies don't stand a chance against me. I thought you would have learned your lesson by now." The battle resumes with renewed ferocity. "This time will be different," one of the heroes cries, his voice filled with grim determination. A clash of steel against monstrous hide. A furious exchange of blows, whoosh, thwum, klak. A fiery explosion of energy rocks the battlefield. One of the warriors speaks, his voice laced with concern. "I know Master gave us permission to run wild, but you took it too far." A tense standoff unfolds in the desolate expanse of the desert. Alexandros, wounded but watchful, observes from the sidelines. As a group of assassins launches a surprise attack. "Die," they scream, blades flashing. But their assault is met with impossible speed. FWIP. 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 Shurikens fly, a blur of motion, leaving the attackers stunned. SHIT, one of them gasps, eyes wide with disbelief. The ground trembles. A wave of dark energy erupts from beneath their feet. A sinister grin spreads across the face of the red-haired warrior. "Is this your doing?" she asks, her voice laced with amusement. Arrows rain down from above. Shia. The red-haired warrior leaps onto a passing ship, narrowly avoiding a deadly volley. While another wave of dark energy erupts from the ground. Whoosh! The mysterious figure in black continues their assault. The red-haired warrior narrowly misses another attack. TCH. So close, she mutters, her focus unwavering. A voice reverberates through the emptiness, a force soaring above the clouds. Who else can it be but? The desert wind whispers secrets, secrets of heroes and legends. Perseus, the legendary hero, a name etched in the annals of time. His harp sword, a tool of mythical power. But even legends have their price. A challenge is issued, a battle is about to begin. You've done your homework, the cloaked figure states, his voice echoing with dark confidence. You'll know I won't go down without a struggle. The red-haired warrior moves with impossible speed. TK TK TK. A blur of motion, a dance of death. His blade sings a deadly song, SHWK, a whirlwind of steel. The dark figure watches, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Clap clap. He seems amused by the display of skill. A desperate prayer echoes across the battlefield. Karen's name, a whisper on the wind. The gatekeeper of hell. The ground trembles. A monstrous roar shakes the very foundations of reality. KWA 3 heads, eyes burning like hellfire. Cerberus, the three-headed hound of the underworld, has arrived. Such impudence! Cerberus snarls, his voice a guttural growl. You dare summon me for something so trivial? But the summoner stands firm, unwavering. Indeed, this deserves my full attention. The stakes are higher than they seem. What the? Alexandros stares, eyes wide with disbelief, as the battle unfolds before him. The cloaked figure surveys the battlefield, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Let's wrap this up, shall we? He declares, his voice echoing across the desolate landscape. A surge of dark energy erupts, forming a terrifying symbol of dread. Death dread. Do done. The ground trembles as an ominous power is unleashed. It's a depredation spell that instills crippling fear of one's own mortality in all those who behold it, the cloaked figure explains, his voice calm despite the chaos he's unleashed. But not to worry, I've dialed it down to a level that won't kill you. 3 minutes remain until the spell's activation. The cloaked figure, momentarily vulnerable, offers a challenge. If you want to win, now's your chance to knock me down. Ezen. The cry rings out across the battlefield, a battle cry of defiance. Leave it to me. The words are barely out before the ship splits apart, a catastrophic crack that tears through the vessel's hull. With a powerful thrust, the soldier leaps from the splintering wood, his spear poised, ready to strike. The spear flies, a blur of motion, and in the next instant, it finds its mark. The impact sends a shockwave through the earth, THWOK, the ground cracks, a testament to the spear's devastating power. A figure plummets into the chasm, the earth closing in around him as he falls. A triumphant shout echoes, whoosh, bullseye. The soldier celebrates his perfect shot. But from the darkness, a chilling warning emerges. This is your final warning. The masked figure looms, his presence radiating menace. He stands amidst an army of stone golems, a terrifying display of power. Honor is a fragile thing, he states, his voice dripping with icy disdain. The ground trembles, whoosh, a wave of dark energy surges forth. The clash of titans. A flurry of blows, a whirlwind of power, the very air crackles with energy. A seasoned warrior, his face etched with the weight of battle, calls for an end to the match. Let us call an end to this match, he declares, it is no longer worth continuing. The dust settles, a chilling proclamation echoes across the arena, the power struggle has come to a close. Team Wanhyo, victorious. The crowd erupts in a thunderous roar, a wave of cheers washing over the arena. Dun dun dun, Team Wanhyo has been crowned the winner. Whispers ripple through the onlookers. My god, did they seriously lose to a team of 5? The murmurs grow louder, a collective gasp of disbelief. So this is the power of a superhuman. But from the shadows, a new threat emerges. A masked figure, radiating menace, leads his army into the arena. The ground trembles under their approach. In the aftermath of the power struggle, a solemn procession unfolds. The Holy See's choir stands in silent vigil. A stark reminder of the unseen forces at play. See who will be victorious in the team match, the words ring out, a prophecy yet to be fulfilled. The bard and poet, absent from the conflict, observe from the sidelines. Their presence hints at a power beyond the arena's spectacle. Ezen, the victor, reflects on the hard-fought battle. His brow furrows. A victory hard-earned, a victory that might not have been possible without the combined strength of his team. The tournament was a crucible, forging alliances and revealing hidden strengths. A powerful figure emerges, surrounded by cloaked figures carrying mysterious chests. An air of menace hangs heavy in the air. The spoils of war are distributed, magic items, awarded based on contributions to the team's success. Ezen receives his share. Ezen seeks out one Ian of tools, his reputation preceding him. The smithy is a place of industry and power. One Ian, a master craftsman, sizes up Ezen, his eyes sharp and knowing. He anticipates the hero's needs. And with a knowing smirk, produces a bag of enchanted materials. The bag hums with spatial magic. Ezen is startled. How does one Ian know his real name? A chill runs down his spine. As one Ian invites him to a conversation that will reveal a hidden truth. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The conversation turns to dragon veins, a concept that leaves Ezen utterly bewildered. In the West, they call it the secret sanctuary, the hidden Holy Land, ancient sites of immense power, like Stonehenge, where dragon veins pulse beneath the earth. The value of the dragon vein is infinite. Weenian's curiosity is piqued by Ezen's casual possession of such a powerful artifact. Ezen explains his simple method of storing the dragon vein, a nonchalant attitude that only deepens the mystery surrounding this young man. One Ian chuckles, surprised by Ezen's lack of urgency. He clearly possesses something extraordinary, yet he seems unconcerned. Ezen promises to bring the dragon vein for further examination, a future meeting hinting at a deeper collaboration. Their meeting concludes, but suspicion lingers. Ezen's group senses they've been watched. A small, curious object is detected, eavesdropping on their conversation, a technological marvel, perhaps? The whirring of unseen mechanisms reveals the truth. Weenian's tools have created something truly impressive. Ezen's resolve hardens. He will examine the materials, searching for signs of enchantment, a crucial step in understanding their true nature. The scene shifts, a sudden chill in the air. This is as far as they can go, for now. A blur of motion, a sharp intake of breath, the sound of something slicing through the air. KRRRRK. The impact echoes, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Returning to base, the imposing structure looms, a fortress of steel and shadows. A sigh of relief escapes Ezen's lips, the tension finally breaks, replaced by exhaustion. Ezen's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Castle? The screen displays a fantasy world, a stark contrast to their reality. Weenian's frustration is palpable. Ugh. I'm never going to get over this. He's clearly agitated. The screen shows a battle scene, epic in scale. I can't believe they actually managed to film anything, they must have had time to kill. The sheer scope of the production is astounding. Ezen's gaze lingers on the screen, a thoughtful expression on his face. These dungeons look like child's play compared to the one we cleared. He's clearly impressed by the contrast. One Ian leans back, a smug grin spreading across his face. We achieved our goals and got even. His satisfaction is evident. A skeletal figure, Chris, stands silently, serving tea. I guess that just leaves Chris. The weight of their shared experience hangs heavy in the air. Chris speaks, his voice devoid of emotion. But I was just a normal mage in my past life. A hint of melancholy underlies his words. The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications, a quest for power, shrouded in mystery. Silence. A chilling admission, the past remains elusive, a locked door to forgotten ambitions. Back at their base, a casual scene unfolds, but the undercurrent of intrigue persists. A skeletal figure, eyes glowing with an eerie light, a cryptic response adds another layer to the enigma. A shrug, a dismissive gesture, yet, the determination to uncover the truth remains. The skull's gaze, intense and unwavering, a silent agreement, a promise of answers to come. Suddenly, an interruption, a serious tone, a shift in the atmosphere. A representative from a powerful alliance arrives, their presence demands attention. The name Straggler echoes, an elite group, their motives unknown. A question arises, could this visit be connected to someone named Iris? A shadowy figure, his face obscured by a fedora, speaks with chilling certainty, that's the same conclusion I came to. And reveals a shocking truth, what's more, he has revealed himself to be part of the Noblesse organization. The scene shifts. Two men discuss the implications, one stating definitively, there's no mistaking it then, definitely vampires. The other adds, his voice laced with suspicion, they love to act like they're part of high society, despite not being human. And a chilling revelation is made, I also suspect that vampires might be involved. Iris must be their target. The tension ratchets up. A group sits in a modern living room, a spectral figure among them. A question hangs in the air, you were listening, right? The spectral figure offers a choice, his voice calm yet ominous, the choice is yours. The vampire noblesse, a formidable force, ranked third in the power rankings, a fact that speaks volumes about the world's balance of power. But a shadow looms large over this established order. The founder of the Straggler was a dragon. Long ago, this mighty dragon gathered all the creatures of the earth, establishing the Straggler, and now, according to legend, it sleeps. A tense meeting unfolds. The air crackles with unspoken threats. You've kept us waiting, and yet, not one word of apology? The accusation hangs heavy in the air. The tension ratchets up. If it weren't for Iris, I would never have opened my doors to you. A grudging admission, laced with barely concealed resentment. Fair enough, where is she, anyway? The question cuts through the strained politeness. Come forth, Iris. A command, and a sudden whoosh of air as she appears. Let's cut to the chase. What business do you have with Iris? The demand is sharp, leaving no room for pleasantries. A sword appears, a blur of motion as Wanhyo moves to protect Iris, the wind whispers past as he confronts the would-be blood-takers. Their leader calmly explains, allow me to explain. What we need is but a portion of her vital fluid. Our one true objective is survival. He reveals a shocking truth, the planet's mana is drying up, threatening their very existence, even the mana in human blood has begun to decline. With each generation, the mana in vampire blood becomes increasingly diluted, a desperate situation unfolds before our eyes. They've discovered a solution, a blood transfusion from a high-ranking vampire of another lineage might restore their former glory. And Iris, with her unique bloodline, is their target. The weight of this revelation settles heavily on the scene. Wanhyo's fury erupts. Iris owes you nothing. I do not see why she should sacrifice herself for your sake. But another player enters the scene. A sinister figure emerges, their voice a chilling whisper, if you ask me, that blood is best served by ending with you. This is a good opportunity to get my hands on a new test subject. Iris appears, eyes wide with fear and defiance, a desperate cry escapes her lips. Wanhyo's resolve hardens. He knows they've exhausted all other options, and now, he must listen. The vampire leader sits, a weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. His gaze is distant, lost in thought, a desperate search for a solution. He reveals a grim proposal, sacrifice another vampire in Iris's place. The room is tense, the air thick with unspoken dread. A sudden thwomp as the weight of the suggestion hits. Wanhyo's eyes widen, a mixture of shock and concern etched on his face. The question hangs in the air, heavy with uncertainty: is this even possible? Iris speaks, her voice barely a whisper, a tremor running through her words. The process, she explains, will take a heavy toll, a toll that increases with the strength of the vampire consumed. Droop. The weight of the sacrifice. The vampire leader's voice booms, desperate and urgent. Time is running out. The whoosh of his words cuts through the silence, a desperate plea for survival. Wanhyo's protective instincts flare. His voice is sharp, filled with fierce determination. He refuses to let Iris sacrifice herself, but Iris's response is far from simple. Iris explains her plan, a chilling revelation. By consuming another vampire, she can absorb their memories and power, but at a terrible cost. A deep slumber awaits. Tremble. The price of power. Wanhyo's face is a mask of fury and anguish. His voice is a raw scream of protest, a desperate attempt to change her mind. The decision rests with Iris. The weight of the world, and the fate of her people, falls upon her slender shoulders. The final choice is hers. Iris's voice is soft, almost inaudible, yet filled with a heartbreaking resignation. She thanks her godfather, and asks for forgiveness from her uncle. Whoosh! Blood splatters as Iris strikes with brutal efficiency, a swift, decisive end to her adversary. Krrrk. Sha! The sounds of struggle and desperate gasps fill the air as another vampire falls prey to Iris's power. The vampire leader, desperate, issues his command: I hereby instruct my very first kin to rescue your former brethren. And in my absence, you are to obey my every command. Iris, encased in a containment unit, is observed by Wanhyo and others. You're staying behind? Don't you have a bloodline to save? Wanhyo's concern is palpable. But the vampire leader's orders are clear. But that was not the only command given to me by my bloodlord. His tone is unwavering, his resolve absolute. Wanhyo observes Iris, a mix of concern and awe in his eyes. You're like a whole different person. Changing kin is as good as being reborn into someone else. And please, consider me one of your own. Iris's response is simple, yet profound. If you say so. A hint of acceptance, a glimmer of hope. The vampire leader's final command echoes: all right, as your first command, I order you to save your former kindred and take over noblesse. A new chapter begins. A tense discussion unfolds in a sleek, modern facility. One man voices his concern: are you sure you want to send him alone? The other man, confident and unwavering, responds. His words paint a picture of strength. He's in the same league as the High Road members of the Magic Association. That's more than enough, don't you think? A young woman, submerged in a glowing, ethereal fluid, rests peacefully. A transformation is underway. The words above her speak of a dramatic change. When she wakes up again, she will no longer be a brat. And the anticipation builds. A final instruction is given, but first. A smartphone screen illuminates, displaying a request: Rank C Dungeon Expedition request on the Grey Market app. The scope of the mission is revealed: we've got work to do. The world is mobilizing to clear the last remaining Rank C dungeons. A global map shows a flurry of activity. With the exception of Africa, all expeditions across the globe launched simultaneously. A masked figure, moving with speed, cuts through a snowy landscape. The wind howls, whoosh, as he effortlessly clears another dungeon. His assessment is blunt: too weak. The masked figure's words echo the ease of the task: I can't believe the average rank C dungeon is this easy. I feel a bit cheated. His companions agree. The finality of the situation is stark. Within 4 months, all dungeons outside of Africa had been successfully cleared. A sleek, modern office. The air crackles with unspoken tension. As a sharply dressed man enters, his apology a mere formality. He cuts straight to the chase, his words carrying the weight of a clandestine operation. The request? Cooperation in a project of unprecedented scope, body modification through genetic engineering. But the risks are immense. The documents reveal a trail of failures, of catastrophic consequences. Brain death, loss of consciousness, and more. The cost of progress is laid bare. Doubt clouds his features. The potential fallout is too great to ignore. He hesitates, the weight of the decision pressing down. But the other man's persuasive smile changes everything. A deal is struck. A handshake seals the alliance, a pact forged in the shadows of ambition and risk. This is it. The best compromise. Operation Restore Africa. The name itself speaks volumes. Africa, now outside of humanity's jurisdiction, requires a daring venture into the heart of its dungeons. Atlantis, the operational base for this initiative, is already en route. 4 days after the Rank C dungeon clearances, the might of humanity's forces mobilizes. The war to restore Africa is in full swing. A colossal naval fleet advances. But they are met with a monstrous counterattack. Dragons take to the skies, sea serpents rise from the depths, a clash of titans unfolds. Explosions rock the battlefield. Boom! Wham! Boom! The air trembles with the force of the conflict. A lone dragon, eyes blazing, descends from the chaos. An archer, poised and ready, takes aim, TK. The arrow flies true. *SHLK*. The arrow finds its mark, piercing the dragon's wing. A desperate fight for the fate of Africa rages on. Come out, it's feeding time. A monstrous wave of dark energy erupts from the depths. The ocean boils, a terrifying spectacle of power unleashed. A figure stands defiant amidst the chaos, a staff held high. I am the seeker who pursues an understanding of life through the doorway of death. His voice rings out, a chilling declaration of purpose. With a flourish, he commands the very essence of death itself. All dead who covet life, rise up. And from the swirling vortex of dark energy, a horrifying legion of undead creatures emerges. Skeletal horrors, ghastly apparitions, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. The war has begun. The African continent, a vast expanse of land, now dotted with the tents of a massive allied force. As befitting an operation of this magnitude, the allied members are a diverse group. General Hilwa Khan, Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, will have his hands full. A young woman, her blonde hair catching the sunlight, stands beside a man. He speaks, his voice laced with concern. I feel kind of bad. I know it hasn't even been that long since you woke up. She offers a reassuring smile, a quiet strength in her eyes. It's okay. He pauses, a flicker of paternal instinct crossing his face. I almost gave her a pat on the head out of habit. Her eyes widen slightly, a hint of apprehension. He warns, his tone serious. Is it her vampiric power, or a lure at work? Use that power wisely, or you'll find yourself in deep trouble. A chilling roar echoes through the night. A horde of hulking orcs, their eyes burning with savage intent, surrounds a lone figure bathed in ethereal light. The ground trembles under their heavy footfalls. The air crackles with anticipation. A monstrous orc, its eyes burning with malevolent red fire, lunges towards the blonde woman. Krah, it roars, the sound of physical blow to the ears. But she's ready. A dark purple energy crackles around her as she prepares to strike. Unleashing a wave of power. Thwack! The air itself vibrates with the force of her attack, sending the orc reeling. A triumphant laugh rings out, a chilling sound of power unleashed. Ha 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 ha. The blonde woman moves with terrifying speed, a blur of motion. Wham! 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 Each strike is a devastating blow, sending orcs flying. Observing from the shadows, two men watch the carnage. Our bloodlord is truly a vision of beauty, one of them observes, their words laced with chilling admiration. The other man nods grimly. For as we'll move as to she's counting on us. As this is our first feast in her honor, we shall gather only the finest offerings. A heavy thud echoes as something large lands nearby. A military helicopter descends from the sky. From the helicopter, heavily armed mechs deploy, ready for action. Whoosh! The colossal legs of a mechanized behemoth descend from the heavens, a titan amongst men. Bam! 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 The earth trembles as a squadron of these metal giants touches down, their arrival a thunderous declaration of war. A tense briefing unfolds. Have them join the fight after we entered the dungeon. Why have they been summoned so soon? One soldier asks, concern etched on his face. Another replies, I received word that our allies have been under attack by monsters throughout the night. So we decided to deploy the giant soldiers ahead of schedule. The weight of the situation hangs heavy in the air. I see. The soldiers stand ready, their faces grim. We have the night professionals to thank for that, one states, a hint of unease in his tone. The question hangs unspoken, who are these night professionals? A close-up on a soldier's face. Are you referring to Straggler? He asks, his eyes narrowed in thought. The reply is curt, correct. The blonde woman, Straggler, stands amidst her shadowy entourage, a chilling smile playing on her lips. I must say, knowing that Straggler is on our side gives me peace of mind, for the night, at least, a soldier mutters, a palpable tension in his voice. The masked man, Nidhogg, turns his head, a question forming on his lips. What is it, Nidhogg? You're not one to initiate conversation. Nidhogg's resolve hardens. Let me fight too. His voice is firm, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. Amidst the towering metal giants, Nidhogg stands defiant. I want to test my powers on Earth. Furthermore, there is something that troubles me, and I wish to get to the bottom of it. His words carry the weight of a hidden agenda. A decree is issued, a pact made in the heart of conflict. 4 hours, a window of opportunity granted, mana flowing freely. The unnamed man accepts the terms, a grim determination etched on his face. He bows slightly, a silent acknowledgement of the immense task ahead, and with a whispered thank you, he turns to leave. The battlefield awaits. Soldiers stand ready, their faces grim, awaiting the inevitable clash. A lone figure, the unnamed man, strides towards the heart of the impending storm. A blur of motion. A monstrous creature lunges, its skeletal form a terrifying sight, whoosh the air itself vibrates with the force of its attack. The beast's crimson eye glows menacingly, a terrifying predator unleashed. Its jaws snap shut, missing its target by a hair's breadth. A sudden gust of wind. The ground trembles, whoosh something immense is approaching. From the heavens, a colossal dragon descends, its wings eclipsing the sun. A majestic, terrifying sight. A swarm of creatures takes flight, a chaotic ballet of wings and claws. The dragon soars through the air, a storm of power descending. The dragon unleashes a devastating blast of purple energy, a beam of pure destruction. Crash, the force of the attack is palpable. The raw power of the attack leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. The very air crackles with residual energy. A sky teeming with monstrous creatures, a chilling prelude to the chaos to come. Wings beat, a symphony of impending doom. The air itself vibrates with their approach. A monstrous skull, eyes blazing with malevolent energy, looms large. Move! Get out of my way, it roars. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of destruction, the monstrous horde descends. A powerful gust of wind, a feathered warrior takes flight, soaring through the fray. Whoosh! There's a palpable sense of dread. There's definitely something here, and it's causing me great irritation. I can sense the presence of a dragon on this continent. A challenge issued, a declaration of war. Wait for me, my nemesis. My target is you. The monstrous dragon knight, a terrifying behemoth, descends from the sky. Its presence alone shakes the very earth. Below, a figure stands defiant. Master! It's here, on this very continent. A murmur ripples through the ranks of soldiers, a wave of apprehension washing over them. What? A monstrous skull, eyes burning with malevolent red fire, dominates the panel, the very image of the enemy that stands before them. A hushed murmur runs through the assembled troops, a sea of faces, grim and determined, under the command of the masked figure. General Hilwakong exhales sharply, a puff of air escaping his lips. His concern is palpable. The masked man stands before a council, his back to us. "So you've gone and stirred up trouble again, haven't you?" The masked man, known as Nidhogg, states that nothing is confirmed yet, but the gravity of the situation is clear. A woman, her expression serious, speaks to Sir Wanhyo. But we cannot ignore the gut instincts of someone as powerful as him. Sir Wanhyo, his face etched with worry, listens intently. A sense of unease hangs heavy in the air. The council members, their faces a mixture of concern and determination, listen to Nidhogg's statement. They believe it to be true. A confirmation, a silent nod from the red-haired woman seals the deal. General Hilwakong speaks, his voice firm and decisive. "First things first, we will pass this along to headquarters." A messenger arrives, breathless, his words carrying the weight of impending doom. "What happened, Master?" The gravity of the situation is clear. A decision is made to inform the higher-ups about Nidhogg's alarming claims. Doubt flickers. Will they even believe it? But precautions must be taken, regardless of their belief. It's as Chris said. They won't be able to ignore this. It's from Nidhogg himself. The masked man's eyes narrow. He agrees, the need for swift action palpable. Preparations must be made for a war of epic proportions. A shadow falls across the land. The image of a colossal dragon, its wings spanning the horizon, fills the panel. Dragons, the dawn of all things magical. Possessing vast amounts of mana, unlimited potential, and a body covered head to toe in scales. A terrifying sight. The weight of the task crushes them. And we're supposed to take on a monster like that? Despair creeps in. I don't feel like fighting anymore. But duty calls. Same here, but I swore an oath to Nidhogg. The unnamed man, his face partially obscured by a mask, speaks with quiet determination. The opportunity to settle a debt has arrived. And with it, a challenge of epic proportions. A dragon's lair looms before him, a place of immense power and danger. A lone figure stands before the dragon's lair, a sword of immense size resting on their back. The dragon's guardian. A formidable foe. A purple eye opens, vast and powerful, a sense of foreboding fills the air. The master's power is felt, even from afar. And a chilling question hangs in the air. Eyes, has the master really opened his eyes? The stakes are higher than ever. A swift, silent movement. A blade slices through the air, SHLK. The Guardian's resolve is tested. Despite the Master's momentary weakness, the Guardian remains steadfast. Their loyalty unwavering. A duty to protect this sacred domain. The Guardian stands ready, facing the unknown. The Guardian's unwavering resolve is clear. Their purpose is singular, their mission absolute. With a SHNG, two blades are drawn, reflecting the unwavering determination of the Guardian. The battle for the Master's victory begins. The Allied forces have established a formidable base in Egypt, securing 3 defensive barriers around their stronghold. A well-equipped haven complete with restaurants, convenience stores, bars, and even a power plant and water purification facility. Every comfort, it seems. A city skyline looms, punctuated by the rhythmic thud-thud of heavy machinery. A sense of unease hangs in the air. As soldiers exchange grim glances. So they're trying to wage war with innovative technology, huh? One mutters, his voice laced with grim determination. Because money wins wars. The statement hangs heavy in the air, a stark truth. Truer words were never spoken. I mean, we're talking a shit ton of money here. The gravity of the situation sinks in. A sudden whoosh cuts through the tense silence. Heads snap up, eyes widening in alarm. A palpable sense of dread washing over them. What was that? One soldier cries out, his voice sharp with fear. We better get over there. The urgency in his voice is undeniable. Action is needed. Is this a dungeon? The question hangs in the air, a palpable tension gripping the soldiers as they stare at the seemingly ordinary convenience store. It appears that the convenience store has been connected to a dungeon. So what's the situation? The soldiers' apprehension deepens, their faces etched with concern. In addition to this one, we have also confirmed the existence of another rank F dungeon. The highest rank known to date is E. A wave of alarm washes over the soldiers. This is unprecedented. In the event of an emergency, do not hesitate to take appropriate action. I'll assume responsibility if anything goes wrong. The commanding officer's words are firm, a reassurance in the face of the unknown. Yes, sir. The soldiers respond with unwavering resolve. Whoosh! A colossal dragon, its scales shimmering like polished steel, descends from the heavens, carrying 3 figures. The wind itself seems to bow before its might. Well, this is rather sudden. The unexpected arrival leaves the onlookers speechless, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension. This may actually work in our favor. A glimmer of hope sparks in the eyes of one of the figures on the dragon's back, a strategic mind assessing the situation. In our favor? The others look at him, questioning his assessment. Doubt hangs heavy in the air. In the past, dungeon entrances in the African continent had to be located. A flashback reveals the difficulties of finding these hidden gateways. However, this new development suggests that the other dungeons in Africa have been connected as well. A new understanding dawns, changing the strategic landscape. First things first, a strategic retreat to headquarters is in order. The master awaits. Meanwhile, at the Allied Forces Summit, a similar discussion unfolds. Debate rages amongst the assembled leaders. Some advocate for caution, others for a bold advance. The weight of the decision hangs heavy in the air. But ultimately, the expedition proceeds. A decision made, but the wait continues. A swift strike is needed, and only this elite unit can deliver it. A blitz attack is planned. It's a simple target, a castle. A seemingly easy task. But Castle, ever vigilant, is ordered to remain on standby. A tense moment, a quiet anticipation. A pause before the storm. Safety first, they must stay together. A sudden, sharp intuition. A gut feeling, is it right? It is. A chilling premonition. The tension ratchets up. KRRRRK. A sprawling campsite, tents pitched under a vast sky, the air hangs heavy with anticipation. Suddenly, a wave of energy erupts. SWAA. A blinding flash, CHSSST, then, silence. A monstrous roar shakes the very ground. KWAAAA. From the heart of the explosion, a horde emerges. Orcs, apes, and monstrous ratmen. TMP TMP TMP, their heavy footfalls pound the earth. More of the same, a relentless tide of monstrous creatures, their eyes burning with savage intent. TMP TMP TMP. The wave continues, an endless stream of terrifying beasts, their forms blurring into a nightmarish legion. A monstrous horde emerges from the shadows, a terrifying wave of ghoulish creatures, their eyes burning with malevolent red light. The ground trembles under their relentless advance. Meanwhile, a soldier urgently radios in a report. Pattern 2, commence magic activation. The fate of the soldiers hangs in the balance. A blinding flash of purple energy erupts, a powerful spell is unleashed. From the heart of the magical explosion, colossal skeletal figures rise, their presence alone exudes an aura of death and destruction. The horde recoils in fear, but only momentarily. The battle rages. A massive beast slams into the soldiers' defenses, buildings crumble, and chaos reigns supreme. Disregard the collapsing structures and respond with full force. Another urgent report cuts through the din of battle. Commander! We have an urgent report from Barrier 3. A commander assesses the situation. Things are going according to plan. Proceed with the operation. At Barrier 3, a lone figure stands vigilant. Are the enemy forces moving toward his position? He peers into the distance, a sense of unease washing over him. And then, a terrifying sight unfolds before him. A wave of intense heat washes over him. Dragon breath? A colossal fortress looms under a stormy sky, fiery breath erupts from the shadows. No, they're not dragons, but monsters that belong to the dragon family. A terrifying horde, unlike anything seen before. A drake and a draken unleash a devastating inferno. The heat is almost unbearable. A blinding flash of light. The commander reacts instantly. Reflect shield. The commander deflects the searing blast with a powerful magical barrier. Wham! 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 The impact sends shockwaves through the air. The ground trembles. Shatter. The reflected energy dissipates into nothingness. Don't tell me it's over already. As much as I'd like to say it is, it doesn't look like it. More stone golems emerge from the darkness. Raise your strength. It's time to mete out the punishment. The commander prepares for the next wave. He who governs death and life with an equal hand. May you watch over us, as you always have. A silent prayer ascends from the ranks of soldiers, their faces grim but resolute. The air crackles with arcane energy, a ritual of immense power begins. From the depths of the earth, a monstrous horde rises. The ground trembles, the very air vibrates with their approach. Whack! But even as the earth shudders, a voice cuts through the chaos. I must say, the synergy of your will and divine magic is more powerful than I could have ever imagined. A dark figure observes, a hint of surprise in their eyes. Yee. A blur of motion. Claw, the commander's blade finds its mark with deadly precision. The enemy falls, a swift, decisive strike. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield. No can do, Mississippi. A defiant smirk plays on the commander's lips. He stands defiant, a warrior amidst the storm. You look mighty tough. Just look at all your battle scars. You're totally my type. A sinister grin spreads across his face. I'd love to take you out for tea, but I can't guarantee it'll be your hand holding the cup. Suddenly, a powerful presence descends. FWAAA, a figure cloaked in purple, wielding a staff crackling with blue energy, materializes before them. The air crackles with arcane energy, FWAAA. He moves with unnatural speed, a blur of motion. Anri's voice rings out, sharp with alarm. Anri! What are you two doing here? Two figures, identical to the first, appear. Their plan has been foiled. Sierra, we must retreat at once. The enemies have a vampire and a legion at their disposal. A desperate retreat begins. Blades flash, a whirlwind of motion as they try to escape the overwhelming force. A monstrous purple eye opens, pulsating with dark energy. Fall back. The battle intensifies. Three figures stand against impossible odds. A wave of dark energy washes over them. Flinch. One of them stumbles, caught off guard. A throbbing pain shoots through Anri's head, a searing agony that leaves him gasping for air. On the castle ramparts, Sierra and her forces stand defiant against the encroaching darkness, but the relentless advance of the purple-cloaked figures is undeniable. The sound of their approach echoes with each tap, tap, tap of their boots on the stone. One of the cloaked figures, his face obscured by shadow, spits out a venomous remark, TCH. What a shame. I almost had her too. Anri, despite the throbbing pain, steels his resolve. Fwick, a sudden movement, a flash of determination in his eyes. Before they finish off the remaining monsters, he declares, a grim set to his jaw. Let's finish off the remaining monsters. A tense meeting unfolds. High-ranking officials gather around a table, their faces etched with concern. A newcomer enters, bowing deeply. I am a vampire from the Stragglers, at your service. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. suspicion immediately clouds the room. Are the stragglers truly on humanity's side? The question cuts through the silence, sharp as a blade. The vampire's expression hardens. Do you think the monsters will align themselves with humanity? The deaths of my underlings, killed by vampires, are irrefutable proof of their disloyalty. A sinister chuckle escapes his lips. Rather convenient that you've forgotten how our kind has saved countless human lives. Fury ignites. Shut your trap. You're a monster, you have no right to judge. The tension ratchets up. But don't you owe your life to said monsters? A defense emerges. But the stragglers have been around since the dawn of time. Plus, I can vouch for them. A shift in focus. The discussion turns to a more pressing matter. Our main concern is the threat of these foes. A screen flashes, revealing horrifying images. A monstrous eye, a powerful elf-like creature, and a skeletal figure with a crown. Flash. The military official's face is etched with grim determination. It will not be easy. And these are just the henchmen? The air crackles with unspoken tension as a chilling question hangs in the air. Is the dragon the true mastermind behind this? A sharp knock echoes through the room. We're coming in. The words are clipped, authoritative. An emissary arrives, bearing a message from a powerful figure. Sir Hyenbach, my bloodlord, an emissary from Nest is here to see you. The question hangs heavy in the air. Are you and your companions part of the Necromancer and company? The emissary's expression is unreadable. A simple, yet loaded response, that's right. The tension ratchets up another notch. The scene shifts. A figure observes the meeting from afar, their eyes narrowed in suspicion. She's not human. I don't sense any life force coming from her. Moreover, she possesses a tremendous strength that far exceeds the capacity of humans. The emissary's purpose is revealed. I am here to extend an invitation on behalf of Nest's master. He wishes to meet with you. The emissary's arrival throws the room into a flurry of hushed whispers. How long will this meeting last? The question hangs heavy in the air. A confident reply cuts through the tension. It could take as little as half an hour, but I guarantee you will return within 24 hours. Doubt flickers across the military official's face. Guarantee, huh? The official's skepticism is quickly replaced by a grim determination. All right. Let's go then. Suddenly, a metallic TK rips through the emissary's jacket, revealing a glimpse of advanced technology beneath. The military official's eyes widen in shock. He knew she was no ordinary human, but an automaton? The revelation is stunning. With a powerful PK, the emissary effortlessly subdues the official. Her strength is far beyond human capabilities. A swirling vortex of energy opens before them. Right this way. The group steps into the portal, leaving the mundane world behind. A journey into the unknown begins. The portal's power surges, transporting them to a new location, a place of mystery and power. Rows upon rows of collectible figures line the shelves, a testament to a gamer's dedication, each one a tiny soldier in a silent army. A young woman's face is etched with concern. I thought I told you not to play for more than 6 hours at a time. Her voice is firm, but tinged with a hint of weariness. Another voice, sharp and defiant, come on, Otto. Give me another chance. A controller is gripped tightly, fingers twitching with anticipation. FWIP, the sound of a button press echoes in the tense silence. Wide eyes, a gasp escapes his lips. Is that the silver dragon? A dismissive wave of the hand. Oh, that's right. I forgot I was expecting guests. The casual tone belies the impending chaos. A sudden snap as reality warps. Flames erupt, engulfing the room in a fiery inferno. Whoosh, the intense heat sends debris flying. A figure silhouetted against the blaze, a question hanging heavy in the air. What the? From the flames, 4 figures emerge, their presence commanding and ominous. Thwump, they land with a resounding thud, their arrival a stark contrast to the chaos they've unleashed. A smirk plays on the lips of the gamer. Impressive. In that short time, you managed to get a sense of my powers. A warrior's brow furrows in thought. If all dragons are this powerful, then is it possible Gloria has been hiding her true strength from us? Unbelievable power. The military official's eyes widen, his jaw dropping as he processes the sheer scale of the gamer's abilities. This is far beyond anything a rank C boss could achieve. Meanwhile, across town, the gamer casually reveals a shocking truth to Gloria. Listen, he says, a smirk playing on his lips, there's a dragon in Africa. Gloria's eyes narrow, suspicion battling with disbelief. So, you really are a dragon, she asks, her voice barely a whisper. The gamer grins, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Indeed, he confirms, but I'm not yet an adult dragon. FWIP. He casually reveals his unique status, the sole dragon on Earth. But are the other dragons as powerful? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to his claim of superiority. Of course not, he declares with a confident smirk. He's special. He was the only one who stayed behind when the others fled Earth. Gloria's expression softens slightly, acknowledging his unique position, but reminding him of his age. Yes, she says gently, but that doesn't make you any less of a child. The scene shifts. The gamer's casual demeanor vanishes, replaced by a serious expression. He reveals a startling fact: the individuals he recently fought were the dragon's guardians. But he's no match for them yet. The weight of this realization settles upon him, a heavy burden. A bold plan forms in his mind. He'll offer them a chance to become his guardians, granting them unimaginable power. His allies stand ready, their expressions a mix of anticipation and awe. A room filled with collectible figurines, a testament to a life lived in fantasy. The weight of a momentous decision hangs heavy in the air. What happens if they refuse? But the young man, gamer, offers a reassuring smile. Don't worry, he says, his voice calm yet powerful, this is a friendly offer, not a demand. His words carry the weight of untold power. A wave of energy pulses outwards, a subtle shift in the very atmosphere of the room. For starters, he continues, his voice ringing with authority, you can live 5 to 20 times longer than the average lifespan. The red-haired knight's eyes widen, his jaw dropping slightly. The offer is too tempting to ignore. Oh, you definitely have my attention now, he exclaims, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and excitement. Doubt clouds the face of the military official. Knowledge left behind by the dragons? You can't be serious, he gasps, his disbelief palpable. The gamer turns, a hint of mystery in his eyes. Well, if you become my guardians, I might be willing to part with some of that knowledge. The offer escalates, the stakes rising with each revelation. Fourth, I can offer you the corpse of a dragon. A gasp escapes the group. A corpse, one of them whispers, their voice barely audible above the rising tension. The gamer explains, a dragon's blood and flesh are an excellent source of nutrients, and their skeletons make for great armor. I'm sure it will come in handy one day. With a flourish, a surge of energy erupts from his hands, FWAAAA, the sound of immense power unleashed. The dragon's remains are now at their disposal. The military official, still reeling from the sheer scale of the gamer's power, seeks a moment to process everything. Can you give us a moment to talk this over? The tension hangs heavy in the air. Gamer sits, seemingly relaxed, amidst his potential allies, a stern military official, a powerful mage, and Gloria, her expression unreadable. But the mage's grin speaks volumes. Let's face it, he chuckles, we just hit the jackpot. The sheer audacity of Gamer's offered power, a dragon corpse, is sinking in. The military official, however, remains cautious. I'm inclined to say it's a fine proposition, he admits, his eyes still assessing the situation. Gamer's resolve falters for a moment. Actually, he confesses, a shadow crossing his face, I was thinking of turning him down. The mage is taken aback. But why? For a mage, this is the chance of a lifetime. His voice is sharp, laced with disbelief. Gamer's gaze drops. Look, he explains, his voice low, the reason I wanted to get stronger was so I could come out of this alive. His survival is paramount. The mage presses on, his voice a low rumble. All the more reason to accept his offer. Just hear me out, he urges, his eyes gleaming with ambition. A flicker of doubt crosses Gamer's face. I fear that living under the protection of a dragon, he begins, his voice laced with apprehension, will make me too complacent. The weight of his words hangs in the air. He's wrestled with this decision, the cost of power clear in his eyes. A flashback sequence reveals Gamer's past struggles. Each time he surpassed his limits, he questioned his own resolve. Every time I surpassed my own limitations and reached new heights of power, I thought to myself, maybe this is enough, he reflects, his inner turmoil laid bare. Gamer's eyes narrow, a knot of doubt tightening in his gut. How can they possibly hope to defeat the final boss? The weight of that question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the confident expressions of the mage, military official, and Gloria. The mage speaks, his voice calm yet firm. I'm not going to try and talk you out of it. Forget about our oath and do what is best for you. The military official's response is immediate, unwavering, that is an order. The red-haired knight, unwavering in his loyalty, declares, I'm a man of principle, master. I wouldn't dream of breaking a contract. Gloria's words are a testament to Gamer's impact. You are the reason I was able to achieve my goal. You were, and will always be, my one and only lord. A small, almost imperceptible smile touches Gamer's lips. A simple thanks. But the military official's final words echo in the chamber, do yourselves a favor and make a decision that's right for you. The question hangs heavy in the air, what will happen to the other three if they choose to become the dragon's guardians? A door closes with a sharp clack. The sound echoes in the tense silence. And three figures stand before the master, their expressions unreadable. But let's hear what they have to say first. A monstrous skull, eyes glowing red, dominates the panel. Nidhogg, the powerful dragon, speaks. The master, may I have the first word? Granted, go ahead, Nidhogg. The master's calm response belies the gravity of the situation. As Nidhogg's words cut through the tension, you promised to make me more powerful than the real deal. To clarify, I seek to surpass a dragon, not serve one. A hooded figure, their face obscured, speaks. Their voice is calm, yet resolute. I've also given some thought to it, and I have chosen you, master, as the one I wish to serve. A wave of dark energy, whoosh, surrounds the master as the hooded figure continues, let us evolve and grow as mages together. The master's expression softens. A grateful smile plays on his lips as he replies, Nidhogg, Chris, thank you. A blonde woman steps forward, her gaze unwavering, I will become a guardian. A hushed conversation unfolds. The master's allies, Nidhogg and Chris, stand silently, observing the blonde woman's decision. A question hangs in the air. Her answer, simple yet profound, because he's a kid, just like me. A smile plays on her lips, a mixture of determination and youthful energy. She continues, her voice soft but firm, we both still have a lot of growing to do. A subtle shift in her demeanor. While grateful for their care, a new resolve shines in her eyes. She's ready to forge her own path. I know the two of you will always see me as a little girl, she states, a hint of defiance in her tone. A playful retort follows, a spark of rebellion igniting. Hey, you keep calling me a kid, but I've been around for a lot longer than you. A blush creeps onto her cheeks as a bold proposition is made, do you want me to call you Appa, then? A sudden, overwhelming wave of emotion washes over the young man. Oh Appa, he stammers, his heart pounding in his chest. Why is my heart doing backflips all of a sudden? A nearby observer sighs, a knowing look on her face. Ha! Just please don't get her started on gaming and comics. A single drop of blood falls onto the table, a potent potion sits before the young man, ready to be consumed. He hesitates, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Curses, you say? He asks, his voice laced with apprehension. The young man's eyes widen as the potion's true nature is revealed, a sinister grin spreads across the giver's face as he explains the risks. But the potential rewards outweigh the danger. So in other words, you have nothing to lose and much to gain from the blood, the young man is told. A deal is struck, an extra bottle is added as a bonus, a gesture of generosity. With a flourish, the potion is presented, FWAAA. A wave of energy erupts, bathing the room in an ethereal glow. Dragon bones materialize before them, a gift of immense power. Astonishment fills the room. "You're really giving this to us?" one of the men exclaims, his voice filled with disbelief. "A taste of things to come. This is just a taste of what I have to offer," the young man says, a hint of mischief in his eyes. And finally, the grand reveal, 2 gleaming dragon hearts, pulsating with ancient power. A young man with striking white hair sits, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Make good use of my gifts," he says, a hint of playful mischief in his tone, "and try to stay alive until I become an adult dragon." Across from him, a cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow, speaks. "How long until you reach adulthood?" The cloaked figure continues, their voice a low rumble, "Who knows? It could happen today or in another 5 years." A man with dark hair sits, seemingly deep in thought. He sighs, a subtle sound of impatience. "Not too tall an order." The scene shifts. The man stands, a brisk energy in his movements. "Well, I think we'll get going now." The white-haired boy looks up, a slight surprise in his expression. "Already?" But the man's excitement is palpable. He beams, a grin spreading across his face. "I can't wait a second longer to get started on my research." The white-haired boy rolls his eyes, a hint of exasperation. "Go figure, you mages are all the same. And worry not, Iris is in good hands." A blonde woman smiles, her expression one of eager compliance. "Yes, Godfather." The scene shifts again. A frantic voice cuts through the air. "Master! Hurry, the items." "That's right. You'll be stronger than you've ever been." While Heienbach and company were engrossed in their research, a few things happened. First, the monster's large-scale assault was suppressed. At the same time, rumors began to circulate in the military. The way the military reacted to the war itself gave rise to animosity. There were those who wanted to end the war and conquer the monsters in the human realm once and for all. Others advocated using the power of the monsters for the good of humanity. The clash between these two sides led to a growing divide between humans. This was exactly what the enemy had intended. "How are you feeling?" "KRRK. So this is what it feels like to move." The Godfather stands before Nidhogg, a colossal dragon whose very presence commands awe, a creature of immense power, its scales shimmering under the dim light. The white-haired boy, his expression a mixture of wonder and apprehension, listens intently. As Nidhogg explains the boy's newfound abilities. His body, now infused with dragon's heart power, possesses an unparalleled regenerative capacity. The Godfather continues his explanation, his words painting a picture of limitless potential. A revelation that leaves the white-haired boy speechless. "A real dragon," he whispers, his voice barely audible. The white-haired boy's face is etched with disbelief, a mixture of shock and awe, a journey he never expected. His hand shoots out, a barely contained burst of energy radiating from his fingertips, SK. The Godfather reveals the true purpose behind his actions. He aimed to create a being capable of surpassing even a real dragon in power and ferocity. The name Nidhogg itself, he explains, holds inherent power, a legacy from Norse mythology. A flashback shows the Godfather's conversation with the Silver Dragon, seeking answers about the existence of other dragons. A cryptic prophecy unfolds, a vision of a world reshaped, where the remnants of ancient power intertwine with the very fabric of nature. Mountains, forests, and lakes all touched by the dragon's might. But some dragons, they are different. Their essence, their very being, has become one with the earth itself. Their power flowing through the veins of the world. And among those who remained, a terrifying truth is revealed. The real Nidhogg, a force of unimaginable power, lies dormant, waiting to awaken within a chosen host. The spirit of the dragon, fused with the veins, will gradually take over. A chilling fate awaits. But there's hope. Only one way to escape this terrifying destiny. Become stronger than the dragon itself. A desperate struggle for survival begins. A clash of wills, a battle for dominance. The hero's resolve hardens, and a new chapter dawns. The test of strength begins, a path to unimaginable power. Hyunbok Kim's stats are laid bare, level 329, a high-ranking human, brimming with power. His strength, dexterity, and magical prowess are evident. But the text reveals a crucial detail. According to Chris, Edia's historical records indicate fewer than 30 combined territories. A limited playing field, perhaps? Hyunbok's thoughts drift. The dragon blood's power surges within him, raising his level by 1. A tangible boost to his already formidable abilities. And he's not alone. Chris, Kai, and Castle have also experienced significant power increases. But Ninhog, yet to partake in the silver dragon's blood, possesses the highest maximum level among them all. A hidden potential, waiting to be unleashed. A cloaked figure, radiating an aura of mystery, speaks. Is it true that to achieve 8-circle mastery, one must first know oneself? A profound question, echoing in the twilight. And the answer comes swiftly. That's right, Chris. A curt confirmation, followed by a sharp rebuke, so stop asking me, that was the 87th time you've asked me that. The tension crackles. Chris flinches, his lifelong dream of reaching 8-circle status laid bare. Kai, ever vigilant, speaks up. Hey, Master, I think we're almost at the meeting place. A sense of anticipation hangs in the air as the palanquin's arrival is announced. He said this palanquin would take us to where he was staying, but a question mark hangs heavy in the air. What exactly did he mean by that? Whoosh! A sudden burst of speed. The palanquin takes flight, defying gravity with an unexpected maneuver, leaving Kai awestruck. Wow! I didn't think we'd be flying. The journey continues, now airborne, towards an unknown destination. A palanquin, ornate and mysterious, floats serenely through the night sky, descending gently to a city park, where 3 figures await. The CHK of armored boots echoes softly. Reunions are rarely simple. Long time no see. Yeah, it's been a while. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge masked as casual conversation. So you really managed to reach 8-circle? A colossal structure looms, a testament to power and mystery. And up its imposing staircase, 4 figures ascend. A tense procession, each step echoing in the silent halls. So you made it. Just hang tight. It won't be long now. A reassuring voice cuts through the anticipation. SK. The newcomers exchange a glance, a silent acknowledgement of their shared journey. By the way, congrats on taking your first step into the Supreme Realm. A congratulatory remark, laced with a hint of something else. Thank you. A humble response, masking the weight of the moment. To be honest, I personally think it's only going to get worse from here. A chilling prediction hangs in the air, SK. With some fighting, and others not. Even among allies, there's conflict. A glimpse into the harsh realities of this new world. That's the great thing about democracy. It grants every individual an equal chance to live their lives in a way that is respected and dignified. A philosophical counterpoint. But what the world needs right now is not an enfeebled majority but a strong few to rule with an iron fist. A stark contrast, a declaration of power. Swip. The protagonist and the blonde-haired man stand in a dimly lit chamber. A shared understanding passes between them, a silent acknowledgement of a difficult truth. But this truth is not easily accepted. The blonde-haired man gestures towards a group of figures in the background, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and defiance. Resistance to change is inevitable. The weight of this reality settles heavily on the protagonist's shoulders. The blonde-haired man turns, his footsteps echoing in the vast chamber. Time for action. TMP TMP. The sound of hurried footsteps. He explains the significance of the location, an altar, a place of sacrifice. The protagonist's journey is far from over, a chilling premonition hangs in the air. A glimpse into the future comes at a steep price. The blonde-haired man ties a rope around his own arm, a grim determination etched on his face. The protagonist stares at the rope, his apprehension growing. Is this a test? A sacrifice? The blonde-haired man smiles, a chilling assurance in his eyes. He assures the protagonist that no harm will come to him. But the tension remains palpable. Clench. The protagonist clenches his fist, steeling himself for whatever lies ahead. The rope tightens around his arm. Let's begin. A chilling announcement, followed by two claps that echo with foreboding. The tension ratchets up as two figures stand bound together, a grim ritual about to commence. The protagonist flinches, a palpable sense of dread washing over him. As a monstrous maw opens before them, a horrifying abyss of teeth and shadow. The blonde-haired man's gamble is about to pay off, or cost them everything. He lunges forward, his weapon a blur of motion. A desperate strike against impossible odds. The red-haired warrior is caught in the maelstrom. And the monstrous being unleashes a devastating attack. Perish and become one with my flesh and soul, it roars. A blinding flash of light erupts, a cataclysmic explosion that threatens to consume them all, leaving only the lingering echoes of destruction. A crimson maelstrom erupts. Energy surges, tearing the very fabric of reality. The protagonist, eyes wide with terror, witnesses the horrifying spectacle. Is this power one of destruction or absorption? He gasps, the question echoing the chaos around him. Three figures stand defiant against the onslaught, swords raised, but the sheer power of the attack is overwhelming. In the aftermath of their battle against Nidhogg, a chilling prophecy unfolds. In the aftermath of our battle against Nidhogg, whose body will eventually be overtaken, each and every one of us will meet our untimely demise, a grim voice declares. The blonde-haired man's face is a mask of grim determination, his eyes burning with a fierce light. He knows the cost of this power. So this is the worst of my future, he thinks, a bitter acceptance etched onto his features. A scene shift. A stark contrast of cool blue hues. Have all our efforts been in vain? A voice whispers, a question hanging heavy in the air. A man stands, bound by ropes, his expression grim. We need to get even stronger, he declares, his voice filled with steely resolve. Another man, his face bruised and bleeding, stares with cold intensity. You, he hisses, the unspoken threat hanging in the air. The scene cuts back to the bound man, surrounded by his subordinates. Master! You were so scared, you scared us to death, one of them exclaims, a mix of fear and awe in their voice. I wasn't moving? A chilling realization dawns on the protagonist. As he grapples with the aftermath of his terrifying vision. More importantly, he needs medical attention, his internal organs are in critical condition. The scene shifts. A shimmering light envelopes the blonde-haired man. A faint tether connects him to the others, a strange ritual underway. A sacrifice made to alter the future. The future, he explains, is not set in stone. The protagonist is left shaken, but a plan is forming. The blonde-haired man's sacrifice won't be in vain. Back in his bed, the protagonist drifts off to sleep, exhausted but troubled. The weight of the future rests heavily on his shoulders. A question echoing in his mind, will they all die? Is this the inevitable end? The grim reality of the vision hangs in the air as the group strategizes. To avoid this catastrophic future, they must prepare. A chilling calm settles over the room. The skull-faced man speaks, his tone devoid of emotion. Their work begins now. The team gathers, the air thick with purpose. It's time to address the issues they've been neglecting. The question hangs in the air, will they use their points? The skull-faced mage, Christina, addresses the protagonist, a determined glint in her glowing eyes. Please, start with me, master. Her voice, though calm, carries an undercurrent of urgency. Christina's gaze is intense, her words revealing a critical detail. Unlike Cayenne Castle, I haven't experienced a dramatic power boost. I'm afraid I can only be a hindrance to you now. The protagonist's expression is serious, his focus unwavering. He states plainly, Chris is, without question, the weakest link. The weight of his decision hangs heavy in the air. And Christina, radiating an eerie, ethereal glow, prepares for the next stage. The air crackles with arcane energy. A status screen appears, revealing Christina's stats, a lich, evolving, with impressive magic capabilities. Her potential is clear, but she's still developing. The scene shifts back to the room. Way to go, Chris. Congratulations. The others offer their congratulations, their voices filled with genuine relief and admiration. Despite the praise, Chris remains humble. Even so, I still have ways to go before I can catch up to you too. He acknowledges his progress, but also his distance from the others. The skull-faced mage smiles, a rare and unsettling sight. Hey, don't sell yourself short. Seventh circle is a big deal. Indeed, even in Edia, there are but a handful of mages who have ascended to 7th circle. Christina bows her head slightly, a gesture of gratitude. Thank you for your blessings. The focus shifts to the red-haired man, his eyes burning with ambition. It's my turn now. Hurry, quick. Raise my stats. A surge of energy envelopes the red-haired man, a vibrant teal aura swirling around him. His stats displayed on a screen, Grey Spirit, a race of intriguing power. His potential is undeniable. The scene shifts to a sophisticated study. 3 figures stand before a powerful mage, their faces etched with determination. The air crackles with anticipation. A quiet request, please increase only my magic power stat. The stakes are high, and every point counts. Another transformation. A brilliant, ethereal glow surrounds the silver-haired man. His stats are revealed, Legion, a name whispered with awe. His power surpasses even castles, except for stamina. A gasp escapes the red-haired man, damn it, I lost. The silver-haired man smiles, a hint of triumph in his eyes. Especially in magic power, he notes, a subtle boast. A quiet moment of reflection. The weight of their upcoming battle settles upon them. But resolve hardens their gazes. As strong as they are, the odds seem insurmountable. Yet, a quiet determination shines through. The protagonist speaks, his voice firm, let's win this battle and come out of this alive. A grim prophecy unfolds before our eyes. Humans, locked in a cycle of self-destruction. The silver-haired man, lost in thought. What if he'd chosen a different path? A path of power, guided by the silver dragon or Alistair himself. But loyalty calls. His decision is made, to fight alongside his comrades. The trio stands defiant, red-haired man, silver-haired man, and the mysterious figure in dark robes. Their resolve is unshaken. No one forced their hand. A moment of quiet reflection. The silver-haired man wrestles with self-doubt. The weight of the world on his shoulders. While others march forward with unwavering faith. They believe they walk the righteous path. But survival in this brutal world demands a different kind of strength. A strength forged in the fires of relentless struggle. A strength that pushes you to fight, to endure, to overcome. The cost? Everything. The protagonist, unwavering, faces an uncertain future. No matter the horrors that await. A colossal, crimson dragon descends, its eyes burning with infernal fire. The sheer scale of the beast is terrifying. And from its gaping maw, a figure emerges, the protagonist, unwavering, a defiant silhouette against the dragon's fiery breath. Shua.